Chapter 241. Wrap it up. The gap between the two people is getting shorter and shorter. In the sky, crows are flying wildly. On the ground, cats and mice are everywhere. The city is in chaos. The undead man is roaring anxiously. And it is sure that he can't get rid of Chenyu. He is so angry that he suddenly stops and roars at Chenyu behind him. In the blink of an eye, the crows pour down. Instantly wrap up Chenyu, who is chasing closely behind. But what is terrifying is that Chenyu's movement speed is not affected at all. And the crows that hit him can't even peck at people. At first contact, they are immediately corroded and broken, and fall to the ground one after another. So, a group of crows surrounded by human figures rushed to the front at a high speed, waved to disperse the crows in front of them, and revealed a pair of cold and wise eyes. Yes! While Chenyu was running wildly, his consciousness, which had been lost for a short time, returned. He recovered. He recovered to a state that was even more normal than normal. He finally realized that the situation just now was not because his brain was attacked and the brain structure was damaged. So he lost consciousness. Just now, there was a very strange energy that protected his brain. It was the annihilation energy. It was even constantly repairing his brain that had been slightly damaged before. When the brain structure was completely repaired and the energy completely protected him, his consciousness was completely restored. He felt very good now. The physical ability has been fully activated to level 2. But there is no headache at all. This is the function of Suya's crystal core. Internally, her annihilation energy protects the core of the brain. Externally, her annihilation energy can corrode everything. This is simply the best mental ability. An invincible magic power. An offensive and defensive weapon. However, the level is still low. The effect is still weak. The annihilation energy can only be maintained outside the body's surface. This is the effect after Chenyu's mental power has been greatly improved. It can be basically confirmed that the fifth ability is now activated. Annihilation and Protection. This is also a mental ability. But it is much more powerful than the mental map. And it is definitely one of the top abilities. At the moment, Chenyu has 2 physical abilities. Namely the muscle control of the level 2 ability, and the camouflage color of the level 1 ability. There are also 2 mental abilities. Namely the level 1 mental map, and the level 1 annihilation and protection. The last one is the level 1 space ability. There are already 5 abilities. Facing the undead who are desperate, Chenyu has no fear. Controls his muscles to the peak state, and rams into him madly. Bang! The 2 people collided with each other instantly. After a long period of tempering. The body of the undead is also very terrifying. But it still can't withstand Chenyu's collision. After a scream, he was rammed into a roadside store. Chenyu jumped up and followed closely. Then, the 2 figures rolled and fought in the store. Pure physical combat. Because of the characteristics of the undead, Chenyu did not want to waste his energy on it. So he used the most primitive method and tried his best to suppress it. There was an astonishing crash in the store. All kinds of furniture were blown up. Even the wall was hit with huge cracks. During the whole process, only the shrill screams and angry roars of the undead could be heard. And Chenyu's voice could not be heard at all. Outside, flocks of crows landed on the roof and the wires. The ground was full of mutant wild cats and mutant mice. They all stopped attacking. Seems a little restless. At a certain moment, there was a terrible howl in the store. At that moment, all the mutant creatures seemed to be frightened and fled in all directions in an instant, retreating like a tide and disappearing without a trace. A moment later, Chenyu, covered in blood, walked out of the store slowly like a Shura, holding the lifeblood of the undead in his hand. He walked out panting. In the store behind him, the undead, who was once invincible in Jiangcheng, was deformed. His bones and flesh fell apart, and he slowly collapsed like a pool of mud. Without the crystal core, its body was like paste, and could no longer be gathered together. Maybe that was the secret of its continuous rebirth. With the support of its crystal core power, its physical body can be quickly repaired. Unfortunately, now it is completely finished. Chenyu left. He didn't even look back. He needed to find a place to rest. Although the undead had not evolved to the extreme, it was still a little bit worse than his level 2 ability. So he suppressed it with all his strength and pulled his life. But Chenyu was also exhausted. First, he had just swallowed Suya's crystal core and gained the power of annihilation and protection. But he had no rest time at all. His mind and body were a little bit overwhelmed. Second, the undead was only a little bit worse. So in the confrontation between the two, Xinyu was fighting without reservation. Now, he was completely overdrawn. If he didn't rest, he might not be able to hold on. So, Xinyu returned to Jiangcheng Hotel with great perseverance, went into a room on the 7th floor alone, and fell on the bed. He fell asleep. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It snowed again in Jiangcheng. It was very rare. In the past few decades, Jiangcheng rarely snowed so heavily, and so frequently. This was enough to prove that the atmospheric temperature was slowly decreasing. There was no sign of human activity in the whole city. It was dead. The large flocks of crows that had been hovering over the city slowly migrated away. Because the city was blocked by heavy snow, the corpses and rotten corpses in the city were basically covered, making it impossible for them to find food. So the mutant crows left. In 3 days, without the deterrence of the undead, the mutant rats began to besiege the mutant wild cats. After countless battles, the mutant wild cats were slowly devoured. As a result, Jiangcheng was plagued by rats on an unprecedented scale. The mutant rats became the protagonists of the city. They shuttled openly in the streets and alleys. With their enhanced bodies and indestructible teeth after mutation, they could run rampant in all buildings. So, the rotten corpses became their food. The rats got food and reproduced faster and faster. They were everywhere in Jiangcheng, except for one place. It was the Jiangcheng Hotel. It was like a cursed place, and no creature could get close to it. If you got a little closer, you would be melted. In this way, time passed day by day. Half a month later, in the room on the 7th floor of the Jiangcheng Hotel, the figure that looked like a dead body finally moved, and then slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, a strange black light flashed in his eyes. Xinyu woke up. It was equivalent to a rebirth. Jiangcheng. Blizzard. 3 days after Xinyu woke up, the sky was gloomy and terrible. Goose feathers and heavy snow fell from the sky, drifting and scattering. The temperature outside reached -25 degrees. This was the coldest temperature that Jiangcheng had never seen in nearly 100 years. The water flowed downstairs was frozen, but it was only limited to the ice surface being frozen. Chapter 242 recovered a little. Under the ice, the turbulent undercurrent is still turbulent. In the room on the 7th floor, in front of Xinyu is a battery and an electric heater. Pork bones are stewed in the induction cooker. He is reading a book, very leisurely. After a few days of rest and crazy eating to replenish energy, Xinyu finally recovered a little. In the previous coma, he actually slept for half a month. No food or drink. Just like a bear hibernating. The body is constantly consuming the power of his physical body. If he had not evolved his physical body long ago and possessed a level 2 superpower, he would have died of starvation and thirst. So when he woke up, he felt so hungry that he could chew a cow. So, Xinyu ate like crazy for 3 days. All kinds of high-protein and high-fat foods, without any scruples. His body and brain were in urgent need of these nutrients. Now, Xinyu has calmed down. His body has returned to its original state. The most beautiful corpse emperor is indeed worthy of her reputation. The influence of her crystal core is too great. The more frightening the influence, the more it proves how awesome her crystal core is. Xinyu was very relieved. Maybe the time he was forced to swallow the crystal core should be just right. Otherwise, if he really waited until Suya's crystal core was almost completed as planned at the beginning, he might not be able to withstand this influence. From this point of view, perhaps we should thank the undead. If it weren't for it, I still couldn't make up my mind. Soon, the pork bones were stewed. Xinyu put down the book and started to eat. A large bowl of rice, soaked in pork bone soup, and then gnawed a pork bone and picked some pork marrow to eat. The disaster has been going on for more than half a year, and he may be the only one who can eat such good food. Now, there is silence outside. It is so quiet that there is no sound of running water. Only the occasional whistling cold wind, and the heavy snow falling. While eating, Xinyu flipped it casually. He took out the crystal core of the undead from the space. Its crystal core is also very pure, but the shape is not very regular. Not round or symmetrical, but a long strip similar to an oval. Xinyu did not plan to eat it. First, it was nauseating. Second, he could not try to swallow the crystal core again in the short term. The body has limits. Although he has solved the hidden danger of brain structure damage and no longer worries about the improvement of superpower level, his physical superpower is only at level 2. A top-level crystal core made him sleep for half a month. He almost died in his sleep. This shows that his body's endurance has reached its limit. He must recuperate for a period of time. The crystal core of the undead is very likely to be of the physical type, which is exactly what Xinyu needs. But the crystal core of the undead should not be a crystal core that improves physical strength. So it is not helpful to improve the body's endurance limit. Can't touch it for now. Keep it for now. But this crystal core will be swallowed sooner or later. The ability of the immortal is also very buggy. It uses Suya's virus and combines its own genetic characteristics to generate this special crystal core, which is actually very practical. It can increase the speed of physical repair, even to the extent of immortality, especially after each serious injury. His strength will be improved. It's like a cheating device is attached to his body. It's very similar to the characteristics of silence. So it's awesome. It will also be an ace method in the future. Xinyu put away the crystal core and continued to eat. After another night of rest, he was ready to leave Jiangcheng, leaving this city where he had struggled for more than half a year. Go find the big army. Go north to Tibet. Find a safe area in Tibet to build a base, and live a stable life. When the country's official forces arrive there in the future, at that time, I will be half the master. Right? The official forces must also work for me. This is the ultimate goal. However, there are many difficulties on the way north. All the survivors in the country are heading northwest, so there will definitely be dangers on the road from time to time. I hope Fang Jing and the others can turn danger into safety. It shouldn't be a big problem. After all, there are experienced people like Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao in the team, who are much stronger than ordinary forces. Besides, in that team, except Dong Zhou and his 2 children, everyone else can fight, including Xinyu. Little Qinyu's ability to survive is no longer comparable, so Xinyu is not too worried. Besides, he should be able to catch up with them soon. Xinyu ate voraciously. Outside, from time to time, you can hear the rustling sound. That is the sound of rats. These rats have almost covered the city, but they dare not invade Qinyu's room, so they can only run around. Soon, Xinyu finished his meal. He packed up everything, then got up and walked to the balcony, and took a few deep breaths outside. It's really cold. The further north you go, the colder it gets. Looking up at the sky, the sun has been blocked by thick clouds. Xinyu turned and went upstairs. He put all the heavy equipment that the large troops upstairs didn't take away into the space. When we get to Tibet in the future, we have to rebuild the laboratory. Although I don't need it anymore, I still have to study the inhibitory serum. With this key item in my hands, maybe I can control more subordinates with superpowers more effectively in the future. Back downstairs, Xinyu sat back on the bed again, reading. It was getting dark outside. After a night's rest, we will set off tomorrow. No words all night. The next morning, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the snow cleared up. After breakfast, Xinyu walked outside and looked at the city covered with snow. He felt very happy. The snow covered the rotting corpses and the ruined city. At first glance, it was pretty beautiful. Let's take a last look at the city. This city where I was born and raised is about to be completely abandoned. Now, there is no living thing in Jiangcheng. Who dares to come in? There is a rat infestation here. Even if an ordinary small group comes in, they can only become a meal for rats. Xinyu was a little amused. I didn't expect that Jiangcheng would fall into the hands of mutant rats. It is estimated that other cities outside should also be attacked by the beast tide. The 4th wave of natural disasters has arrived. After 2 or 3 years of mutant attacks, humans will discover the secret of the crystal core. Before that, Xinyu still has a lot of time to build his own power. Let's go! No more nostalgia. Go north to Tibet. Find your own team. Now Xinyu has no worries, and can unscrupulously exert the power of his supernatural powers. So, from now on, kill anyone who stands in your way. Let's go! On the highway outside the city, Xinyu finally looked back at Jiangcheng and the Jiangbei Hotel standing in the northern part of the city. It still stands. The same is true in this life. It still escaped the disaster. Jiangcheng is occupied by mutant rats. Even if someone wanders here in the future, it is estimated that they will not be able to gain a foothold in the city. Therefore, the Jiangbei Hotel should not have a chance to be destroyed again. That's good. Chapter 243 Obstacles. After all, I have lived there for more than half a year. I have some feelings for it. Xinyu took a deep breath, sorted out his mood, and returned to the car. It was still the tattered night 15. The road was covered with snow. No one would go to clear the snow during this period, so it was more powerful to drive a heavy armored vehicle. Anyway, there was still a lot of gasoline in the space. Yu started the car, slowly got on the road, and drove north along the inner-city highway. There were no living creatures on the road. Occasionally, there would be some obstacles on the road, and Yu would directly choose to hit them. It has been more than half a month since the main force left. When they left, Yu reminded them to rush north at full speed and try not to stay in the city, because the city will become a battlefield for the beast tide. If they follow this idea, they will go quite far. It will definitely not be caught up in a short time. So Yu is not in a hurry. It is a sunny day today. It makes people feel good. In the whole morning, he didn't meet anyone. He passed 2 service areas and got off the car to search. There was nothing. There was no supplies at all. Now, it is becoming more and more difficult for humans to survive. Maybe there will be living supplies to search in large first-tier cities. But that kind of place has also become the lair of the beast tide. During this period, the battles in the first-tier cities should be the most intense. It's a pity that the 3 or 4 special cities of Xia country are all coastal cities. When the seawater backflows, they sink directly to the bottom of the sea. All the supplies in the city are wasted. Yu drove while observing the surroundings. All the mental maps are open. More than 20 kilometers ahead will reach Xiaocheng. Yu was too lazy to search in the city, so he went north and continued to advance to the northwest. This route should be correct. It was almost 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Yu parked the car directly on the side of the road. He took some food from the space and turned his head to observe for a while. Below the highway is Mutant. No one is inside. It is said that Shunhe village outside Mutant is also a large grain-producing village. Maybe you can go and have a look. If Shunhe village is like the farmers outside Yangpu town, every family has its own grain warehouse. Will those grain warehouses still be there? You can go and have a look. If there is, and it is still there, then you will pick it up. This is how Doomsday survival works. You have to do everything you can to find possible living supplies. What's more, Yu himself has a portable space, which can store supplies infinitely. So, after a simple lunch, Yu directly packed up the car, jumped off the highway, and walked all the way to Mutant. The roads in the village were almost covered by heavy snow. It was difficult to walk. After walking about 2 kilometers, residential houses appeared on the roadside. Yu turned directly into the residential houses and took a general look. They had been searched inside. It was a mess. Nothing useful was left. Yu felt cold in his heart. He felt that this trip might be empty. He kept going forward. The cold wind was howling in the wild, and there were no buildings in the city to block the cold wind. It felt that this place was even colder. Yu searched 4 or 5 houses in a row, and every house was like this. Forget it. Just go through the town directly. This town has been completely deserted, and the supplies in the town should have been swept away. Yu stopped searching and crossed Mount Town all the way to Shunhe village in the west. When he was almost approaching the exit of the west town, Yu suddenly had several more mental images in his mental map. Judging from the approximate distance, it should be in Shunhe village. Yu was slightly stunned. Someone is still alive. Awesome. Anyone who can survive to this point must be a ruthless person. And the clarity of the mental image is pretty good. In Yu's judgment, it should be a mental body similar to the level of a guard. Just as Yu was observing the figure in the mental map, there was a clang in the alley in the distance, and a huge black sow rushed out. Huge. Its skin is as rough as a rhino's. It even has fangs in its mouth. It stares at Yu with scarlet eyes and gasps. Yu grinned. Has the old sow mutated into this? It's scarier than a wild boar. No wonder many houses collapsed along the way. They looked like they were destroyed by brute force. It must have been done by it. Yu stopped. When he stopped, the old sow went crazy. It let out a rough roar, and then rushed over with all 4 hooves. Its speed was quite fast. It was earth-shattering. But the ground in this small town was covered with snow, which somewhat affected its performance. It was originally a majestic collision. As a result, it stumbled and slipped when it rushed over, which was really funny. When it almost rushed to the nearby area, Yu casually took out a shotgun from the space, loaded the bullet, and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! The huge gunshot was deafening. The shotgun was powerful. The bullets burst into steel balls and hit the mutant Sao's face firmly. The Sao screamed from the spray. It didn't die. It rolled on the ground for several times, then propped up its body and continued to hit Xinyu. Bang bang. 2 consecutive shots. The Sao's legs were blown up. Its head was also completely blown into a rotten watermelon. This time, it really couldn't move. It groaned and fell to the ground, its blood-red eyes looking at Xinyu. Maybe it was depressed too. It had been sweeping the town for so long, and today it actually encountered a person with a gun. It was a shotgun. How long had it been since I saw a living person? How come it was so powerful when it met a living person today? The mutant old Sao finally died. Xinyu didn't even change his position. He put away his shotgun, picked up an electric saw, walked over and cut the pig's head. Soon, he opened the pig's head and dug out a crystal core the size of a fingernail from it. Not bad. Although there were more impurities, and it was not regular at all. But it was also a formed crystal core. It will be useful in the future. Xinyu collected the crystal core and kicked the pig with his foot. Damn! This fat? It must have eaten a lot of people. Otherwise, it would not have evolved to this extent. I wonder how the people eaten by it feel. They have eaten pork all their lives. And finally they are eaten by pigs. Xinyu's heart moved. In the mental map, the figures far away in Shunhe village began to come here. They probably heard the gunshots. Xinyu thought about it and simply didn't leave. Wait and see. Then he picked up the electric saw and started cutting the old sow. This pork looked so fat. Shit! The whole pig was completely cut into pieces by Xinyu. Then all the pieces were placed on the snow and frozen quickly. This way it can be kept fresh. The fat layer of this mutated old sow is at least 20 centimeters thick, and it is white and oily when cut. Chapter 244 Remembering. If it is used to make lard residue, it would be perfect. In the mental map, the survivors in the distance are still approaching slowly. 4 people came. They are all adults. 2 of them have very clear mental bodies, and they seem to be the kind of people who live more clearly. I don't know if they are cannibals. They must be coming for the mutant sow. These people have been neighbors with the sow for so long. It is impossible for them not to remember it. While there is still time, Xinyu simply put away the chainsaw, put the shotgun on his back, and then found a relatively clean place on the side of the road. Some tables, chairs and benches were kicked into a pile in the room next door. Pour some gasoline and light the fire. Get another big pot out and prepare to refine the lard. Xinyu is really a little greedy. Ever since the hotel's large group left, he has no intention of making food by himself. Even if there are a lot of ingredients in the space, he is too lazy to move. It has been many days since I had a proper meal. It's just a makeshift meal. Just get some bread and ham and eat a meal. I killed a mutant sow today, but when I saw the fat on the sow's belly, I suddenly wanted to eat lard. It's rare. Just take a break. So, put the iron pot on the rack. Xinyu put a small wooden table outside, cut a large piece of authentic lard into small pieces, and then poured it into the pot. Pour 2 more bottles of water. Add firewood to the fire and start to boil. The lard residue should be served with rice. Xinyu lit another small fire and started to simmer rice in a small pot. This scene was too weird. In the snowy and icy weather, on the street of the town, a man lit a fire outside, refining lard residue and simmering rice. It was weird no matter how you looked at it. About half an hour later, 4 people approached stealthily at the corner of the street in the distance. 3 men and 1 woman. They all held homemade bows and arrows and maces in their hands. Among the 3 men, the oldest was about 50 years old, with a dark face, wearing a dogskin hat, and holding a machete in his hand. He squatted on the corner of the street, staring at Xinyu with a telescope. The telescope had a broken lens. Only one side was usable. After looking for a long time, the man looked back at his companions with a suspicious look. Is my vision blurry? Who can take a look? What's wrong? Dad? A young man behind him grabbed the telescope and asked in confusion, Why are you blurry? What did you see? That person is cooking on the side of the road. The man looked strange. The young man picked up the telescope and looked for a while, then put it down with a strange look on his face, and nodded at his companions. He seems to be cooking. And is he boiling oil? Yes. It seems like he is boiling oil. He also has a spray gun on him. Yes. He also killed the giant. The man nodded, yes. 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 Son, You think you saw a ghost? Who would cook in the street in such a ghost place? The young man was speechless. Is he crazy? Could he be a cannibal? The only girl among the 4 people looked about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a white fur coat. She grabbed the telescope and frowned and said, "Let me see if he is a cannibal. I can recognize him at a glance." Another man in his 40s said in a low voice, "Girl, take a closer look. Don't make a mistake. We can't beat their spray guns." "I know." The girl watched silently for a long time. Suddenly, her hand trembled, and she quickly put down the telescope and said in surprise, "He knows we are here." "What?" The honest man grabbed the girl and turned around to run away. As a result, the oldest man quickly grabbed his clothes. "Lao Gung, what are you doing? Are you running away again? Hey, why are you pulling me? Didn't you hear my daughter say that people have discovered us? Why don't you run? Are you waiting for people to scold you?" Dad, calm down." The girl quickly comforted him. "He should have discovered us, because when I looked at him with the telescope, he also looked in this direction. Even." "What else?" the honest man asked quickly. "He even waved at me." The girl looked weird and continued, "He waved at me with a smile on his face." "Still smiling?" The honest man turned pale and said in horror, "Is he a cannibal? Does he want to eat us?" "Old Gung, do you have the guts to let a dog eat you? You are not as brave as your daughter. Are you capable? I won't bring you out next time." The old man rolled his eyes at him and then looked at the girl. "Linghua, keep talking. Do you think he looks like a cannibal?" "I don't think so." The girl named Linghua blushed unexpectedly, shook her head and said, "He smiles very brightly. Not evil at all, quite handsome." Hearing this, the young man was not happy. He said unhappily, "Long hair but little knowledge. What do you know about handsome? Only people like me are handsome. You have never been out of Shunhe village. How do you know what handsome is?" The girl glared. "Lu Monsong, are you being weird to me again?" The young man was silent. He looked indignant. The old man smiled and said, "Linghua, don't be angry. You two are the last hope of our 2 families. Can you have a baby in the future?" "Oh, stop talking. I'm so annoyed. I'll say it again. Even if it's the end of the world, you can't joke about my lifelong happiness." The old man's face sank. "Linghua, your father has agreed. Why are you still so stubborn? My son is the most handsome guy in the village. What's wrong with him not being a good match for you?" "I just don't like him." Linghua turned her head away, too lazy to look at him. The old man glared and said, "Linghua, you have to have a conscience. Your family's granary was burned down. If it weren't for us 2 taking you in and giving you food, you and your daughter would have starved to death long ago." After that, he kicked the honest man next to him. "Lao Gung, you fart. Don't always play dead there. Your daughter." "Hey, Linghua. Before the old man finished speaking, he saw the girl had already rushed out. She ran straight to the man in the distance. The 3 men were shocked at the same time. The young man stamped his feet anxiously. Dad, get her back quickly. She is my future wife. There are not many virgins in the whole village. Get her back quickly." The old man turned around and kicked him, scolding angrily, Virgin. You only know virgins. What's wrong with whether she is a virgin or not? She ran away. And you let your father be exposed with her?" As soon as the voice fell, the honest man beside him also plucked up the courage to rush out. "Go after your daughter." The old man and the young man were dumbfounded. "It's over. Are the father and daughter stupid or kicked by a donkey? Just run away like this? What if the other party is a smiling tiger who kills without blinking an eye?" The young man was still urging the old man to go out, and the old man glared at him and cursed, "Get out of here. If you want to chase her, go chase her yourself. She is your future daughter-in-law, not mine." Chapter 245 Food in the Granary. The young man was depressed. Nothing to say. He grabbed the telescope angrily and continued to sneak a peek. The father and son hid behind the wall. They were determined not to go out. Xinhu's big pot was already full of clear oil. The oil residue floated on the oil surface. A strong aroma of lard spread. At this time, the rice was almost done. The aroma of the rice was also mouth-watering. Not far away, Lao Gung and Linghua, the father and daughter, had slowly approached. But they were cautious and wanted to go forward but didn't dare to. Linghua was wild and courageous. After weighing it, she shouted loudly about 20 meters away, "Hello! Yu turned his head and took a look. Two came over. And two were hiding. What was going on? But looking at their appearance, they didn't look like cannibals. If they weren't cannibals, they could still survive until now. And they didn't look so miserable. They were probably the kind of people who had stored food at home. Just like the farmers outside Yangpu town. The average farmer has at least 6 or 7 granaries at home. If they don't raise outsiders, the family can eat for several years without any problem. And their granaries are very professionally built. And there is no need to worry about the food rotting if they are placed underground. If possible, you can loot some food and take it away. It is becoming increasingly difficult to get daily necessities now. If there is a chance, we have to try. Yu raised his voice and replied, "Hello?" Linghua, who was far away, felt relieved. He responded. He was even quite polite. As she and her father kept getting closer, he did not take out weapons to attack her like those vicious criminals. This shows that this person is still rational. As long as he is rational, it's fine. We can exchange some supplies. Although Linghua is young, she is smart. The fact that she and her father can survive until now is basically due to her wit and intelligence. Linghua stood in a distance and waved her hand carefully. "Hello. Sir. My name is Gum Linghua. And this is my father Gum Huai. We are from Shunhe village. Are you passing by here?" "Yes." Yu nodded and started to pick up the lard residue. Linghua looked at the frozen pork at Yu's feet, swallowed unconsciously, and then asked carefully, "Are you alone?" "Yes." Yu nodded. "Did you kill the pig demon alone?" "Pig demon?" Yu turned his head and looked at her. "Yes, pig demon." Linghua pointed to the dismembered mutant sow and said quickly, "The pig demon has become a spirit. All the survivors in Mao town were eaten by it. Even the people in our village dare not go out." "How many people are still alive in your village?" Yu asked casually. Linghua didn't say anything. She was quite alert. Yu looked at Linghua for a few times. A very simple girl. Not very old. About 17 or 18 years old. Wearing a big braid. She was clean. Her big eyes were bright and clear, which showed that her life was not that bad. She must have food at home. Her father seemed to be an honest farmer. He didn't say anything. He looked very scared. But he always stood beside his daughter, holding the weapon tightly in his hand, without relaxing for a moment. Yu was busy all the time. He had already fished out all the lard residue. Then he opened the lid of the casserole, and the snow-white rice inside exuded a rich aroma, which made Linghua and Old Man Gung swallow their saliva. Linghua couldn't help it, and asked quickly, "Hello? Can we exchange some supplies with you?" "Exchange for what?" Yu asked casually. "Exchange for some meat, lard, and lard residue, if possible." "What do you want to exchange?" Linghua saw that Yu was easy to talk to, and tentatively walked forward another 5 or 6 meters. Old Man Gung followed closely. "We can exchange rice and other grains." "Okay." Yu nodded readily, and then pointed to the distance. "What are your 2 companions doing hiding there? Are you trying to ambush me?" "Ah?" Linghua was stunned, then quickly shook her head and explained, "No. No. Those 2 are the village chief and his son. They are not ambushing you. But they are timid and dare not come over." "Timid?" Yu was stunned. Although he could monitor people far away, he could not hear their previous conversation. According to the current situation, he would think that these 4 people were working together. 2 people came to lure the enemy, and 2 people were ambushing. The one who lured the enemy was a woman. It is easy to be hooked. This speculation is very reasonable, because those who can survive until now should not be easy to deal with. As a result, he heard this answer from the girl. Cowardly? The 2 hiding are cowards? They didn't dare to come over? Yu certainly didn't believe the girl's words. But he was not afraid. The 2 in the distance, judging from the mental image alone, were not strong people. They were just 2 pieces of trash. No threat. So, Yu stopped asking and just looked at Linghua. "How much food do you have? Don't worry about this. Tell me first. If I want half a pig demon's meat, half lard and half lard residue, how much food do you want?" Yu looked at Linghua and said lightly, "I want a granary's worth of food." "What?" Linghua was stunned and looked at Yu in surprise. "You, how do you know? About the granary?" Yu smiled. "I came from Jiangcheng. I've been to Yangpu town. The villagers there have their own granaries. I once exchanged my life for the grain in a granary. Linghua's face turned ugly. She looked back at her father. Old man Gung was even paler. Because their Gung family's granary had been destroyed long ago. Later. Because the village chief's son had always coveted Linghua's beauty and intelligence. He always wanted to date her and marry her. So the village chief found old man Gung privately. He bought Linghua's future with half of the granary's grain. Old man Gung was forced to agree to let Linghua marry the village chief's stupid son when she turned 18. Linghua is 17 years old this year. There is still half a year left. When Linghua found out about this, she refused to agree. But she also knew that the most urgent thing now was to survive. So she endured it. Linghua has been looking for an opportunity to repay the debt of half a granary. As long as the debt is paid, she doesn't have to look at the faces of the village chief and his son. Linghua thought that Xinyu was alone. Even if he exchanged rice with him, how much could he take away? 100 kilograms is more than enough. Isn't it heavy? He doesn't have a car. As a result, he asked for a granary's worth of grain as soon as he opened his mouth. And it was obvious that he knew that farmers had built their own granaries. This is troublesome. Now they eat the grain of the village chief's family. Where is the granary to exchange with others? The key is, half a pig requires a granary? Chapter 246 Simultaneous Color Change. Linghua bit her lip and couldn't help saying, "Brother, you want too much. Right? We only want half of your pig monster meat. And you want a granary? No. No." Xinyu shook his head calmly. Half of a pig's meat is certainly not worth a granary. That's right. Linghua breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, Xinyu suddenly took off his shotgun and pointed the gun at the two people with one hand. What I mean is, 2 lives for a granary. This is cheaper than what I exchanged in Yangpu town last time. It's already 50% off. Linghua and old man Gung were shocked. The two changed color at the same time. Cold sweats all over. It's over. He is not a good person. The moment Xinyu took the gun, the village chief and his son, who were hiding in the distance, had already discovered it. The two looked at each other, then turned around and ran away. Xinyu had seen this scene from the mental map. Funny. Those two guys turned out to be cowards. So it can be confirmed that what the girl said was the truth. Linghua and her father were frozen. Old man Gung stood in front of his daughter at the first time. Although he was also afraid. This old man has been an honest farmer all his life, working hard and diligently, just to live for such a daughter. So he can tolerate others bullying him. But he must not let his daughter get hurt. Old man Gung looked pale, looked at the black muzzle of the gun, and said hoarsely, "Don't shoot. Listen to my explanation. Young man, if our granary had not been destroyed, I would have traded with you without hesitation. But our granary is gone. Now, my father and I are also living under someone else's roof. Does it have anything to do with me?" Xinyu said indifferently, "You took the initiative to come to me to make a deal. What's wrong with you provoking me if you don't have anything? Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Or do you want to fool me?" "No. No." Old man Gung shook his head and waved his hands. "If you want 100 or 200 kilograms, we can still lend it to you. But we really don't have a granary." Suddenly, Linghua shouted behind old man Gung, "Our village chief has won." Linghua. Old man Gung turned around and said anxiously, "Don't talk nonsense. What are you afraid of?" Linghua's eyes turned red. And she pulled old man Gung away and said to Xinyu, "We will give you a granary. Don't shoot. I promised the village chief that I would marry his son. Their family will take a granary as a dowry. So I have a granary of stored grain." Linghua. Old man Gung stamped his feet in anger. "Dad, I have no future anyway." Linghua's mouth flattened, and she looked at old man Gung with tears in her eyes. "At least now I can exchange 2 lives." "No." Old man Gung suddenly dragged Linghua behind him again, and said with his chest puffed out, "You want to kill me? My daughter is not even 18 years old yet. Can you give her a chance to live? Before you came out, my daughter observed you and said that you are very sunny. Not like a cannibal, nor like a bad person who kills without blinking an eye. I trust my daughter's vision." For a long time, Xinyu looked at Linghua with some surprise when he heard it. And Linghua has been staring at him. Her eyes are still very clear. Xinyu looked at Linghua and asked, "Do you think I am not a bad person? Not like a cannibal?" "No. You are definitely not," Linghua replied firmly. "Why? How do I not look like a cannibal? You don't have that kind of ferocious color between your eyebrows." Chen Yu's eyes gradually became fierce. A murderous intent instantly filled his face, and his eyebrows revealed a cold chill. This is his other side. There is no humanity in his eyes. Old man Gung was so scared that his heart was in his throat. An invisible oppression made his legs tremble. Linghua was also frightened and her face turned pale. Her lips were bloodless. But she still gritted her teeth and trembled and said, "You have a lot of murderous intent. But there is still no ferocious color. I know you are not a cannibal. But you kill without blinking an eye." Whoa. She was frightened and started to cry. Finally, she hid behind old man Gung and started to cry. After all, she was only 17 years old. But Chen Yu was surprised. He noticed that Linghua had been describing that there was no ferocious color in his brows. What kind of description was this? There must be murderous intent between his brows now. This is not considered a ferocious color? Did this girl really see any color? Or was she just relying on a feeling? Chen Yu blinked and slowly returned to normal. Then he took back the shotgun and said lightly, "It seems that you have never used firearms. You can't even tell that I didn't open the safety." Old man Gung was stunned. Linghua also stopped crying and slowly looked up. As a result, she saw that Chen Yu had changed. He became calm and indifferent. Very sunny. And there was a warm look in his eyes. This change was too strange. How did he do it? Chen Yu stretched out his hand and waved at the two people. "Come over. Don't worry. I just want to get some food. I don't mean to hurt you." The father and daughter trembled. Really no intention of harming? Just now. He looked like he would pull the trigger in the next second. This man is too scary. Linghua observed carefully for a few more times. Suddenly wiped away her tears. Walked out from behind her father. And asked softly, "Are you a good person?" "Not really," Chen Yu replied calmly. "Then, are you a rational person?" "You hit the nail on the head. At least I think I am a rational person." Linghua breathed a sigh of relief. "I think so too." "So?" Chen Yu frowned and couldn't help wondering, "Can I tell that?" "I can." Linghua nodded. "Just like I can tell that you are not a cannibal. There is that color between your eyebrows." "What color?" Chen Yu asked. "It's a kind of black and red. Like the color of dried blood. I can see that color between some people's eyebrows." Chen Yu blinked and asked in confusion, "Is it a real color? Or is it something you imagined?" "Real colors. Only I can see them." "Why can you see them?" Linghua hesitated, looked back at her father, and then slowly said, "I don't know how I saw it. Anyway, I had a high fever a month and a half ago. And then I could see it." Chen Yu's eyes lit up immediately. "Is she developing superpowers? Did she accidentally eat a crystal core?" Chen Yu's interest came up, and he looked at Linghua and asked, "Why did you have a high fever? Did you eat something?" "Huh? How do you know?" Linghua said in surprise, "I did eat something I shouldn't eat." "What shouldn't I eat?" "My dad won't let me tell you." Linghua shook her head and said, "My dad said that thing was unlucky. My change may be a retribution from God." "God?" Chen Yu shook his head and laughed. "Where is God? I killed so many people. Why didn't God punish me?" "Linghua," Old man Gung said hoarsely, "Young man, there are gods above your head. This is actually a kind of punishment from heaven." Chapter 247 Attack. Chen Yu glanced at him. "You never went to school?" "Yes." "Okay. You are uneducated. I won't talk to you." Chen Yu looked at Linghua again. "Tell me. What did you eat? I want to hear it. If you tell the truth, I will treat you to rice with pork dregs. If you don't tell the truth, I will send you and your daughter to see God. You choose." Linghua was stunned. Then she said almost without hesitation, "I ate a weasel." "What did you eat?" Chen Yu was stunned. "I ate a weasel." "Chen Yu, eat a weasel?" Linghua told the story. A month and a half ago, Shunhe village took in a group of people. The group had nowhere to go and mistakenly entered Mao town, where they were attacked by the crazy mutant pig demon, resulting in heavy casualties. The villagers were very kind. They took in the remaining people and let them recover. Unexpectedly, the group accidentally learned that the villagers of Shunhe village all had granaries and became greedy. So they poisoned the few remaining villagers. Many villagers were poisoned to death. When they were discovered, the group also received the due punishment. Some died. Some escaped. Before escaping, someone set a fire and burned many granaries. Among them was Linghua's. After the granary was burned, Linghua and her daughter had a hard time for a few days. Without food, they could only hunt in the wild. One day, Linghua set a trap and caught a yellow fox. The yellow fox seemed to have mutated, with fangs all over its mouth and a violent temper. After being caught, it often made strange sounds like a baby crying. Old Man Gung didn't let them eat it at first. He said that the yellow fox had become a demon and couldn't be eaten. But Linghua, who was so hungry, didn't care about that. She killed it, peeled it, and ate its meat. She ate a big yellow fox for 3 days. In the end, she even ate its head. It was roasted raw. Linghua said that she ate the brain of the yellow fox, and it tasted very special. When he heard this, Chen Yu had a strange look on his face. He looked at Linghua and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl looks harmless, but she is really fierce. She ate her brain. It seems that she accidentally swallowed a crystal core. Maybe the crystal core was too small, so she didn't notice it at all. But there is no doubt that she must have activated some kind of supernatural power. She can see some colors that others can't see. She can judge good and bad luck. This ability is quite strange. Chen Yu suddenly became interested and wanted to study what other uses her ability has. Linghua is the first person he knows who accidentally ate a crystal core and activated supernatural powers. During the long period of time when the mutant beast tide appeared, people all over the country began to accidentally eat crystal cores and mutate. Some people have poor physiques and become monsters directly. Some people have good physiques and have various supernatural powers. However, due to their small number, and the fact that there is no communication and even no scientific research team, no one realizes that it is the crystal nuclei in the mutant animals that are causing trouble. Chen Yu made a decision and his expression became more friendly. He called the old man Gung and his daughter to his side, and then took out 2 large bowls, one for each of them, with steaming hot rice. Add some lard and sprinkle a handful of lard residue. He also took out a bottle of soy sauce from his backpack and poured a little more. This operation stunned the grandfather and the daughter. Is this young man so leisurely? He looked like he was traveling. There were seasonings in his bag. Soon, 2 bowls of rice with pork lard were ready. Chen Yu handed the 2 bowls of rice to the 2 people. Come on. Eat. Don't worry. I just need food. I'm not interested in killing people. Since you don't have food, forget it. I heard that the 2 who just left were the village chief and his son. Well, the village chief and his son are both cowards. Linghua cursed angrily, and then took the bowl of rice without hesitation. Seeing that her father was still on guard, she quickly took the bowl of rice and handed it to him. Hey, Dad, don't you trust my judgment the most? Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me to come out with you. Believe me, he is not a bad guy. Old Man Gung then took the bowl of rice hesitantly, smelling the aroma of rice mixed with lard residue. The rumbling sound in his stomach was like beating a drum. Chen Yu smiled and nodded. Eat. There are not many people left on the earth who can survive now. We are all survivors. As long as we have not lost our minds, we should help each other. Yes. 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 I like what you said. Linghua nodded repeatedly, then picked up the chopsticks and began to eat voraciously. While eating, she said, It's delicious. My dad also said it was a pig demon. I think it was a sow with genetic mutation. This pork lard mixed with rice is so delicious. Old Man Gung finally ate it. He devoured it. He didn't even bother to reply. Seeing the father and daughter eating, Chen Yu mixed a bowl of rice himself. In this world of ice and snow, eating a bowl of hot pork lard is really refreshing. So the 3 of them stopped talking. Concentrate on eating. They all ate very fast. After all, this is outdoors. Although there is a fire next to them, the rice will not taste good if it gets cold after a long time. Soon, a big bowl of mixed rice is ready. Linghua and her daughter ate with their mouths full of oil and felt comfortable all over. Put down the bowl. Old Man Gung finally sighed, looked at Chen Yu and said with emotion, Young man, thank you so much. We are living under someone else's roof, and we don't have enough to eat every day. Eat with the village chief? Chen Yu laughed. Yeah. There is no other way. There are only 9 families left in the village. The other families guarded the stored grain tightly, and would not let anyone take it away. The village chief was also thinking about my daughter, and wanted to find a marriage for his son before he died. So he reluctantly took us in. Linghua curled her lips. He is dreaming. Sooner or later, I will find something valuable to repay their family's favor. Let me marry Lu Monsong. That idiot? I might as well die. What's the point of living? Yu smiled and nodded. You have a promising future. Brother. Linghua suddenly looked at Yu and asked cautiously, I see you only have one backpack each. What's the use of a whole granary? You can't take it away. I can stay here. Yu smiled. Ah? You will stay here? Linghua was stunned. If necessary. You can stay here for a while. Linghua blinked and didn't say anything. I don't know what she was thinking about. At this time, Yu boiled a pot of water with the snow next to him and prepared to use the snow water to wash the dishes. Linghua suddenly asked again, Brother, this pig demon has a lot of meat. Can you give me half a pig's meat? Do you want to repay the favor? Yes. Linghua nodded. I don't want to owe the village chief's family a favor. Yu looked at her casually and said, It's the end of the world now. And you are still so trustworthy? Favors are invisible and intangible. So why do you have to repay them? If you don't repay them, can he still eat you? Can he report to the guards to arrest you? Chapter 248 Escape. I know what you mean. Linghua bit her lip and whispered, I can actually cheat. And no one can do anything to me. But I will feel uncomfortable. If I do that, I feel I can't speak loudly. Yu was quite surprised. This girl may have never lived outside. So it is rare that she still retains her personality and human dignity. There are advantages and disadvantages. It depends on how to guide. Yu likes this kind of people. He simply smiled and said, Little sister, you are quite interesting. Seeing that you are sincere, I can give you half a pig. The premise is that from today on, you have to stay with me. Ah? Linghua's face suddenly turned red. Old man Gung was even more alert. And he quickly stood up to protect his daughter and said anxiously, Young man, what do you want to do? Don't be nervous. Yu said leisurely, instead of being occupied by the stupid son of the village chief. Your daughter might as well follow me. She can have food if she follows me. You, 1 bag per person. Where can you have food? Old man Gung said anxiously. Although I am 1 bag per person now, I have also said that 2 lives are worth a granary. It just so happens that the village chief and his son are 2 lives. Old man Gung. Linghua. It's over. This person doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. Old man Gung was dumbfounded. The young man in front of him didn't seem as kind as he appeared. He still wanted the granary. But he set his sights on the village chief. What should he do? Linghua didn't look too nervous. She stared at Yu blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. Her face was flushed, and she bit her lips with her teeth, as if she was weighing something. After a while, she walked out from behind her father, looked at Yu and nodded seriously, Brother, I promise you. Linghua. What are you doing? Old man Gung was shocked. As a result, Linghua looked at her father calmly, Dad, we can't refuse him. He had a gun. But he spoke to us calmly. This is called courtesy before force. You know? Secondly, he invited us to dinner. And he didn't exchange our lives for the granary. This is called a favor. It's the end of the world now. Why don't you get wise? If they want to use force, shoot you and take me away. Who can resist us? Who among the remaining people in the village has the ability to kill the pig demon? No one. But he did it. And, most importantly, I would rather die than marry Lu Monsong. That idiot. What the hell is he? It would be strange if I could survive with him. The village chief is evil-minded, timid and power-hungry. If there is a chance, I will definitely leave Shunhe village. I would rather go out and be a lone traveler. Dad, I have made up my mind. Linghua said a lot in one breath, and finally came straight to Yu and said seriously, Brother, I promise you that from now on, I will always stay by your side. Yu glanced at her. How old are you? 17 years old. Are you in school? 3rd year of high school. I was supposed to take the college entrance examination this year. How are your grades? Linghua said proudly, I am the first in the whole grade in our town high school. In the provincial joint examination, I also ranked first. Oh, no wonder. Yu nodded suddenly. This girl speaks clearly and logically. And it is obvious that she is a very clear-headed girl. It is not surprising to have such results. Yu also has a heart of love for talent. This girl accidentally opened up her special ability. But she herself did not know it. If this ability is well explored, it will be very good. It can actually judge whether the target person is good or bad. This ability is quite rare. Besides, In a small place like Shunhe village, what is the use of having a granary? There are only 9 families left in the village. If another strong person like Qinyu knew that they had a granary, it would not take a minute to destroy these 9 families. It would be strange if they could survive. Sooner or later, the whole village would be massacred. So, just take Linghua away. This little girl has never lived outside. Although her personal ability is not good enough, her state of mind meets Qinyu's requirements. Very clean. That's enough. Personal ability can be cultivated. So Qinyu no longer hesitated and stood up and said, "Then it's a deal. Half of these porks are yours." "Thank you, big brother." Linghua was overjoyed and turned back to smile proudly at her father. Then she asked excitedly, "Big brother, what's your name?" "Chunyu." "Then I'll call you Brother Yu. Whatever you want to do." "Brother Yu, what are you going to do next?" Qinyu picked up his backpack and pulled out a huge sack from it. "Separate the pork. Take yours, and I'll take mine. I'll go into the village with you." "Then what?" Linghua blinked. "Then, you go and repay your favor, and I'll go and talk to the village chief about some business." Linghua asked cautiously, "You won't kill them?" I said, 2 lives and 1 granary. They have a granary, so they have lives. If there is no granary, then there is no life. Linghua scratched her head. "Forget it. I wish you the best. Anyway, the village chief's granary is full. Everyone knows how much grain his family has embezzled from the village over the years. Let him bleed a little." Old Huangshuren. So Linghua no longer cares about this kind of thing. She called her father and helped Qinyu divide the pork into 2 portions and pack them. After packing, Qinyu put away the other tools, kicked down the fire, put on his backpack and said calmly, "Let's go and take a look around your village." "Okay, let's go." Shunhe village is not far away. The 3 of them walked for more than 20 minutes and entered the village entrance. Along the way, Linghua and her daughter kept scolding the village chief. They didn't know at first that when Qinyu pointed a gun at them, the village chief and his son ran away. So when the 3 of them started walking toward Shunhe village, Linghua thought that the village chief and his son would still be waiting at the original place. Who would have thought that there was no one there? Old Man Gung was also angry and cursed. He basically had no thoughts about the village chief and his son. Let them cheat. It was better for them to be cheated than for her and her daughter to be cheated by them in the future. So, the 3 of them entered the village. Linghua led the way and passed through the village. Qinyu looked at the direction of travel and suddenly asked, "Do you live outside the village?" "Yes." Linghua nodded and carried the sack with her father with great effort. "We don't live in the village for a long time. There are many traps in the village. We all live in the granary." "Yes." Qinyu nodded. Routine operation. The villagers outside Yangpu town are not so smart. If they also lived in their own granaries, they would not have been massacred by Su Qing's cannibals. Generally, the granaries of such people are very secretive. Outsiders can't find them at all. That is the lifeblood of the villagers. Soon, they left the village. Chapter 249 Urgent Need to Save People. When the 3 men walked to a ridge several hundred meters away, Qinyu suddenly stopped and said lightly, "If those people dare to point bows and arrows at me, I might shoot." Linghua was stunned. She looked up and saw no one. But then she suddenly realized. Because there was a checkpoint in front of the villagers guarding the granary. There were people guarding there. Even if there were only the last 9 families left in Shunhe village, there were still a few strong men responsible for guarding the checkpoint to prevent anyone from accidentally breaking in. But how did Qinyu know that someone was hiding there? Linghua was suspicious and quickly put down the sack and winked at Old Man Gung. "Dad, go tell them." "Okay." Old Man Gung trotted over. There were 3 people guarding the earthen mound behind the ridge. They all held bows and arrows. It was very clear in Qinyu's mental map. A few minutes later, Old Man Gung came back. He was followed by 3 strong men. The 3 men came closer and carefully looked at the shotgun on Qinyu. Then took a look at Old Man Gung's sack. When they saw the pork, they were immediately delighted. "It's real. There's really meat. Wow. So much. Uncle Gung, these are all yours. Hurry up. Help carry them. Uncle Gung, you have to leave some for our family. Uncle Gung, I'll leave a little bit too. You know, I haven't eaten meat for a month." Several people made a noise. Then he took the initiative to lift the sack of Old Man Gung, turned around and ran away excitedly. Old Man Gung was so scared that he hurriedly chased after him. Behind him, Linghua looked at Chinyu and smiled. Brother you. Let's go. Yeah. Chinyu nodded. In his mental map, he had already figured out the situation in the valley. 9 families. A total of 37 people. There are quite a few granaries. It should be possible to loot them. Let's go. Chinyu followed Old Man Gung and his daughter into the valley. It's very hidden here. It's similar to the situation outside Yongpu town. If you are not a local, you can't find such a place. Who would have thought that the valley was hollowed out and full of granaries? As soon as the 3 people entered, the man carrying pork in front of them shouted loudly, Village Chief. Village Chief? Uncle Gung is back. And he brought back pork. It seems to be the meat of the pig demon. Much more. Ah? There is pork? There is meat? Quick! Go out and take a look. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen people rushed out from the hidden place inside. They were old and young. All surrounded the bag of pork. They were all excited. Just like the pigs slaughtered in the countryside during the new year. The main reason was that they hadn't eaten fresh meat for a long time. Now the surviving wild animals are basically mutated and difficult to catch. Some mutated animals are even extremely lethal. Humans have fallen to the bottom of the food chain. Even an ordinary old sow has become a powerful pig demon after mutation. Not only is its skin thick, but its attack power is extremely strong. Therefore, people can only eat food. Some families may have some long-cherished air-dried bacon and the like, which must be hidden. Once discovered, it will definitely be robbed. So when they heard that the pig demon was killed and there was fresh pork, everyone was excited. Everyone wanted to get a piece of the pie. So, the village chief also came out. His son also came out. The 2 stood outside the crowd, looking at Chinyu with a vigilant look. At this time, Linghua shouted and drove everyone away. Then walked to the village chief and said loudly, Village chief, this bag of pork is for you. What? The village chief was stunned. Give it to me? Yes, I give it to you. Really? The village chief slowly began to smile, somewhat surprised. What's going on? I and my son left them behind. So why did they give me so much fresh pork? Lu Monsong behind the village chief looked at Linghua in surprise. Linghua, have you changed your mind? And bring us so much meat? Are you dreaming? Linghua rolled her eyes at him with disgust, and then said loudly, Village chief, when my family's granary was burned, you helped me and my father. We, the Gung family, must repay this favor. These porks are to repay your favor. From now on, we owe each other nothing. What did you say? The village chief rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Linghua, you can't be a heartless person. I help you because it's urgent. Can your little pork be worth it? Let me tell you. Your father promised you and my son. No one can regret it. You? Linghua glared angrily. And when she was about to argue, Chinyu suddenly dragged her behind him impatiently, looked at the village chief, and said indifferently, Linghua's pork is also urgent. What kind of emergency rescue is this? The village chief glared. I don't lack food. You do? Chinyu walked over slowly, looked at him coldly and said, before in Mao Town, besides the Gung family father and daughter, there were you and your son. Right? You, what do you want to do? The village chief was a little scared, looked at the shotgun on Chinyu's back and said in a cowardly manner, we are just going to check it out. Chinyu had no expression on his face. He suddenly took off the shotgun from his body and pointed it directly at the village chief's head. In a blink of an eye, there was a commotion behind him. Someone screamed and ran back to the hiding place. Someone shouted and raised his weapon at Chinyu. The scene was in chaos. The village chief was so scared that his legs went weak and his face turned pale. He shouted in horror, young man. You can't. Old Gung. Old Gung. What's going on? Linghua. You can't cheat your future father-in-law. Bah. Who are you? Future father-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. Linghua said unhappily. At this time, Chinyu said indifferently, village chief, you have heard it clearly. My rule is half a bag of pork for 2 lives. So the lives of old man Gung and his daughter Linghua are already mine. Ah? The village chief's face became paler and paler. His son Lu Monsong took 2 steps back. His calves softened, and he sat on the ground. Chinyu looked back at the people behind him and said with cold eyes, whoever points a weapon at me again, I will kill him. The people behind him were so scared that they put away their weapons and ran away. The main reason was that their weapons were sticks, machetes, pickaxes, hoes and the like. They just subconsciously picked up weapons for self-defense. But if there was a real conflict, how could they fight against a shotgun? The village chief finally gave in. He looked at Xinyu with a sad face and said anxiously, "Young man, let's talk it over. I'll give you whatever you want. It's very simple. I want all the granaries in your family in exchange for the lives of your family members. It's a fair trade. No cheating." "What?" The village chief was stunned. "Want granaries? All of them?" Xinyu suddenly loaded the shotgun. There was a click. The village chief was so scared that he yelled, "Okay. Okay. I'll change it. Just change it." Xinyu slowly walked to the village chief, looked into his eyes and whispered, "Remember, it's all the granaries. If one is missing, I'll break your dick. Don't dare. Don't dare." The village chief collapsed. Chapter 250 Regret. So, Xinyu put a gun to his head and asked him to lead the way to his family's granary. Old Man Geng and Linghua both looked strange. All the granaries were robbed? Didn't they say one granary before? The two of them didn't dare to speak, they could only follow. All the remaining people hid. Every family was terrified. After robbing the village chief's house, would they let other families go? What to do? The key is, why does he need so many granaries by himself? Is he going to live here for a long time? Is it safe to live with such a vicious person? For a moment, more than 30 people from 9 families all felt that a disaster was coming. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of the village chief, Xinyu entered their granary. Wow! It's really big. There are 8 granaries in total. Big and small. At the innermost side of the valley. The village chief regretted it so much. At the beginning, he wanted to save trouble. So he built all 8 granaries together. Unlike other families, whose granaries were actually built separately, he was just afraid of something happening. Now, they are all occupied. But the village chief was not completely desperate. 8 granaries. Thousands of tons of food. Even if they were all given to him, how could he take them away? He still had to stay here. As long as he was here, he would be killed sooner or later. He doesn't sleep? He doesn't go to the toilet? He doesn't eat? He will be poisoned to death. The village chief had thoughts of revenge in his mind. But he put on an embarrassed smile on his face, and willingly handed over the keys to the granary. Xinyu checked all the granaries by himself and locked the doors again. When he came out again, there were only a few of them left outside. The other villagers didn't know where they had hidden. Xinyu walked up to the village chief, finally put away his gun, and said lightly, "What do you say now? Are you short of food?" "Yes, I am." The village chief nodded awkwardly. "Does Linghua count as an emergency rescue?" "Yes." "Okay. Then their favor has been repaid." "Right." The village chief nodded repeatedly. "It's paid off." "It's paid off." Xinyu nodded and said gently, "It's good that it's paid off. We are all reasonable people. Even if the end of the world is coming, our humanity cannot be annihilated. Linghua is a principled person. She doesn't want to use force to force you to repay your favor. Now everyone is happy." After saying that, he ignored the village chief and walked to Linghua and asked, "Do you want to follow me?" "Yes." Linghua nodded and agreed without thinking. "Okay. You and your daughter follow me." Xinyu turned and left. Linghua quickly grabbed her father and left in a hurry with Xinyu. Behind him, the village chief had a dull look on his face. "I'm fucking you. You idiot. You're holding a gun to my head. And you're still talking to me about reason? Do you think I'm a fool?" Xinyu led Linghua and her father out of the valley again. The 3 of them came to the edge of the village. After stopping, Linghua looked back several times, and suddenly looked at Xinyu and said, "Brother, aren't you guarding those granaries? I can guarantee that the village chief will steal grain from them when you're not there." "Linghua." Xinyu acted as if he didn't hear it, just looked at Linghua seriously and said, "Do you want to leave here with me and go north?" "Ah? Go north? Where to?" Linghua was stunned. "Go to Tibet." "Tibet?" "Yes. It will be the last home of Xia. Want to go with me?" Linghua said nothing and looked back at her father. Old Man Geng kept staring at the direction of the call, not knowing what he was thinking. Linghua hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Brother, it may take thousands of kilometers to get to Tibet from here. How can we go such a long distance? My father and I are not afraid of hardship. But the road is too dangerous. Don't you think it's dangerous to stay here?" Xinyu said lightly, "You told me before that the villagers had a conflict with some outsiders. Some of the group died and some escaped. Is that right? Yes. Linghua nodded. Believe me, they will come back. And they will bring more people next time. Do you know why? Linghua's face turned pale. Nodding slowly. Because of food? Yes. Xinyu said with certainty. If you want to keep the food here, you must open your eyes to God. If you stay, you will die sooner or later. Now is the Doomsday. You can't survive if you don't have the ability to survive. Linghua didn't say anything and looked at her father again. At this time, Old Man Gung finally turned around and sighed softly. It's the truth. Linghua. Dad doesn't have any ideas. You know. You decide everything. Daddy's only goal in the future is to protect you. Linghua was hesitant when she heard that. She was originally worried that her father didn't want to leave the place where he was born and raised. After all, this is his home. But now that her father took the initiative to say this, for the young and lively Linghua, it would naturally be better to follow Xinyu. So Linghua looked at Xinyu excitedly. Brother Yu, I've decided to follow you. Okay. Xinyu nodded with relief. He actually cared about Linghua's ability. He could study it carefully. Maybe it would be a very good ability in the future. Xinyu let out a long sigh, looked at Linghua and Old Man Gung and smiled. Since it has been decided, let's set off without delay. Leave now? Linghua asked anxiously. What about the granaries at the village chief's house? It doesn't matter. Xinyu smiled and said. Do you think I can move the grain from 8 granaries by myself? No. Linghua wilted. So leave immediately. You two probably don't have much left. Just follow me. Don't worry. I can still provide food in the short term. Let's go. Linghua and her father looked at each other. Then, they looked back at the valley and the village at the same time. They knelt on the ground at the same time and kowtowed to the land that gave them life. Then, they stood up and followed Xinyu without hesitation. In the valley, other residents came out again. They all wanted to see how the village chief would react. The village chief also had a grim expression on his face. He stood next to the bag of pork, and he had to guard it well. The granary was gone, and this bag of pork was their family's last property. Soon, the village chief's tigress and 2 old people came out, knowing that their granary had been robbed. It was all over. The 2 old people and their wives all sat on the ground and cried loudly, crying and wiping their tears. This miserable howl. Lu Monsong also kept cursing the sky and the earth. At this time, a strong man who had been guarding the outside of the valley came to the village chief and whispered, Village chief, what are you going to do? What's going on? The village chief glared. Thousands of tons of food. Can he move them all? He has to live here. Right? You bastards. Help me out in the future. Find a time. I will kill him. Okay. Village chief. Give me some of your pork. I will help you kill him. You bastard. You still want my pork. Chapter 251. No one obeys him. The village chief was so angry that he kicked him and cursed. Work for me first. Bring 2 people, and quickly carry some food from the granary for me. Move out all the wine and bacon I have hidden. You are so stingy. And you still want to work? The strong man's face turned black, and he dodged with curses. You are still acting like a village chief. You dare not fart even when someone points a gun at your head. Why are you pretending to be with us? Go move it yourself. Who will work for you? After saying that, he turned around and left. The village chief was dumbfounded. It's over. After this incident, no one obeyed him. What to do? The village chief turned around and rushed to his family and cursed. Okay. Stop crying. Hurry up. I'll pry the door open. And you two can move some things out together. Son, you look so cowardly. Get up. Go move the wine. Lu Monsong stood up quickly. Dad. What if he finds out? Asshole. How does he know what's in the granary? You have a pig's brain. Hurry up. Just as the village chief finished speaking, a man ran over from a distance outside and shouted, Village chief. Village chief. That kid and the old Gung family father and daughter seemed to have left. What? The village chief was shocked and said in astonishment, What did you say? Left? What do you mean? What do you mean by left? Left means, left the village. The village chief blinked. Going out hunting? I don't know. The strong man shook the telescope. I have been watching with the telescope. And it seems that they walked around the village and went directly to the highway. Huh? The village chief's heart was pounding. And he said in surprise, Walk so far? Good. Move quickly. After that, He looked at the strong man and said anxiously, "Go and tell the other families to go to my granary to help. Move as much as you can. Before they come back, I will share some of the things they move out. And I will give you half of this pork." Village chief. This is what you said. The strong man ran away quickly. It's a bastard not to take advantage of the opportunity. The village chief's family is rich. And there are actually a lot of good wines hidden in the granary. There are also bacon and pickled goods. We have to share as share. So, in less than 10 minutes, more than 20 people came. Men and women. As long as they were not old, weak, sick or disabled. Basically everyone came. They all wanted to take advantage. The village chief was so angry that he kept cursing. This bunch of idiots. There was nothing he could do. The most important thing now was to move more food. So he didn't care too much and hurriedly led people to his own granary. He had a spare key on him. So he didn't care about giving the key to Chinyu at all. He quickly opened the door of granary number 1. Stood at the door. Pointed at the inside and said to everyone, "Go and move. Try to pick the expensive ones to move." So the people outside rushed in. The village chief was ecstatic. A little brat. Playing this trick on me. Just when the village chief was feeling proud, he suddenly realized that it was quiet inside. No sound at all. "What are you doing? Are you moving or not?" The village chief walked in and shouted loudly, "Hurry up. What are you doing? Don't you know that time is precious? What if that kid..." The village chief suddenly froze. Shit! The granary was empty. There was nothing. Everyone was in a daze. As if they had seen a ghost. The village chief suddenly became alert. Turned around and ran out. Quickly opened the doors of other granaries and rushed in. As a result, all the granaries were empty. Thousands of tons of grain disappeared out of thin air. 8 granaries. All empty. The village chief's mind went blank. A huge fear enveloped his whole body. What the hell? It must be a ghost. Suddenly, the village chief felt a sharp pain in his chest. A suffocating feeling made him grab his chest painfully and slowly collapse to the ground. Faintly, he seemed to hear his son's screams. Then, his world was completely black. Someone rushed in from outside, frantically touched the artery on the side of his neck, and after a long time, he looked up and murmured, "The village chief is dead." /in/n on the side of the highway. Old Man Gung and Linghua finally came up. The two of them walked slowly, but Chinyu walked fast. So they got on the highway in advance and released Night 15 in a place where they couldn't see. Therefore, when the two of them got on the side of the highway, they were shocked to find that there was a car parked not far ahead. Chinyu was standing next to the car. Linghua murmured in surprise, "No way. Does he have another car?" "No way." Old Man Gung shook his head and said, "It's been a long time since we saw a car passing by on the road." The two ran closer with full of doubts. Chinyu directly stretched out his hand to open the door. "Get in the car." Linghua was overjoyed. "Brother you. Can this car still be driven?" "Yes." Chinyu nodded. "Oh my god. There is a car that can be driven. You are so amazing. Brother you. I almost forgot what it feels like to ride in a car." Linghua dragged her father into the car quickly. Chinyu did not hesitate. Sat in the driver's seat. Fastened his seatbelt. Started the car. Shifted gears. Stepped on the clutch. And stepped on the accelerator. The car body shook and started slowly. Linghua cheered immediately. "Wow. It really started. So cool. Brother you. You are really amazing. Where did you find this car?" "In Jiangcheng." Chinyu drove the car and continued to go north along the highway. Old Man Gun also touched the seat happily. Sighed and said, "I thought I would never have the chance to ride a car again in this life." "Old man, have you never left the village in the past 6 months?" "Yes." Old Man Gung sighed, "Because everyone in our village has stored food in granaries. We were able to hide in the early days. Your village's food cannot be kept. Once the news leaks out, you will become a target sooner or later." "Alas." Old Man Gung sighed. In fact, he had already realized it. At this time, owning a granary is equivalent to owning a huge time bomb. A man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. Once outsiders know about it, just wait for the village to be massacred. At this time, Linghua suddenly climbed from the back seat to the front passenger seat. Looking outside with excitement, "Brother you. Have you always lived alone?" "Not really. Some of my friends have already left for Tibet." "Oh. So are you going after them?" "Yes." Linghua blinked. "Brother you. Can you teach me how to shoot? Yes. Really? Linghua said excitedly. Don't you think about it? Don't you think I'm still young? I'm not even 18 yet. Linghua. There are no rules now. Xinyu glanced at her. Since I want to keep you with me, I will naturally teach you how to use firearms. Many times, you still have to live on your own. Yes. There's no problem with me and my dad. Linghua was full of confidence. Xinyu didn't continue the topic, but asked casually, Linghua, tell me about the strange colors you can see on people's faces. Chapter 252 Insidious. Oh. This. Linghua scratched her head, thought for a while, and said, I don't know how to say it. Anyway, you can see the color of many people's faces at a glance. It is mainly concentrated in the middle of the eyebrows. But some people's color is concentrated on the forehead. Anyway, it's basically on the face. The types of colors are also quite complicated. For example, some people's color is black and red. I can basically judge that they are definitely inhumane. Some people's color is yellow. Very gentle. Like my father and many people in the village. But the village chief's color is quite strange. It is blue. I always feel that people with green are very sinister. Xinyu asked in confusion, what is my color? Yours? Linghua looked at Xinyu with interest. Brother you. Your color is so complicated. It's a bit like 7 colors. 7 colors? Xinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is he so complicated? Linghua nodded. Yes. It's like 7 colors. Many colors are mixed together. But when you scared me before, the 7 colors turned into blood red. This shows that you are really a person who kills without blinking an eye. Am I right? Yes. Xinyu didn't deny it. In order to survive, I have killed many people. So it's very strange. Because the color of your face is actually yellowish. And it also has a little pink. Xinyu asked in confusion, what does pink represent? This? Linghua scratched her head and suddenly blushed. I've only seen it on Lu Monsong's face. Lu Monsong? The stupid son of the village chief? Yes. Linghua blushed and said, when he has thoughts about me, it will be pink. Ahem. Xinyu coughed twice. What the hell? Linghua blushed and explained, brother you. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I have that kind of dirty thoughts. This pink may represent feelings. Because Lu Monsong is indeed interested in me. Oh! Xinyu suddenly realized. That's right. Although he has killed many people, he has not lost his mind. He still has feelings deep in his heart. At least for Fang Jing. He does not deny that he has feelings. Linghua continued to explain, brother you. The colors I can see seem to be quite mixed. Because the time is short. I am constantly summarizing myself. Sometimes I suddenly see a new color. And I don't know what it means. Got it. Xinyu nodded. Linghua. Your ability should be related to the mutant weasel you ate. I thought so too. Linghua said helplessly. I don't know if this ability will have any side effects. But there is nothing we can do now. We can only take it one step at a time. Don't worry. There will be no danger for the time being. But if one day you feel a headache when using this ability, then don't use it anymore. Oh! Linghua blinked. Brother you. After the headache, will I die? No. How do you know? Just trust me. Linghua nodded vigorously. I believe you. Brother you. Although your colors are complicated and sometimes scary, I am willing to believe you. This is an intuition. Uh-huh. Just believe me. Xinyu pointed to the big backpack behind him. There is water there. If you are thirsty, take it yourself. But remember, water resources are very precious. Don't waste it. I know. Brother you. Linghua smiled sweetly, and quickly turned back to ask her father to get a bottle of water. The father and daughter drank a little less. Xinyu still likes such a rule-abiding person. Linghua is spiritual and very smart. Old man Gung is a man of few words, but relatively honest. And there is nothing offensive about him. That's enough. Linghua's ability must be developed well. At dusk, Xinyu's car stopped outside Xiaocheng city in the north of Jiangcheng. As night fell, the sky became gloomy again. The cold wind howled, and the temperature dropped sharply. Xinyu pulled out 2 sets of thick cotton clothes from the trunk and put them on Linghua and her daughter. No need to rush at night. Xiaocheng is the nearest city to the north of Jiangcheng, a small third-tier city. The city is not big, but it is relatively prosperous. Xinyu didn't know what the situation was in the city, and he didn't plan to enter the city, because there were many mutant animals in the city, which could easily cause trouble. The main purpose now is to hurry. It would be best if we could catch up with Jiangcheng and the others as soon as possible. So, sleep outside the city for a night. Tomorrow we will pass through the city during the day and continue to rush to Tibet along the highway. There is a tourist attraction about 1 kilometer outside Xiaocheng. There is a farmhouse there. Qinyu drove the car to the farmhouse and parked it. Then asked Gung Lao and his daughter to get off the car first and go to the farmhouse to explore. He went to collect the car. Gung Lao was a little worried. He looked at Qinyu and whispered, "Xiaocheng, we have never lived outside, so we have no experience. Otherwise, let's go together." "Old man, no one is born a hunter. They are all trained." Qinyu casually pulled out 2 weapons from the car. A police telescopic stick and a sheathed tang sword, which is the kind of blade that is not for sale. In fact, he had already checked the surroundings through the mental map, and there were no survivors living nearby. So he asked them to go first. Generally, for people like them who have never lived outside, psychological construction is the first priority. They must be ruthless. Let them have the awareness of risking their lives. As for weapons, they were randomly pulled out from space. Linghua was quite wild and courageous. She took the tang sword directly and whispered to Old Man Gung, "Dad, we have hands and feet. We must learn survival skills. We can't always rely on Brother Yu. What if he leaves for something one day? Will we still be dead? Since we are out, we must be prepared." Alas! Old Man Gung took the telescopic stick. He looked at the woman and sighed helplessly. In fact, he was not afraid of death. He was afraid that his daughter would be in danger, and he could not solve it. But there was no way out now. "Let's go!" So, Old Man Gung tried the telescopic stick twice, and followed his daughter carefully towards the farmhouse. Qinyu looked at the backs of the 2 people and smiled slightly. Those who can catch his eye are basically not lazy, and only rely on others. This is the most basic condition. After the 2 people walked away, Qinyu directly put the car into the space. Then he picked up the backpack, put on the shotgun, and followed with big strides. The farmhouse is quite large. It is in the form of a holiday villa. At least there are no living people within a diameter of 4 kilometers. As for mutant animals, that's inevitable. Fortunately, there are no mutant creatures that form groups. They just survive alone. Generally, this kind of threat is not great. Soon, the 3 people entered the villa. Standing in the square and looking around, all places were covered with heavy snow. That's good. At least you can't see those dilapidated ruins and rotting corpses, which makes people feel less depressed. Qinyu pointed to the house near the door. "Let's stay there for 1 night. No need to go inside. Save trouble." Chapter 253 Mutant Dog. "Okay." Old Man Gung nodded quickly. He was nervous the whole time. He held the telescopic stick tightly in his right hand, and his finger bones were frozen white. Linghua was relatively relaxed. I don't know if she was brave or she thought Qinyu would help her anytime and anywhere. The 3 of them walked towards the big bungalow on the right side of the door. When they were about to reach the door, Qinyu suddenly slowed down. The father and son in front of him didn't notice anything and continued walking. Arrived at the door, Linghua was smart enough to grab her father next to her, and then gently knocked on the door handle with a tang sword. Ding ding ding. The sound was not loud, but it was also quite harsh. As a result, just after knocking, there was a sudden bang from the door, and then a roar like a beast was heard. Linghua screamed in fear and quickly followed her father to retreat. Creak! The door opened. A huge, skinny dog slowly walked out from inside. A mutant dog. It had a mouth full of sharp fangs and was the size of a calf. The terrifying thing was that its tongue was split and covered with spikes, and many thin whiskers extended from the top. It was disgusting to look at. Old Man Gung and Linghua had rarely seen such things, so they were really shocked. Cold sweat came down all over their bodies. Both of them froze. Linghua tightly grasped her father's arm. Old Man Gung slowly squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. Xiaocheng. Hurry up and shoot it. No, Qinyu said with a relaxed look at the back. Try not to shoot if you can. These things come in groups. If you shoot, maybe hundreds of these things will run out. Ah? Old Man Gung was dumbfounded. Isn't that the end? Can you deal with such a big monster with the tools in your hands? The mutant dog is very fierce. Standing at the door, the body slowly crouched. The ferocious blood-red animal eyes stared at the 3 people. and had already made an attacking posture. Old Man Gung saw that Qianyu had no intention of shooting. So he gritted his teeth, snatched the Tang sword from Linghua, and laid his hands horizontally. Fight! For his daughter. He had to fight no matter what. Seeing that the mutant dog was about to attack, Qianyu, who was standing behind, suddenly turned cold, and his supernatural power was instantly activated. Those eyes seemed to carry invisible murderous aura. The mutant dog could naturally sense the crisis. It was stunned for a moment. At the same time, Old Man Gung also risked his life, holding the Tang sword and roaring suddenly. And then, he was about to rush forward. The mutant dog was already frightened by the murderous aura and eyes of Qianyu. Hearing Old Man Gung's roar suddenly, it was so scared that it quickly shrank its neck, tucked its tail and howled, turned its head and ran away quickly. He ran away so fast. Old Man Gung was stunned. Linghua was also dumbfounded. The father and daughter looked at each other, not knowing what happened. They were standing in front, so they naturally didn't see the changes in Qianyu. Old Man Gung thought he had scared the mutant dog. He let out a long sigh and looked at his daughter in confusion. Daughter, was Dad just so scary? This? Linghua scratched her head. It seems okay. Anyway, you suddenly yelled and scared me. Then the dog must have been scared. It should be. Huh? It's okay. It's okay. I was so nervous. Dad? You're awesome. Hee hee. Not bad. Your dad isn't old enough to be bullied. That's right. Look at who my dad is. My dad has been a production model in Shunhe village for 10 consecutive years. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Behind the two, Qianyu also smiled and said nothing. In fact, he had never thought of letting the father and daughter fight the mutant animals directly. The success rate is too low. The first problem now is to build up their confidence and courage to survive outside. This is the important thing. It's just a mutant dog. Qianyu can scare it away with his murderous aura. It's nothing. It was just a good start. Although Old Man Gung is honest in character, he will burst out with amazing fighting power and courage when it comes to his daughter's safety. Not bad. I can rest peacefully tonight. In the evening, a bonfire was lit in the farmyard. The three of them simply made some food and had a dinner. After dinner, Linghua collected all the bedding in the farmyard and spread it thickly on the 3 beds in the room for easy sleeping at night. It is now more than 20 degrees below zero outside. There is no heating in the room, so we can only rely on the fire to keep warm. And we have to prevent carbon dioxide poisoning. So a window in the bathroom is always open. The conditions are very difficult. But at least it was better than eating outside in the open air and being buried in the snow. Qianyu never helped. He just watched Linghua busying around silently. Strictly speaking, Linghua and Old Man Gung came from a relatively comfortable environment. No matter how poor the granary in the village was, it was still equivalent to their own home, with all the conditions complete and considered very comfortable. But it was not so comfortable outside. You have to adapt. Soon, the beds were made. Old Man Gung went out again and dragged a lot of tables, chairs and benches from the next room, kicked them all into pieces, and set up a fire. He was not going to sleep at night, to prevent the 3 people from carbon dioxide poisoning. This kind of thing is no joke. Although the bathroom window is always open to ensure air circulation, it is better to be safe than sorry. Old Man Gung, wrapped in a cotton coat, sat on the sofa in the living room, looked at Qianyu and Linghua and said, "You go to sleep. I'll keep watch." Qianyu was not polite. He took off his clothes and got into the quilt on the bed. Linghua looked at her father and said with concern, "Dad, if you feel sleepy in the second half of the night, you can wake me up. I will sleep for a while." "It's okay. You go to sleep." Old Man Gung smiled honestly. "It's no big deal for your father to stay up all night. Then I'll go to sleep first." Linghua sat on the bed and took off her coat naturally, wearing only autumn clothes and autumn pants. He quickly got into the quilt. None of the 3 people spoke. Qianyu closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. His mental map has expanded. There are no living people within a radius of 4 kilometers. And there are some mutant animals wandering around, similar to the mutant dog. Qianyu didn't take it seriously. Suddenly, Linghua next to him whispered, "Brother, are you asleep?" "Not yet." Qianyu closed his eyes and replied, "Brother, tell us about the precautions for survival outside." "Okay." Qianyu didn't refuse, and casually told her some things about survival outside, including the current situation in the outside world. They need to understand what the situation is outside now. There are fewer and fewer humans. There are more and more mutant animals. There are fewer and fewer survival supplies. But there are more and more cannibals. People are facing more severe challenges to survival. Chapter 254 Survival Supplies. To survive and stay rational, you need a very firm belief. As she listened, Linghua was actually excited. She turned around and lay on the bed, propped up with her arms, her two big eyes sparkling, looking at Xinyu and whispered, "Brother Yu, have you survived alone outside for a long time?" About that, Xinyu also opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. In his previous life and this life, his experience in surviving in the wild is unmatched. He can even find survival supplies in a deadly place, and find a way to escape when a beast tide sieges the city. He has experienced too much. Just talking about some experience can benefit people a lot. Not to mention Linghua, a newbie. Linghua's eyes were full of admiration. Just like Dong Qiulei at the beginning. Old man Gung, who was sitting in the living room, saw that the two people had no intention of sleeping. So he simply picked up the tang sword beside him and drew it out of the sheath. This knife is very sharp. Scary sharp. In the past peaceful times, there were also tang swords sold online. But those were not sharpened. Otherwise you couldn't sell them at all. It is a controlled knife. But Xinyu's tang sword is very sharp. It can be said to be the kind that can cut hair with a blow. Old man Gung didn't know that Xinyu took it out of the space casually, and thought he used this kind of tang sword as a weapon. After fiddling with it for a while, he suddenly asked, "Xiaocheng, can you kill the mutant dog just now with this tang dao?" "Yes." Xinyu looked up at him and said, "This is a tang horizontal sword, and the blade is open. It is incomparably sharp. It is more suitable for chopping than ordinary mountain knives and big chopping knives." "Oh," Old man Gung asked with interest, "Xiaocheng, do you know Kung Fu? I don't think I have seen anyone use this kind of knife as a weapon. It also has a scabbard." Xinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where did he get the Kung Fu from? It was just taken out casually without thinking too much. At this time, Linghua looked at her father excitedly. "Dad, you should learn it well. I think the Tang Dao is so beautiful. You can use it as a weapon. Brother Yu, can you give that sword to my father?" "Sure," Xinyu replied casually. Old man Gung smiled and said, "Xiaocheng, thank you. Old man, I have to remind you," Xinyu said slowly, "this weapon is suitable for close combat. But your physical strength is limited by your age, which is not suitable for close combat. You might as well learn how to use a bow and arrow or a crossbow." "That's right." Old man Gung nodded and said, "When I was in Shunhe village before, I actually practiced bows and arrows, and my accuracy was pretty good. I'll find a way to make a bow tomorrow if I have a chance." "Dad, I'll help you," Linghua said quickly. "Give me one when the time comes." "Okay." The father and daughter were very motivated. Xinyu was very pleased. Let them do whatever they wanted. Although there were both military crossbows and ancient ethnic longbows in the space, there were plenty of cold weapons. But if they wanted to do it, they could also improve their hands-on skills. Very good. Xinyu was relaxed and talked a lot with the father and daughter. Finally, they talked until more than 11 o'clock in the evening. And then, they officially went to bed. No words all night. Old man Gung really sat all night and didn't sleep. This old man is in high spirits. Early the next morning, Xinyu woke up early. After getting dressed and getting out of bed, she walked out alone. Soon, Linghua woke up, got dressed, and asked her father to go to bed for a nap. She prepared to make some breakfast. About half an hour later, Xinyu came back from outside, holding a mutant dog in his hand. The body? Linghua was shocked. She looked at the body in Xinyu's hand in surprise and said, "Brother Yu, did you kill it? Well, you may have to stay another day today." Xinyu casually threw the body of the mutant dog on the ground. "What's wrong?" Linghua asked in confusion. "It snowed outside again in the second half of last night. It snowed heavily. The road was completely blocked. The road is not suitable for driving. So it's not suitable for rushing. So stay for one more day to see." "Oh!" Linghua immediately became excited. "That's great. My father and I will find a way to make 2 bows. It's up to you." Xinyu pointed outside. "But I warn you in advance that there are about 17 or 18 mutant dogs in this holiday villa. And there seem to be a few monkeys running out of the mountains." "Monkeys?" Linghua widened her eyes. "Yes. They have also mutated. Their IQ is not low. So, we are outsiders, and have invaded their territory. They are aggressive towards us. So we have to be extra careful. Linghua nodded, secretly shocked. Mutated monkey? Would it be difficult to deal with? The smell of barbecue slowly drifted out of the room. The mutant dog was dealt with by Xinyu yesterday. So the three of them roasted a dog leg. Xinyu brought a lot of seasonings with him. So the smell of roasted dog legs was so fragrant that it really made Linghua and her father and daughter greedy. After roasting, the three of them ate with relish. Linghua and Old Man Gung had never thought that following Xinyu would make them feel so safe. He went out for a walk in the morning and actually killed such a fierce big guy, solved a hidden danger, and ate such a delicious dog leg. It's so cool. After dinner, Old Man Gung immediately started to act. To make a good bow, material selection is the key. There is a bamboo forest outside the farmhouse. It is not small. It is also a famous scenic spot for listening to the waves in the bamboo sea. Old Man Gung took Linghua to the bamboo forest to collect materials, and Xinyu followed them. The three of them left the room, walked out of the villa at 440, and rushed to the edge of the bamboo forest. It snowed heavily last night, and there was really a thick layer of snow outside. The deepest layer was above the waist. The father and daughter were very interested, and they entered the bamboo forest to start selecting materials and cutting bamboo. Xinyu stood outside and observed the surroundings. 10 minutes later, when bamboos began to collapse inside, Xinyu suddenly frowned and turned to look in the direction of the city. A continuous roar seemed to be heard in the distance. At the same time, someone escaped from the city. It was probably the beast tide attacking the surviving humans. The group that escaped was not small. More than 20 people. While fleeing, they defended and counterattacked. But the number was decreasing. Xinyu monitored through the mental map. After struggling desperately, the group finally slowly got rid of the beast tide and escaped 7 or 8 people. These 7 or 8 people also had means. They escaped on horses. The horses they rode also looked mutated, but they could actually be used as mounts, which made Xinyu curious. You know, the beast tide was rampant. Almost all animals were mutated. Once mutated, their temperament changed drastically. They were brutal and cruel, and they loved to eat humans. Why can their mutated horses still be tamed? Is it a problem of breed or people? Could it be that some of them accidentally ate crystal cores and activated their abilities? In the mental map, Chapter 255 want to start a war. The remaining 8 people galloped on horseback, slowly approaching the direction of the holiday villa on the road. Behind them, there were still a dozen mutant wild dogs chasing them endlessly. At a certain moment, the person who fell behind turned back and fired several shots. Now they were closer, and when they fired, the Old Man Gung and his daughter in the bamboo forest finally heard the sound and ran out in fear. Xiaocheng, I think I heard gunshots? Brother, is there a gunshot? The father and daughter rushed to Xinyu at the same time. Xinyu looked back at the direction of the road and nodded, yes. There is a gunshot. It came from the direction of the city. Maybe someone is coming. What should we do? They have guns. Old Man Gung was a little anxious. It's okay. You guys do your own thing. They have guns. And so do we. They probably want to hide here. We have to see if we can coexist peacefully. Xinyu took off the shotgun on his back, opened the safety, and loaded the bullet. Linghua hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, Brother, can you do it alone? Don't worry. I know what to do. Go in and hide. Xinyu walked forward for a distance without looking back. Linghua saw that she had to pull her father into the bamboo forest again. About 17 or 18 minutes later, there was a sound of cheering in the distance. There was also the sound of horses neighing. 8 tall horses came down from the road and headed straight for the resort. Xinyu kept staring at them. When he saw the mutant horses with his own eyes, he was stunned for a moment. What the hell? What kind of operation is this? All the mutant horses were blindfolded, and there seemed to be a pole tied to their heads, and a piece of meat was hanging under the pole. The meat was dangling in front of the horse's head. Xinyu looked at it with a strange look on his face. This situation can roughly infer that these people did not control the mutant horses because of activating their superpowers, but used some kind of taming method to control these mutant horses. It's an interesting method. Who came up with it? Isn't this person a genius? Soon, the horses rushed to a place about 50 meters in front of Xinyu and stopped one after another. Xinyu was holding a shotgun in his hand. These people had to stop. In fact, they also had guns. It's just that their guns were relatively backward. There were old 79-style rifles, double-barreled hunting rifles, and a few people holding small pistols, which were retired police small-caliber ones. They were not very powerful. It was okay to hit people. It was nonsense to fight against the beast tide. The shotgun in Chen Yu's hand was much more powerful than their guns. So the 8 people stopped. The guns in their hands were all pointed at Chen Yu. Chen Yu dodged and hid behind the old tree next to him. The two sides confronted each other. Among the 8 people, the man who looked like the leader shouted, "Come out, friend." Chen Yu hid behind the tree, leaned against the trunk and said lazily, "Want to start a war? You can try. Fuck. I'll kill you, son of a bitch." A bald man next to the leader was covered in blood and was very excited. He raised his shotgun and pointed it at Chen Yu and was about to shoot. "Hey, don't do it." The leader turned around and glared at the bald man. "Brother Xiao, put down the gun, idiot." The leader was very calm. He turned around and looked at the bald man and whispered, "You haven't figured out the identity of the other party. What are you doing? The shotgun he has is the most advanced model of the military, and it is very powerful. You stay away." The bald man opened his mouth, but didn't dare to say anything and put down his gun angrily. The leader was silent for a moment, and waved his hand behind him, "Put down your guns." The people behind him slowly put down their guns. The leader shouted to the tree, "Friends, we have just been attacked by a beast tide. We just want to come here to hide. As long as you are not a cannibal, there is no need for us to conflict." Behind the tree, Chen Yu replied casually, "Coincidentally, I thought so too. If you are not a cannibal, I would not be so nervous. Friends, we are not cannibals. We are the survivors of Xiaocheng. Alas, in just 2 months, we were slowly forced out of the city by the beast tide in the city." The leader sighed. "Just now, the last base was also forced to abandon. All the supplies were left in the city. So my brother is a little emotional." Chen Yu blinked and slowly walked out from behind the tree. At the same time, he put the shotgun back on his back. Looking at the leader carefully, he said, "I am deeply sorry for your experience. We are just passing by, resting for a day, and we will leave after the snow melts." The leader also looked at Chen Yu carefully. Then he pointed to the sky, "Brother, there will be heavy snow in the next few days. Believe me, you can't leave. See, we'll talk about it when the time comes. You can hide there if you want. We live in the first farmhouse room on the left side of the entrance, and you can stay in the rest." "Okay." The leader jumped off his horse. He walked slowly to Chen Yu and stretched out his right hand. "Hello. My name is Zhao Jun." "Hello, Chen Yu." Chen Yu shook hands with him calmly. The two looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. Then, Zhao Jun led the team into the holiday villa without looking back. Chen Yu tilted his head and looked at the team. 5 men and 3 women. This leader Zhao Jun is a very interesting person. Chen Yu returned to the edge of the bamboo forest. Old Man Gung and Linghua walked out quietly. "Brother Yu, are they good people?" Linghua asked nervously. "Linghua, in this world, people can't be simply divided into good or bad people," Chen Yu replied casually. "Oh, then they shouldn't be cannibals. They are the survivors of Xiaocheng, but were driven out by the beast tide in the city." "Oh, it's okay. You guys do your own things." Chen Yu patted her arm, "At least for the time being. Their leader is still quite polite." "Okay," Linghua said worriedly. "Fortunately, we won't stay here for too long. There are many people. If there is a conflict, we will be in trouble." "Hee hee." Chen Yu laughed and said with a strange expression, "Too many people may not be a good thing." "What do you mean?" "Linghua, didn't I tell you before that there are some mutant dogs and monkeys living in this holiday villa?" "So what?" Chen Yu smiled. "Just wait and see. This group of people are making a lot of noise, and sooner or later they will attract those mutant animals. That mutant monkey is not easy to mess with." Linghua blinked. "Brother Yu, how do you know?" "Because I have seen that mutant monkey." "In the morning? Is the mutant monkey very fierce?" Chen Yu shook his head. "Not very fierce, but very smart. Maybe smart to the point that you can't imagine." A very smart mutant monkey? How powerful can it be?" "Okay, don't worry about them. Go and get busy. Get what you need, and we'll go back." Chapter 256, Very Obedient. "Yeah, Linghua turned around and greeted her father, and went back into the bamboo forest. Continue to cut bamboo. More than an hour later, the father and daughter carried 2 bundles of bamboo strips out, and the 3 of them quickly returned to the holiday villa. Back in front of the cottage, Qin Yu glanced at the paper stuck in the crack of the door. It didn't fall. It seems that the group did not sneak into his house. It shows that those people are still very obedient. After the 3 people entered the house, Qin Yu stood at the window and observed for a while. The group should have settled down and found a few houses in the villa. There are about 40 farmhouses in this holiday villa, so the housing conditions are very ample. Their position is close to the inside, but they can also directly observe the direction of the door. The strategic position is well chosen. While Qin Yu was observing, Zhao Jun's group was also secretly observing him in the room. Brother Zhao, there are only 3 of them. There is no danger. Right? Why not do him? You can also take his gun. Yes. Brother Zhao. That shotgun is really cool. Brother Zhao. Do you want to do them? Or wait until dark? Several men were noisy. Zhao Jun frowned, turned his head and shouted, "Go! Go!" The bald man blinked. Brother Zhao. We have 8 people. Zhao Jun turned around and slapped his bald head, angrily scolding, "What's wrong with 8 people? Who do you want to be cannon fodder?" The bald man was silent. Forget about it. After being slaughtered by the beast tied in the city, they only have these 8 people left, all of whom are old people who have followed Zhao Jun for the longest time. They are all brothers. They are all smart people. Who is willing to be cannon fodder? Although the opponent only has a shotgun, once it opens fire, whoever it hits will die. Zhao Jun looked out the window again, and said without looking back, "Afang." After settling down later, bring some things to contact them, and test the bottom. Got it. Brother Zhao. Behind Zhao Jun, a woman wearing a thick down jacket and a woolen hat replied calmly. She took off her down jacket and hat, revealing her long silky hair and her cold, yet beautiful face. She turned out to be a rare beauty. The people in the room stopped talking. After Zhao Jun looked at the house at the door for a while, he turned back and gestured to the bald man. "Ahu! Go and take a look with Xiaocheng to see if there are any other hidden dangers." "Okay, Brother Zhao." The bald man immediately turned around and walked out with another younger young man, with pockmarks on his face and a sinister look in his eyes. 2 people were carrying submachine guns. The others were tidying up the room in an orderly manner. Time passed slowly. It was almost noon. Qin Yu looked at the old man Gung and his daughter, who were busy making bows and arrows, and asked, "How about eating some pig monster meat for lunch?" Old man Gung looked up and said, "Xiaocheng, there is no need to be so extravagant. It is enough to eat a simple bread or something. I had a meal of rice with oil residue yesterday, and there is still oil in my stomach." "Yes, brother Yu. Just eat a bite. My father and I are fine." Linghua also nodded. Qin Yu smiled. "Eat it when you need it. No need to save it. There are only a few pieces of meat in the backpack. Eat it, and then you can pull it. It's not heavy to carry on your back." When the father and daughter heard this, they were silent. "Is it heavy? I really don't think so. The key is, this is meat. It's hard to get fresh meat now. But if he must eat it, it's good. Because he's greedy. It's been too long since I've eaten meat. The lard mixed with rice yesterday made me greedy. So, we had meat at noon." Qin Yu was very leisurely. In the eyes of old man Gung and his daughter, he seemed to pay much attention to diet. Yesterday, he made a fire to cook in the snow. It's the same today. Qin Yu went out for a walk, kicked the bedboards, tables and chairs in other rooms to pieces, and brought back a pile of wood. But this time he didn't light a fire in the room. Instead, he lit 2 bonfires outside the door and set up a small pot. There was nothing else in this farmhouse, but there was no shortage of pots and pans, all ready-made. No one would go and grab these things. 2 bonfires, one for cooking, another for simmering rice. His backpack seemed to have an infinite amount of space, and he could always take out some rice and grain, which made the father and daughter marvel. Qin Yu threw the 2 pieces of pork shank bones left yesterday directly into the pot. Then he poured snow into it. The floating snow in the yard was all freshly fallen, so it wasn't too dirty. So he stewed the pork bones with snow water. Then he cut some pork and fried it dry. But the key was that there were no vegetables, just for the sake of showing it. Mixed with rice. Same. Qin Yu got busy. When the fire was burning and the snow water was boiling, Yu poured a few seasonings into it, and then covered the lid. After a while, the fragrance spread. Just as Yu was about to take out a book to recharge, kill time, and wait for the meat to stew, a figure slowly walked out of the villa. Look up. Huh? Yu was slightly stunned. A tall beauty came over. In her hand, she was holding a basket. Hello. My name is Xiaocheng. The woman walked up to Yu and stretched out her right hand. Her hands were slender. Her fingers were like green onions. Her nails were very clean. The shape of her hands is also very pretty. Yu looked up at her and suddenly remembered Linghua's ability. He immediately shouted without looking back, Linghua, come out for a moment. Oh, here I come. Linghua ran out of the room. Xiaocheng was somewhat confused. Her hands were also frozen there. She was suspicious. Isn't it just a handshake? Why did you call a girl out? Are you going to deal with me? Linghua ran out. She was still holding the Tang sword in her hand. Xiaocheng frowned, stepped back 2 steps, and casually took out a small pistol from her waist. A pocket-sized 92 style. A standard women's gun. But she was also very cautious, and did not point the gun at Yu and Linghua. Yu didn't take it seriously. He just looked back at Linghua and said, look at her. Oh! Linghua understood immediately. She quickly looked up, and took a closer look at Xiaocheng. Then she whispered a few words in Yu's ear. Yu nodded, okay. You can go back. Linghua turned around, and went straight into the house. Xiaocheng was confused by this wave of operations. Frowning at Yu, we have no ill intentions. I just came here to make friends. I don't dare to be a friend. Yu smiled, stood up and stretched out his hand. Don't make friends these days. We won't stay here for too long. So, safety is the most important thing. Xiaocheng looked at his hand, reached out and shook it. As a result, the hand was full of grease. Xiaocheng quickly retracted her hand, looking at the grease and blood on her hand. A flash of anger flashed in her eyes, but she still held it back. She took a deep breath, slowly put the basket in her hand in front of Yu, and whispered, I agree with Mr. Chen's suggestion. Safety is the most important. Let's not interfere with each other. This little thing is a gift for meeting. Yu looked down. Chapter 257. The quality is good. Yohu? Whatever you think. You get. There are 3 eggs and 5 tomatoes in the basket. This is perfect. I have to accept it. Yu picked up a piece of frozen pork weighing more than 10 pounds from the ground and handed it over. Return gift. Thank you for your gift. Xiaocheng's eyes lit up. The quality of this pork is good at first glance. Although it is frozen, the meat is bright red, and it can be seen that it has just been frozen recently. Take it. For more than half a month, I have been fighting the beast tide in the city, and have hardly eaten properly. Today, they can't stop it at all. So they are equivalent to stepping on the corpses of their companions to escape. And all the supplies are left in the city. I haven't eaten meat for a few days. I'm greedy. So Xiaocheng reached out, and picked up the pork without hesitation. Anyway, Yu had just touched her hands with lard and blood. So she didn't care. Thank you, Mr. Chen. You're welcome. Xiaocheng looked at Yu's big pot, smelled the aroma of stewed meat, and felt a little hungry. He didn't say anything more, turned around, put away his gun, and left quickly. Yu smiled slightly. According to Linghua, this woman is definitely not a cannibal, because her face doesn't have the red and black color that cannibals have. However, this woman is also a murderer. Like many people who survive the Doomsday, there is nothing special about her. Yu didn't take it seriously at first. Let Linghua come out to see, just to collect more characteristics of Linghua's ability. I need to know how many situations she can see. Yu reached out and took the basket to his side. Ha. I have a good meal at noon. 5 eggs. 3 are fried with meat to make mushu pork. The remaining 2 are fried with tomatoes. Add the stewed meat and bone soup to soak rice. Perfect. Yu started to cook leisurely. Xiaocheng returned to her residence. Xiaocheng, who had been cleaning his gun, looked up at her and looked at the pork in her hand in astonishment. Is this given to you by that kid? Yeah. Xiaocheng put the pork aside. Xiaoyu, eat meat at noon. Another girl about 16 or 17 years old immediately ran over happily. Oh my god. Sister Fawn. Such a big piece of meat can be eaten for 3 days. Well, go ahead and save it. I know. The girl ran away with the meat. Xiaocheng asked in confusion, is that guy so defenseless? No. Xiao Fang shook her head. He must be on guard. I suspect he doesn't care about me at all. Why? I went to see him. And he suddenly called out a girl from inside, holding a tang sword in his hand. And I subconsciously took out my gun. But he didn't care. Zhao Jun asked in surprise. What do you mean by not caring? He just glanced at my gun, but didn't react at all. His shotgun was on the ground next to him, but he didn't take it. Xiao Fang continued, this young man is a bit weird. He was very relaxed, even stewing bone soup at the door. He was also preparing to cook. Zhao Jun slowly turned his head to look out the window and murmured, what if he is an idiot? Do you believe it? Zhao Jun didn't say a word. This possibility is extremely low. No one who can survive to this point is an idiot, unless they are the kind who have been guarding some secret supply points and survived until now. But Xin Yu and his team are obviously not. They are on their way. If they have been surviving in the wild, they can survive well until now, and even have the leisure to cook outside. Then this person is terrible. His psychological quality is too good. He is not affected by the end of the world at all. So Zhao Jun was silent for a long time, and then asked, what do you mean? Peace. Don't interfere with each other. This is what he said to me. And I said to him, well, tell Tiger and the others later that the 3 people are not moving. We have to recuperate for a few days and find a way to return to the city. Otherwise, all our supplies will be wasted. Okay. The 2 made a decision. Then, Zhao Jun continued to clean his gun. Xiao Fang walked towards the kitchen. As soon as he reached the kitchen door, a terrified scream suddenly came from inside. Xiao Fang rushed in. She saw the kitchen window shaking, as if a dark shadow jumped out of the kitchen, as fast as a gust of wind. The girl named Xiaoyu fell to the ground. She screamed miserably. One hand covered her eyes. Xiao Fang rushed over and asked anxiously, what happened? Sister Fang. My eyes were blinded. Ah. It hurts. Sister Fang. It hurts so much. My eyes. Hearing Xiaoyu's shrill screams, Xiao Fang pulled her hand away with a shocked look. Hiss. Xiao Fang took a breath of cold air. At this time, the others behind her also rushed in. Zhao Jun was the first to rush to Xiaoyu's side. He squatted down and took a look, and was immediately furious. Fuck. What happened? Xiaoyu. Who did it? Brother Zhao. It's a monkey. Xiaoyu was out of breath in pain, and she barely managed to reply, then fainted in Xiao Fang's arms. Everyone was stunned. A monkey? Shit! A monkey dared to attack people? Needless to say, it must be a mutant monkey. Zhao Jun's heart tightened. He quickly asked others to close the window again, then carried Xiaoyu into the room and quickly cleaned her wound. At this time, another woman came over, looked at Zhao Jun and Xiao Fang and whispered, the piece of meat was taken away by a monkey. Damn. Shit. Zhao Jun slapped the table in anger. This is really a case of not eating shit, but getting into trouble. Even the monkeys are bullying? Not long after, the bald Ahu came back. When he saw that Ayu was blind, he was furious, because Ayu was his biological sister. At the same time, the pockmarked face called Xiaocheng was even more ferocious, with veins jumping on his forehead, holding a 3-edged military dagger in his hand, and his knuckles were white. Fuck. Ah. What should I do with my sister's eyes? Ahu roared. Zhao Jun turned around and glared at him. Keep your voice down. What are you yelling for? Fuck. I want revenge. Ahu was so angry that he turned back and forth in the room. Who are you looking for revenge? Go catch a monkey? Zhao Jun said angrily. If you have the ability, go and catch that monkey. Skin it, and use its brain as a snack. Go ahead. Brother Zhao. I don't even know where to find a monkey. Ahu's eyes turned red with anxiety. That's it. Ayu's eyes are already like this. Your howling is useless. Be quiet. Fuck. Ahu's teeth were creaking. And suddenly he cursed in hatred. Damn it. It's all that guy's fault. If it weren't for the meat he sent, my sister wouldn't have been attacked by the monkey. Are you sick? Xiao Fang, who had been silent all the time, frowned. What does it have to do with others? Ahu's eyes were fierce. No word. Chapter 258. Calm down. Zhao Jun glanced at him and said coldly, go out. Calm down outside. Ayu's injury is not life-threatening. Fortunately, don't make trouble for me. Humph. Ahu turned around and went out angrily. When he reached the door, he turned back and shouted, "Xiaocheng, come out." The pockmarked boy turned around and wanted to leave. As a result, Zhao Jun shouted, "Xiaocheng, stay. Ah hu. Go out and cool down by yourself." The pockmarked boy stopped immediately. Ah hu had to bite his teeth and turned out. Outside, the weather was fine. When Ah hu walked out of the room, he saw from a distance that the three people were sitting at the door of the room near the entrance of the holiday villa and eating. Eating happily. Ah hu's eyes were fierce. He looked at the distance fiercely. He was just a fool. If it weren't for their meat, the monkey wouldn't have attacked my sister. He was so arrogant. He actually stewed meat outside. The weather was pretty good today. No wind. So the aroma of the broth was all over the place. It was really tempting. Three little bastards. Do you really think I'm a good man? Ah hu looked at the distance, reached out, and took out the pistol behind him. Opened the safety, unloaded the magazine, and checked it. In the room, Ah Yu's injury was treated. She was also stable. Although it hurt, fortunately, there was no danger to her life. And there was only one eye left. So it was not blind. But the monkey had to be killed. It was too bold. It actually sneaked into their house and stole meat. Strange. Why didn't this mutant monkey attack Chen group? They were still stewing meat at the door? Wouldn't that smell good? Why did it sneak into his own house to steal meat? Zhao Jun was puzzled. He asked Xiao Fang and the oldest Song Ziqiu to watch Xiaoyu. And he turned around and left the bedroom, reaching out to call Xiaocheng and two other companions. The two companions were Lao Kui, a 2-meter-tall strong man. The other was Xin, a monk who had kung fu and lived in Shaolin Temple for 15 years. Four people sat in the living room. Zhao Jun rubbed his temples and whispered, "There are still mutant animals in the holiday villa. The number is not large, but it is also a threat. We have to hide here for a few days. It will take at least 3 days for the beast tide in the city to disperse. So, we must hide here for 3 days. After 3 days, we will find a way to return to the city and move all the supplies we have stored. Otherwise, all the efforts of the past few months will be in vain. Ah Xian, you are the most skillful. Think of a way to design a trap with Big Brother Kui and Xiaocheng to kill all the mutant animals in the villa. This way we can still have some meat to eat. Is there a problem?" Ah Xian, with rough skin, thick eyebrows and big eyes, nodded, "Brother Zhao. I'll try." Big Brother Kui suddenly asked, "Brother Zhao, Ah hu, let him calm down." Zhao Jun said casually, "He has been restless since he was driven out of the city by the beast tide. I have to restrain him for 2 days. Otherwise he will get into trouble sooner or later." "I know, Brother Zhao." "Okay, let's have lunch first. In the afternoon, the 3 of you go and observe the nests of those mutant animals and find a way to clear them out." At this time, Xiaocheng, who had pockmarks, suddenly whispered, "Brother Zhao, I feel unhappy." "What's wrong?" Zhao Jun looked at him puzzled. "Brother Zhao, the 3 people at the door also live here. Why don't they go and drive away the mutant animals? We do this job, and they sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor? Why? I feel unhappy." Zhao Jun frowned. "What do you want?" "Let them do it. What if they don't go?" "Then kill them." Zhao Jun's face darkened. "Kill them. If you have the ability, go ahead. I know you care about Xiaoyu, but I warned you not to get together with Ah hu. He is a jerk. A person without a brain. You know? He can only be used as a gun, but you can be used as a person. Do you understand?" Xiaocheng gritted his teeth and nodded silently. Outside the door, Ah hu, who was about to open the door, heard this. He slowly retracted his hand. Can only be used as a gun? It turns out that he has never been treated as a human being. The flesh on Ah hu's face twitched. After standing at the door for half a minute, he suddenly turned around and left. Afternoon. After Chen Yu and the other 2 finished their meal, Gung Lao and his daughter continued to make bows and cut arrows. The afternoon sun was very strong. The snow outside began to steam. If the weather is always like this, I guess I can leave here tomorrow afternoon. However, Zhao Jun said before that there will be blizzards in the next 2 or 3 days. And I don't know if he is right. If it keeps blizzards, it will be really difficult to leave. Unless Chen Yu drives a tank armored vehicle out. Ordinary cars, including Night 15, cannot move forward on the thick snowy road. Chen Yu sat at the door, He kept looking out the window. He just asked Linghua about the facial color of Zhao Jun's group. The 8 of them are not cannibals. It seems that they have their own base in Xiaocheng and have supplies. Among these people, 3 of them have green eyes between their eyebrows. These 3 people are the oldest woman Song Ziqiu, the pockmarked boy, and Zhao Jun. 2 people have blood-red colors. These 2 people are Chao Feng and Axian. The remaining 3. The little girl Xiaoyu's color is pink and yellow. Not threatening. Big brother Kuei's color is black. And bald Ahu's color is white. According to Linghua's own understanding, people with greenish color between their eyebrows are more sinister and cunning. And they are the kind of people who say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. Just like the village chief. And the blood-red color is definitely the kind of pink and yellow that kills people without any threat. Ordinary people. The black color means that this person is close to cannibals. But not formal cannibals. It can only be closer in character. As for the white color, Linghua's explanation is that this person is about to die. So, is that bald Ahu going to die? Xinyu is sorting out the information of Zhao Jun's group. Suddenly, a dangerous intuition came to his mind. Ever since he swallowed Suya's crystal core, Xinyu's sixth sense has become stronger and stronger. He often senses the coming of danger without opening the mental map. Just then, Linghua stood up. She patted the bamboo shavings on her body and turned to walk towards the bathroom. The feeling became stronger. Xinyu frowned and opened the mental map directly. Sure enough, there was a figure outside the room, hiding outside the window on the side of the bathroom. Xinyu watched Linghua walk into the bathroom, thought about it, got up, opened the door, and walked out of the house. Linghua entered the bathroom, carefully closed the door, and locked it. Then he quickly came to the toilet, unbuttoned his pants and muttered, "Huh. I drank a little too much soup. I always pee. It's so annoying." Chapter 259 Secrets. As she took off her pants, the window of the bathroom next to her was slowly pushed open. A figure stood outside. A pair of eyes appeared from the crack of the window that was pushed open a little bit. A pair of lustful eyes that concealed cruelty and ferocity. He was Ahu. He refused to change his mind. He completely pushed the blame of his sister's blinding eyes onto Xinyu. If it weren't for that piece of meat, his sister wouldn't have been blinded in one eye. So he wanted to make trouble. Isn't there a woman among these 3 people? She looks pretty good. Get her. Isn't it just a shotgun? A head-on confrontation doesn't work. But a sneak attack doesn't work? I also have a gun. Ahu stood behind the house and deliberately found the window outside the bathroom. All the houses in the resort are large bungalows. And the windows are ordinary safety windows without metal guardrails. So once the window is pried open, it is unobstructed. Ahu is from Xiaocheng. He often comes to this resort outside the city. And he knows what the windows here are like. It's too easy to pry it open. As a result, he just pried the window open and found someone coming in. It happened to be that woman. Ahu was happy. The woman seemed to want to go to the toilet. Damn. Let's have fun first. See if this woman is peach-shaped or teardrop-shaped. After she finishes using the toilet, secretly open the window and put the gun to her head. I don't believe she won't surrender. Ahu's idea was perfect. Unfortunately, when Linghua was about to take off her pants, there was a strange sound behind her. Ahu's heart trembled. He turned around quickly. Damn! Is it him? Ahu didn't expect Xinyu to be able to approach him silently. This is too outrageous. Is there no sound when stepping on the snow? The key is, how did he find me? I walked around a long circle and slowly came from behind the house. At the critical moment, Ahu turned his head suddenly, and the gun in his hand was already out. Unfortunately, before he could get into position, Xinyu rushed in front of him, grabbed his head with both hands and twisted it hard. With a crack, the cervical vertebra was broken. The head drooped down. The body slowly collapsed in the snow. His eyes were wide open. He never figured out until his death how a person could be so fast. In the blink of an eyelid, someone broke his neck. In the bathroom, hearing the strange noise outside, Linghua screamed in fright, hurriedly put on her pants and retreated to the door, looking outside in surprise. Then, he heard Xinyu's faint voice from outside. It's okay. Someone was peeping. I solved it. After that, he closed the window directly. Linghua's face turned a little pale. Someone was peeping. Too dangerous. If Xinyu hadn't found out, he might have been finished. Unexpectedly, Even the window was pried open. Linghua quickly locked the window from the inside, and at the same time found a rope and tied the window tightly. Only then did she feel relieved to go to the toilet. When she came out of the toilet, Xinyu also entered the house. Linghua hurried over. Brother Yu. Is it that group of people? Yes. Xinyu casually grabbed his backpack and fumbled inside for a while, and actually grabbed 2 pistols. Linghua was stunned. Xinyu put the pistol on the table and took out a few magazines. Linghua. Ask your father to come over. Oh. Linghua quickly called her father over. When Old Man Gung saw the gun on the table, his face turned pale. Xinyu picked up a Type 92 and fiddled with it while saying, make the bow and arrows slowly and practice slowly. While we still have guns to use, practice with guns first. Brother Yu. Linghua said nervously. Are you going to go to war with them? If they want to, I don't mind. To prevent trouble before it happens, you two should learn to use guns first. I'll teach you. Watch carefully. Especially Linghua. You can teach your father after you learn it. As soon as Xinyu finished speaking, he saw Old Man Gung slowly pick up a gun, and then he skillfully unloaded the magazine, hung the empty chamber, and pulled the bolt to try twice. At that moment, Xinyu and Linghua both looked at Old Man Gung. There was confusion in their eyes. Old Man Gung sighed softly in a hoarse voice. Alas. Xiaocheng. At this point, I don't want to hide it anymore. I was involved in gangs when I was young. Dad? Linghua said in surprise. What did you do? I was involved in gangs. Old Man Gung played with a gun in his hand and murmured. I got into trouble in the northeast when I was 16. Fled my hometown. Went south to Guangdong and Shenzhen. And stayed there for 3 years. Dad? You are not from Shunhe village? No. Old Man Gung looked up at Linghua and said with a wry smile. Neither your mother nor I are from Shunhe village. After I met your mother in Guangdong and Shenzhen, I didn't want to live a life of fighting and killing. So I fled the gang, hid in Shunhe village, and became a farmer. Linghua was stunned. Even Xinyu was quite surprised, because the Old Man Gung gave people the impression of being an honest farmer. He didn't seem to have any gangster background at all. He got into trouble at the age of 16 and went south. He stayed in Guangdong and Shenzhen for 3 years. When he was only 19 years old, he went to Shunhe village to be a farmer. He lived there for more than 40 years. His transformation was too successful. Xinyu couldn't help laughing, shaking his head, and said with a smile, life is really wonderful. There are too many surprises and surprises. Old man, to be honest, you are really an unexpected surprise. Alas. Old Man Gung looked at the gun in his hand and sighed. I once swore that I would never touch this thing again in my life. I didn't expect to break the oath now. It doesn't matter. Xinyu smiled and said, oaths can never restrain human nature. You just need to remember that the gun now is to protect your daughter. Okay. Old Man Gung nodded. Xinyu looked at him twice and asked again, can I ask what you did when you committed the crime in the northeast? Linghua swallowed unconsciously. This is what he wanted to know. Old Man Gung looked at his daughter and said hoarsely, I have a sister who was bullied by a little thug in the village. I accidentally kicked the thug into the pit, and the thug was drowned. Linghua was stunned when she heard this. So I have an aunt. Yes. Old Man Gung nodded. Where is she? Alas. I don't know now. Old Man Gung murmured, after I fled my hometown. I heard that she also ran away from home and went to the northwest, where no one knew her. Now, she is still alive or dead. Linghua was silent. My heart was in turmoil. I didn't expect that today I would hear the secret of my father's family. This father who was honest in my eyes was actually a gangster in the past. Old Man Gung's experience made Xinyu somewhat enlightened. No wonder his daughter Linghua is so fierce. This is the root. He has northeastern blood in his bones. That's good too. Old Man Gung can be seen as someone who has used a gun. According to his age, he was involved in gangs in Guangdong and Shenzhen when he was a teenager. Guangdong and Shenzhen were indeed quite chaotic at that time. It was a dark era. Since Old Man Gung knew how to use a gun, Xinyu simply demonstrated it to Linghua. This girl is smart. She is the smartest girl Xinyu has met so far. Chapter 260 The Use of a Pistol. In about 15 minutes, she was familiar with the use of a pistol. She also had an advantage. She had been working in the fields with her father since she was a child. She was not the kind of girl who was spoiled. Her wrists were very strong. This was a plus for using a gun. Of course, Learning to shoot is one thing. When you face an enemy with a gun pointed at him, whether you really dare to shoot is another matter. The feeling of killing someone for the first time was terrible. Many people were not used to it. Just as Chinyu whispered to Linghua about the precautions of using a gun, something finally appeared in the mental map. Xiao Jun's group came out. Someone is calling Ahu outside. They should be looking for someone. Chinyu immediately asked Old Man Gung to take Linghua to the corner of the room and find something to hide. Later, a fight might happen. Chinyu is locked on several targets. According to Linghua's judgment, among these people, Xiao Jun, Ma Zi, and a slightly older woman are the most insidious. Such people must be killed. Chao Fang and Ah Xian are relatively ordinary. They have killed many people. But such people are not among those who must be killed. There is also a little girl who is an ordinary person. She is not threatening. The rest. There is a big guy who is about to lose his mind. It is estimated that he will become a cannibal in a short time. Also on the list of must kills. So once the fire is opened, the trouble must be eliminated. Xiao Jun, pockmarked man, big guy and mature woman must die. Chinyu took out the Desert Eagle, loaded it with bullets, and put it on his waist. Then he opened the safety of the shotgun. He pushed 9 bullets in a row. In close combat, the shotgun is the most powerful weapon. As for superpowers, to deal with such a person, a gun is enough. Chinyu didn't want to show his superpowers in front of others. In the mental map, the group dispersed, looking for the bald man everywhere. Soon, a figure approached Chunyu's house. It was the man called Big Brother Kue. When this man went around the back of the house, he was shocked to find the bald man's body and roared, "Fuck! Ahu is dead. Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao." When he yelled, the other people hurried over. Everyone got closer to take a look. Good guy. The head was twisted 180 degrees. He died with his eyes open. The weapon was gone. There were footprints on the snow. The veins on Xiao Jun's forehead were throbbing. The pockmarked man on the side was murderous. Picked up the pistol and pointed it at the back window of Chinyu's house, and was about to shoot. Wait a minute. Chao Fang suddenly held down his gun, frowned and said, "Find out first." Sister Fang. Still want to find out? Isn't it obvious? The pockmarked Xiaocheng gritted his teeth and said grimly, "It was this group of people who killed Brother Hu. Xiaoyu is blind. And now Brother Hu is gone. How can she accept it? CNM? I can't help it." After saying that, he shook Chao Fang off and raised his hand to shoot again. As a result, his gun was held down again. This time it was Xiao Jun. Although he also looked ferocious, he still gritted his teeth and whispered, "Let's figure it out first. You guys follow me." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the main door. Everyone followed immediately. Everyone opened the safety of their guns, loaded the bullets, and prepared to fight. When they went around to the front, Xiao Jun was stunned. At the main door, Chinyu sat on a small stool, holding a shotgun in his hand and a cigarette in his mouth, smoking leisurely, not nervous at all. Xiao Jun raised his hand. The gun was already pointed at Chinyu. When the others saw this, they were no longer polite, and several guns were pointed at him. Looking at Chinyu again, he still did not react nervously. He just glanced at Xiao Jun and said lightly, "What do you mean? Brother, how could my people die behind your house?" Xiao Jun asked coldly. "I killed him." CNM. Pockmarked Xiaocheng suddenly cursed and pulled the trigger. But what shocked everyone was that when the gunshots rang out, or even a little earlier, they saw Chinyu sitting there with his head tilted suddenly. There was a bang on the wall behind him. The bullets all knocked out sparks. Shit! Didn't hit? Everyone's mind went blank. The next second, Chinyu raised the shotgun in his hand. Bang! The power of this shot was extremely terrifying. Shooting at close range, Xiaocheng, who had pockmarks, was blown away by the huge impact and fell far to the ground. His chest was covered in blood. He was dead. This shot woke everyone up. Xiao Jun raised his hand to shoot, but Chinyu's shotgun was already aimed at him. And he was so scared that he shouted, "Don't move." No one moved. His people froze. Everyone looked ugly. Chinyu tilted his head and looked at Xiao Jun. "You said? Safety first. Don't interfere with each other. Brother, you killed our people first." Xiao Jun forced himself to remain calm. "I didn't want to kill him. He took advantage of my little sister going to the toilet, and secretly pried open the back window of the toilet to cause trouble. Xiaocheng stopped talking. In fact, he vaguely guessed that it must be his brother who broke the rules first. Who is a jerk? He is simple-minded. The only purpose of Xiaocheng keeping him is to make him easy to use. He can be used as a gun. If he occasionally disobeys, he can use his sister to threaten him. In this way, he will be honest. But to be honest, Xiaocheng hates Hu very much. He only grows muscles, but not brains. He is stupid to death. Forget it. He will die. There is no need to conflict with the man in front of him. Mainly because of the sudden move just now. Xiaocheng was frightened. At such a close distance, Xiaocheng's shot missed. You know, it was an unexpected shot. The young man in front of him is not an ordinary person. Let's just forget it. You have to be cowardly when you need to be cowardly. So Xiaocheng slowly smiled and said calmly, Okay, brother. We admit defeat. Let's live in peace. How about it? I have no objection. But remember, next time don't point a gun at me. Whoever points at me will die. Qinyu looked at him expressionlessly. Okay. I got it. Xiaocheng was very humble. He slowly backed away, waving at the people behind him. Others also slowly backed away. When passing by Xiaocheng's body, Xiaocheng looked down and said hoarsely, Ashin, take Xiaocheng's body back. Yes. The man named Ashin bent down and picked up Xiaocheng. The group of people backed away from Qinyu and returned to their own shelter. After Xiaocheng and others left, Old Man Gung and Linghua quietly opened the door and looked out from inside. Brother you, will they let it go? Linghua asked in a low voice. No. Qinyu glanced at the house in the distance and replied casually, according to your inference. Xiaocheng is a treacherous and cunning man. He will definitely not give up. If I had known, I would have attacked him just now. Linghua muttered softly. Don't worry. Qinyu smiled. You just learned how to use a gun. And your father hasn't fired a gun for many years. If a war really breaks out, it will be disadvantageous to you. Besides, I actually have something I want to consult with him. Consult? What is it? Linghua was stunned. Chapter 261 Mutated Animals. Didn't you see them coming here on horses? Their horses are all mutated. Generally, mutated creatures are brutal and ferocious and cannot be tamed. But they tamed them. This is a skill. I want to know how they tamed those mutant horses. Linghua suddenly realized, that's right. They actually have the means to tame those mutant animals. Linghua, remember this. This kind of information is the most precious treasure in the Doomsday world. If you have the chance, you must find out. I remember it. Qinyu let out a long sigh and said lightly, in addition, there are some mutant animals in this villa. For example, there is a mutant golden monkey inside, which is quite powerful. It is also good to have someone to attract its attention, to prevent the ghost thing from harassing us. Okay. Be careful tonight to prevent them from doing bad things. I have to find a chance to find out the news that the mutant horse has been tamed. If it doesn't snow tomorrow, we will leave. If it continues to snow, we will stay for another night. Yes. Linghua turned around and went into the house with her father. Qinyu sat at the door without moving. The mental map has been monitoring the other party. Inside the house, after Xiaocheng and others entered the room, the atmosphere was very depressing. No one spoke. Xiaocheng's face was ashen, and he sat on the chair silently, staring at the two corpses on the ground in a daze. How long has it been? Of the 8 people who escaped from the city alive, 2 have died and 1 has been injured. Xiaoyu is still lying inside, in a coma. She has no idea that her brother is dead. Hu is dead. Ma Xiaocheng is also dead. The loss is heavy. That kid surnamed Chen is too powerful. Until now, Xiaocheng still hasn't figured out how he dodged that shot. If he is so powerful that he can predict other people's behavior, then he actually has the ability to wipe out all of them. Is he an agent? Xiaocheng's mind was in a mess. At this time, the big boss Kui, who was sitting quietly on the side, said in a muffled voice, Brother Xiao, you are not scared. Are you? Xiaocheng suddenly picked up a teacup and smashed it. Bang! The teacup broke directly on Big Brother Kuei's head. A cut was made. A stream of blood slowly flowed down from the wound. Big Brother Kuei didn't care at all. He reached out to dip some blood, then licked it twice, and said hoarsely, Are you taking it out on your brothers? Big Brother Kuei. Song Ziqiu. who had been silent all the time, suddenly stood up and walked in front of Big Brother Kuei, holding a piece of gauze in his hand and wiping the wound on his head. While wiping, he whispered, "Don't start a fight." "Am I the one who started a fight?" Big Brother Kuei's eyelids turned up. "We are back like this? In that scene just now, we definitely had a chance to kill him. We can kill him." But Brother Zhao was also killed by him. Song Zichio took out another large band-aid and gently put it on Big Brother Kuei's head, and finally patted his face with his hand. "Brother Zhao is dead. Can you be the leader?" Big Brother Kuei looked up. Being so close to Song Zichio, he could smell the scent of a mature woman on her body. It made people's heart beat faster and their blood boil. Especially the size of Song Zichio's upper body was very magnificent. It trembled when he moved. Big Brother Kuei was full of blood, and it would be strange if his heart didn't beat faster. But he didn't dare to move. He didn't dare to move a finger. Because Song Zichio was the forbidden delicacy of the Zhao army. Whoever touches it will die. Especially Song Zichio is devoted to Zhao Jun and often gives him advice. This woman's tricks are more vicious. It's chilling. Sometimes, you don't know how to offend her, and in the end you are killed by her. This is Song Zichio, a woman standing behind Zhao Jun. Seeing that De Lao Kuei was silent, Song Zichio patted his head with satisfaction and turned to go into the bedroom to see Xiaoyu. The remaining Xian and Chao Fong all looked at Zhao Jun. After a few minutes of silence, Zhao Jun suddenly said, "Xian, De Lao Kuei, take these two bodies to the backyard. Set a trap, and kill the monkey first." "Okay." Xian stood up silently. Big Kuei asked in confusion, whose body was also used as bait? "If Xiaoyu knew about it." "Go." Zhao Jun looked at him coldly. Big Kuei also shuddered. I haven't seen him with such eyes for a long time. It seems that he was humiliated by the man surnamed Chen just now, and his self-esteem was completely hurt. So he was about to go crazy. Big Kuei had no choice but to leave the room with Xian, dragging a body each. Finally, only Zhao Jun and Chao Fong were left in the room. Zhao Jun sighed. He covered his head weakly and whispered, Fong, I'm too tired." Chao Fong looked at him expressionlessly. "Brother Zhao, Sister Song is inside. Don't make the wrong choice." Fong, you know I'm going to treat you. What do you want to do about this?" Zhao Jun slowly raised his head and looked at Chao Fong. The anger in his eyes flashed away, replaced by a cold murderous intent. "I will definitely take revenge." "When?" "I'll think about it. Let us know in advance when you've made up your mind." Chao Fong turned around and left directly. Looking at her back, Zhao Jun gritted his teeth fiercely. This woman, you can see but you can't eat. Since she joined the team, Zhao Jun has been coveting her beauty. And he also knows clearly that she is still a virgin. But he couldn't get her no matter how hard he tried. On the one hand, Chao Fong was very tough. She was an athlete and a highly educated academic master. This woman had both brains and a strong body. She was also very courageous and determined. In order to stay alive, Zhao Jun also witnessed Chao Fong's killing without blinking an eye. On the other hand, Zhao Jun had Song Zichio watching him from behind. Song Zichio was scheming and even more cruel and vicious. Even Zhao Jun didn't dare to offend Song Zichio easily. On the surface, Song Zichio was Zhao Jun's woman. So basically no other woman could stay with Zhao Jun. Sometimes, Zhao Jun was also very distressed. He couldn't do without Song Zichio's advice. But sometimes he couldn't stand her being too controlling. Zhao Jun took a deep breath. "Try to calm yourself down." Then he turned around and looked out the window, looking at the entrance of the holiday villa. Who is that Chin? There are many ways to take revenge. Can he be recruited? Afternoon. The holiday villa was very peaceful. Zhao Jun's group did not cause any trouble. Xinyu kept monitoring them with a mental map. Two of them were busy deep in the villa, probably to deal with the mutant golden monkey. There are several mutant animals in this villa. Among them, a mutant golden monkey is the most terrifying. When Xinyu first came in, he wandered around the villa and encountered the golden monkey. How to say it? At that time, Xinyu felt as if the golden monkey was a person covered with golden hair. Chapter 262 Spreading Out. The golden monkey sat on the tree trunk. Xinyu stood under the tree. The man and the monkey stared at each other for more than 2 minutes. The golden monkey's eyes were very playful, showed a little human wisdom. Looking at Xinyu was like a monkey king looking at his subordinates. Finally, Xinyu got interested and quietly activated his supernatural power. slowly spreading the annihilation energy. As a result, the golden monkey was frightened in an instant and disappeared in the forest at an extremely terrifying speed. From this point of view, the degree of mutation of this golden monkey is very high. It definitely has a formed crystal core in its body. It is not easy to deal with it. Jinyu had to think of some strategies. Not to mention Zhao Jun's group. They will definitely suffer. Let's watch the fun. When the mutant monkeys have almost tortured them, I will take action. The crystal core of the monkey must be obtained. In the evening, sure enough, the north wind blew again. The wind was howling, and the sky was full of haze. Before 5 o'clock, heavy snow fell from the sky again. Jinyu shook his head as he looked at the wind and snow outside. "LL, there is nothing I can do. If it snows so heavily until tomorrow, the floating snow on the entire highway will probably be as high as a person. It's not like the peaceful times now. How could there be snow on the highway in the past? Whenever there is a little snow, someone will immediately clear the snow. No one cares about this now. So the snow will only get thicker and thicker. Not to mention cars. Even people can hardly move. Let's keep waiting." Seeing that it was getting dark outside, Chen Yu put on his coat, picked up a bamboo bough from the ground and said, "I'll go out and try your masterpiece." Old Man Gum quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Xiaocheng, can you use a bow and arrow?" "Yes." Chen Yu stretched out his hand and pulled the bowstring a few times. It was quite powerful. The hard bow made by Old Man Gum was made of a whole bamboo bone that could be held in the palm of your hand. And it was slightly processed with a small fire to increase its flexibility. In general, it is slightly harder and less tough. It can barely be used. The bowstring was made of hemp rope found in the farmyard. The bow and arrows were also cut from bamboo. This thing is actually quite crude. But basically, only this kind of weapon can be used in the future. The sooner they adapt, the better. Anyway, Jinyu himself has no worries about this. The weapons in his space will not be used up for him for 10 years. Linghua ran over nervously, handed over a handful of bamboo arrows, and whispered, "Brother Yu, what are you doing outside? It's snowing so heavily. Get some food," Chen Yu said casually. "Don't we still have pork?" Linghua, the heavy snow may not stop in the short term. We have to stay here for a few days. So whenever we have a chance, we have to go out and find food to store. We can't wait until we run out of food before we try to save ourselves. Linghua nodded quickly. "I understand. Brother Yu, take me out." "No." Chen Yu shook his head. "If there were no outsiders here, I would take you out. Xiao Jun's group is very dangerous. They are still in the villa. You and your father stay in the house and be on guard at all times. Besides, I won't go far. I'll be nearby." "Nearby? Are there animals nearby?" "Uh-huh. With such heavy snow, it will be difficult for those mutant animals to hunt. They will definitely come out." "Okay. I'm going out." After saying that, Chen Yu opened the door and walked out. Linghua quickly closed the door. Old Man Gung walked to the window, pulled aside the curtains and looked outside and whispered, "Linghua, don't do anything. Just sit by the window and stare outside." "Yeah." Linghua sat by the window, looking at the snow falling all over the sky outside. The visibility was very poor, and she couldn't help but say worriedly, "Will brother you be in danger?" "Silly girl. That kid is definitely not a reckless person. He must have his reasons for choosing to go out at this time." "Okay." Linghua was silent for a while, and suddenly turned back to look at his father. "Dad, did you kill anyone when you were in Guangdong and Shenzhen?" Old Man Gung suddenly stopped what he was doing. Linghua. "Dad? Oh, forget it. I won't ask. Anyway, you are my father, and I am your daughter." Hee. Old Man Gung breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to work, but a storm slowly arose in his mind, and his thoughts were slowly pulled back to the years full of storms of the times. At that time, in the underworld of Guangdong, is there anyone who doesn't know the Black Man Gung Huai? Almost no one. Outside, a blizzard was raging. Chen Yu slowly moved away from the cabin and walked deep into the villa. The howling wind covered up many sounds, but the mental map is very clear. The whole villa is almost covered by the mental map. So, no matter whether it is a person or a mutant animal, as long as it is alive, it is under his surveillance. Chen Yu's target is those mutant horses. This is a very strange phenomenon. If someone can tame mutant creatures, it means that in the future, without any means of transportation, People can tame mutant animals as mounts. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is not impossible. Xinyu even imagined an exaggerated scene similar to Avatar riding a big bird as a mount. After all, the future world is already a world of superpowers. Xinyu slowly approached the position of the 8 mutant horses. Soon, he saw the horses. Xinyu stopped. It was really strange. The mutant horses' eyes were always covered. So how did they know the direction? And why tie a piece of meat to the horse's head? To seduce them? Can the mutant horses be tamed in this way? The skeletons of these mutant horses have become very tall. And their hooves are as black as iron. The muscle lines of their bodies are very smooth. You can tell at a glance that they are good at running wildly. And the ears of the horses have mutated extremely exaggeratedly. Like donkeys. Very large. The nostrils are also very large. The mouths are also full of sawtooth fangs like other animals. Just as Xinyu was absorbed in watching, a figure slowly approached him from behind in the mental map. Xinyu did not move. He was familiar with that figure. It was Qiao Feng. It was that cold and beautiful woman. She wanted to attack him? Behind him, the figure approached little by little. With the cover of the blizzard, she successfully suppressed the sound. Soon, the distance between the two people was less than 10 meters. Xinyu blinked, and slowly tightened the bamboo arrow in his hand. If she dared to attack, he would kill her. But after waiting for a moment, Qiao Feng actually stopped blaming. Then, he heard her cold voice behind him. You want to steal the horse? Xinyu slowly turned around. Qiao Feng was wearing a long down jacket, with her hands in her pockets, and she did not make an attacking gesture. She was very slim. She was tall, standing in the snow. The wind blew her black hair, giving her another cold tone of an iceberg beauty. Her face was also red from the cold. Her eyes were bright. Qinyu's hand holding the bamboo arrow slowly relaxed, and he shrugged. I didn't think of stealing it. I was just curious and came to take a look. Chapter 263 Stealing Horses. What does the bow and arrow in your hand mean? Go out hunting. So, you wanted to go out hunting, but you walked to where we tied the horses. And you tell me you didn't want to steal horses? Xinyu laughed. If I wanted to steal horses, would I stand here so openly, waiting for you to find me? Qiao Feng didn't say anything else, just looked at Xinyu silently. After a while, she slowly asked, do you have antibiotics? What? Xinyu was stunned. Do you have antibiotics? Xinyu blinked. Do you need antibiotics? Not me. Qiao Feng said calmly. We have a little sister who was blinded in one eye by a mutant monkey here. The monkey's claws are poisonous. My little sister has a high fever now. The situation is not optimistic. Oh! Xinyu nodded. So, do you have antibiotics? Yes. How do you sell them? No. Qiao Feng frowned. Do you know that the reason why my little sister was picked is because your piece of pork attracted mutant monkeys? TSK. Xinyu sneered. Isn't this a typical robber's logic? If you can't poop, can you blame the earth for not having gravity? Qiao Feng gritted her teeth, suppressed her anger and whispered, Mr. Chen, if you still have a little kindness, please help me. My little sister originally had a brother. Brother? You killed him. Now, she is an orphan. Oh! Which one is her brother? The pockmarked one or the bald one? Xinyu asked curiously. The bald one. Oh! The bald one. Xinyu nodded, turned around and looked at the horses and said calmly, you know what? I still have some kindness. If you want antibiotics, give me a horse and tell me how to tame them. Okay. Deal? Qiao Feng agreed without thinking. Xinyu was quite surprised and looked back at her. Are you and the bald one a couple? No. Qiao Feng looked disgusted. How can such a disgusting man be qualified to touch me? After that, she took a deep breath and said calmly, Mr. Chen, don't think everyone is so cold-blooded and inhumane. Xiaoyu is a good child, completely different from her brother. If there was no Xiaoyu in the team, who always reminded me to keep a trace of humanity, maybe I would have become a devil long ago. Do you think you are not a devil now? Xinyu laughed. Qiao Feng didn't say anything. She just strode over, untied a horse rein, led the mutant horse out to Xinyu, and handed him the reins. This horse is yours. Xinyu reached out to take the reins, looked around, and asked casually, what else? How to tame them? I don't know. Qiao Feng shook his head and sighed in a low voice. We didn't tame it. Who tamed it? A strange man in Xiaocheng. It's a pity that Xiaocheng is now flooded with beasts. And all the survivors' bases have been swept away. She may have died too. Maybe? So you don't know whether she is dead or not? Yes. Qiao Fang nodded. We don't know. But the beast hide in Xiaocheng is beyond your imagination. It is very terrifying. No one can survive. Okay. Qin Yu touched the horse's mane. What is the name of that person? Can you tell me? What's the use of telling you? Do you still want to find her? That's my business. Qiao Fang said coldly. You are going to die. I am going to die. Isn't that what you want? Chen Yu smiled. Whatever you want. That's all. Good words can't persuade a damn ghost. Now the horse has been given to you. Where is the medicine? Qiao Fang stretched out her hand. Her hand was thin, with 5 slender fingers, crystal clear as jade. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, and casually took out a small bottle of antibiotics from his pocket. 2 horses. A bottle of antibiotics. The surname Chen. Qiao Fang's eyes turned cold, and her eyebrows were raised. When her right hand came out of her pocket, a gun was already pointed at Chen Yu. You dare to raise the price? Chen Yu shrugged. Beauty. I just said. A horse, plus the method of taming them, in exchange for a bottle of antibiotics. You only gave me 1 horse, but no taming method. Am I right? Fair trade. No cheating. Beauty. If there is no taming method, then 2 horses in exchange for a bottle of antibiotics. Anyway, 2 of your companions are gone. Isn't it just right to have 2 more horses? Qiao Fang looked at Chen Yu silently. Although she wanted to rob directly, she was unsure when she thought about how Xiaocheng dodged a close-range shot. Now, Xiao Yu is in danger. The reason why Qiao Fang can still stay in the team is actually because of Xiao Yu. This child has always been well protected. She has never experienced the darkness of human nature. She still maintains a bit of innocence. Qiao Fang often chats with her. Only in this way can she feel that she is still a person, not a devil. So Qiao Fang does not want Xiao Yu to die. She must be saved. After enduring it for a while, Qiao Fang slowly put down the gun. After staring at Chen Yu fiercely with those cold eyes, she quickly walked over, untied another horse, and handed it to Chen Yu. You win. Thank you. Chen Yu took the reins and handed the antibiotics to Qiao Fang. After taking the medicine bottle, Qiao Fang was somewhat puzzled. She opened the bottle and looked at it carefully, and even smelled it, and asked at the same time, Do you carry antibiotics with you? Are you afraid it's fake? Chen Yu turned around and led the horse to leave, saying as he walked, You can't verify whether it's true or not. Instead of questioning my character here, you might as well go back and give that little sister medicine. After that, he led the horse and left. Qiao Fang looked at his back, watching him walk farther and farther away, and suddenly said loudly, The one who tamed the mutant horse is a woman. Her name is Zhang Lixia. She lives in the prison in the north of Xiaocheng. Chen Yu stopped suddenly. Zhang Lixia? Is it the same name or? Chen Yu slowly turned around, looked at Qiao Fang and asked, Excuse me. This Zhang Lixia, where is she from? Do you know? I heard she's from Yangpu town. Jiangcheng. Chen Yu's eyes lit up instantly. It was really her? Widow Zhang? Outside Yangpu town, in the granary of Li Xian's house. The pretty widow with whom he had a one-night stand? When the village outside Yangpu town was massacred, Chen Yu had carefully checked all the bodies, except for Zhang Lixia's body. But Chen Yu didn't hold out hope at that time, because he didn't think that a weak woman like Zhang Lixia could escape alone when the cannibals massacred the village. Maybe she died without a burial place. As a result, now, he heard this name again. Widow Zhang. Chen Yu recalled the pretty and affectionate little widow in his mind, and recalled her love for him. What happened to her? Not only did she escape to Xiaocheng, she even had this ability. Can she tame mutant creatures? Chen Yu took a deep breath. He looked at Qiao Fang and nodded. Thank you. Your information is very valuable. I can exchange your life. Goodbye. Beautiful girl. After that, Chen Yu turned around and strode away. Qiao Fang stood there in a daze. Exchange her own life? Did he just want to kill her? Qiao Fang hurried back to the house. In the living room, Xiao Jun was sitting on the sofa in deep thought. Seeing Qiao Fang coming back, he looked up and asked, What did you do? Qiao Fang didn't say anything. Go straight into the bedroom. On the bed. Chapter 264 Hurry. Xiao Yu is still in a coma, and she has a high fever. Her face is pale, with a hint of blue and black in it, and she is sweating profusely. as if she is soaked in water. Song Zichio has been guarding the bed. Sister Song. Antibiotics. Xiao Fang quickly walked over and handed the medicine bottle to Song Zichio. Where did it come from? Song Zichio was stunned. They escaped in a hurry and didn't have any medicine on them. Don't worry about it. Give it to her first and see if it works. Alas, it's meaningless. Song Zichio took the medicine bottle, looked at Xiaoyu and sighed softly. Xiaoyu is poisoned. We don't know what the toxin is. And it's meaningless to abuse antibiotics. How do you know if you don't try? If you try, there's still a glimmer of hope. If you don't try, she's dead. Sister Song. Give her the medicine and try it. Song Zichio glanced at Xiao Fang, who looked cold, and nodded, okay. I'll try it. As he spoke, he took the pills out of the medicine bottle. Then he crushed them with a spoon, mixed them with a little water, and slowly poured them into Xiaoyu's mouth. At this time, footsteps sounded behind him. Xiao Jun appeared at the door, looked at Xiao Fang and whispered, come out for a moment. What for? Come out if I tell you to. Xiao Jun's face darkened, and he turned and went out. Xiao Fang followed him out helplessly. The two came to the living room. Xiao Jun looked at Xiao Fang and asked coldly, where did you get the medicine? I got it from Qinyu. Xiao Fang replied calmly. What? Xiao Jun's eyebrows trembled, and he stepped forward and said anxiously, did you go to find that Qin? No. Xiao Fang shook her head. He came to me. He liked our horses, and I just found him observing horses. So I went out to ask him. What did you exchange with him? Horses. Xiao Fang. Are you crazy? Xiao Jun said angrily. That's our only property. I just want to save Xiaoyu. Xiao Fang looked wooden. Xiaoyu is already dying. Do you know? Xiao Jun lowered his voice and shouted angrily. She won't survive. She was poisoned. Not a cold or fever. Not an ordinary disease. Poisoned. Do you understand? You dare to use our horses to exchange medicine. Are you crazy? Seeing Xiao Jun's extreme anger and even murderous intent, Xiao Fang subconsciously took 2 steps back and put his hands behind his back. Brother Xiao, are you going to give up Xiaoyu? It's not giving up. It's just that there is no other way. Xiao Jun was furious, but he didn't dare to speak loudly. He could only pinch his throat and approach Xiao Fang again, gritting his teeth and said, it's not that I want to give up. Xiao Fang, can you see the reality clearly? Xiaoyu is dead. How do you know if you don't try? Xiao Jun's eyes were burning with anger. He stared at Xiao Fang. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said coldly, that Qin killed 2 of us. Did you ever think of killing him? No. I just wanted to exchange medicine with him at that time. Xiao Fang still had no expression on his face. A horse? 2 horses. You, Xiao Shuang and Ahu's horses are redundant. Xiao Jun felt both humiliated and angry. He was depressed because 2 of his brothers were killed by others. He was forced to retreat with a gun pointed at his head. As a result, now, before the revenge is taken, his men are actually making a deal with others. Give him 2 more horses. Those mutant horses were obtained at a great cost. They are worth much more than a bottle of antibiotics. Xiao Jun was furious. He couldn't help it, and slapped Xiao Fang in the face. 5 slap marks instantly appeared on Xiao Fang's white face. He wanted to continue, but Xiao Fang suddenly pulled out one hand from behind. A gun was already pointed at Xiao Jun's head. Xiao Jun froze. He looked at Xiao Fang's eyes, and slowly became cold and inhumane. How dare you put a gun to my head? If you hit me again, I will kill you. Xiao Fang did not show any weakness. She touched her face with her other hand, and said softly, Xiao Jun, I am not your slave. If you dare to attack me again, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind. There was a dagger in the hand. The cold dagger was directly against Xiao Fang's carotid artery. A gentle woman's voice sounded in her ear, Afang. Never do this to Ajuan. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you live a life worse than death. Xiao Fang also froze. Behind her was Song Zichio. She was Xiao Jun's woman, and she was devoted to him. Xiao Fang's hand slowly clenched into a fist. Just then, the door creaked open. It was Ashin and Big Brother Kue who came back. The 2 had just finished their work outside, and they never thought that they would see such a complicated situation when they entered the house. Both of them were stunned. Xian blinked and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Nothing. Xiaocheng's voice became calm. He turned around and sat down on the sofa in the living room, away from the gun. At the same time, Song Ziqiu slowly put away the dagger. Before leaving, he whispered in Xiao Fang's ear, "Ah Fang, if there is a next time, I will definitely kill you. Remember my words." After that, Song Ziqiu turned and went into the bedroom. Xiao Fang silently put away the gun. Xian walked directly to her side and whispered, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Fang looked calm and walked to the window to look outside. At this time, Xiao Jun turned his head and looked at De Lao Kue. "Are all the traps ready?" "Yes." De Lao Kue nodded, walked to his side and said, "I am good at setting traps. Brother Xiao, don't worry. As long as the golden-haired beast comes to look for food again, it will be killed." "Okay." Xiao Jun wiped his face with his hand and whispered, "No one should go out tonight. The wind and snow outside are getting stronger again. Have a simple dinner and rest more." "Okay, Brother Xiao." De Lao Kue looked up at Xiao Fang by the window and lowered his voice and said, "Brother Xiao. You? It's okay." "Okay." The room was silent. No one spoke anymore. Time passed slowly. When night fell, the blizzard reached its peak. The wind was howling outside. The house was as cold as an ice cellar. Everyone could only wrap themselves in thick clothes and roast the fire in the room. No one dared to sleep. At a certain moment, a sharp squeak suddenly sounded not far away outside. De Lao Kue, who was roasting the fire, was shocked and stood up excitedly. The trap worked. The golden monkey must be finished. After saying that, he put on his coat and turned around and rushed out. Xiao Jun hurriedly shouted, "De Lao Kue, be careful. Bring the monkey in and deal with it." "Got it." A shout came from the wind and snow outside. Xiao Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. If he could get rid of that monkey, he would not only have meat to eat today, but also be able to avenge you. It was a small sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be too cowardly for a mutant monkey to bully him. Just as Xiao Jun was fantasizing about eating monkey brains, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside. Everyone stood up in fear. Chapter 265 Escape to Xiaocheng. "It's over. Is it Big Brother Kue?" Xiao Jun and others rushed out fully armed. When they arrived at the place where the trap was set, everyone gasped. Big Brother Kue was dead. He was full of bamboo spikes. He was nailed to the ground. When Xian saw how he died, he blurted out in shock, Is this the trap we set?" "No. Our trap is there. It didn't trigger at all." Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, two bodies were hanging not far away. It was Xiaocheng and Ahu's bodies, which were used as bait. And there were sharp bamboo spikes around and on the ground. "That's the trap. But what the hell is this? It looks like an identical trap. Look! That monkey." At this time, Song Ziqiu quickly pointed to the roof not far away. Everyone looked up. A huge mutant golden monkey was sitting on the roof, scratching its butt with one hand and touching its chin with the other. Its eyes were bright. It was staring at the people below. Its eyes were full of human ridicule. Ashen's face turned pale, and he whispered, "Could it be that this trap was set by it? It peeked at the process of us setting the trap, so it made an identical one." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden monkey on the roof screamed twice. Then it opened its mouth. Its fangs were sharp, and its expression looked like it was smiling, and its hands were clapping like humans. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps tingling. Damn! Is this monkey human? Can it understand human language? Isn't it too crazy? Xiao Jun was furious, and suddenly pulled out his gun and aimed at it to shoot. As a result, as soon as he moved his hand, the monkey on it flipped over and fell directly from the roof, disappearing into the night behind the house. It disappeared. It didn't even give Xiao Jun a chance to shoot. No one spoke. Heartbroken. There were 8 people when they came. Now 3 are dead and 1 is injured, leaving only 4. As the cold wind blew, everyone trembled uncontrollably. Doomsday. Humans are too fragile. After more than half a year. Is it really the end? I can't even handle a monkey. After a long time, Song Ziqiu patted Xiao Jun's arm. Let's go. Let's go back first. Xiao Jun turned around and left. Song Ziqiu followed closely. Ashen came to Xiao Fang and whispered, Let's go in too. Xian, do you still have the faith to live? Xiao Fang stared blankly at the body of Big Brother Kue. Yes. Ashen's eyes were firm. His tone was firm. And he looked at Qiao Fang's beautiful profile and whispered, "Once, I pledged my body to the Buddha and prayed for a peaceful life. The end of the world came. And I thought the Buddha had abandoned me. It wasn't until that day when you saved me that I realized that the Buddha was still there. Because the Buddha heard my prayers. I prayed to the Buddha to let me see the Buddha's face before I died. Or even see the face of the Bodhisattva. So that I would not be in vain for worshipping Buddha since I was a child. Then, I saw you. It was you who saved me from the brink of death in the light of the flames. Qiao Fang, you are the Bodhisattva. I firmly believe that there must be a reason why the Buddha asked you to save me. I also firmly believe that you are the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva. You will definitely survive." Qiao Fang slowly turned around and looked at Xiaocheng. And said helplessly, "You still firmly believe that I am a Bodhisattva? I have killed so many people. And you still think I am a Bodhisattva? Killing and Buddha nature are two different things." Xiaocheng said calmly, "Without Buddha nature, you would not insist on saving Xiaoyu. Do you know why Buddhism has a sword? In fact, Buddha also has a killing heart." "Ha." Qiao Fang laughed tiredly. Then he turned around and walked back slowly, muttering as he walked, "You are the most poisoned monk I have ever seen. But it's okay. You have faith. Maybe you will survive." "Qiao Fang, you will survive too." "I don't have that confidence." "I do. Because I have seen you in my dream, laughing and jumping with countless people inside the high wall, welcoming the dawn of the new year." Xiaocheng smiled calmly. "That high wall. I am sure it is the survivor's base after the end of the world. I believe that in the land of Xia, in a hidden place, there will be the last civilization of mankind." Qiao Fang looked back at him. This monk is really strange. Sometimes it feels like what he said is all fantasy. But he often dreams. And every dream comes true in the end. Just like they were driven away by the beast tide in Xiaocheng. Ashin also dreamed about it. Qiao Fang once reminded Zhao Jun. But he treated it as a joke and laughed it off. As a result, the dream came true. So, even if it feels absurd sometimes, Qiao Fang believes more and more that the Buddha that Ashin believes in is really beginning to favor him. A blizzard overnight. No one could sleep well. The window lattices were constantly rattling due to the strong wind. The cold wind kept drilling into the room through various gaps in the house. The survivors had no other choice but to warm themselves by the fire. In the past hundreds of years, when has it been so cold here? And has there been such a heavy snowstorm? It is indeed the end of the world. Nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning, Xunhe walked out of the room and stretched outside the door. On the mental map, there were only 4 people left in Zhao Jun's group. One died last night, and another died early this morning. The poisoned little girl finally died after all. Xunhe stood at the door and took a few deep breaths. Coincidentally, the door in the distance also opened. Qiao Fang was seen walking out slowly, with the little girl's body in her arms. She also saw Xunhe. The two people's eyes intertwined in the air. Then, Qiao Fang walked to the backyard. She was followed by the man named Ashen. There were only the 2 of them. Zhao Jun and Song Zichio did not come out. After stretching his muscles, Xunhe turned and walked to the next room, pushed the door and took a look. The 2 mutant horses were locked in the room by him, to prevent them from being frozen by the heavy snow. This thing is really interesting. No noise. Just standing there. It is probably related to the cloth covering the eyes. If the strips of cloth were torn off, this thing would definitely run away. Zhang Lixia. This little widow is really amazing. How did she master the means of taming this mutant animal? How did she survive? Even escape to Xiaocheng? Qin has decided to make Xiaocheng his next destination. The North City prison of Xiaocheng. I hope Zhang Lixia is still alive. This pretty widow still left an impression on Qin. After checking the mutant horse, Qin turned and walked out of the room. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked back at a big tree more than 10 meters away. Damn! That golden monkey. It was sitting on the tree trunk. Its tail wrapped around the branches. One hand holding its chin. Staring at me intently. Are you itching again? Still thinking about me? Okay. Qin looked at the mutant golden monkey and slowly sneered. I'll kill you today. I'll dig out your monkey brain to go with the wine. Chapter 266, Skepticism. Qin was ready to take action. He didn't care about Zhao Jun's group. But he was skeptical about the mutated golden monkey. The monkey was unusually smart. If he didn't find a chance to kill it, he was really afraid that it would kill Linghua and her daughter while he was away. However, It was not easy to kill the monkey. It recognized human firearms. As long as Shunhe reached out to take out the gun, it would definitely run away. And it was super fast. There were trees outside the holiday villa. Once it got into the woods, it would be even more difficult to find it. So, Shunhe didn't move. He just silently watched the mutated monkey sitting on the treetop. And the man and the monkey stared at each other. Shunhe really hoped it would come and attack him. As long as he was within half a meter, he would definitely kill it in an instant. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening behind him. "Brother, you?" It was Linghua who came out. Shunhe did not look back, and casually replied, "What's the matter?" As he spoke, the monkey on the tree leaped and jumped directly to the big tree in the distance, and disappeared without a trace in a few whooshes. Shunhe looked back at Linghua. Linghua walked to his side in surprise. "Brother, you? Was that a mutant monkey on the tree just now?" "Yes." "Is it so fast?" Linghua looked black. The speed at which the monkey jumped on the tree just now was just like a car driving 180 miles per hour. So fast that only a residual image was left. "Well, it's very fast. And it's very alert." "Oh my god. What's wrong? Do you want to talk to me?" "Oh, breakfast is ready. Come and have breakfast." "Okay." The two turned and went into the house. Inside the villa, in a big house, Xiaocheng and 4 others were also having breakfast. But each person only had 1 piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water. While eating, Xiaocheng looked at Xiaocheng and whispered, "Brother Xiao, the food is gone." "I know." Xiaocheng was in a bad mood. He didn't finish the bread and threw it directly on the table. Song Zichio on the side waved at Xiaocheng and Xiaofang, signaling the two to go out. After Xiaofang and Xiaocheng got up and left the living room, Song Zichio slowly walked to Xiaocheng's side and sat on him with her plump and sexy body. Her hands were around his neck. Her face was close to his. She whispered softly in Xiaocheng's ear, "Ah Jun, don't be like this. As long as we are alive, we have a chance to make a comeback." "Alas, make a comeback. Xiaocheng is gone. How can we do it?" "Xiaocheng is gone. But there is Liangcheng and other big cities. We can even continue to go northwest, to Xiaocheng. As long as people are still there, it will never be considered a failure." Xiaocheng didn't say a word. He looked depressed. His men died one after another, and the supplies were gone. He was trapped in this place where no one lives. And he was even bullied by a monkey. Furious, full of anger, Song Zichio also saw his anger, smiled softly, and sat on him. At this time, the only way to relax him is to find a way. Song Zichio knows Xiaocheng too well. This is a polarized character. He is capable, and he has very powerful leadership and survival skills. But his emotions are also extremely unstable. Polarized, once frustrated, he will get stuck in a dead end. The deeper he gets, he may even have a tendency to self-destruct. Only Song Zichio can relax him. Every time he relaxes, Xiaocheng will put things right, return to normal, and become a hero. Therefore, Xiaocheng cannot do without Song Zichio, and Song Zichio cannot do without Xiaocheng. This is why Xiaocheng has been coveting Xiaofang for a long time, but never had a chance to get close to her, because of Song Zichio. Soon, Xiaocheng's breathing became rapid. His eyes were full of evil fire, staring at Song Zichio. No matter how beautiful Song Zichio was, her figure and charm were incomparable to other women. So, soon, the room was full of life. Next door, Xiaofang and Ashen hid out. They knew what the two were going to do. Almost every time Xiaocheng was depressed, it was Song Zichio's body that calmed him down. This time was probably the same. In the room, Xiaofang was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Xiaocheng was sitting cross-legged on the floor, leaning against the wall, closing his eyes and concentrating, chanting the Heart Sutra of Avalokitesvara in his mouth. His voice was low and hoarse, but he chanted the sutra with a solemnity. After listening for a while, Xiaofang felt much calmer. She turned her head and glanced at Xiaocheng. Who would have thought that the monk who was accidentally rescued at the beginning would now become her most loyal guardian? Xiaocheng's Dharma name is Guang. He is a monk of Fahong Temple outside Xiaocheng. Fahong Temple is very old. It was first built during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. After hundreds of major and minor reconstructions, coupled with the factors of the times, it has long been dilapidated. The temple was not popular. So the monks there lived in poverty. In modern times, there are only 4 monks, including Ashen. At the beginning of the disaster, the monks were forced by the hot weather to open a stone basement in the temple. It used to be a forbidden area of the temple. The abbots of all generations strictly prohibited entry. As a result, when Ashen and his friends went into the basement to avoid the high temperature, they unexpectedly found that there was a vault underneath. It was full of gold and silver treasures. They were all gold and silver that the abbots of all generations had embezzled for hundreds of years. That day, Ashen's faith collapsed for the first time. Later, they relied on the coolness of the basement to avoid the extreme heat. Temperature. After the high temperature, the 4 monks rescued many survivors around the temple and took out the temple stored food to help them. As a result, in less than a month, Fahong Temple was completely in chaos. Fighting for food, fighting for women, fighting for weapons. In the last big fight, Fahong Temple was completely blown up. The fire burned the temple. Ashen was injured and fell into the wall of fire. When he was about to be burned to death, he prayed to the Buddha for the last time, hoping to see the Buddha's original work before he died. Even if it was just the Bodhisattva's original work. Just as he was in his last moments, a figure broke through the door beam that was burning with fire. A group of people rushed into the fire to save people. Not only did she save him, she also saved some other survivors trapped by the flames. And that figure was Chao Fong. At that time, Chao Fong had not followed Zhao Jun yet. She was just an ordinary woman. She was even naive and kind. A group of them rescued Ashin and others from the fire and settled them down. From then on, Ashin was reborn. He firmly believed that he saw the Buddha's light and the Bodhisattva's halo in his dying moments. In the Buddha's light and the Bodhisattva's halo, he saw a beautiful female Bodhisattva who made people worship. It was this female Bodhisattva who saved him. Since then, Ashin gave up his Dharma name, changed his name to Ashin, and has been following Chao Fong, becoming her most loyal guardian and partner. In the past few months, the two changed several teams. If it weren't for Ashin's desperate protection during this period, the innocent and simple Chao Fong might not have survived until now. Chao Fong looked at Ashin silently. All the memories flashed in his mind. This monk sometimes really looks like the Buddha in the world. Because I seem to like listening to him chanting more and more. Especially the Guan Heart Sutra. Chapter 267 Speechless. It was almost noon. Zhao Jun finally sat up from Song Zichio's bed. His mood calmed down. He regained his vitality. He looked back. Song Zichio had a charming look on his face, lying lazily beside him, looking at him with a half-smile. This fairy. Her bed skills are really first class. I heard that she used to be a fruit substitute, so her figure is first class. Moreover, in the big dive vat of the film and television industry, how could she not have slept with several directors? Her bed skills are probably specially practiced. It's really amazing. It can make a man feel like an emperor. Therefore, even though Zhao Jun had a huge power, many followers, and women around him, no one could replace Song Zichio's first wife position. He can't live without Song Zichio. Just like Song Zichio can't live without him. Song Zichio is a weak woman. She kills people with her IQ. Although she has killed as many people as Chao Fong. Chao Fong doesn't dare to offend Song Zichio too much. Zhao Jun sat on the bed and sighed. Alas, I didn't expect that Zhao Jun would not even have a cigarette after all this time. It will happen sooner or later. Right? Song Zichio smiled charmingly. Don't worry. It will happen sooner or later. At this moment, Zhao Jun had swept away the haze and found his dignity as a man in Song Zichio. He took a deep breath and said lightly, I can become the strongest person in Xiaocheng from an insurance salesman. Not by luck, but by strength. The current predicament is only temporary. Sooner or later, I will return to Xiaocheng. That's right. Song Zichio slowly stood up, lay behind Zhao Jun, and whispered softly, This is the man I like. Now is the Doomsday. It's time to reestablish the rules. I bet everything on you. I hope you can become the king in the future. Hee hee. Don't worry. Zhao Jun narrowed his eyes, stretched out his arms to hug Song Zichio's slender waist, and slowly said, Give me some time. I need to plan it well. Well, I'll wait for your plan. After that, he deliberately leaned into Zhao Jun's ear and whispered, If you do it, and lead us to become the king again, I will let you get what you want. What do you mean by fulfilling your wish? Zhao Jun was stunned. Are you playing dumb? Song Zichio stretched out his hand and pinched him, whispering in a seductive tone, haven't you always been drooling over Afong? Ahem. Zhao Jun coughed twice. His body was a little hot. Song Zichio rolled his eyes at him and whispered, it's normal for men to be lustful. And Afong is a beauty. Moreover, she is still a virgin. I have confirmed it myself. So, as long as you do it and make a comeback, I guarantee that she will be yours. Uh-huh. Aku. You are like this. Let me treat you, hee. Virtue. You men are so easy to fool. If men are not easy to fool, you women will be extinct. What are you doing? Song Zichio was pushed down by Zhao Jun again. Hey. It's still early. You come again? Ding ding ding. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The two people stopped immediately. Zhao Jun turned his head and frowned and asked, who is it? What's the matter? Brother Zhao. It's me. The person talking outside is Chao Fong. What's wrong? Zhao Jun sat up again, staring at the door, with a lewd look in his eyes. He even began to imagine the plot of pushing Chao Fong down on the bed. Outside the door, Chao Fong said expressionlessly, Brother Zhao. Sister Chiu. Let's get ready for dinner. Xian used a trap to get a mutant dog. Yo? Zhao Jun's eyes lit up immediately. Okay. Good. We'll be out soon. The footsteps outside slowly faded away. Song Zichio also got up from the bed and went to the ground, winking at Zhao Jun. Save your energy. Save some energy. You have a big trouble right now. You mean Shinyu? Zhao Jun's face turned cold. Yes. Song Zichio raised his lips. That Shinyu is a mystery. I can't see through him. If you don't mind, I want to contact him in person. Zhao Jun didn't say anything. It would be a lie to say that he didn't mind. Song Zichio's so-called contact must be all round. She has the capital. Most men can't escape her softness. Especially in the Doomsday. Although there is a pretty little girl beside Chunyu. She looks like an innocent girl. What's the point? How can she be as attractive as a fairy like Song Zichio? So Zhao Jun is unhappy. However, Song Zichio does have her extraordinary ability. If he can really reach some kind of agreement with Chunyu, or even pull him to his side as a subordinate, it will be even more powerful. Just based on the fact that he dodged Xiaocheng's shot at close range. Zhao Jun dared to conclude that this guy is definitely a powerful character. Maybe he is more powerful than the dead Ahu, Xiaocheng and the big boss Kuei Jia together. What to do? Zhao Jun lowered his head and pondered. Song Zichio, who was getting dressed, smiled. Ajuan. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. I'm just going to make contact. Not to surrender. What are you afraid of? Everything I have is always yours. Uh-huh. What am I afraid of? Zhao Jun raised his head and smiled. There was also a cold look in his eyes. Go ahead. If you can pull him over, I won't restrict you anymore. You can also have 1 or 2 pretty boys to play with. Song Zichio glanced at him with a smile, muttering, virtue. It seems that you have really recovered completely. Aku. I'll wait and see. Okay. The two of them laughed maliciously. At noon, Zhao Jun and the other 4 finally had a meal of meat. It wasn't easy. This was also thanks to Xian's courage and carefulness, who used the trap to deal with another mutant dog. During the meal, Zhao Jun completely regained his confidence. He talked and laughed freely. He didn't care about the predicament in front of him, and even said that he would find a way to sneak back to Xiaocheng as soon as possible, at least to get back the remaining supplies. Facing such Zhao Jun, Song Zichio smiled charmingly. But Chao Fong and Xian were indifferent, because they were used to it. Although Zhao Jun was quite awesome, he was very emotional. When he was good, he was really good. And when he was sad, he was really sad, which was quite speechless. After dinner, Song Zichio changed her clothes, combed her hair, wiped her face, and even touched up her makeup with a little powder she had left. Before leaving, Chao Fong looked at her in confusion. Sister Chiu, are you going out? Yes. Song Zichio smiled charmingly. Where are you going? Do you need help? No. Song Zichio looked out the window with her eyes, pointed at the house where Qingyu was and smiled. I decided to go out myself and test the quality of that man. Then she went out. Chao Fong stared at her back in a daze. She went to test Chunyu's quality? How to test it all? 18 styles of sex? After lunch, Qingyu monitored the movement of the mutant monkey in his mental map. The monkey was very persistent. It targeted Qianyu again. It kept wandering around the house where he lived. Sometimes it jumped onto the roof to explore. And sometimes it wandered around. Every time it looked into his eyes. He could see that the monkey had malicious intent in its eyes. Chapter 268 The Best Bait. Qianyu was not impatient, and waited slowly. The monkey's intelligence was very high. And it would be a surprise if he wanted to kill it. No matter how powerful it was. It was just a monkey. Can it become the Monkey King? At a certain moment, someone suddenly approached the mental map. It was a sexy woman, who was a little older in Zhao Jun's group. What was she doing here? Qianyu's heart moved. Can this woman be used as bait? Soon. A woman's voice was heard outside. Mr. Chen. Is it convenient? Qianyu turned around and signaled Linghua and old man Geng not to pay attention. And got up and walked out of the room and came outside. Outside? In the snow. Song Ziqiu was wearing a long black cotton coat. Slim and graceful. Her face was full of charm. And her eyes were full of spring. She smiled at Qianyu. Mr. Chen. Is it convenient for us to chat? Convenient. Qianyu also smiled faintly. Where is it convenient for us to chat? Behind the house. Qianyu pointed casually. Song Ziqiu blinked. Behind. I don't dare. What are you afraid of? Qianyu looked her up and down. And said with a smile, if I want to kill you, I can do it no matter where you are. As he said that, he suddenly flipped his right hand and took out a desert eagle from behind. Song Ziqiu froze. Qianyu just frightened her. Then put the gun away again. And said with a smile, don't worry. I have a gentleman's agreement with your people. Peace is the priority. Safety is the first priority. Oh, you scared me. Song Ziqiu breathed a sigh of relief. And glanced at Qianyu with a charming look. Then he turned around and walked slowly to the back of the house. Saying as he walked, since Mr. Chen wants to talk behind the house, then let's talk behind the house. Qianyu followed closely behind. At the same time, in the mental map, the monkey began to fly over the eaves and walls again. It jumped vertically and horizontally above the woods not far away, and quickly approached. Soon, the two walked to the back of the house. There was another house about 30 meters away. Song Ziqiu walked to the door of the house with a purpose. Turned around and stood still. Qianyu also came over. He looked at her and nodded. Let's talk. Okay. Song Ziqiu looked at Qianyu with spring in his eyes, and said softly, Mr. Chen. How long have you been living outside? About the same time. Then Mr. Chen should also know that the number of surviving humans is decreasing. Now there are mutant animals everywhere, forming a terrifying beast tide. We are already the last survivors of Xiaocheng. Qianyu nodded. You don't need to say this. I can see it. What do you want to say? I like to be more direct. I like directness. Song Ziqiu smiled. Took 2 steps forward. And said softly, Mr. Chen. I'll be frank then. We hope Mr. Chen can join us. Why? Does this need to be explained? Song Ziqiu slowly walked in front of Qianyu. Stretched out her hand and gently pressed it on his chest. And said softly, whether it is to increase the chance of survival or for the reproduction of mankind. Shouldn't we survivors gather together? Qianyu looked down at her hand. A gust of wind blew. Song Ziqiu's long hair fluttered. In the snow-white world, she was particularly attractive in a black outfit. Like a mysterious witch. The eyes are full of the power of seduction. This is a typical mature woman. Mature women have the smell of mature women. That is a smell that can easily make mature men intoxicated. So the truly experienced veterans of the flower field like mature women and don't like young girls. Because only mature women know how to please men. Qianyu's eyes wandered over her unscrupulously. What he was thinking about was Linghua's evaluation of Song Ziqiu. The color between Song Ziqiu's eyebrows was green. Even bright green. And the color was brighter than Zhao Jun and Xiaocheng. This shows that this woman is the most vicious. One heart with 18 holes. There is no doubt that half of Zhao Jun's kingdom should be taken by her. And her body is the most powerful weapon. At this time, Song Ziqiu suddenly moved closer. Looked up at Qianyu and smiled softly. I know you are a man who is very mature both mentally and physically. Right? I don't deny it. Qianyu nodded. That's all. Song Ziqiu's voice became lower and lower. And he said in an extremely soft voice, Mature men? Do you know what top-grade furnace tripod is? Qianyu was stunned. He looked at Song Ziqiu in surprise. Song Ziqiu continued to chuckle. I'm not bragging. Everyone who has tried it says that my sister is a real top-grade furnace tripod. One of the 10 famous tripods. Jade octopus. Do you want to try? Yu was stunned when he heard this. This woman is really the best. Jade octopus? Yu blinked, and the mental map had captured Zhao Jun approaching stealthily from a distance. He was holding a weapon. So, if he rejected Song Zichou's proposal, he would definitely take action. Okay. Come on. The mutant monkey happened to be here too. Let's have some fun together. Yu showed a hint of teasing on his face, and suddenly pulled out a pair of handcuffs from his waist, and then handcuffed Song Zichou's hands at a very fast speed. Song Zichou was startled. He blurted out, "What are you doing? Don't you want me to try your furnace?" "I'll try it now." Yu smiled slightly. "But, you are?" Song Zichou looked at the handcuffs on his hands. "I like you wearing this. You are a pervert. You look so normal. But I didn't expect you like this kind of style. Okay. Let's go inside." Yu smiled and shook his head. No. We are outside. The ice and snow are exciting." As he said, he pulled the handcuffs hard, lifted them up, and hung them on the branches of the tree next to him. In this way, Song Zichou's hands were hung up. She was a little flustered and a little uneasy, but there was also a little expectation. "Do you really want to play like this? Outside? And hanging? I've never tried it. This handsome boy is simply a weirdo." Song Zichou's face was bright red, and she looked at Yu and whispered, "Mr. Chen, this is our first contact. Can you not be so scary? If you want me to accept you, don't you have to satisfy me?" Yu had a wicked look on his face, and then stretched out his hand to start taking off Song Zichou's clothes, stripping off all her clothes inside and out. The cold wind blew. Song Zichou shivered all over. No matter how excited she was gone. She begged hurriedly, "Mr. Chen. No. It's too cold. Let's go inside." "No. Right here." The expression on Yu's face had disappeared. He was looking around at the same time. Soon, the mutant golden monkey appeared on the roof. Monkeys like to fish and hunt. They are born with excessive desires. So Song Zichou is the best bait, because she has a smell that makes all male creatures' heartbeats accelerate. Suddenly, Yu turned around and walked back. At this moment, if Song Zichou didn't know that Yu was playing tricks on her, then she would be an idiot. Song Zichou screamed anxiously, "Mr. Chen, let me go!" Her shouting shocked the mutant monkey on the roof, and it stood up suddenly. Yu didn't look back. Chapter 269 must die. But the supernatural power has been activated. Here it comes! Just as Song Zichou screamed, Zhao Jun also went crazy. He didn't expect Yu to dare to do such a thing with his forbidden fruit. The sky is covered with a blanket, and he hung the person up? What's going on? Do you really think there is a big grassland above my head? Now, even if Song Zichou really conquered Yu, Zhao Jun would not do it. No one dares to play with his woman like this. Yu must die. Zhao Jun opened the safety immediately and rushed over with a gun. At the same time, the golden monkey on the roof was also stimulated by the white body below, and it screamed suddenly and jumped down from the roof with its teeth and claws bared. However, the monkey was a little slow. Zhao Jun rushed out first, but before he could shoot at Yu, a huge monster suddenly fell down from above. What the hell? What the hell? Looking up, it was the mutant monkey. This mutant golden monkey was very large, like a gorilla, with golden fur all over its body and a pair of monkey eyes as red as blood. It fell from the air, and Zhao Jun had no time to dodge. So he raised his hand and shot. Bang! The shot hit the mutant monkey's shoulder. The monkey was already in a state of excitement and frenzy, and was suddenly hit by a shot. It just shook its upper body, and its two sharp claws came out in its hand. Puff! Two muffled sounds. Zhao Jun suddenly screamed miserably. His eyes had been gouged out by the golden monkey. Yu was shocked. Why does this ghost like to gouge people's eyes so much? And the action is very fast, and it is accurate every time. Zhao Jun's eyes were gouged out, and he sat on the ground screaming miserably, covering his eyes with his hands. The mutant monkey used him as a punching bag, jumped up, and smashed directly on Zhao Jun, swinging his fists and hitting him hard. Bang 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 bang. Soon, Zhao Jun was silent. His head was smashed like a broken watermelon, completely deformed. Song Zichou screamed in fear. In the distance, Chao Feng and Ashen had already rushed over. At the same time, Yu finally took action. He controlled his muscles to the level of level 2 supernatural power, turned around instantly, and rushed behind the mutant monkey. The monkey was startled. Obviously, Qin Yu's actions had exceeded its expectations. This speed was too scary. The mutant monkey felt a fatal threat and immediately jumped up, trying to escape from here. Unfortunately, Qin Yu had a murderous look on his face at this moment. He grabbed its neck casually. The mutant monkey was furious, and its 2 long claws frantically dug into Qin Yu's eyes. The 2 long lower limbs also kicked Qin Yu's chest fiercely. In a flash, an invisible annihilation force covered the whole body. The terrifying corrosive force made the mutant monkey feel a piercing pain, and its limbs went limp, and the power disappeared instantly. In just a few seconds, the mutant monkey's neck had been corroded and broken by the annihilation energy. Plop! The monkey's body fell to the ground. Qin Yu grabbed the huge monkey brain. The monkey brain was grinning, with an extremely hideous expression, and even bleeding from all 7 orifices, with eyes wide open, and died with eyes wide open. It may never figure it out. Just came down to mate, but ended up having its head torn off in a confused manner. It had always been very cautious before. In the end, I still haven't played with humans. At this time, Xiaocheng and Ashen had already rushed over, looking at this scene with a confused face. What's going on? What happened? Xiaocheng quickly untied Song Ziqiu and took off her coat to cover her. Song Ziqiu was trembling all over, while crying and looking at Zhao Jun with his head smashed on the ground. She suddenly raised her head and yelled at Qin Yu, "Mr. Chen, I will definitely kill you." Bang! Qin Yu raised his hand and shot. Song Ziqiu's head suddenly tilted back, and then fell to the ground with an unbelievable look on his face. Xiaocheng and Ashen were so scared by the sudden shot that their heads went blank. They paused for a few seconds before reacting and hurriedly wanted to take their weapons. As a result, Qin Yu's gun was already pointed at 2 people. Both of them froze at the same time. Then, Xian suddenly looked solemn, put his hands together, and stood in front of Xiaocheng with a solemn face. He looked at Qin Yu and whispered, "Amitabha, if you want to kill me first. This day will come sooner or later. The sooner you enter reincarnation, the sooner you go to hell." Qin Yu looked at him in confusion. "Are you a monk?" "I used to be." Xian looked at Qin Yu calmly. His eyes were very calm. Qin Yu could see that he was not afraid of death at all. Maybe death was a kind of relief for him. At this time, Xiaocheng behind him stretched out his hand to push him away, and said in a hoarse voice, "I am tired too, and I don't want to persist anymore. Besides, you have already repaid enough favors, so you don't need to die for me." After saying that, she looked at Qin Yu and said calmly, "Kill us." "Okay." Qin Yu turned the muzzle of the gun and pointed it directly at her. Just as she was about to shoot, Ashen suddenly said, "Mr. Chen, I heard that you asked about the information of taming mutant horses." Qin Yu's hand stopped on the trigger and nodded. "I did ask. Mr. Chen, if you want to go to Xiaocheng to find her, maybe you shouldn't kill us." Qin Yu blinked. "What? You don't want to die again?" "I just don't want her to die," Oxen replied calmly. Qin Yu looked at him in confusion. "So, you like her?" "No." Xian shook his head and smiled and said, "I have been devoted to Buddhism since I was a child, and I have long lost my love. Now I have no choice but to fall into hell, just to protect her safety for the rest of her life. She has the heart of a bodhisattva, and she shouldn't die here." "The heart of a bodhisattva?" Qin Yu looked at Xiaocheng with a strange look on his face. Xiaocheng said expressionlessly, "I saved him. So this stubborn monk has always regarded me as a bodhisattva. I have killed countless people, and I will die if I die." Qin Yu looked at Xian again. "Why can't I kill you if I go to Xiaocheng to find Zhang Lixia?" Xiaocheng has now been occupied by the beast tide. Xian said frankly, "Those who have never been to Xiaocheng have no idea how to get to the North City prison. At least, we can be your guide. In addition, Zhao Jun has a total of 16 material warehouses in Xiaocheng. Conservatively speaking, at least 10 of them have not been destroyed. The materials inside are enough for the 3 of you to survive for 3 to 5 months. The last point is that we are not the same as Zhao Jun. We will not avenge them. Mr. Chen, the choice is yours, no matter what the result is. I thank you, because life and death are both a kind of relief for me." After hearing these words, Qin Yu was also amazed in his heart. This monk is quite interesting. He should be telling the truth. He has no love between men and women for Xiaocheng. But he puts Xiaocheng's life and death in the most important position. He calls Xiaocheng a bodhisattva. It's just that Xiaocheng saved his life. Interesting. Chapter 270 Simultaneous Stagnation. Chunyu looked at Xiaocheng, then at Xiaocheng, and finally put down the gun. Because at the beginning, Xinyu had no intention of killing these two people. According to Linghua's judgment, although these two people killed a lot of people, they were no different from ordinary survivors. Just like me. I'm afraid they killed more people. I don't know how many people died in the battle of the chemical plant outside Jiangcheng. Maybe it's because I killed too many people that the color turned into 7 colors? Xinyu silently glanced at the two people, and suddenly asked, is Xiaocheng prison solid? Can it withstand the beast tide? To be honest, it's very dangerous. Xiaocheng said calmly, but there is a glimmer of hope. In addition, Mr. Chen, can I ask why you are so concerned about Zhang Lixia? Because she is my woman, Chunyu replied casually. As a result, the two people on the opposite side were stunned at the same time. Zhang Lixia is his woman? Zhang Lixia is a very magical existence in Xiaocheng. No one knows how she appeared in Xiaocheng, but she has a very strange ability, which is to tame mutant animals. Before the new year, Xiaocheng was the same as all cities. The beast tide had not yet formed. At most, there were some scattered mutant animals in the city. One day, a strange thing happened at a gathering point in Xiaocheng. Someone was found collecting supplies outside with a mutant dog. The mutant dog seemed to be tamed. It could go to various places to explore for supplies according to the instructions of the dog handler. This matter soon spread among all the surviving groups in Xiaocheng. So, the North City prison became popular. Everyone knew the name of a woman, Zhang Lixia. This woman was very beautiful, and she had an incredible ability. That is, she could tame some relatively docile mutant animals. But the price was very high. You had to pay the corresponding reward. Xiaojun was the largest force in Xiaocheng. No one else. So he was rich and powerful. At that time, they also pulled a whole truck of goods to the North City prison, met the person in charge, and successfully traded more than a dozen mutant dogs and 12 mutant horses. Once these tamed mutant horses run at full speed, they are faster than cars. Xiaojun treats these mutant horses as treasures, because people no longer have means of transportation. Thanks to these mutant horses, they were able to break through the siege and escape from the beast tide. After understanding this information, Xinyu had some judgment in his mind. It is unknown how Zhang Lixia escaped the pursuit of the cannibals, but she must have undergone some changes, perhaps related to the crystal core. She may have activated some special abilities. Xinyu became more and more curious about her experience, so he wanted to meet her more and more. This pretty widow fell in love with Xinyu at first sight outside Yangpu town and gave him her precious first time. Xinyu would never forget it. So, as long as the snow stops, find a way to go to Xiaocheng. I want to see her alive or dead. Xinyu made a decision, looked at Xiaocheng and Xiaocheng and said, I won't kill you. As I said, safety first, peaceful coexistence. Unless you still want to kill me. Xiaocheng looked at Xiaocheng, then shook his head and said, we won't. That's good. If the snow stops tomorrow, I will go to Xiaocheng to find Zhang Lixia. If you are willing to provide help, I will pay you. If you don't want to, then go your separate ways. Goodbye. After saying that, Xinyu turned and left. He had no defensive posture towards the two people. He left his back to them. Xin looked at Xiaocheng again. Xiaocheng was unaware and didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and looked at the bodies on the ground silently. One was Xiaojun, and the other was Song Ziqiu. Once, I thought that the two of them might be able to build a survivor base that could accommodate more people to live together. We could slowly restore human order. We could slowly restore vitality. We could slowly restore people's trust and moral standards. I never thought that it was still a luxury. The two men were now all corpses. Xiaocheng felt hopeless and had no desire to live anymore. She slowly took out her gun and turned off the safety. Then she held her chin against her own and asked softly, Xiaocheng, can people really reincarnate after death? Some people can, but most people can't. Xiaocheng murmured, what about me? Will I go to hell? Yes. Okay. Xiaocheng turned her head and smiled sadly at Xiaocheng. From now on, you don't have to treat me as your Buddha. You are free. Xiaocheng looked calm. He also took out a gun and held it against his head. If you die, my life will be meaningless. Xiaocheng blinked. You are such a stubborn monk. You know? I have never seen a monk as stubborn as you in modern society. I have never seen a bodhisattva like you. Xiaocheng smiled. You are compassionate and want to create a new world with Xiaocheng. So your hands are stained with blood. Unfortunately, you still chose the wrong target. Well, I made the wrong choice. In fact, you can choose again. The world now has no rules, no order, so you have unlimited choices. Xiaocheng's eyes dimmed. I am too tired and don't want to choose again. Okay. I will only give you one last suggestion. If you can still hold on, you might choose this Chinyu and give it a try. What? Xiaocheng was stunned. Choose him. Yes. Why choose him? Xiaocheng looked back at the direction where Chinyu disappeared and said lightly, there is no reason. Just a very simple feeling. You asked me to explain, and I can't explain it clearly. But, if I were you, I would choose him and try again. Xiaocheng didn't say anything, but pondered silently. After a while, she put down the gun, then took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared on her face. I believe you. If he can, if he really builds a home. After success, as long as you don't die, I will follow you to become a monk. Become a monk? Xiaocheng laughed. He also put down his gun, looked at Xiaocheng and said with a smile, you can't do it. Why? I know a little bit of physiognomy. Your face doesn't look like the fate of a Buddhist monk. Xiaocheng asked in confusion, what is my fate? A large family with many descendants. TSK. Xiaocheng sneered, turned and walked away, saying as she walked, a large family with many descendants? You can think of that. It seems that there is something fake about you. A monk. You also want physiognomy? Have you read too many novels? Believe it or not. Xiaocheng also put away his gun and followed her. Chenyu found an empty room. He sawed the head of the golden monkey with a saw. After searching for a while, he found a crystal core. Golden yellow. The color is round and bright. Based on past experience, Chenyu can roughly judge that this crystal core should also be of the physical type. Keep it. Maybe it can help me advance my muscle controllability again. Find a safe time to swallow it. Now, I have two perfect crystal cores in my hand. One is from an immortal, and the other is from a golden monkey. Chapter 271, Reciting the Heart Sutra of Guanyin. However, the body still needs some time to recover and adapt. So don't rush it. Chenyu threw away the monkey head and took a bowl of monkey brains back to his residence. Inside, Linghua and Old Man Gung were waiting nervously. As soon as they saw him coming back, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, are you okay? Linghua hurriedly came up and asked. No problem. This is for you. The mutant monkey has been dealt with. This is monkey brains. You couldn't eat this stuff in peacetime, but you can try it now. Linghua took the big bowl with a strange expression on her face. Chenyu looked at Old Man Gung again. If it doesn't snow tomorrow, we'll set off immediately and go to Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng? Old Man Gung was stunned. Didn't Xiaocheng have a beast hide? Yes. But in general, if there are no humans as the target of the beast hide, the beast hide will basically disperse after 3 days. Oh! Old Man Gung nodded, and then asked, what are you going to Xiaocheng for? To find a friend. Chenyu muttered. In the room on the inside of the villa. At this moment, only Xiaocheng and Xiaocheng were left. There was a charcoal fire in the room. The mutant dog they got during the day was still there, and the two simply roasted a front leg, ate some meat, chewed some dry food, and drank some snow water. After dinner, the two of them sat by the fire to keep warm. Xiaocheng was silent all the time. Whenever she didn't speak, Xiaocheng would recite the Heart Sutra beside her. At a certain moment, Xiaocheng suddenly interrupted Xiaocheng's recitation. Xiaocheng, did you notice how the golden monkey died? I noticed it. Xiaocheng nodded. The neck was broken by being pinched. Actually, I observed the wound. It doesn't look like it was broken by being pinched. It looks like it was corroded by something. Corrosion? Xiaocheng was stunned. Yes. It's like using aqua regia. Do you know aqua regia? Xiaocheng shook his head. I became a monk in a temple since I was a child, and I never went to school. Oh! Xiaocheng wiped his face vigorously and murmured, forget it. Let's not discuss it. It's meaningless anyway. That Chenyu is very strong, beyond our understanding. Yeah. He can also dodge bullets at close range. It seems that he has some kind of predictive ability. Xiaocheng said, thoughtfully. It may not be predictive ability. Maybe it's just that 22 is fast enough. Very fast. Ridiculously fast. Yeah. The two were silent again. After half a day, Ashen looked at Xiaocheng and asked, if it doesn't snow tomorrow, if he goes to Xiaocheng, we go to help him. Xiaocheng said without hesitation. Okay. This is the last time. If he can't do it, I will end my life with my own hands. Okay. I'll accompany you. Xiaocheng looked up at Ashen. And after a long while, he said in confusion, do you really have no feelings? You really don't understand what love is. I understand. I'm a monk. Not a fool. Then how you treat me? Don't worry. It's definitely not love. Xian smiled. Then pulled out a dagger from his ankle, sat directly opposite him, and began to shave his hair. A few minutes later, the thick hair on his head was shaved off completely. He pointed to the scar on his head and said, see? I have love in my heart. But it's not love between men and women. I fell into hell to find a pure land. When I retire, I will enter nirvana to atone for my sins. Xiaocheng. The room fell into silence again. After a while, Ashen's chanting was heard again. It was still the hard sutra of Avalokitesvara. It makes people feel peaceful. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early in the morning, the sun rose, and the haze in the sky dissipated. The wind and snow stopped, and the temperature could be clearly felt to be rising. When Xinyu walked out of the room, he looked up at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the heavy snow had finally stopped. That Zhao Jun was not completely useless. At least his judgment of the weather was still very accurate. He said it would snow in the next 2 or 3 days. And it really snowed for 3 days. Maybe the snow on the road will be very thick. But Xinyu didn't want to wait any longer. Zhang Lixiao was in the prison in the north of Xiaocheng. Although that kind of place was relatively safe and easy to defend, no one could say whether it could stop the beast tide. The reason why the beast tide was so scary was not simply because of the large number. There was another reason. That was that among the mutated animals, some animals could use superpowers like humans. This was scary. So, we had to go to Xiaocheng to investigate, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Xinyu wanted to rescue Zhang Lixiao. First, she and Xinyu already have a close relationship. Second, she has a secret: taming mutant animals. Xinyu had never heard of such a bizarre thing in his previous life. But it happened in this life. This is the variable caused by the butterfly effect. In the previous life, when he arrived in the Ice Age world, even Xinyu began to feel desperate, because the whole earth was frozen. There was no food and no supplies. Even the air was cold. How can humans survive? Xinyu died before he could survive the Ice Age. But in this life, many variables appeared. Perhaps, even if the earth is frozen in the future, as long as it is reasonably arranged, strategized, and various talents are gathered, it is not a dream to survive in the future. So, Xinyu made a prompt decision. Go back to the house to eat. Set off after dinner. More than an hour later, Xinyu and the other 3 were ready. There was a lot of snow on the road now, so we couldn't drive, but we could ride horses. These mutant horses were all tall and big, and there was no need to worry about the problem of water entering the engine. It should be no problem. When Xinyu walked out of the room with Linghua and Old Man Gung, he looked at the 2 people waiting outside in surprise. It was Xiaocheng and Ashen. However, these 2 people had some changes. Xiaocheng tied her long hair into a ponytail. She put on a pair of sunglasses. She was no longer wearing a black cotton coat, but a snow-white coat, although this can be considered a protective color. But Xinyu always felt that she seemed to have changed. The other Xian changed even more. This guy actually shaved his head, and shaved it clean. Finally saw the scar on his head, and Xian was smiling. Under the sun, his smile was quite bright. Xinyu was a little puzzled. Yesterday, these 2 people were not in this state. At this time, Linghua secretly leaned into Xinyu's ear and whispered, "Brother Yu, the color between their eyebrows has become lighter. It seems yellowish." Yellow? Xinyu's eyes lit up. According to Linghua's statistics, yellow generally represents safety and no threat. Before, they were both blood red. They killed people without hesitation. Why did such a big change happen? Xinyu was suspicious, so he walked over slowly. looked at Xiaocheng and Xian and said, "You two seem to be a little different." "What's the difference?" Xian asked with a smile. "It seems that the murderous aura on you is much less." Xiaocheng nodded calmly. "This monk is actually quite annoying sometimes. He chanted the Heart Sutra of Guanyin all night last night, and I fell asleep listening to the sound of him chanting." Chapter 272 Controlling These Carriages. Amitabha. Xian smiled, clasped his hands together, and chanted a Buddhist name. Qinyu was confused. Avalokitesvara Heart Sutra? That's nonsense. Right? If it worked so well, there would have been no sin in the world before. Forget it. Ignore them. This change is a good thing for me. Qinyu asked casually, "Are you ready to help me?" "Yes." Xian nodded. "We are going to take you to the North Prison of Xiaocheng. In addition, I will be a monk again. And my Dharma name is Yinguang." "Yinguang?" Qinyu nodded and smiled. "Yes. Master Yinguang. Please give me more advice." Yinguang smiled brightly. "Mr. Chen is the first person to call me master. My hands were stained with blood." "Mr. Chen, do you still insist on calling me master?" "Uh-huh. My hands are also stained with blood. Why do you call me Mr. Chen?" "Amitabha. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart." Yinguang bowed his head again as a greeting. Qinyu also smiled. "Same for you. Since you two are willing to help, let's do it together. If you rescue my friend, I will definitely reward you handsomely." "You're welcome. Then, shall we set off?" "Let's go!" Qinyu shouted. He turned around and asked Linghua to ride with him. Then everyone got on the horse. 5 people and 4 horses. The remaining 4 horses were led by Xiaocheng. Qinyu shouted in agreement, and the 4 of them galloped on their horses, disappearing quickly outside the villa. The mutant horses are really awesome. The snow on the highway was at least above the knees, which was not too exaggerated. According to Qinyu's estimation, after 3 days of heavy snow, the floating snow must be at least half a person high? But it was okay. Maybe because of the strong wind blowing while snowing, the floating snow on the road was blown away, so it was only above the knees and thighs. It was also impossible to drive in such thick snow. But you can ride a horse. The mutant horse simply ignored the thickness of the snow and galloped with all its hooves. The people were unimpeded on the highway, and suddenly felt a sense of pleasure of riding a horse in the rivers and lakes. Linghua was young and didn't know how to ride a horse, so she could only ride with Qinyu. She was very happy, being tightly hugged by Qinyu. She felt a sweet sense of happiness regardless of whether Qinyu noticed her or not. The 5 of them ran wildly for more than 2 hours. They took 3 breaks during the period. The main reason was that although riding a horse was pleasant, ordinary people felt really tired. Not only the hips were tired, but the buttocks were even more tired. When the sun was at its highest point, everyone finally saw the entrance to the city from a distance. Qinyu pulled the reins. He looked in the direction of the city with a telescope. Others observed. After taking a few glances, Xiaocheng said with an unpleasant expression, "The environment in the city is getting worse and worse." Qinyu didn't say anything, and kept looking at the distance carefully. Xiaocheng City is really a bit like the Doomsday world in science fiction movies, with a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. And all kinds of mutant birds are always circling in the sky. The city is also dilapidated and desolate. There are almost no complete buildings, which are more ruined than Jiangcheng. Many buildings are still emitting black smoke. From time to time, you can see black shadows flashing on the streets of the city. Those are mutant animals. The beast tide is really rampant. Qinyu looked for a while, silently put down the telescope, let out a long breath, and looked at Xiaocheng and Ashen. "In this case, can you still take me to the North City prison?" "Yes." Xiaocheng nodded confidently. "Let's find a way." After saying that, he jumped off his horse, called Monk Yinguang and walked to the side, took out a map and stood beside to study it quietly for a while. After a while, Xiaocheng came back. Qinyu also jumped off his horse. "Is there a way?" "Yes. There is an old railway line in the north of the city, passing through the woods in the north. At the beginning of the disaster, a train was stuck on the road. Although that train was an older green train, it was very well sealed. Although Zhao Jun was unlucky, he did a lot of right things, including occupying and arming the train. If the train hadn't been destroyed, maybe we could sneak into the northern part of the city by train. The front part of the train is parked at the border of the northern part. Get off there, and quickly get to the northern prison. The environment in the city is getting worse and worse. Although the beast tide seems to have dispersed. But the whole city is full of mutant animals. And it is difficult to conceal your whereabouts. That train is the last resort. After listening, Chinyu nodded without hesitation, just as you discussed. Let's go and see if the train can still enter. Okay. Several people immediately turned their horses around, got off the highway, and rushed to the distant woods. 10 minutes later, Chinyu saw the green train in the distance. It was stopped there due to a malfunction at the beginning of the disaster. According to Xiaocheng, the train was quickly occupied by the Zhao army and fully armed. The train carriages are very strong. The defensive ability is beyond doubt. Before the beast tide, as long as a part of the people were stationed inside, these carriages could be completely controlled. From the geographical location of the carriages, this is really a precious asset. It has about 13 sections. Just half of them are in the city, and half are outside the city. If the train carriages are regarded as a passage, you can go directly from the city to the outside of the city, and you can disappear without a trace in the woods. From this point of view, the Zhao army still has some real skills. Now, the beast tide swept the whole city, but the guards in the carriages were long gone. So maybe they would not attract the attention of the beast tide, and they would not be destroyed. After observing for a while, Chinyu signaled everyone to dismount, asked Xiaocheng to find a proper place to store the horses, and everyone walked to the rear of the train. You have to be careful on the road behind. Everyone has a gun. But in order to avoid attracting the attention of the beast tide in the city, Chinyu reminded everyone that they should not shoot unless it was absolutely necessary. So, Lao Gong and Linghua picked up bows and arrows. Monkey Guang had a mountain-cutting knife. Xiaocheng had a 3-edged military bayonet. Chinyu took out the Tang sword from before. Of course, it was just a show. His greatest weapon was his physical strength. 40 minutes later, everyone quietly approached the rear of the train. Xiaocheng and Ashen approached and carefully checked the area near the door of the rear carriage. It was relatively safe, and the carriage was obviously not damaged. This made everyone feel relieved. Then, Xiaocheng used a secret method to open the modified door lock of the carriage from the outside. This method was only known by a dozen core people in the Zhao army group. Xiaocheng was one of them. As soon as the door was opened, the 5 people quickly hid in the car. Monkey Guang then closed the door and locked it from the inside. Most of the windows in the carriages were welded shut with thick iron plates. Some of the remaining movable windows were also hung with thick curtains. So the carriage looked pitch black. Chinyu smelled it carefully. Fortunately, there was no smell of decay in the air, which meant that all the carriages on the train should be safe. Chapter 273 continued to reproduce. This step is considered a success. Chinyu let out a long breath, looked at Xiaocheng and whispered, "There are 13 carriages in total. Right? The locomotive is near the North District Prison?" "Yes." Xiaocheng nodded. "That's it. It's enough to send it here. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time." Xiaocheng was stunned, looking back at Monkey Guang. Monkey Guang walked over quickly, looked at Chinyu seriously and said, "Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, we can follow you to the North City Prison. You can take fewer detours." Chinyu looked at him in surprise. "Are you sure? The beast tide is still in the city, and we will be wiped out if we are not careful. Don't you care about being buried with others? Mr. Chen, what will happen if we leave?" Monkey Guang smiled bitterly. "Leaving here is just going to another hell. In fact, whether we can survive or not is no longer the motivation to support us." "Then what is the motivation?" Chinyu asked in confusion. "Find a paradise." Monkey Guang looked at Chinyu seriously. "Find a paradise. See that humans can continue to reproduce, rebuild order, and create civilization again." Chinyu was silent. I heard this argument again. So, what this monk said was not false. He was really looking for a paradise. He really hopes to rebuild the order of mankind. This belief is very great. So he gave up the rules and regulations, gave up the obsession with life and death, resolutely picked up the butcher knife, and went to hell to find a new direction. For ordinary people, maybe this is just bullshit. But for Buddhists, he may be a beacon. Although Chinyu does not believe in Buddhism, he does not feel so repulsive to this monk. Since he wants to go to hell so much, why not let him go to hell? If he doesn't go to hell, who will go to hell? So Chinyu nodded. "Okay. Master Guang, you lead the way to the hell ahead. I hope you are a guiding light." Ba. The green train is very old. In the modern era with high-speed rail lines extending in all directions. This kind of green train is only an inner-city train between some small cities. It only runs short distances. Inside the train, some supplies are still scattered in some carriages. It is estimated that they were left behind in a hurry during the initial evacuation. So Qin and his men carefully explored forward while collecting the scattered supplies. Only take what is easy to carry. 20 minutes later, the 5 people came to the front of the train. The roar of wild beasts could be faintly heard outside. They have already entered the city. This green train was indeed not damaged. And now it is considered a successful infiltration. Qin has been using the mental map. Outside, within a 4-kilometer radius, there are densely packed bright spots everywhere. Those are the mental bodies of mutant animals. No one intervened in the beast tide in Xiaocheng. And it developed very terribly. The number and scale were far greater than Jiangcheng. This situation has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that the movement is restricted. The advantage is that there should be no particularly powerful guys here. Unlike Jiangcheng in the previous life. 3 boss-level mutant animals were born in a row. Ashen listened at the door of the front part of the car for a while. Turned back to signal everyone to be alert. And then gently opened the door of the car. It was still quiet outside. There is no danger for the time being. Qin also confirmed the safety in the mental map. So he signaled everyone to get off the bus. The place to get off the bus is at the edge of the northern urban area. This is the railway line. The residential area is outside the fence in front. However, the residential area next to the railway line in the northern district is relatively old and backward. Because the houses here have not been sold for a long time. The rich have basically moved to the south. So it is desolate everywhere. In the peaceful times, there were basically no people here. In addition, there is a prison not far away. So this is the place with the least mutant animals in the city. Because there are no people and no rotting corpses. There is no reason for mutant animals to gather here. Get off the train. Others quickly find a place to hide. Qin walked to the front curiously and took a look at the locomotive. It was an old steam locomotive. It was the kind that burned coal. I wonder if this thing can still be driven. Qin quickly climbed onto the locomotive, got inside, and took a look at the coal bunker in the locomotive. It was still full. Coal is ready. If it can still be driven, wouldn't it be more fun to drive this thing to the northwest? Qin had a wild idea. But he didn't know how to drive a train. So he would try to find someone who knows this business to consult. If it can really be driven, this train will become a valuable asset. Brother Yu? Suddenly, someone outside called out softly. Qin turned and got off the train, waving at Linghua, who came to find him, indicating, "It's okay. Let's go." Yes. The two hurried away. The 5 people gathered together, and Ashen and Xiaocheng exchanged glances and began to lead the way. It has been safe and sound until now. The 5 people climbed over the guardrail, entered the residential area, and began to move stealthily between the dilapidated streets. As they walked, everyone was surprised to find one thing. That is, Qin always reminds everyone to change the route before the danger comes. And the facts prove that when they quietly change the route, some mutant animals will always wander on the route they have traveled before. Amazing. How did Qin foresee this? Does he have a sixth sense? In this way, with Qin magical movement, the 5 people arrived outside the North City prison in less than 40 minutes. Fortunately, the prison gate was locked. The electric grid on the high wall had not even been damaged. It seems that this place is safe. The defensibility of the prison is usually very strong. As long as there is no large beast tide attacking here, it should be able to last for a long time. However, there are no large buildings within a radius of nearly 1 kilometer around the location of the prison. It is very empty. If someone wants to sneak in, it is basically as obvious as a louse on a bald head. Qin and the other 5 people found a relatively safe residential building 1 kilometer away and climbed directly to the rooftop to observe. After watching for a while, Xiaocheng put down the telescope, looked at Qin and said, "Mr. Qin, there are beasts everywhere now. There are often crows and other flying birds in the sky. It is easy to be discovered by mutant animals if you want to approach the prison in such a bare environment. Do you still want to go in? You must go in." Qin has been looking inside with a telescope and said casually, "It seems that there are still survivors in the prison." "Still?" Xiaocheng said in surprise. "How can you be so sure?" "I saw patrols," Qin explained. In fact, he did not see the patrols to confirm it. But in the mental map, the survivors in the prison had been marked out long ago. There are at least more than 20 people. The mental images are strong and weak. Chapter 274 Survivors. It seems that there are still living supplies inside. Otherwise it would be impossible to accommodate so many survivors. Since you are sure that there are still survivors inside, let's find a way to sneak in. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible. No. Xinyu put down the telescope, shook his head and said, "You stay here and wait for me. I will go there by myself." What? Chao Fang was stunned. You go there by yourself? Yes. Xinyu turned his head to look at her. I have a way. But it is not convenient to take you with me. Mr. Chen. Miss Chao. I am not the kind of careless, greedy and reckless person. My desire for life is stronger than all of you. And I do have the means. Believe me. Chao Fang was speechless. After silently looking at Xinyu for a few times, he lowered his head and said softly, Mr. Chen, I hope you know what you are doing. Ashen and I have already regarded you as the last hope to find the pure land of bliss. Oh! Xinyu was surprised. Why do you regard me as the last hope? First, we are about to give up. In this hopeless world, it is better to die than to live. Second, it may just be a feeling. Xinyu asked, what feeling? Chao Fang finally looked up at Xinyu. A gleam of light flashed in his clear eyes. And he said softly, you are different from all the survivors I have met before. I can't tell what it feels like. But I always feel that you are different. The monkey Guang beside him also nodded. Mr. Chen has a quality that can make people feel at ease. Unlike Xiao Jun. It's the same killing. But after Mr. Chen killed someone, his eyes were still full of light. Xinyu didn't say anything else. Just looked at the two people silently. A kind of love for talent gradually rose in his heart. Maybe they can become companions. At this time, Linghua came to his side and asked softly, Brother Yu, can't my father and I follow you? What are we doing outside? Just waiting for your news? Well, wait for my news. Xinyu glanced at Linghua and patted her arm. It's not like outside. There are too many mutant animals in Xiaocheng. So you must pay attention to safety if you stay here. I know. Linghua nodded. Chenyu looked at Ashin and Chao Fang again. You too. If you think highly of Chenyu and want to make friends, then stay here with my two friends and wait for me. If it's convenient, take care of them. They don't have much experience in surviving outside. Okay. Chao Fang nodded without thinking. I'll be responsible for their safety. Thank you. Xinyu looked at her deeply, then turned around to say goodbye to Old Man Geng and Linghua. Turned around and quickly disappeared downstairs. He had to sneak in secretly. And he had to do it alone. Leave the residential building. Xinyu quickly came to an empty corner, took off his clothes in a few seconds, and stuffed everything into the space. Then he turned on the full reflection mode and entered the optical stealth state. For ordinary people, it is extremely difficult to approach the prison in this environment. But it is really easy and pleasant for him. After the invisibility was completed, Xinyu immediately rushed in the direction of the prison. He ran all the way. The prison gate cannot be passed. That is the only passage leading to the outside of the prison. And it is also the passage for the beast tied to attack. Once it is opened, it is difficult to close it again. So, Xinyu's goal is to climb the wall. Anyway, at this time, there was no power supply in the prison. And the power grid on the high wall had long been out of service. Not threatening. 10 minutes later, Xinyu rushed to the prison wall. He looked up, and with a thought, he controlled his leg muscles to enter a supernatural state. Just as he was about to climb the high wall, he suddenly heard a series of faint roars in his ears, like the roar of an animal. In the mental map, there were sporadic mutant animals wandering behind the prison. But this cry, it sounded like a trap. Xinyu was curious for a moment, and quietly went around to the back of the prison. Sure enough, there was only a complete high wall behind the prison. But near the corner, there seemed to be a hole dug under the high wall. The exit was simply camouflaged. Outside the exit was a trap made of sharp wooden stakes. And a huge mutant old yellow cow seemed to be trapped inside. On the top of the mutant cow's head, the sharp black horns had flowers growing out, looking frightening. And the head was cracked. There seemed to be a circle of mouth parts sticking out of the skull, trembling and screaming all the time. Xinyu was secretly shocked. To be able to mutate like this, the crystal core in the body of this old yellow cow is probably about to take shape. The mutant cow screamed very weakly. The blood on its body had already turned black and dried up. Judging from this, it should have been trapped for more than a day or two. The snow in Xiaocheng was also very deep, and at least half of the old yellow cow's lower body was frozen in the snow. At this moment, on the mental map, two figures in the prison seemed to be walking back and heading straight for the small door. Soon, the camouflage door was opened. Two people in snow-white cotton clothes looked out furtively. After confirming that there was no danger, two people rushed out quickly, one of them holding a half-meter-long machete, and went straight to the mutant cow. The mutant cow struggled violently. The roar began to slowly grow louder. The two people rushed to the mutant cow, and the long knives in their hands stabbed into the mutant cow's anus and abdomen without hesitation. These two places should be the most vulnerable parts. Puff! Hot blood spurted out. The two people were skilled. They killed the mutant cow quickly. Then one person pulled and the other pushed, and began to drag the mutant cow into the prison with great effort. Chun Yu nodded silently. They were hunting. Maybe the food in the prison was not enough, so they could only use this risky method to hunt mutant animals outside to eat. Shin Yu took a look at the bait in the trap. It was a human thigh. It was still fresh, but now it was frozen hard. Maybe the mutant cow was too heavy, so the two people dragged it with great effort. As slow as a turtle, Shin Yu walked slowly to the door. There were many footprints on the snow. They were all from the two of them. So Shin Yu simply walked in with a swagger, and stepped on their footprints to enter the prison. Xiaocheng Chumbe Prison is a place for serious criminals to be detained. The prison is not small. The area is conservatively estimated to be more than 70 acres. Xiaocheng is just a small third-tier city, so although the area here is not small, the prison is relatively simple. There is no greenery, and not so many buildings. Shin Yu followed the guidance of the mental map, and quickly came to the cell area. I don't know if it's because the cell area has stronger defense capabilities. The survivors here are concentrated in the cell area, and no one lives in the administrative office building far away. The prison is very quiet. Heavy snow covered the entire square, except for two guards at the door of the cell area and one guard on the guardhouse at the main entrance of the prison. There is no one else. Chapter 275 Mutant Cow. The two guards at the cell door were sitting on the inside of the door. They were armed. Two standard 97 style 18.4mm prison guard special anti-explosion guns. A powerful shotgun. At the same time, each of them had a T-shaped stick, commonly known as a police crutch. Two people were chatting. They were wearing police winter cotton coats, equipped by prison guards. They didn't look too poor. They were still in a mood to chat, which meant that the ecological environment here had not deteriorated too much. Shin Yu stood at the door and waited for a while. Soon, the two people who had been hunting before came in dragging the mutant cow. The guard at the door hurriedly opened the door to help. Wow! It's so big this time. Oh my god! Isn't this the violent bull that often hits our gate with its head? We actually caught it. Old Huang. Wait for the beef. Don't tell me. I'm craving it. Taking advantage of the guard's help, Shin Yu flashed into the cell door and hurried in. All the doors inside were open. There were no door locks. Walking along the corridor for more than 10 meters, turning two corners, I saw a hall. That's the entertainment room. It's where the prisoners usually go out to relax. Prisoners also need to cultivate their sentiments. Otherwise, how can they improve their consciousness and transform their thoughts? At this moment, the hall was noisy. Although no one deliberately made a loud noise, these people were chatting with each other in normal voice. So it was a bit noisy. More than 20 people. All here. These people were divided into several groups. Some were chatting. Some were playing chess. Some were reading. And some were playing cards. Everyone was relaxed. Shin Yu was surprised. Who is the leader here? So awesome? Can he make the living atmosphere so relaxed? This is the most harmonious group of survivors that Shin Yu has encountered so far. Awesome. Shin Yu tried to be as light as possible, passed the leisure area, and walked into the cell inside. All the cells inside were turned into dormitories. Each room was clean and tidy, and even the bedding was neatly folded. There was no peculiar smell, no noise. The more Shin Yu looked, the more surprised he became. He even felt a creepy feeling, including in his previous life. After more than half a year of Doomsday horror, there were not many people who could live a normal life. Almost none. So everything here made him feel abnormal. Who was so awesome that he could make more than 20 survivors here live together in harmony like a family. Not fighting for resources? Not fighting for power? Not wanting women? As he walked, Xinyu suddenly discovered something. In all dormitories, there is a painting on the wall. On the painting, there is a strange symbol. It looks like a circle of gossip. But there is an extra group of inexplicable symbols. 9 groups of symbols are arranged in a circle, which is out of place. Finally, Xinyu stopped in front of the last dormitory. It's over. I didn't see Zhang Lixia. Is she dead? Xinyu didn't find Zhang Lixia. She wasn't in the leisure area, nor in the dormitory. Is she dead? It's not impossible. Even if she has the ability to tame mutant animals, she is still a weak woman after all. Alas! Xinyu sighed and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a whistle sounded in the distance outside. Then I heard a chaos and noise in the recreation area. Xinyu turned around and walked back, stopped at the exit of the rest area corridor, and took a look. More than 20 people in the recreation area were busy. They were packing up. They moved all the recreational equipment to the corner and put them away. Then everyone went back to the dormitory, took out a cushion, and put it on the ground in the recreation area. They put it in an orderly manner. There were 6 people in a row, 5 rows in total. Then, everyone knelt on the cushions, with pious expressions on their faces. This operation made Xinyu confused. What's going on? After a while, 2 people came in from outside. They were the 2 who went outside the prison to hunt mutant cows before. They both wore a white robe, which was actually the white bedspread from the prison. There was a pattern on the white bedspread. It was the same pattern on the wall of the dormitory. When Xinyu saw this, if he couldn't guess the trick here, he would have lived in vain. So, a cult was created here. That symbol must be a cult symbol. No wonder. There is only one situation in which ordinary survivors can lose their fighting spirit. That is, to brainwash them thoroughly. Brainwash with a belief. Once the brainwashing is successful, people become fools who are dominated. This makes it easy to control. So, Xinyu leaned against the corner and watched the scene quietly. He wanted to see what kind of person was so powerful that he could successfully brainwash more than 20 people into cultists and completely dominate their minds. After the 2 hunters came in, they gestured to all the people kneeling in the hall, and then shouted devoutly, "Hao Yobing! Hao Yobing! Hao Yobing!" The people below quickly knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Ah! Dudding! Ah! Dudding! Ah! Dudding!" Xinyu was sweating profusely. What the hell is this? The 2 hunters seemed to have completed the ritual, then turned around and walked out again, and came back again after a moment. 2 people carried a huge iron plate. The iron plate contained the divided meat. Each piece weighed about 5 pounds, and the meat was lean, with almost no fat. After the meat was carried in, the 2 people began to call out names, and each household took meat according to the number of people. Those with many families were very happy. Those with few people could only take 1 piece. After the meat was divided, the 2 hunters carried the iron plate out. All the people in the hall knelt and did not move, looking at the direction of the entrance with a pious face. Kneeling quietly, Xinyu was puzzled. Who is the leader? According to the check on the spiritual map, it seems that there is no one else. When Xinyu was puzzled, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside. And there is more than one. What the hell? Xinyu was shocked. Why is it not shown on the mental map? Could it be another living dead? No. Xinyu carefully distinguished the situation in the mental map and found that it was not shown, but was blocked. On the mental map, the corridor was black, still moving. Xinyu immediately became serious. If I guessed correctly, someone here has activated superpowers. And it is a mental power. Especially this kind of superpower can actually block the human spirit body, which is very rare. No wonder a cult can be established here. If someone has activated a mental power, if it is the kind of ability that can control the human spirit body, it would be much simpler. Could it be Zhang Lixia? She can tame mutant animals. Maybe it's because she has activated her psychic powers. Xinyu's eyes were fixed on the entrance of the corridor. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. There were at least 5 or 6 people. Soon, a group of people walked into the leisure area. There were 6 in total. 2 of them were the hunters just now. They were both holding plates with a piece of bloody red meat on them. The other 3 of them were women. They were all very beautiful and good-looking. The one in the middle was wearing a white robe with patterns embroidered on it, and even his head was wrapped in white cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes. Chapter 276 Not So Smooth. Qin Yu only took a glance and denied the possibility that it was Zhang Lixia. This guy is a man. Not Zhang Lixia. But this guy is a real human with superpowers. The mental shielding effect was created by him. Fortunately, he seemed unaware of Qin Yu's existence. Qin Yu's invisibility is just an optical phenomenon. Not real invisibility. So his mind and body are real. That person couldn't detect it, indicating that his ability is limited. After the leader came in, the three women brought a chair to the front. The leader sat down safely. He slowly stretched out his hands, waved them down, and said softly in a very hoarse tone with a unique voice, "Eat. I give you sacred food. You can enjoy it." Everyone below replied in unison, "Thank you, Taoist father." The leader nodded and whispered, "How Yogeng?" "Ah, Dugging." Then, the 20 or so people kneeling on the ground lowered their heads and started eating. Qin Yu was stunned. What the hell? Eating raw? These 20 or so people lay on the ground like dogs, pressing the meat with their hands, opening their mouths and biting it madly. Not only adults, but also the elderly and children. Eating blood. Qin Yu looked speechless. Can you digest raw meat like this? Won't you get sick? Just like that. There was a sound of biting and chewing in the hall. It was disgusting to hear. Qin Yu shook his head and didn't want to care about what was going on here. Existence is reasonable. The fact that this place can survive until now, and these people can live easily, is also due to the contribution of the demon Taoist priest. Taoist father? This guy changed the Bagua pattern and added a symbol. The painting is quite realistic. Maybe he is really a Taoist priest. Just like Monk Guang. He was forced out of the Taoist temple by Doomsday. He can swallow the crystal core accidentally without being alienated. It is also a skill. Qin Yu turned around and walked out slowly, trying to lighten his steps. When he was about to walk out, he suddenly heard the leader casually say, "Wushuang. How is the new black crow tamed?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly stopped again. Then, he heard a woman behind the leader say respectfully, "Master, the taming of the black crow is not going smoothly." That woman said that the black crow is the smartest bird. No doubt about it. So it takes time. Qin Yu slowly turned around. There was a light of surprise in his eyes. Zhang Lixia is still alive. But where is she? At this time, the leader said again, "Huh? Dragging your feet. She has been resisting more and more recently. Remember? Draw blood from her every day. And make sure to keep her mental state at an extremely weak level." "Yes, master." "Also, from today on, Wushuang, Xiaocheng, Jiuesa, the three of you will take turns staying up late and guarding her. Don't let her sleep at night." "Yes, master," the leader said in a cold tone. "Stupid woman. Why don't you just be your beautiful messenger? You have to go against me. Do you really think that you have privileges just because I took you out of Yangpu town and let you follow me? You don't know what's good for you." At the door, Qin Yu stopped at the door. "This time we can be sure that Zhang Lixia is still there, and not dead. She was imprisoned by them. And Zhang Lixia was taken out of Yangpu town by this leader." From the words of the leader, it can be roughly inferred that Zhang Lixia should also have the same type of psychic ability. And it is even possible that she exceeds the leader. So he had to use blood drawing and sleeplessness to weaken Zhang Lixia's mental strength. Otherwise she would resist. In addition, the leader had been using Zhang Lixia to tame some mutant animals. The leader also gave Zhang Lixia a nickname. It was called Meiyan. So, the leader found 4 women, named Meiyan, Wushuang, Xiaocheng, and Jiuesa. Qin Yu was speechless. Is this a middle school patient? And is he terminally ill? The key is that even Zhang Lixia is not worthy of the word Meiyan. Not to mention the woman following him now. Just barely passed the appearance test. An ordinary woman among ordinary women. Does this fool she really think he is a god? Qin Yu looked at him silently, and then walked out. Let's find Zhang Lixia first. Decide on the next move after finding her. We can't delay here for too long. The beast tide in the city is too fierce. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it will be for people outside. The key is to find Zhang Lixia and leave here quickly. Or go north to chase the main force. Qin Yu opened the mental map and searched again in the prison, focusing on finding those places covered by shadows in the mental map. After searching, Qin Yu stopped in front of a room. There is no place in the mental map. It is obviously blocked by a special mental power. Look up. This is the original gun storehouse of the prison. There is only one door leading to the outside. There is a fence on the door. Now, there is a person sitting at the door, dozing drowsily against the corner of the wall. Yu took a deep breath. He walked over quietly, suddenly reached out and grabbed the guard's head and slammed it against the wall. Boom! The guard fell to the ground without making a sound. Yu took out the key from his body and walked to the door to unlock it. Suddenly, a weak voice came from inside. I told you. You made me so weak. How can I help you tame the Black Crow? Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed Zhang Lixiao's voice. She is still alive. Yu quickly unlocked the door and walked in. The inside had been changed into a dormitory. A woman was lying on the floor, her face pale, and she turned her head weakly to look at the door. But she saw nothing. She was a little confused for a moment. Yu stood at the door and took a glance. After confirming that it was Zhang Lixiao, he immediately turned around and walked out, lifted the invisible state, and directly took off the clothes on the guard and put them on. Then he rushed into the dormitory again, came to Zhang Lixiao's side. Zhang Lixiao, who was lying on the floor, suddenly saw the guard rushing in, frowned, and was about to speak. But when she saw the person coming in clearly, she was suddenly shocked and exclaimed, Chun. Are you Yu? It's me. Yu quickly came to his side, stretched out his hand to support her back, and let her sit up slowly. Zhang Lixiao. I'm here. Zhang Lixiao looked incredulous. Her beautiful big eyes were red, and she stared at Yu blankly, muttering, I actually began to have hallucinations. This is not an illusion. I heard that there is a strange person in Xiaocheng who can tame mutant animals, so I asked someone about it. Unexpectedly, people told me that this strange person is called Zhang Lixiao and is from Yangpu town. So I came. Are you real? Zhang Lixiao raised her hand with difficulty and gently stroked Yu's face. It was a real touch. This was actually real. When I thought I was trapped in a dark cage and might never have a peaceful life, I actually met the hero in my dream. Chapter 277 Groaning. He magically appeared in front of her. Zhang Lixiao burst into tears instantly, hugged Yu tightly, buried her head in his chest, and sobbed. Yu hugged her and comforted her softly. It can be felt that Zhang Lixiao is very weak. It is difficult for her to even cry. Yu was afraid that she would be too excited and hurt again. So after comforting her for a few words, he whispered in her ear, Zhang Lixiao, don't cry. Now that I have found you, I will not let you suffer anymore. I will take you away from here. Zhang Lixiao was startled and quickly looked up at Yu. No. There is a person here. That leader? Can he control others mentally? Zhang Lixiao was stunned. Have you seen him? Well, I've seen him. But he hasn't seen me. I sneaked in. Oh my god. You can sneak in right under his nose? Zhang Lixiao looked incredulous. Just then, a groan suddenly sounded at the door outside. The guard who was knocked unconscious by Yu woke up. And as soon as he woke up, he propped himself up, crawled to the door of the dormitory, and slammed the door shut. Yu was stunned for a moment, woke up so quickly. Not good. Zhang Lixiao's face turned pale, and she forced herself to get up and said, Yu, leave quickly. Everyone here eats the meat of mutant animals every day, and their bodies slowly change. Whether it is the ability to withstand blows or the degree of ferocity, they are stronger than ordinary people. Oh, no wonder. Yu smiled suddenly. Okay, then be more ruthless. After saying that, he helped Zhang Lixiao to sit slowly in the corner. At this time, the person outside seemed to have locked the door. And at the same time, he yelled at the same time, come here. There is an intruder. There is an intruder. The yelling was not enough, and he got a whistle from somewhere and blew it. A sharp whistle sounded instantly. Yu quickly came to the door, activated his supernatural power, and kicked it out suddenly. Bang! A loud noise. The heavy iron door of the armory was actually dented by his kick, and the door lock was directly destroyed by the huge force. The man outside was knocked out by the iron gate and fell to the ground more than 2 meters away. Yu strode out and took out the Desert Eagle. The guard was hit, and his mouth and nose were bleeding. He looked at Yu coming over, spitting blood foam from his mouth and muttering to himself, as if chanting a spell. As he chanted for a longer time, his eyes became redder. When Yu came closer, the guard actually roared. His expression was ferocious. His face was bulging with blue veins, and his eyes were heavily congested. He stood up again after a carved somersault on the ground. What the hell? Xiaocheng was really stunned. What? The White Lotus sect's magic is not so awesome. Right? Did they ask the gods to possess them? Is the leader so awesome? Seeing the guard rushing over with his teeth bared, as if he was going to bite someone, Xiaocheng raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The exaggerated sound of the Desert Eagle's gun was deafening. The guard's head was blown open by the terrifying impact of the bullet, and his body fell backwards. This time he was really dead. Xiaocheng spat. I thought you were invulnerable. Woo-woo scum. After saying that, he turned back to the dormitory and squatted in front of Zhang Lixia. Let's go. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you again. But those who hurt you, I will blow their heads off. Dare to touch my woman. You deserve to die. Zhang Lixia was stunned. The originally pale and bloodless face actually had a rare and thrilling red. He said, I am his woman? Xiaocheng helped Zhang Lixia walk out in the corridor. There was a cheer in front. Zhang Lixia weakly grabbed Xiaocheng. He is here. Xiaocheng. Everyone here has been brainwashed by him. It's too dangerous. Don't worry. Xiaocheng pinched her waist. Then he helped her sit in a small room next to her and whispered, in fact, I am more dangerous than them. You sit here and wait for me. After that, he turned around and went out. Zhang Lixia stared at him in a daze. This man. I thought I would never see him again. I didn't expect to see him in this situation. And he came to see me specifically. Zhang Lixia was very excited. Her heart was beating very fast. And her face was red. It was like a dream. I thought I was in hell and could never get out. But suddenly I was dragged to heaven. He also said that I was his woman. His woman. In the corridor, Xiaocheng took out the shotgun again. Bullets were pushed into the gun chamber one by one. After a few seconds, the first figure appeared. Pointing at Xiaocheng, he shouted, Who is it? Put your hands up. Bang! Xiaocheng pulled the trigger without hesitation. The man was shot out and hit the wall and died. The people who were about to rush over were all scared and retreated. Everyone was shouting and cursing. It was a noisy scene. Xiaocheng walked forward slowly. In the mental map, 2 guards with guns came over. They leaned against the corner of the wall with their backs. They were ready to cooperate in the attack. As soon as they showed their heads, they heard a gunshot. The blue bricks in the corner of the wall were blown apart. The powerful power of the shotgun was clearly revealed at this moment. Although they were holding the prison's anti-explosion guns in their hands, the power should not be underestimated. But on the one hand, they didn't know the specific location of the target. And on the other hand, they would be shot as soon as they stretched out their hands, which made the 2 guards very angry. They were confused. They had no idea how Xiaocheng judged their positions. Anyway, if they showed their heads, they would be shot. They didn't give them a chance to shoot. Just as the 2 of them winked at each other and prepared to cooperate in a round of donkey rolling, 2 grenades were suddenly thrown at their feet. Fuck! A cry of surprise. Boom! Boom! After 2 loud noises, the 2 guards fell to the ground. The people crowded behind them also fell to the ground. The rest were scared and ran back screaming. They didn't run far before they stopped, because the leader finally appeared. 3 women followed behind him, all fully armed. There were 7 or 8 guards with guns behind him. The leader was dressed in a white robe, with calm eyes. He waved to everyone in front of him and said in a hoarse voice, Don't be afraid. God is with you. Stay with me. I will go to purify the evil spirits myself. In the corridor at the corner in front, a cold voice sounded, I am an evil spirit. The end of the world is coming, and evil spirits are in power. If you are not an evil spirit, how about communicating with me face to face? Outsider friend? Okay. Come here. The leader blinked. Why not you? Friend, I have what you want. Come here. You can sneak in here quietly, which proves that you are also chosen by God. Chosen by God, TSK. Chapter 278 Recovering Senses. A sneer. Footsteps sounded. The leader narrowed his eyes and quietly gestured to the person beside him. Then, a person walked out from the corner. It was Xiaocheng. He held a shotgun in one hand and walked forward step by step with an expressionless face, as if he was carrying a murderous aura. The leader felt a little uneasy. What's wrong with this person? It's incredible that he could sneak in quietly, and he could also avoid his mental induction. Now he actually came here in a swagger. Are you really not afraid of death? The leader's hands naturally hung on both sides. His fingers moved slightly. The woman named Wuxuang behind him suddenly raised her hand and shot. Bang! Almost at the same time as the gunshot. Everyone's eyes were blurred. Qin Yu's moving body seemed to dodge to the side. And the shot missed. Oh my god! He dodged? Father! He dodged? How is it possible? He dodged the bullet? Evil. Definitely evil. The followers behind the leader screamed in shock. The leader and Wuxuang, who fired the gun, were also stunned for a moment. The next second, Qin Yu raised his left hand. The Desert Eagle shot out. Wuxuang was shot in the head and fell backwards. The others were horrified. All the guards and the remaining 2 women raised their guns. However, Qin Yu had already pointed the shotgun at the leader's head. The air froze for a moment. No one dared to shoot. Qin Yu's eyes were cold, and he turned a blind eye to the guns pointed at him. He just looked at the leader coldly and said indifferently, "Take off your fig leaf, friend." The leader was still calm. He slowly reached out and finally slowly uncovered the white cloth covering his whole body. A skinny face was revealed. 2 mustaches. A pair of broom eyebrows. 2 big bags under his eyes looked like a sleeping bag with a pendant. He should be more than 30 years old. He had a Taoist bun on his head. He really looked like a Taoist. Qin Yu looked up and down at the leader. Not very good. Tell me, how did you get the means to control these people? Methods? The leader smiled slowly and said with a holy face, "Friend, I am from Erlong Temple in Xishan. I'll give you one last chance. How did you get your ability?" Qin Yu put his finger on the trigger of the shotgun. He. The leader was still smiling and slowly spread his hands. "Friend, be calm and don't be impatient. We Taoists pay attention to tranquility and nature and have no worries. Look into my eyes. I can take you into a state of no desire and no demand." As he spoke, a kind of mental interference that only Qin Yu could detect swept over. The spiritual power of the demon is indeed many times stronger than that of ordinary people. It must be a supernatural power. He wants to influence his spiritual world, hypnotize or brainwash. But it's a pity. Qin Yu doesn't care at all. Since swallowing Su Ya's crystal core, Qin Yu's spiritual world has an extra layer of protection. An incomparable and powerful protection. Any spiritual power approaching his brain will be swallowed by that protective ability, and even feed back to his spiritual world. So, Qin Yu doesn't care at all. He stared directly at the leader. The leader was overjoyed. "This is your arrogance. You are arrogant. You are arrogant. There is no benefit in being arrogant. I have to brainwash you into." "Hey!" No reaction? "I'll brainwash you. I'll brainwash you." What the hell? The leader was a little confused. His brainwashing method that worked every time was ineffective. Seeing that Qin Yu on the opposite side was normal. The leader's face was red. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. And he even began to breathe heavily. No matter how he tried, his ability seemed to be sucked into a bottomless pit. After trying several times in a row, the leader was shocked. Damn! He seemed to be devouring his own ability? At that moment, the leader had a flash of inspiration. Looking at Qin Yu and blurting out, "Are you the same kind of person as me?" Blurt out, "Are you the same kind of person as me?" Qin Yu did not speak. Instead, he unexpectedly felt his own mental state. This was the first time that he noticed that after the other party's spiritual power was devoured, it fed back to his own spiritual world. As a result, the scope of the spiritual map has expanded again. It has expanded to a diameter of about 6 kilometers. Wow! Can this also improve the level of spiritual abilities? Qin Yu wanted to laugh in his heart. I didn't expect that. I just wanted to ask about the origin and type of the other party's ability activation. But I didn't expect to get a lot of benefits by accident. I made a fortune. A half smile slowly appeared on Qin Yu's face. And he said lightly, "Do you want to tell me how your ability came from?" The muscles on the leader's face trembled when he thought of the followers behind him. Everything he had worked hard for could not be wasted. So, the leader took a deep breath and said slowly, "Friend, I don't know what you are talking about. Put down the gun. I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. Otherwise..." Bang! Qin Yu fired. No one expected that Qin Yu would fire without any warning. The leader's head was smashed to pieces by the shotgun. Shooting at such a close distance also affected the other 2 women behind him, who were also shot. Everyone's mind was blank. Qin Yu murmured, "Give me a chance to atone for my sins?" You really don't know how to write the word death. Idiot. After saying that, he left. Behind him, the followers looked at the corpse on the ground with a dull look on their faces. Seeing Xinyu walk around the corner and disappear, the followers suddenly became hysterical, roaring angrily, picking up weapons on the ground and preparing to fight. Xinyu frowned as he walked around the corner. He thought that if he killed the leader, the brainwashed followers would regain their sanity. But he never thought that they were still brainwashed. It was as if their brains had been completely emptied. There was nothing he could do. Xinyu shook his head, casually took out 5 or 6 grenades from the space, grabbed all the pull rings and pulled hard at the same time. Then he threw them behind him. He didn't look back. He didn't want to see that scene. In fact, he didn't care. When Xinyu strode to the small room where Zhang Lixia was, there were constant loud noises at the corner, mixed with people's miserable screams. Zhang Lixia was so scared that she covered her head tightly. It was not until Xinyu held her in his arms that she reached out to hug Xinyu's body in fear and hid her face in his chest. Soon, the explosion stopped. There was no roar outside. It was quiet. Until this moment. Zhang Lixia carefully raised her head and looked at Xinyu in fear. Are they all dead? Well, I said. I'm scarier than them. Zhang Lixia's face was as pale as paper. Xinyu gently stroked her hair and whispered, if you are afraid, I can leave you some living supplies and find you a safe place. I'm not afraid. Zhang Lixia's eyes suddenly became firm. Really? Yes. Want to follow me? Yes. As long as you think I'm your woman, I'll follow you. Until the end of my life. Xinyu smiled, touched her hair. I told you. You're my woman. Then I'll follow you. Chapter 279 Hugged Together. Zhang Lixia hugged Xinyu's waist tightly. The two hugged each other. For a long time. Xinyu patted her shoulder. Can you walk? Not bad. Zhang Lixia gritted her teeth, supported Xinyu's hand, and slowly stood up. Panting, the leader draws my blood every few days, which makes me always in a weak state and unable to fight him. Recently, he even doesn't let me sleep. Shh. Don't talk. I'll hold you and leave. Let's leave here as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the explosion just now will attract the attention of the beast tied outside. Take you away first. I have a few friends waiting outside. After saying that, Xinyu directly hugged Zhang Lixia by the waist. The young widow blushed. She stopped talking immediately. She put her head on Xinyu, hugged his neck tightly, and closed her eyes. This kind of happiness came too suddenly. If it is a dream, I hope I can wake up from it later. 10 minutes ago. Outside the prison. In a residential building in the distance. Linghua and others have been monitoring the direction of the prison. They never saw Xinyu. After a long time, they were a little impatient. While observing with a telescope, Linghua muttered to herself, What is brother you doing? Why haven't I seen him approaching the prison? Maybe they are preparing. Xiaocheng replied casually. But they have been preparing for a long time. The prison is surrounded by wilderness. It is not easy to approach there. We must cover up. The beast tide in Xiaocheng is terrible. The sky is full of mutated crows and birds. Alas! Linghua put down the telescope and said with a melancholy face, I hope brother you is safe. Are you related to him? Xiaocheng suddenly asked. No. Aren't you his sister? Linghua lowered her head with a strange expression. I am not his sister. We are not related by blood. He is our savior. Oh! Xiaocheng nodded suddenly. Then he looked at Linghua thoughtfully and said nothing. A few minutes later, gunshots were heard from the direction of the prison. Several people were shocked at the same time and quickly leaned on the window with binoculars to observe. What's going on? I seem to hear gunshots. Yes, it is indeed gunshots. Is there a conflict among the people in there? It's hard to say. Alas, there are guns in there. Will brother you be in danger if he goes in? There's no point in worrying. Just wait. More than 10 minutes later, gunshots were heard again in the prison. And there was even a huge explosion. Xiaocheng and Monkey Guang looked at each other, and their faces changed drastically at the same time. It's bad. Such a loud explosion might attract a tide of beasts. As soon as the two finished speaking, they saw a black flock of birds slowly gathering in the sky outside. Mostly crows. Thousands of mutant birds began to gather in the direction of the prison, circling in the sky. The scene was so overwhelming. At the same time, the roar of wild beasts was heard on the ground. Linghua and Old Man Gung had never seen a real tide of beasts, so they subconsciously took a look, and they both gasped. Below, countless poultry and livestock, various pet animals. Almost all of them were mutated. These mutant animals would attack each other, but generally they were heading for the prison, attracted by the explosions in the prison. Looking around, the beast tide swept in like a wave. It was simply terrifying. Xiaocheng suddenly reached out and pulled Linghua and Old Man Gung down, away from the window, and shushed them at the same time. Then, it seemed that something was running wildly in the building. Xiaocheng leaned close to Linghua's ear and whispered softly, "Some animals have very good eyesight, so don't use binoculars to look outside. Otherwise, we may become a meal for the beast tide." "Oh my god! What should I do? Brother you?" Linghua panicked. Xiaocheng took a deep breath, suddenly took out his gun, opened the safety, loaded the bullet, looked at the ceiling, and murmured, "Be prepared to respond at any time." Xiaocheng, will the Buddha still favor us? Monkey Guang also took out his gun. He said calmly, "I have always believed it." Linghua and Old Man Gung also took out their weapons. Just as the four people kept giving themselves psychological hints, footsteps suddenly came from outside. And at the same time, a voice that made people ecstatic was heard. "Linghua. I am Chunyu. Open the door." /n Linghua. "I am Chunyu. Open the door." A soft shout came from outside the door. Linghua was shocked and blurted out in surprise, "Is it brother you? He hasn't set off yet?" She rushed out quickly after saying that. The other three people also ran out quickly, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that Chunyu hasn't set out yet. That's good. No need to worry. If you still want to go, you can wait until the beast tide disperses. Soon. Linghua opened the door. But when the four people saw Chunyu actually coming back with a woman, they were all confused. Who is this? After Chunyu came in, Xiaocheng, who had seen Zhang Lixia, exclaimed, "Is it her? Zhang Lixia from Chongbei prison?" "Yes." Chunyu nodded. Then he quickly carried Zhang Lixia to the room inside, and gently put her on the bed. Zhang Lixia had fainted just now outside. In order to avoid the beast tide, Chunyu pinched her carotid artery with the lightest method, and she fainted directly. Then he completely activated his level 2 ability, and ran all the way around the outermost direction of the beast tide, and finally rushed back before the beast tide formed a siege. After putting Zhang Lixia down, Chunyu was relieved. Then he found a blanket, and wrapped Zhang Lixia tightly to prevent her from freezing. After settling Zhang Lixia, Chunyu turned and walked into the living room, glanced at the four people who were stunned, and said lightly, "I rescued her from prison." "What did you say?" Monkey Guang looked puzzled. "Mr. Chen, you have been in prison?" "Yes. The gunshots and explosions before, I caused them." Chunyu turned and walked to the window, looking at the beast tide outside, shook his head and sighed, "I can't leave. I have to hide here for 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, even if I can leave, you can't leave. Brother you." Linghua looked at him blankly. "How did you get into prison? We have been monitoring it, and we didn't see your figure approaching there. I have my own way." Chunyu turned back and smiled at her faintly. "Oh my god." Linghua murmured as if she was dreaming, "Brother you. We were still scared and prepared to go out to meet you. But you actually came back to save people. Thank you." Chunyu looked at Xiaocheng and Monkey Guang. They both had weapons in their hands. Obviously, they were ready to go out to help. To put it bluntly, they were ready to gamble their lives. If Chunyu was really trapped in the beast tide, the four of them would have less than a 1% chance of survival in such an open place. It was almost a dead end. But they still chose to pick up weapons and prepare to help. Linghua and Old Man Gung were not surprised. But Xiaocheng and Monkey Guang were surprised. They were willing to risk their lives. Chapter 280 My Understanding of You. This surprised Chunyu a little. Chunyu looked at Xiaocheng and Monkey Guang and nodded gently. "Thank you too." "Amitabha." Monkey Guang bowed his head, sighed and said, "Mr. Chen has refreshed my understanding of you again. It seems that Mr. Chen is not an ordinary person. Not so special." Chunyu smiled faintly. Xiaocheng did not speak, but silently turned off the safety, put away the gun, and then sat down on the ground beside him tiredly. Chunyu turned back and continued to observe the outside. The prison has fallen. Many animals rushed in, The reason why the people in the prison can live safely until now is because the people there are relatively harmonious. They were all brainwashed. So there was no dispute. Under the arrangement of the leader, no one made any sound. Set a trap and hunt every few days. Such a quiet life saved their lives. Unfortunately, the explosion today completely attracted the beast tide. There are many highly intelligent mutant animals in the beast tide. It is not difficult to enter the high-walled courtyard of the prison. Now, there are mutant animals everywhere outside. There are so many of them. It's scary to look at them. So people in the room don't dare to speak loudly. They stand or sit, hide in the corner, and avoid the window. Chen Yu observed for a while, looked back at a few people and whispered, Linghua, check all the windows. Try to plug the window gaps with cloth strips to ensure sound insulation. Master Yingguang, block the drain and toilet in the bathroom to prevent mutant rats from coming in by smelling the smell. Miss Chow, pack all our backpacks and gather the food. Maybe we have to stay for a few days. Let's endure the hardship for a while, and we will withdraw when the beast tide disperses a little. Uncle Gung, search the supplies in this house. See if there is anything that can be used. Are the beddings in the room enough for the 5 of us? If not, we may have to search upstairs and downstairs. After Chen Yu finished speaking, Linghua and Old Man Gung went to work without hesitation. Master Yingguang also nodded at Chen Yu and went into the bathroom. Only Chao Fang was stunned, because this was the first time Chen Yu formally called her Miss Chao. Such a polite and formal address had not been heard for a long time. So, does this mean that Chen Yu accepted her? Chao Fang was a little stunned. She stared at Chen Yu for a while. Chen Yu slowly walked in front of her. Miss Chao? Are you okay? Ah? I'm fine. Chao Fang suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly turned around to get her backpack. She was also a little flustered. Isn't it just someone calling her Miss Chao? Is it necessary to be so nervous? Several people started to get busy in the room. Chen Yu opened the mental map and carefully surveyed the surrounding 6 kilometers to observe the mental bodies of all mutant animals. He had to confirm that there were no beast kings among the beasts in Xiaocheng. If there were, it would be a big trouble. Fortunately, after searching carefully for several times, no particularly powerful mutant animals were found. This could be a relief. Although the beast tide in Xiaocheng was large, it was relatively loose because there was no beast king. It would disperse in 2 or 3 days. It was not a big problem. A few minutes later, everyone gathered in the living room again. Chao Fang also collected the food and supplies in the backpacks of several people. She and Monk Guang were both experienced Doomsday survivors, so this kind of work was not a difficult task. Once the food was collected and evenly distributed, it would not be a problem to last for 3 or 4 days. After all, when they came in, they searched for a lot of supplies in that train. So, everyone was relieved. The curtains in the room were drawn. The light was dim. Chao Fang lit a few candles in the living room. Several people sat on the floor. Chen Yu looked back in the direction of the bedroom and whispered, Zhang Lixia is imprisoned in the North City prison and has been bleeding all the time. So her body is very weak. I may have to go out again in the evening to find some things to replenish my vitality. Brother Yu, I'll go with you. Linghua looked at him quickly. No. You stay and help me take care of her. Chen Yu shook his head directly. Monk Guang asked softly, if you trust me, I can go with you. I have some experience in surviving in the wild. No. Thank you. Master, you should stay here. After Chen Yu thanked him politely, he smiled and said, I am used to being alone. There is no need to worry about going out. You all stay here. No need to follow me. Chao Fang looked at him silently for a few times. Suddenly he asked softly, do you know what women need to supplement when they are lacking blood? Chen Yu was stunned. This is really not very clear. Anyway, isn't it familiar to everyone? Red dates and donkey hide gelatin? Chen Yu blinked. Red dates and donkey hide gelatin seem to supplement blood. Right. Chao Fang shook her head and whispered. Those things won't work for at least 3 to 5 months. You need to find some ready-made medicines. I'll go out with you. Only women know what to supplement when they are lacking blood. Chen Yu didn't object, because he really ignored this problem. Okay. Just take her out for a while. It was getting dark outside. Zhang Lixia didn't wake up. She was too weak. Being carried by Chen Yu and running all the way was also a torture for her. She was now a typical case of both qi and blood deficiency, because Chen Yu said that Zhang Lixia was his woman. Linghua also stayed in the room and took care of Zhang Lixio with all her heart. Outside, Old Man Gung is in charge of cooking. We can only have a few bites tonight. Just eat some fast food. The night in Xiaocheng is really scary. The roar of wild beasts echoes outside. Just like there are countless evil spirits hidden in the darkness. In the words of Monk Yingguang, this is the real hell. Qinyu sat on the sofa in the living room with Chao Fang and Monk Yingguang, studying the city map. According to Chao Fang's information, the North District People's Hospital of Xiaocheng is about 2 kilometers north of the city where they are stationed. She wants to take Qinyu there to try his luck. Chao Fang said that her menstruation was irregular before, and it came late every time, and she bled a lot when it came. During puberty, her body was always weak. Her parents specifically used their connections to find an old Chinese doctor from Tong to treat her. At that time, the old Chinese doctor prescribed her a medicine. It was called Shenguizong pills. This medicine is very beneficial to women's bodies. It replenishes qi and blood while also replenishing vitality. It is also very effective and works quickly. It is a traditional Chinese medicine from ancient herbal prescriptions. Chao Fang is from Xiaocheng. She knew that the North District People's Hospital had this medicine. But more than half a year had passed, and the People's Hospital had changed hands several times. Now there was a beast tide, so she could only try her luck. In addition, about 700 or 800 meters away from the People's Hospital, there was a secret material warehouse left by the Zhao army. Chapter 281 Large Pharmacy. You can stop by and get some important supplies. Especially there are medicines stored there. You can also look for them. Qinyu agreed to this plan. He was not looking for medicine, because when Chao Fang mentioned that medicine, Qinyu had already searched in the space. He really is medicine. Before the disaster, Qinyu didn't know how many large pharmacies he had raided. It is no exaggeration to say that the remaining medicines in the country may not be as much as the medicine stored in his space. And the variety is rich. So, medicine is not a problem. But the secret material warehouse that Chao Fang mentioned is a good thing. For someone like Chen Yu who has lived a lifetime, collecting supplies is always it's the first one. Can't miss it. What's more, Chao Fang said that there are more than a dozen material warehouses left by the Zhao army in the city. It is conservatively estimated that 10 warehouses are intact. She dared to say that. There must be some reason. Maybe their material warehouses are better hidden. If that's the case, then we have to take them all. For a person with a supernatural space, the more the better. So, the plan was decided. The next step is to discuss in detail how to avoid the mutant beast tied outside and approach the destination. After the 3 people discussed for a while, Gung Lao's dinner was also ready. Each person had a bread sandwich, a bottle of mineral water, a ham sausage, a can of luncheon meat, and a can of sardines. It was quite rich, because we don't have to live here for a long time. As long as we leave Xiaocheng and go to the mountains and villages outside, we should be able to find food. So I didn't save it tonight. After calling Linghua out, the 4 of them started to eat. While eating, Linghua suddenly looked at Qinyu curiously. Brother Yu, how did you get to know that beautiful sister inside? Her? I met her in Yangpu town. Qinyu briefly talked about how he met Zhang Lixio. He didn't hide it. He directly said that the two had a relationship. Linghua nodded suddenly after hearing it. Old Man Gung sighed on the side. Alas, it's a pity that our granary was burned. Otherwise, you can actually stay in Shunhe village and live peacefully for a while. Haha. I can't stop. Qinyu laughed. I told you that some of my friends have already set off to the north in advance. So I have to catch up with them as soon as possible. Oh, right. Monk Yingguang suddenly asked, Mr. Chan, where is the ultimate destination of going north? Tibet? Tibet? That's a good place. A place that people yearn for. Monk Yingguang's eyes lit up. For a Buddhist disciple, he must be yearning for the mysterious Tibet. It is also the place where Tibetan Buddhism takes root. At the same time, Chao Fang's eyes also lit up. Tibet? Compared to the tragic situation in the Central Plains and the southeast coast, Tibet may be safer. At least the seawater cannot flood there. Will it be the real paradise that I am looking for? For a while, no one spoke. Everyone was thinking about their own things. The meal was hurriedly finished. After the meal, Chen Yu and Chao Fan began to check their weapons. Others looked at them with worry. For ordinary people, the beast tied outside is almost unsolvable. Going out is a life and death struggle. On the contrary, Chun Yu and Xiao Fang are relatively calmer. Chun Yu is fearless. Xiao Fang has let go of everything. Death is no longer a puzzle for her. Whether it was life or death, it was a relief. So she was also very relaxed. Soon, the two of them were ready. After Chun Yu told Old Man Gung and the others about Ren, he immediately took Xiao Fang to open the door and walked out. At this moment, it was pitch black outside. Xiaocheng was like a world full of demons and monsters. Deep in the darkness, all kinds of incredible sounds filled her ears. Xiao Fang was tense all over. Although she was not afraid of death, she was afraid of monsters. Especially the kind of slippery, disgusting monsters with tentacles. She got goosebumps all over her body when she saw them. However, she was a local, and she had already boasted in advance that she would lead the way for Chun Yu. So there was nothing she could do. She could only lead the way in front. Chun Yu followed behind her. The mental map had been completely unfolded. In fact, he was the key to ensuring the safety of the two. Chun Yu kept staring at Xiao Fang's back. She had a good figure. She also looked cool and aloof, similar to Su Qing and Liu Yin, both of whom were domineering and cold-tempered women. At the same time, Xiao Fang's movements were very agile. This showed that she had a high hand-eye coordination ability and a low body fat rate. When running and jumping, she looked like a female leopard. No wonder she could get to the core position among Zhao Jun's group. At a certain moment, Chun Yu suddenly caught up with Xiao Fang and grabbed her. At the same time, a huge mutant black 3.4 cat swooped down from the roof. Xiao Fang's heart tightened. It was so fast that she had no time to react. At this moment, a cold light flashed by her side. The mutant black cat that swooped down from the air didn't even make a sound, and was directly slashed off the head by the tang sword in Chun Yu's hand. Xiao Fang breathed a sigh of relief. She looked back at Chun Yu and said softly, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Why, can you react so quickly?" "Practice regularly." Chun Yu smiled. Then he let go of her hand and whispered, "Follow me. You point the way, and I'll lead the way." "Yeah." Xiao Fang nodded. But he felt helpless. "Can you reach this level through training?" It's a lie. He just didn't want to tell the truth. Alas. When can I get his approval? North District People's Hospital. Chun Yu and Xiao Fang finally arrived at their destination. It was a safe journey. Xiao Fang also saw Chun Yu's skills and strength. The tang sword in his hand was simply invincible. Occasionally, he ran into a lone mutant animal, which basically couldn't escape his sword shadow. He moved swiftly and with terrifying force, with a swing of the long sword. No matter how fierce the mutant animal was, it couldn't stop his sword. This made Xiao Fang feel that the three-edged military dagger in his hand was completely a decoration. Chun Yu is too powerful. He is many times stronger than Zhao Jun. The two stood in the alley opposite the People's Hospital and stared at the hospital for a long time. At a certain moment, Chun Yu pointed to one of the floors and whispered, "There are people inside." "What? Did you see it?" Xiao Fang was stunned. "Well, I vaguely saw the candlelight." "My God. You can see the candlelight flickering from such a distance?" Xiao Fang looked incredible. Half by vision, half by experience. "Let's go. Go in and take a look. Since there are people inside, there should be supplies. See if you can check it out." Chun Yu patted Xiao Fang and went straight out of the alley. Xiao Fang hurriedly followed behind. Just after running a few steps, Chun Yu suddenly shouted, "Run! There is a big guy coming." After that, he suddenly accelerated and ran wildly. At the same time, a loud roar of a beast 22 was heard on the long street on the left. Xiao Fang looked back. My God! It turned out to be a tiger as strong as a buffalo. Where did it come from? Xiaocheng has no zoo, and there are no particularly large mountains and forests around. How come there is suddenly such a big mutant tiger in the city? Xiao Fang was scared to death. She quickly chased Chun Yu to the People's Hospital. However, her speed was a bit slow. Chapter 282 Terrifying Speed. Compared to the speed of Chun Yu and the mutant tiger, she was just like a turtle. Chun Yu glanced back, then suddenly turned around and ran to her side, whispering anxiously, "I'll carry you." After saying that, he picked her up by the waist without saying anything. Then he ran again. The speed was faster than a galloping horse. Xiao Fang hugged Chun Yu's neck tightly, feeling the terrifying speed and surprise. So his speed was so fast. Too strong. When Xiao Fang felt safe, she unconsciously hugged her hands slowly. All along, She rarely thought about things between men and women. First, it was hard to survive in the Doomsday, and she didn't have the mind to do that. Secondly, she was too tough. She was smart and dared to kill. She was a typical survivor in the apocalypse. So in her mind, a man had to be stronger than her and have skills. Otherwise he was not a man at all. Who would want to have sex with something that was not a man? It would be better to do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. What do you need a man for? Now, Xiaocheng finally felt what kind of level a strong man was. Qin Yu held her and rushed into the hospital lobby in a few breaths. After a glance, he aimed at the fire escape and rushed up. Behind him, there was a roar that shook the world. The huge mutant tiger also chased in. However, its size had mutated to be too large, and when it rushed to the fire escape, it was caught by the door frame. There was a loud thud. The mutant tiger was blocked. It roared angrily below, and the sound made the window frames in the building buzz. Qin Yu rushed to the 7th floor in one breath, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the roar below, and slowly stopped. As a result, as soon as the two stopped, a low roar came from above. Don't move. Raise your hands. Let me see your hands. Don't move. I will shoot if you move. The two looked up. A man, holding a shotgun in his hand. His face was shocked and angry. Qin Yu and Xiaocheng slowly raised their hands. The man gnashed his teeth and cursed, "You two sons of bitches. Who told you to come here and actually provoke the mutant tiger? Fuck. 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 Damn it. Tell me, do you two have a base?" Qin Yu blinked and said slowly, "We bad. Be careful." A cry of surprise. Qin Yu's eyes widened and pointed upwards. The man turned his head subconsciously and looked back. But there was nothing behind him. The man's head buzzed. "It's over." Puff. A dagger instantly pierced through the back of his head. The man fell to the ground. He twitched twice and stopped moving. Xiaocheng stared at Qin Yu blankly, while Qin Yu quickly reached over, searched the man's shotgun and put it on his back, and searched his body again. There was nothing left. Then he turned back and waved at Xiaocheng. "Let's go. His shelter is on this floor. Let's go and see. What else does this guy have?" Xiaocheng hurriedly followed him. As he walked, he whispered, "You have so many ways to kill people. All is fair in war." Qin Yu took Xiaocheng to the door of the room with candlelight quickly. Unexpectedly, there was someone inside. "Hey, go and see. There seems to be someone outside." "Where did they come from?" You dead man. Aren't you afraid of something happening down there? Lao He has been out for a long time. How come there's no movement?" "Who cares? He has a gun. What are you afraid of? Can a gun deal with that mutant tiger? Besides, there must be someone coming down there. Lao He can handle it." Qin Yu and Xiaocheng looked at each other. There were two people, but they were obviously not on guard. So, Qin Yu made a gesture to Xiaocheng, and he took off his shotgun, turned around and pushed the door in. The room was very large. It turned out to be a large disposal room. There were two people in the room. Hearing someone coming in, the woman looked back. The man didn't even look back, and asked casually, "Lao He, what's going on?" "Lao He is dead." Qin Yu pointed the shotgun in his hand at the two people. The woman's eyes widened and screamed. The man was also terrified and wanted to turn around. As a result, Qin Yu shouted, "Don't move. Whoever moves will die." The man and the woman didn't dare to move immediately. They just maintained their original standing posture. Qin Yu looked around and asked casually, "Is there any medicine here?" "No, no more." The man's voice was a little trembling, but his eyes were still moving around flexibly, obviously thinking crookedly. "Have you searched the entire hospital pharmacy? Are there no medicines?" "No. Really no. This place has been abandoned for a while, and we just escaped here last week." The man said cautiously, "Brother, let us go. We are just struggling to survive, and we don't have much supplies." Hee hee. Qin Yu looked at him and laughed. "Do you think I'm a fool? I believe what you say." Ahem. The man coughed twice, blinked at the woman in front of him, and then turned around and tried to raise his hand. Bang! A loud gunshot. The man's head was blown apart. The woman in front of him screamed and stretched out her hand, holding a small pistol. Bang! Another gunshot. The woman also fell. The pistol fell to the ground. At the same time, there was another earth-shattering roar from below. The mutant tiger was almost maddened by the gunshot. and its power was overwhelming. Xiaocheng rushed in. When he saw the two men and women on the ground, he shook his head secretly. He couldn't figure it out. Why did Xingyu have no emotional fluctuations when he killed people? So cold. But it felt wrong? On weekdays, he didn't feel any inhumanity at all? Xiaocheng secretly looked at Xingyu, and was somewhat moved. This man is very powerful. There are so-called straight men among men. In fact, there are so-called straight women among women. Xiaocheng is a typical example. She is a straight woman of steel. She doesn't have the little thoughts of ordinary girls. She likes to do things directly, and has a resolute and decisive personality. So since she joined Zhao Jun's team, she has been going out on field trips like a man, looking for supplies, and dealing with various intruders. She has killed countless people. She is also a cruel and ruthless type. At the beginning, Zhao Jun made many hints to her, but they all fell on deaf ears. She was completely indifferent. In the end, Zhao Jun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He found an opportunity to tell her privately. But Xiaocheng told Song Ziqiu. Zhao Jun was speechless about her. Judging from her figure and face, this woman is definitely a beauty. But judging from her personality, she is definitely a fool. She doesn't have the gentleness and charm of a woman at all. In fact, Xiaocheng is not completely ignorant of charm. But she doesn't pay enough attention to this aspect. So she looks a little bit fierce. Chapter 283 Qinyu's Power. She often heard the sound of Zhao Jun and Song Ziqiu playing poker when she had no choice. She didn't think about these problems before. When she was upset, she asked Xian to recite the Guanyin Heart Sutra for her. She would be quiet after listening for a while. This is Xiaocheng. But today, after a series of dangers, she suddenly realized how powerful Xingyu was. That kind of power was enough to convince a straight woman. So Xiaocheng secretly wondered for the first time, what does it feel like to do that kind of thing between men and women? Why are these people so hardworking and desperate at the end of the world? But they can still do this kind of thing. Especially with mutant animals blocking the way below. Isn't this a dead end? But they just enjoy doing this. Is it comfortable? Xiaocheng secretly glanced at Xingyu. She fantasized in her heart that if she was with such a strong man, maybe she could give it a try. While she was daydreaming, Xingyu had already started searching the entire room. After searching for a long time, he shook his head helplessly. The man was right. There really were no supplies here. These three people hiding here were really just trying to survive. Xingyu sighed. So what the man said should be true. The medicines in the people's hospital should have been gone a long time ago. So it has been abandoned for a while. It's a waste of time. Retreat. Go to Zhao Jun's supply warehouse to loot. Xingyu quickly walked to the window and looked down. And said without turning his head, the mutant tiger has attracted a lot of mutant animals. If we don't leave now, a beast tide will form below. Let's... Before he finished speaking, a warm body suddenly came up behind him. Someone hugged his waist. It was Xiaocheng. Xingyu looked suspicious. What? Why did this woman suddenly come up to him? Can I ask you a question? In his ears, Xiaocheng's voice was a little breathless. Xingyu looked back at her. Her eyes were watery. Her breath was like orchid. Her face was rosy. And her body temperature was rising. This is... estrus? Xingyu blinked and asked in confusion, Miss Qiao, are you okay? No. Xiaocheng didn't dare to look at Xingyu. She just lowered her head, put her face against Xingyu's back, and asked softly, I want to ask you a question. You asked? Why do this man and woman insist on doing this kind of thing under such environmental conditions? Xingyu was confused. How the hell do I know? I'm not the jerk in their stomachs. Xiaocheng said faintly, I never thought about these things before. I always thought that kind of behavior was just for reproduction. Awkward, boring, and painful enough that women would scream. What fun is there? But everyone is keen on doing this. Like Zhao Jun. He does it every day. But they are obviously dying. Why can't they focus on survival and creating a paradise? Like these two people. They are just struggling to survive. And the door below is blocked by mutant animals. But they are still doing this? Why? What does it feel like? Xingyu finally understood. This is a straight woman, who may have never paid attention to the relationship between men and women before. Needless to say, she must be a virgin. The key is, didn't she have any enlightenment education in that aspect? Didn't she watch porn movies in college? Isn't it said that girls watch more in the dormitory? And they all look at that beautiful picture, which is not scary at all. It should be very beautiful. This woman. Chinyu listened to the tiger roars below and watched the beast tides gathering more and more. He was also in a dilemma. He slowly turned around and looked at Xiaocheng, who was blushing and looked like an ignorant little girl, and whispered, "Miss Xiao, wake up." Huh? Xiaocheng was still not awake. Chinyu held her face with both hands and said very seriously, "If we don't leave now, the two of us will have to fight the beast tide. Xiaocheng, leave here first, and I will let you know what this feeling is like later. Now, prepare to evacuate." Xiaocheng was shocked and woke up instantly. She heard a sentence in her mind. Chinyu wanted to let her know what that feeling was like? Oh my god! What was she doing? Asking for his favor? So embarrassed. Xiaocheng's face was burning, and she quickly stepped back a few steps, slapped herself on the mouth a few times, and whispered anxiously, "Sorry. I just..." Shoo! Chinyu was concentrating at this moment. With a solemn face, he suddenly turned around and rushed to the bed, directly picked up the two corpses, dragged them to the window, and threw them out with force. The corpses fell to the ground, and the scene below suddenly became lively. Tiger roars, beasts cry, continuously. The mutant animals below were briefly in chaos. These mutant animals like to eat human bodies the most, especially living human bodies. Human blood is a strong tonic for them. As soon as there was a commotion below, Chinyu immediately turned around and pulled Xiaocheng's hand and shouted, "Go! Climb down from the back window." What? Xiaocheng was shocked. This is the 7th floor. Trust me. Chinyu didn't say anything, and rushed to the back window, pulled the window open with force, and looked down. It's okay. The windowsill has a protruding part. Chinyu turned around, half squatted, and quickly said, "Come up. I'll carry you. Remember, my hands are for climbing, so you must hold me tightly. Don't blame me if you fall down. You carry me, and we have to go down from here." Xiaocheng was completely confused. "Come on. Come up." Chinyu's face sank. Xiaocheng subconsciously hugged her. "Hold tight," Chinyu shouted coldly. Xiaocheng tightened her hands, and at the same time, her long legs clamped directly on Chinyu's waist, and her whole body pressed tightly against his body. That's right. Chinyu secretly activated his supernatural power and controlled his muscles to level 1. The muscles in his arms bulged and squirmed, and his finger bones cracked. Then, he quickly climbed out of the window. When his hands climbed the windowsill and his whole body hung in the air, he could feel that Xiaocheng's body was completely tense. Chinyu said without turning his head, "Miss Xiao, don't be afraid. Just believe me." "Yes, I do. Also, you can call me Afang." Xiaocheng replied softly. Chinyu nodded. "Okay. Afang, hold tight. Let's go down." After saying that, he loosened his hands. The bodies of the two people suddenly fell down at a high speed. Xiaocheng screamed in shock. But then, after falling down one floor, Chinyu's hands actually climbed on the windowsill of the next floor with amazing accuracy. Oh my god! His arms can actually bear the weight of two people? In this way, in Xiaocheng's shock, Chinyu fell down one floor after another, slowly reached the ground, and then quickly disappeared into the darkness with Xiaocheng on his back. Chinyu escaped without any danger. It depends on the ability to control muscles. This kind of physical ability is the key to survival in the end times. It's a pity that in the last life, there were very few people who relied on themselves to obtain crystal cores and become superpowers. Chapter 284 The Last Power. Less than 1% of all the survivors. This is because at the beginning, when the beast tide had not yet formed and the mutant animals were still very weak, no one knew about this news. After the beast tide formed on a large scale, humans no longer had the capital to fight against the mutant animals. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to get a crystal core. So, in the late stage of the last life, those who could obtain the crystal core were basically the last power of the official. Of the ordinary survivors, a very small number of them got the crystal core under accidental conditions. Among these lucky ones, there are a few who have genetic defects, which lead to drastic mutations after swallowing the crystal core, and turned into monsters with superpowers. Therefore, even if humans had mastered the secret of the crystal core in the previous life, the future was bleak. Shunhe took Xiaocheng away from the people's hospital quickly. The two rushed straight to the material warehouse. The nearest material warehouse was a storage center of a logistics company, according to the information provided by Xiaocheng. Even if there were still guards there were only 2 or 3 at most. They were all Zhao Jun's confidants. Qiao Fong meant to kill them directly, because these people basically have no humanity. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. More than an hour later, with Chun Yu's magical movement, the two arrived at the storage center of the logistics company without any danger. Generally, logistics warehouses are built very solidly. There is only one entrance. Once the huge rolling shutter door is opened, there is also an iron gate and a glass door inside. And basically no one can break in. But Xiao Fong knows where the emergency key is. It is in the trunk of an old poplar tree near the warehouse in the logistics company yard. That was designed by Zhao Jun to prevent accidents. After Xiao Fong got the key, he returned to Qin Yu and whispered, "I don't know if there will be anyone inside. Do you want to take a risk and try it?" "It's okay. Go open the door." Qin Yu smiled slightly. There was no one inside. In order to avoid unexpected situations like Zhang Lixia, Qin Yu carefully searched the mental map several times. There is indeed no one inside. I just don't know if the supplies are still there. When Xiao Fong saw Qin Yu was so calm, he thought he was a gambler, and secretly admired his courage. Let's try. If there is really someone inside, the worst that can happen is to start a war. So Xiao Fong checked his gun and tiptoed over to open the door. After opening the shutter door, Qin Yu gently lifted it a little to ensure that 2 people could bend over. After entering, quickly lower the shutter door. Then there is the iron gate. Qin Yu directly reached out and knocked on the iron gate. Xiao Fong was startled. "What are you doing?" "Try to see if there is anyone inside." Qin Yu smiled. Xiao Fong was sweating profusely. "Try this? If there is someone inside, wouldn't they just fire a volley of bullets at him?" Waited for a moment. Qin Yu smiled and said, "It's okay. Open the door. There's no one inside." You look like you're sure there's no one inside?" Xiao Fong looked at him in confusion. "I guessed." Qin Yu shrugged. "I'm a gambler with good luck, and I usually win. So, open the door." "Ah Fong." Xiao Fong looked a little strange. "Open the door quickly." It felt strange to hear him call himself Ah Fong so naturally. Zhao Jun used to call himself Ah Fong too. But it made me uncomfortable. Is it a mood problem? Soon, the iron gate opened. The glass door behind it was revealed. Through the glass door, you can see inside. It's pitch black, but very quiet, and many goods are neatly stacked on the ground, without any disorder. Xiao Fong felt relieved and chuckled unconsciously. Fortunately, we didn't guess wrong. We left in a hurry before and didn't have time to take care of these material warehouses before we were driven out of the city. Conservatively speaking, at least 8 or 9 warehouses are full. Haha. That's a bargain for me. Qin Yu directly opened the glass door and walked in. Xiao Fong followed closely behind, and said somewhat helplessly, "Mr. Chen, call me a you." Xiao Fong was stunned. Her face turned red again, and she nodded gently. I mean, we can't take much at one time. It's a pity. Don't feel sorry. Be greedy and take the elephant. Just pick the important things. For example, medicines, batteries, and weapons. Let's go and check the medicines." Qin Yu immediately started searching. He said comforting words, but he was actually very happy. It would be great if there were another 100 warehouses like this. It would save me from searching again. So, the two of them started to search. There are really a lot of things in this warehouse, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It is a warehouse with a relatively complete range of categories. Zhao Jun is a great man. He was just unlucky to meet Qin Yu. The key point is that he died at the hands of a mutant monkey, which is actually quite tragic. Soon, the two found 2 large boxes piled in the corner. They were full of medicines. They each took a box and started searching. After a while, Xiao Fong grabbed 2 boxes of Chinese patent medicine with surprise. "I really found it. We are lucky. There is really such Chinese patent medicine here." So I am not bad at gambling." Qin Yu grabbed a travel bag from the side, stuffed the medicine into it, and then reminded, "Find another travel bag to put medicines, batteries, and weapons in it. Hurry up. Hurry up." Yeah. The two of them went their separate ways. After more than half an hour, both travel bags were full. Xiao Fong packed almost all weapons, pistols and bullet bags. A lot. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. This woman was really violent. but she was not good in other aspects. After the search, Xiaocheng was a little tired and sat down on the ground. Take a break. Okay. Xinyu sat down next to her. He handed over a dozen cans of beer. Come on. Enjoy yourself. There are not many opportunities like this. Enjoy it when you should. I don't drink. Xiaocheng shook her head. I will get drunk and crazy after drinking. Xinyu was in a good mood and opened a can for her. If you still consider me a trustworthy partner, then drink with me. Xiaocheng had no choice but to take the beer and whispered, if I get drunk, you must control me. Otherwise I will burn this place down. Pfft. Are you so fierce? Xinyu chuckled. Xiaocheng blushed and nodded, and said softly, when I was in college, I drank with my roommates for the first time. I drank too much. Then, the next day, I was criticized, because I got drunk and set the dormitory on fire. It is said that 7 or 8 girls tried to stop me, but I beat them all down. Cough. 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 Xinyu almost choked on his drink and looked at her with a helpless look on his face. Xiaocheng nodded seriously. What I said is true. So from then on, no boy ever chased me during my entire college period. So, I have never been in a relationship. Okay. Chapter 285. The more you drink, the more you enjoy it. Xinyu had to admit, this woman is really fierce. Xinyu and Xiaocheng started drinking in the warehouse. You take a sip. I take a sip. The more you drink, the more you enjoy it. Xinyu couldn't help but pull out a big bag of snacks and open them all. The two of them ate braised chicken feet and spicy duck necks while drinking. Xiaocheng also slowly opened up the conversation. She used to be a very outgoing and cheerful girl, commonly known as fierce. After burning the dormitory once during college, no one pursued her for the entire 4 years of college. Although she was very beautiful, she had a school beauty level appearance and figure, but no one dared to pursue her. On weekdays, she signed up for basketball, football, and martial arts clubs. She was proficient in free fighting and sanda. She had participated in campus competitions. She played basketball with boys and football with boys, and she flew all over the court. This girl had unlimited energy. Maybe she didn't understand when she was reincarnated, and basically had a boy's personality. As a result, she gave birth to a charming girl. For this reason, Xiaocheng was actually confused. Unfortunately, before she could figure out the true meaning of life, the end of the world came. Students in their class went to the suburbs for fun during the summer vacation, and ended up being separated from the city. During the extreme heat, more than half of the students in the class died. She survived by luck. Later, before the seawater backflowed, they accidentally saved monk Guang, who was almost burned to death on the way back to the city. Since then, monk Guang has become her patron saint. He has always been by her side. It has been more than half a year. Today may be the first time that monk Guang is not by her side, because there is Xinyu by her side. Xiaocheng has actually killed many people when she was struggling to survive with Zhao Jun and his gang, and when the forces in Xiaocheng fought each other. She was the most courageous among the women. She was baptized by blood and death. She almost became a devilish woman. And her belief is also very simple. This is an era without rules. She hopes to help someone establish a new order through some kind of assistance. Just like the ancient emperors. Establish a new order and build a new home. When everything is stable, she will consider where to go. If she can't get rid of those nightmares of murder, she will shoot herself. It can be said that Xiaocheng's thinking is almost male thinking. What's the result? Zhao Jun actually wants to treat her as a woman, so he harassed her privately countless times, trying to get her. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Xiaocheng is aloof and arrogant. Although she thought Zhao Jun was a great man, she still felt subconsciously that he was not strong enough to conquer her. The main thing was that Zhao Jun was too polarized. When he was in power, he was arrogant and arrogant. When he was out of power, he was depressed and cowardly. And he was prone to self-destruction. He didn't have much masculine charm. Sometimes, Xiaocheng didn't know why Song Ziqiu followed Zhao Jun so devotedly. Zhao Jun was far inferior to Chen Yu now. At least since Xiaocheng knew Chen Yu. She had never seen him have big ups and downs in his emotions. Calm, smart and wise. Sometimes, his smile was sunny and bright, making people feel like a spring breeze. A very comfortable man. As she drank, Xiaocheng's eyes began to change slowly. She became more and more watery, and her lips curled up, revealing a coquettish taste. Her face was already flushed from drinking. Sitting next to her, panting, she had been staring at Qinyu's profile since I don't know when, and never moved away. Suddenly, just as Qinyu was casually talking about his previous college life, Xiaocheng suddenly threw away the beer in her hand and looked at him straight. Qinyu was stunned. Oh my! Is she going to get drunk? What's wrong? Looking at the drunk, coquettish and charming Xiaocheng, Qinyu also discovered some new worlds. If Xiaocheng could be coquettish, she would definitely be an epic beauty. Because of the contrast. The contrast is too great. At this moment, Xiaocheng grabbed Qinyu's collar with one hand, looked at him, and shouted coquettishly, "Tell me! You have to force me to drink. Are you up to something bad?" Ahem. Ah fine. You stinky man. Xiaocheng pursed her lips. Her eyes were seductive, and her meaning was self-evident. Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What happened to the drunken madness you agreed to do? Didn't you want to burn the warehouse? Are you taking this opportunity to be a hooligan? Forget it. Qinyu didn't bother to care whether she was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. Let's drink while we have wine. Xiaocheng slept soundly. The next morning, when she woke up, she looked like a different person, with amazing charm. She sat next to Qinyu. She pursed her lips and stared at Qinyu in a daze. Qinyu also opened his eyes and asked casually, "Have you rested well?" "Yeah." Xiaocheng nodded and said softly, "No wonder those men still want to snatch women even if they can't eat or survive. And they still can't live without women. Have you realized it?" "Yeah." "That's good. This is also an experience in growth. Before, you could only be called a girl. Now you have upgraded to a woman." Then, Qinyu smiled and sat up. "Afang. To be honest, you actually look more like a woman now. Before, you were no different from the tiger girl at the entrance of the village when I was a child." Hateful. Xiaocheng winked. Then she suddenly turned around and took out a box of medicine from the backpack beside her, poured a pill directly into her mouth, and then drank a mouthful of water to wash it down. Qinyu asked in confusion, "What medicine are you taking? What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No." Xiaocheng blushed and whispered, "It's Yuding. I found it yesterday." "Yuding?" Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you on contraception?" "Yes." Xiaocheng looked up at Qinyu's eyes and said bravely, "I'm sorry. I don't want to get pregnant at this time. That's irresponsible to the child." "Okay." Qinyu gave her a thumbs up. "I like your personality. You did the right thing to be on the safe side. However, fine. You prepared the medicine a long time ago. Right?" "Yes." Xiaocheng nodded calmly. "So, you were not drunk last night. Right?" Qinyu reached out and pinched her chin. Xiaocheng's face turned redder, but she did not deny it. She nodded openly. "Yes. I was not drunk last night. If I was really drunk, I could easily set the supply warehouse on fire." Hee hee. "I knew you were not honest." Qinyu smiled and hugged her in his arms, and asked with interest, "Tell me, how much do you have to drink to get drunk?" "Well, actually, I can't get drunk by drinking beer. I have to drink white wine or red wine." Qinyu was speechless. "This is a wine jar. Try it another day?" At dawn, Qinyu returned to the garrison with Xiaocheng safely. Linghua and Old Man Gung were both scared. I didn't come back all night, and thought something happened. Only Monkey Guang was calm, and seemed to have great faith in Qinyu. After returning, Linghua's eyes kept wandering around Xiaocheng, and she always felt that this woman seemed a little different. What was different? I couldn't tell. Anyway, it felt different. Chapter 286 Contract Worker. What did these two do after spending the night outside? Linghua is also a virgin, so she didn't think so carefully. As soon as Qinyu entered the room, he asked, "Linghua, is Zhang Lixiu awake?" "Oh, she is awake and resting now." "Okay." Qinyu put down his travel bag and hurried into the room. On the bed, Zhang Lixiu had heard Shenyu's voice. So when the door opened, she immediately sat up from the bed and looked at the man who came in with joy. "Oh my god! Everything is true. So good. The man who I always think about and dream about is now by my side." When Qinyu walked to the bed, Zhang Lixiu couldn't help but hug his waist, and murmured in a low voice with some excitement, "Mr. Chen, I miss you so much. Don't get too excited. You're still weak." Xinyu gently touched her hair and whispered. Besides being weak, do you have any other injuries? No. Zhang Lixiao looked up at Xinyu. They just drew my blood every 2 days to keep me weak. But I still need to work. So they didn't torture me. That's good. Xinyu took out the medicine he brought back. I went out and found some medicine for you. This is for replenishing qi and blood. And I heard it's very effective. Are you looking for medicine for me? Zhang Lixiao was stunned. Xinyu calmly helped her sit down. Then turned around to get a bottle of mineral water. And said while pouring water, by the way, go out and search for supplies. Thank you. Zhang Lixiao's eyes were red. And she looked very excited. Don't be polite with me. Xinyu handed her the medicine and water. Then sat down on the bedside and looked at Zhang Lixiao's face carefully. She was still as beautiful as before. The pretty widow looked exactly the same as that afternoon. Zhang Lixiao took the medicine with a red face. And then tentatively grabbed Xinyu's hand. Can I follow you in the future? Yes. Huh. That's great. Xinyu reached out to help her smooth her hair. And asked casually, can you tell me how you escaped from the village? And how did you get your ability? Yes. Zhang Lixiao quickly collected her thoughts and nodded. Then she slowly told her story. That day, Su Qing's cannibal army entered the village. They were after the village's grain storage. But how did the cannibals get the news of the village's grain storage? Actually, it was a coincidence. It was the 3 village ruffians who were thinking about Zhang Lixiao. And they were shot and had their legs broken by Zhang Lixiao. All 3 ruffians were lame. Afterwards, they were afraid that Zhang Lixiao would cause trouble again. So they limped away from the village together and ran to Yangpu town. As a result, they were bumped into by several members of the cannibal search team. Ready-made food was delivered to the door. The 3 ruffians were taken back to the cannibals' base camp. When they were about to be chopped, the 3 told the cannibals that there was grain stored in the village in an attempt to save their lives. Unfortunately, they were chopped into sticks and hung on the car. So the cannibals drove into the village. They carried out an inhumane massacre in the village. When there was grain, the cannibals ate grain. When there was no grain, the cannibals ate people. That day, Zhang Lixiao missed Xinyu. So she stayed in the granary where Xinyu lived. Seeing the granary reminded her of Xinyu. And she escaped. After the cannibals left the village, Zhang Lixiao returned to the village in fear, and saw the horrific scene in the small square. She fainted on the spot. When she woke up again, she was surprised to find a subhuman eating the corpse nearby. Zhang Lixiao got up and ran away in fear. So the subhuman chased after her. One ran. The other chased. The 2 of them ran along the path towards the wild. And halfway through they met a Taoist priest, who was in a state of embarrassment coming out of the woods. He was also running to avoid the mutant animals. The 2 ran head-on. The Taoist priest was chased by the mutant animals. And Zhang Lixiao was chased by the subhuman. The 2 were getting closer and closer. And the Taoist priest was so scared that he shouted loudly, and waved at Zhang Lixiao, signaling her not to come over. But Zhang Lixiao was also running for her life. So the 2 ran closer and closer. They were about to meet. But they were still going to die. At the critical moment, the Taoist priest and Zhang Lixiao turned around at the same time and rushed to the field next to them. Coincidentally, the 2 turned in the same direction. The angry Taoist priest cursed. What was even more unexpected was that there was a trap in the field they turned to, which was set by the villagers for hunting. This time, the 2 just turned a corner and stepped on nothing. They fell into the trap at the same time. After falling, the Taoist priest and Zhang Lixiao moved aside in fear. Then, the alien and the mutant animal chasing behind them did not break and fell into the trap. This trap is very big, and it is a deep pit. There are no sharp weapons below. So Zhang Lixiao and the Taoist priest were not injured. Seeing the sub-alien and the mutant animal fall down, Zhang Lixiao and the Taoist priest were completely disappointed. This time, they would be eaten without leaving any bones. But what they didn't expect was that after the sub-alien and the mutant animal fell down, they did not attack Zhang Lixiao and the Taoist priest, but fought each other. In the end, both sides were injured. Hearing this, Xinyu was simply laughing and crying. This experience was 2 twists and turns. Zhang Lixiao continued to tell her experience. Falling into the deep pit of the trap, the sub-alien and the mutant animal fought each other fiercely. And in the end both sides were injured and died together. The Taoist priest and Zhang Lixiao were dumbfounded. After they finally confirmed that the 2 creatures were dead, They finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two introduced themselves. It turned out that the Taoist priest was a doctoral student. And he was a Taoist priest in a Taoist temple with a lot of incense 5 kilometers south of Yangpu town. He was a contract worker. He was employed. This Taoist priest pretended to be in the Taoist temple and fooled tourists. And he could get a salary of nearly 50,000 or 60,000 yuan a month. He was considered a high-income class. So, the two of them got to know each other. Then run for your life. As a result, when the two wanted to leave the trap pit, they found that they couldn't climb out at all. The purpose of this trap pit is to trap large wild animals. So the pit is at least nearly 10 meters deep. And the walls of the pit are all compacted. And it's hard to dig out. Not moving. The two tried their best but failed to climb up. In this way, they were trapped for 2 days and 3 nights. No water. No food. Seeing that he was about to die of thirst and starvation, the Taoist priest went crazy. He aimed at Zhang Lixia and wanted to kill her, eat her meat, and drink her blood, so that he could hold on. But what he didn't expect was that his weak body couldn't even tear Zhang Lixia apart, and was even beaten back. The Taoist priest cried after being beaten. And Zhang Lixia also understood why the ancients said that scholars were useless. Because many of these people were really powerless. This doctor was so weak, unable to deal with Zhang Lixia. The Taoist priest was hungry and aimed at the mutant animal. So the Taoist priest ate the animal meat raw. Chapter 287, I can only learn from him. Zhang Lixia was afraid that he would have the strength to attack her again. So she had no choice but to learn from him. In this way, the two of them stayed in the deep pit for a while. A few days later, all the mutant animals were eaten up. And even the heads of the mutant animals were smashed open by the subhumans. So the brains inside were also eaten by the two. About a week later, the Taoist priest was surprised to find that his strength had increased. And his animal nature was slowly emerging. Zhang Lixia was the same. She could clearly feel that her body was stronger. At the same time, she felt that her brain seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes. In this way, after several attempts, the Taoist priest and Zhang Lixia finally cooperated to climb out of the deep pit together and finally escaped. After coming out, Zhang Lixia originally wanted to go her separate ways. But the Taoist priest suddenly proposed to go together, saying that he could protect her. And if they went together, they would also have a companion. Of course, the premise is that he would never have any excessive thoughts or actions towards her again. Zhang Lixia hesitated. Everyone in the village died. She couldn't survive on her own. So after hesitating again and again, she finally made 3 rules with the Taoist priest. The two of them left together and found a larger city as soon as possible to see if they could find a shelter. In this way, Zhang Lixia followed the Taoist priest. On the way to escape, Zhang Lixia was always wary of the Taoist priest. But fortunately, the Taoist priest kept his promise and did not have any bad intentions towards her. At the same time, Zhang Lixia started to have headaches from time to time. She always felt that something had changed in her brain. She knew it might be because she ate the meat of mutant animals. The two of them wandered around for more than half a month and finally went to Xiaocheng. Fortunately, there was no beast tide in Xiaocheng at that time. And the major forces in the city were confronting each other. And it was still a calm period before the storm. So, Zhang Lixia and the Taoist priest escaped into the North City prison by chance. There was originally a shelter there. It was quite harmonious inside, because the person in charge of the shelter was a prison guard in the original prison, who was in charge of all the keys and riot control weapons in the prison. Unfortunately, after the Taoist priest entered the prison, as time passed, his abilities also gradually emerged. He became stronger and stronger, and even had the ability to influence other people's thinking and consciousness. At the same time, Zhang Lixia also discovered her own abilities. She seemed to be able to detect the weaknesses of those mutant animals. Relying on these weaknesses, she could tame these mutant animals with just a little trick. So, Zhang Lixia did some tests. She successfully tamed some mutant dogs and mutant livestock. Once this ability was revealed, Zhang Lixia became a celebrity in the prison. Then, late one night, the Taoist priest also launched a riot, successfully seized power in the prison, and began his brainwashing cult control method. This is Zhang Lixia's experience. When the Taoist priest became the leader, Zhang Lixia was placed under house arrest. They both ate the flesh and blood of mutant animals, and their physiques were strengthened. So the Taoist priest was very afraid of Zhang Lixia. The most terrifying thing is that the Taoist priest can influence everyone's mind. But he can't influence Zhang Lixia's. This is weird. So, the Taoist priest began to think of ways to weaken Zhang Lixia's ability while relying on her ability to tame mutant animals. In order to make money, the Taoist priest was afraid that Zhang Lixia still had some hidden abilities. So he never dared to really attack her. This situation lasted until Chen Yu arrived. After listening to all this, Chen Yu also figured out the context of the whole thing. Then, Zhang Lixia's case has been concluded. When she and the Taoist priest ate the mutant animal, they both ate the animal's brain. But Zhang Lixia's ability is stronger. So the crystal core in the animal's brain should have been swallowed by her accidentally. As for the Taoist priest, Chen Yu asked carefully. The final conclusion is that the Taoist priest did not activate his supernatural powers. But he is also gifted. Because humans can improve the functions of the human body to a certain extent by eating the flesh and blood of mutant animals, such as brain activity. So, the Taoist priest simply increased brain activity. In addition, Zhang Lixia revealed that the Taoist priest was a doctoral student majoring in psychology and proficient in hypnosis. Therefore, the ability of the Taoist priest is just a hypnotic method after the brain activity is increased. It is not considered a supernatural power. Then, now there is only one last question. How is the Taoist priest's mental shielding caused? When Chen Yu was in prison, he found that both the Taoist priest and Zhang Lixia had mental shielding. If the Taoist priest had no supernatural power at all, then his mental shielding could only be caused by Zhang Lixia accidentally. In fact, Zhang Lixia herself did not know what her abilities were for this kind of mental shielding. If Chen Yu had not opened the mental map, he would not have known that Zhang Lixia could actually produce a shielding effect. So this ability still needs to be developed. If Zhang Lixia really has the ability to shield herself and others, it would be really awesome. Because as time goes by, more and more people will open their superpowers. And it is inevitable that some people will open their mental maps. By then, the effect of mental shielding will become a trump card. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. There is no rush for this kind of thing. You can slowly dig it out. Anyway, this little widow will stay with me in the future. And sooner or later, I will find out what ability she has. The two chatted for a long time. Until after 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Outside, Linghua and Old Man Gung prepared lunch. Because Chen Yu brought back a lot of food. He specially made some hot food for lunch. Zhang Lixia also felt much better. She followed Chen Yu out of the bedroom and went outside to meet everyone. They had lunch together. More and more people came. During the meal, Chen Yu said softly, "Let's be careful here. We will stay for about 2 to 3 days and try to let Zhang Lixia recover her strength." Everyone nodded at the same time. Chen Yu looked at Xiaocheng again. "Afeng. After dinner, give me the addresses of all the Zhao army's material warehouses and mark them on the map. I want to go and see them." "Ah?" Xiaocheng asked in confusion. "If we don't stay for a long time, those materials are useless. We can't take them away at all. And we don't have a car for a long time. I'll go and look for useful supplies." "Oh, okay." Xiaocheng nodded. "I'll mark them for you after dinner. Do you want me to go with you?" "No. You take a rest for 2 days." Chen Yu replied casually. As a result, Xiao Fan blushed and lowered her head. Last night was her first time, so her body was not very comfortable. So Xiao Fang didn't insist. After everyone finished eating, Xiao Fang took the map and marked all the supply warehouses. And she made a record of the places she thought might be well preserved. Chen Yu prepared a little and set off alone. You have to go by yourself to search for supplies. Convenient to move. Chapter 288 Supplies. When he left in the morning, he had already cleared out all the supplies in that warehouse. A great harvest. As long as there are 2 or 3 more warehouses of this type, this adventure in Xiaocheng is still worth it. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Yu ran out from time to time. For others, he might just be looking for some necessary supplies, such as medicines and weapons. Who would have thought that with a wave of his hand, all the supplies in the warehouses entered the space? In 3 days, he found 7 complete supply warehouses. There were a lot of supplies inside. The supplies that Zhao Jun spent half a year to stockpile were finally cheap for him. If Zhao Jun knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would crawl out of hell. 3 days later, Zhang Lixia's complexion had obviously recovered a lot. The medicine recommended by Xiao Fang was indeed very effective. In order to avoid being trapped in the beast tide, And Qin was also anxious to catch up with the main force. So everyone secretly left the shelter in the early morning of the 4th day. Returned the same way. Qin felt a little sorry for the train. It was rare to be well preserved. Especially this kind of steam locomotive can burn coal. And even does not need electricity. Which is actually very useful in the future. So, after safely evacuating Xiaocheng, Qin asked others to get the horses first. And after they all left, he directly stuffed the entire train into the space. There will always be a place where it will be useful in the future. A few minutes later, everyone gathered together. This time, because Zhang Lixiao was still weak, Qin rode with her. Linghua was brought by her father. Everyone whipped their horses and rushed onto the highway, bypassing Xiaocheng and continuing to move quickly to the northwest. 5 days later, the 6 people arrived in Xiaocheng and still walked around the city. 7 days later, they arrived in Jiangcheng. They slept in the open air along the way, and the mutant horse that Zhang Lixiao tamed was a great achievement. On the way from Xiangcheng to the northwest, there was no snow. So Chen found an opportunity to get an SUV out, and everyone continued on the road. As for the mutant horses, they were automatically released. With Zhang Lixiao, this kind of mount is no longer a problem, and can be made at any time. So there is no need to keep them. In this way, a month and a half passed in a hurry. When spring came and flowers bloomed, Qin and 5 people had already arrived at the foot of Wudong Mountain. Going forward, they were almost at the first important town in the northwest, Xiaocheng. On this day, the 6 people stopped to rest in a small town at the foot of Wudong Mountain. This place is called Lijiagu Town. The town was empty a long time ago. But fortunately, there was no beast tide, and it looked quite clean. After sleeping in the open air all the way, everyone's spirit was almost exhausted, so they had to rest for a while others were looking for shelter. Qin stood alone on the road, frowning and looking into the distance. He felt a little heavy. Logically, Zhang Yan led a large force to the northwest. With so many people and a huge convoy, the speed should not be much faster, and he only left a large tanker for them to continue. It has been more than 2 months. It should have been used up long ago. Right? Why haven't they caught up with him? The 6 of them were rushing at full speed. At first they rode horses at full speed, and then drove cars at full speed. The speed must be much faster than Zhang Yang and his team. But they haven't caught up here? What's the reason? There were no vehicles left behind on the road. Could it be that the team hasn't been scrapped yet? Did they find the backup oil themselves? Or did they deviate from the route I set for them? Something went wrong? Although Qin was a little worried, he was not too angry, because he still trusted Zhang Yang and his team's overall strength. In that team, except for the children, everyone else was a warrior, and everyone could pick up a gun to fight. Even if they encountered a beast tide, they should have a certain ability to fight back. As long as they didn't encounter the 3 mutant bosses like Jiangcheng, there shouldn't be any big problems. There was no other way to think about it at the moment. I could only keep moving forward and try to catch up with them as soon as possible. Lijiagu Town is a small village. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, the 6 people found a big house at the entrance of the village and stayed there temporarily. They had to rest for 2 days. Too tired. Qin was fine. He didn't feel anything. But the others felt like they were falling apart. Every day they were either on the road or preparing to travel. They didn't eat well, and they didn't sleep well. So after more than a month, several people lost weight. Their faces were frosted, because it was more than 300 kilometers ahead to Xiaocheng. It was the most important town in the northwest. According to the route Qin designed for Zhang Yang and the others, they must go to Xiaocheng to rest and replenish resources. Xiaocheng is different from other major cities in the southeast. According to the memory of the previous life, even after the beast tide broke out, Xiaocheng still had the protection of the official army. The number of troops stationed in Xiaocheng is among the top 3 among several important cities in the country. At the beginning, there were at least 6 army groups stationed there. Now, it's hard to say, because the communication has been basically cut off since the previous life. So no one knows how many garrison troops are left in Xiaocheng. But one thing is certain, there are definitely garrison troops now. In other words, Xiaocheng is the most ferocious place to resist the beast tide. The anti-war nature of those northwest men has been aroused. Therefore, there must be resources there. If you want to enter Tibet, you must stay in Xiaocheng for a while to replenish resources. Slowly, it got dark. Chen Yu came back from outside, carrying a lot of things in his hands, and even a bloody and hot mutant alpaca corpse. Everyone is used to it. Anyway, Chen Yu's personal strength is simply abnormal. He can hunt any lone mutant animal alone. So, we can eat meat tonight. Linghua and Old Man Gung are responsible for cooking. Among the things Chen Yu brought back, there was also half a bag of rice and white flour, and even some dried bacon and smoked chicken. When asked where he came from, he said that he accidentally found a cellar of a family. Everyone thought he was extremely lucky. He always found good things. So, Old Man Gung found an empty room, dug a pit stove, and built a stove. He used some remaining cooking utensils in the house to cook a proper meal tonight. So greedy. I haven't had a good meal for more than a month. After the stove was built and the fire was burned dry, Linghua quickly simmered rice and helped her father kill the mutant alpaca. Stewed meat, grilled meat, mainly ate meat. There were no vegetables to eat, and they were impossible to find at this time. In the next room, Chen Yu and Zhang Lixia were talking, while Xiaocheng and Xian were setting up the alarm and guard device outside. Around 6 o'clock, the sky was completely dark. It was quiet outside. After more than a month of trial and development, Chen Yu had completely figured out the type of superpower Zhang Lixia had activated. It was a mental superpower. It was a perception and defense type. The perception system allowed her to detect the weaknesses and characteristics of some mutant animals. And this ability actually had an effect on humans as well. But it didn't work now. According to Chen Yu's estimation, at least a level 3 superpower could be used on humans or mutant humans. Chapter 289 Top Enjoyment. In addition, the defense system is actually a mental shield. A very basic shielding ability. For example, in Chen Yu's mental map, the place she shielded can only be black. This is actually easier to be discovered. Maybe there will be changes when the level is increased. But the good news is that Zhang Lixia's mental shielding can be used on other people, as long as she deliberately concentrates her mental power on a certain person or a few people. Those people will be covered by the dark area in the mental map. After more than a month of practice, her mental shielding can already cover these 6 people. But it's useless for now. After all, there's no occasion for her to use this ability. Chen Yu didn't say it out loud. He just asked her to practice more. She'll need it sooner or later. At about 7:30 in the evening, the meal was ready. Everyone gathered in the dining room. Everyone had a big bowl of fragrant and hot white rice. Some broth, some ribs, and some fried bacon. Perfect. Except for the lack of vegetables. This is already a top-notch enjoyment. White rice. There's very little chance to eat it. Not to mention fresh meat. So everyone ate it voraciously. The whole pot of white rice was eaten up. But there was a lot of meat left. After dinner, he simply cleaned up the stove. Old Man Gung found Chen Yu and asked, "Xiaocheng, how long can we stay here?" 3 to 5 days. Take a rest. Okay. Old Man Gung nodded. Then I'll take Linghua to the mountain tomorrow to see if we can find some edible wild vegetables. People can't stand not eating vegetables for a long time. Okay. Safety is the priority. Chen Yu patted him on the shoulder. There may be mutant animals on Wudong Mountain. So be careful. Bring enough weapons. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Have a good rest tonight. Okay. Everyone returned to the big house next door and prepared to make the beds for the night. The more than 1 month of living outdoors has made the relationship between the 6 people extremely close. Basically, they sleep together at night to prevent accidents. So, Linghua, Zhang Lixia and Xiaocheng are like sisters. After experiencing several dangerous situations, they began to call each other sisters. The oldest is Xiaocheng. The second is Zhang Lixia. And the youngest is Linghua. So Xiaocheng is the eldest sister. Zhang Lixia is the second sister. And Linghua is the youngest sister. Everyone affectionately calls Old Man Gung Uncle Gung. As for Monkey Guang, he is becoming more and more like a monk. He insists on shaving his head every day. He insists on reciting scriptures every day. He insists on meditating every day. When he is needed, he can pick up the butcher knife and go into battle. When he is not needed, he recites the Heart Sutra of Guanyin with a solemn appearance, which can also make people feel peaceful. He is also a strange man. It seems that he has truly achieved the state of eating meat and drinking wine through the intestines. But the Buddha remains in the heart. Chen Yu likes such a team very much. Of course, he has become a well-deserved sole figure and a real leader. Outside, it was late at night. No words all night. The next day, Old Man Gung took Linghua and Zhang Lixia up the mountain. Although it is only the beginning of March, Wudong Mountain has not yet completely greened. But according to Old Man Gung, maybe we can find some wild vegetables that have just sprouted and give everyone a little treat. Something is better than nothing, because not eating vegetables for a long time can easily cause acid-base imbalance in the body. It will cause gastrointestinal dysfunction and reduce digestion ability, which will bring many negative effects. The Doomsday period is already tiring, and we are fighting with nature every day. If the body can't bear it, everything is out of the question. Old Man Gung has lived in the countryside for decades, so he has a lot of experience. Linghua and Zhang Lixia both grew up in the village, and they can also help him. So the three of them set off early in the morning. Go to Wudong Mountain. Monkey Guang followed them up the mountain a dozen minutes later. Firstly, he wanted to be a guard for them. And secondly, he wanted to see the scenery of the Wudong Golden Summit. Although he was a monk, Buddhism and Taoism were one, and they were all monks. So he also wanted to experience the sacredness of Wudong Mountain. I just hope there are no broken walls and ruins on the top. The four people left, and only Chen Yu and Chao Fang were left below. Since Chao Fang and Chen Yu had that night, Chao Fang seemed to have really undergone some subtle changes. Privately, she became more and more feminine, and she was eager for that kind of intimate contact. Less than 5 minutes after Monkey Guang left, Chao Fang blushed and boldly dragged Chen Yu into the bedroom. How could Chen Yu refuse when a woman took the initiative? So, the room was filled with fragrance again. Half an hour later, Chao Fang stared at Chen Yu's face with charming eyes, and asked shyly, "What should I do? I can't live without you." "Yeah, I see." Chen Yu smiled. "Are you laughing at me? How could I?" Your smile clearly has a sense of mockery. Chen Yu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Women are all the same. Once they start to act like a spoiled child, they will be unreasonable. I didn't expect Miss Chao to be no exception. Chao Fang smiled triumphantly. She sat up gracefully, and while arranging her hair, she said sweetly, "I'm not a pure person. Why should I be exempt from worldly things?" Chen Yu looked at her body. She was a beauty. Her skin was delicate and fair, and her figure was flawless. She was so beautiful that people could never tire of looking at her. Alas, I suddenly miss Fang Jing and the others. Fang Jing, Dong Qiule, Li Xiaoyun. Are they safe? They were all women with whom he had had close contact, no matter if it was an accident or true love. Chen Yu's eyes gradually became far-reaching, as if he could see through the air and look towards the distant northwest. Chao Fang looked back at him. "Do you miss your friends?" "Yeah. We are so fast. We should be catching up soon." "Right." Chen Yu nodded and let out a long sigh. "It should be almost there. If everything is fine, it should be fine." Chao Fang turned around and comforted Chen Yu. "Don't worry. Rest for 2 or 3 days, and then we will continue on our way. According to what you said, among them there are elite special forces, deputy regiment level leaders, and more than a dozen soldiers. This strength should be no problem." "I know." Chen Yu stroked her back with one hand. He was very calm. One thing to be thankful for is that in this reborn life, the people he met, whether brothers or women, seemed to be more considerate than in the previous life. With more experience in this life, I can judge people more accurately. Just as the temperature between the two people was slowly rising again, Chen Yu suddenly frowned and sat up directly. "Ah Fang, put on your clothes quickly." "What's wrong?" Chao Fang, who was blushing, was stunned. "What happened? It seems that someone is coming." "Huh? How did you know?" "I heard the sound of an engine." Chapter 290 Some Surprises. Chen Yu quickly pulled Chao Fang up, and the mental map expanded at the same time. On the highway in the distance, there was indeed a motorcycle speeding. 2 jeeps were chasing behind. Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. There are still people who own motor vehicles, which is quite amazing. Soon, the 2 people were dressed neatly. Chao Fang took the gun and loaded the bullets as quickly as possible. Chen Yu brought nothing. The 2 rushed out of the room and rushed towards the entrance of the town. In the mental map, the man who was fleeing on a motorcycle in front was a man with strong mental power. There were 6 people in the 2 jeeps behind. The mental power was relatively dim. The roar of the engine on the highway was deafening. Even Chao Fang heard it. After the 2 arrived at the town entrance, they picked up the telescope and began to observe. At this moment, gunshots rang out on the highway. The people in the jeep behind opened fire, and it was the sound of a submachine gun. A series of bullets were fired, and the people on the motorcycle dodged in panic, rushed down the highway directly, and headed straight for the town. Xinyu frowned. He knew that once someone passed the highway outside, there was a high possibility that they would come down to the town, either to rest or to hide, because the town was surrounded by wilderness for more than 10 kilometers before and after. Lijiagu town was the only place to rest. Xinyu pulled Xiaocheng and hid. At the same time, the man on the motorcycle turned down in a panic, and the motorcycle suddenly skidded and rolled out of the small road. The man was also thrown far away and fell heavily to the ground. The jeep on it stopped at the highway intersection. 6 people rushed down. Xiaocheng turned his head and looked at Xinyu. "Ayu, what should we do?" "Don't worry about it." Xinyu turned and leaned against the wall. "We don't know who is a human and who is a ghost. Minding other people's business is the way to survive. They won't stay. Just wait." 6 people rushed down. The man on the motorcycle fell very embarrassedly at this moment, and his arms seemed to be broken, rolling on the ground, screaming. Among the 6 people, one of them was wearing a leather jacket, holding a thick and big mace in his hand, and slowly walked to the side of the motorcyclist. He didn't say anything. He swung the mace and smashed it hard. The shrill screams rose again, and it made people's scalps numb. Xiaocheng silently took out the gun. Her eyes returned to coldness. She wanted to kill someone a little bit, but Xinyu didn't move, and she couldn't move either. In the distance, the leather jacket man swung the mace. Again and again, the other 5 people laughed and cursed loudly, laughing and cursing non-stop. The screams of the motorcyclist gradually became lower and finally disappeared completely. He was smashed to death. 4, 6, 7. Xinyu thought that the group would leave, but unexpectedly, the 6 people came all the way along the path. Hearing their noise, it seemed that they had stored some supplies here. Xinyu was surprised. They didn't look for this town too carefully. After all, it has been more than half a year, and small towns like this on the side of the highway are almost swept away. There is no way there are supplies. Could it be that this group of people hid supplies here on purpose? Xinyu winked at Xiaocheng, and the two quietly followed the 6 people in the distance, following them to see where they were going. The 6 people walked all the way to the center of the town. Xinyu and his team didn't search inside, but just searched roughly at the entrance of the town. After finding nothing, they stayed at the entrance of the town. Soon, the 6 people stopped at the door of a rural credit cooperative in the town. They looked around. After finding no one, they opened the shutter door and quickly got in. Xinyu and Xiaocheng hid behind the building opposite. The two looked at each other. "Someone would choose to store supplies here?" Xiaocheng asked in a low voice. "You have to admit that it's smart to store supplies here. The whole town is deserted, and most places are empty, so most people won't bother searching the entire town." Xinyu monitored the 6 people in the mental map. They should have entered the bank safe. There must be supplies in there. I didn't expect to get a bargain in such a place. There is actually a supply warehouse. But where is the base camp of this group of people? It should not be far from here. The key is that they also have motor vehicles, which is worth thinking about. At this time, they can still have such rich conditions. This force is obviously very large, even larger than all the forces in Jiangcheng and Xiaocheng. This is strange. There are no large cities within 100 miles. Where does the force come from? Xinyu became curious, thought about it, and suddenly winked at Xiaocheng. "Let's go and get them." "Okay." Xiaocheng didn't hesitate. She had done a lot of shady things with Zhao Jun before. To survive in the apocalypse, staying alive is the right way. The two quietly approached the bank door. In the mental map, the 6 people have come out. They are about to open the shutter door. Xinyu gestured to Xiaocheng. She raised her gun. Xinyu directly pulled out a 3-edged military bayonet, and the two stood quietly beside the door. Soon, the shutter door was pulled open. 2 people got out first. Xinyu suddenly crossed over and kicked one of them in the head, and the 3-edged military bayonet in his other hand pierced the neck of another person fiercely. This action was as fast as lightning. Xiaocheng was not slow either. At the same time as Xinyu moved, he ducked inside. A few gunshots. When Xinyu dealt with the 2 men and got in, Xiaocheng's gun was already aimed at the last survivor. The action was over, and the sneak attack was successful. The last survivor was a bearded man. His full beard looked like a huge honeycomb, all rolled up. It was obvious that he hadn't shaved for several months. Qinyu turned around and closed the shutter door. Chao Fang used a gun to force the bearded man to kneel on the ground. This bearded man was also very fierce. Even with a gun pointed at his head, he didn't say a word, but stared at the two men fiercely, obviously planning something. After Qinyu closed the door, he turned to the bearded man, tilted his head to look at him twice, and then looked in the direction of the safe. "You stored supplies here?" The bearded man said nothing. He looked fierce. Qinyu didn't care. Walked to the door of the safe, twisted the door open and took a look. "Good guy. This is actually an armory? It's full of firearms. Although the number is not large, it is quite eye-catching. Type 79. Type 92. Type 95. Various types of grenades and flash bombs, as well as explosion-proof shields, individual rocket launchers, and even C4. Qinyu smiled. What a pleasant surprise. Qinyu casually took out a shotgun from inside, grabbed a few bullets, turned around and walked out. While loading the bullets, he looked at the bearded man and said, "Big beard, I will only give you one chance to speak. Do you understand?" Chapter 291 came here on purpose. The flesh on the bearded man's face twitched twice. Then he said in a muffled voice, "What do you want to ask? Where is your base camp? How many people are there?" The bearded man said coldly, "The base camp is in the mall. I don't know how many people there are, but there must be about 100 or 80 people." Qinyu continued to push the bullet. "Do you think I'm a fool? The mall is at least 100 kilometers away from here. You drove more than 100 kilometers to chase someone?" The bearded man raised his head and said coldly, "Aren't you asking about the base camp?" Qinyu looked at him. "Did you come here on purpose?" "Yes." The bearded man nodded. "Just to chase that man?" The bearded man said impatiently, "No. That guy is a traitor. We originally came here to get weapons, but that guy stole my motorcycle and tried to escape." Qinyu nodded silently and asked again, "Your base camp is in the mall. Why do you put the weapons so far away? And what do you use the weapons for? We originally walked out from here, so of course, the weapons are stored here. As for what to do with the weapons, of course, to kill people." Qinyu blinked. "Where to kill people?" "To Shanxi City." "Shanxi City? Why go there to kill people?" The bearded man gritted his teeth and said, "The guy named Zhang killed more than a dozen of our brothers. If we don't kill them, we won't be called the Northwest Gang." "The surname Zhang?" Qinyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his eyes turned cold. "What's the surname Zhang's name?" "Zhang. The bearded man replied casually. Hearing this, Qinyu's heart was shocked. Finally, there is news. An hour later, the bearded man was beheaded. Qinyu did not keep him. Through his interrogation, Qinyu also learned some surprising news. There are good and bad. The good news is that Zhang Yang and his men are indeed in Shanxi City, and they have settled down. They have never left. They have even grown and developed in Shanxi City, and have formed a very powerful force. Zhang Yang is the leader. Now almost all the survivors in Shanxi City know Zhang Yang and Xiaocheng, this tough couple. There are also the very famous 13 hairpins among the forces. These 13 hairpins are 13 beautiful women. As survivors of the Doomsday, they really caused a lot of trouble. But no one dared to underestimate these 13 women, because each of them is very tough. They are proficient in killing, shooting and fighting. The most important thing is that no one can disintegrate their beliefs. These women have a mysterious belief, and they are all waiting for someone. 22 So when they were in Shanxi City, countless big guys had contacted them privately, hoping to get 1 or 2 women to bed and play. In the end, no one got a good result. Qinyu was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Those 13 women actually became a force to be reckoned with. At the same time, the bad news was also quite troublesome. Zhang Yang and his men were stationed in Shanxi City, and gradually developed, which was bound to anger the local forces in Shanxi City. The situation was complicated, and a lot of things may have happened during this period, resulting in Zhang Yang and others not making any allies, and even being besieged by all the forces in Shanxi City. This even included the remaining forces of the military. This is weird. What are Zhang Yang and Li Yuanchao doing? Didn't they reveal their identities? How could these two people, one with the rank of major and the other deputy regiment commander, be targeted by the military? Unfortunately, the bearded man knew very little. That was all the information he could get. As for whether Zhang Yang and his team had any casualties, or whether anyone had left the team, these were unknowns. The bearded man's group was just a group of bearded men. They were the forces that left Lijiagu town, and their guns were basically looted from various towns in the south. Originally, the bearded man's group had already gone to Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng was the most important town in the northwest. It was very large, and had a special terrain. The Qinling Mountains served as a barrier in the south. So many mutant animals went south from the Qinling Mountains to the southern towns. Few went over the Qinling Mountains to the north. Therefore, the scale of the beast tide in Xiaocheng was very weak. In addition, there were several army groups guarding the city. At the beginning, the whole city was surrounded by troops. So for a long time, Xiaocheng was well protected. It was far from being comparable to a small second-tier city like Jiangcheng. Therefore, all the survivors in the surrounding area tried their best to get shelter in Xiaocheng. The group of bearded men was no exception. They went through hardships and went north all the way, passing through the Qinling Mountains, and came to Xiaocheng. The huge team of 150 to 60 survivors was reduced to only 70 people. What surprised them was that the situation in Xiaocheng was so complicated that it was confusing. It was far from being as safe as it was said outside. After entering Shangxi City, the military refused to accept them, and other forces also surrounded and robbed them of supplies. The only one who was a little more righteous was Zhang Yang and his forces. Originally, the bearded man had already contacted Zhang Yang and his forces, and they had a good talk at the beginning. Zhang Yang decided to let the bearded man's people rely on him, on the condition that they could only live outside the garrison in the early stage and could not enter the core area. Moreover, they had to provide protection for the garrison, and the garrison could provide them with some food. But who would have thought that the bearded man's group was used to being wild? They were brutal. They even dared to provoke the 13 hairpins. So not many days after they became vassals, a conflict broke out between the two sides. The bearded man and his men actually kidnapped a member of the 13 hairpins, which angered Zhang Yang. The couple only brought 6 people to completely wipe out the forces of the bearded man, killing dozens of people directly and driving them out of Shangxi City. The leader of the bearded man group was also angry, mainly because of the humiliation. So he sent people back to his hometown to take out all the hidden weapons and prepare for a decisive battle. This is the whole process. What made Xinyu more worried was that the bearded man mentioned something. They were not very sure, but they seemed to have heard that there was a very mysterious group of cannibals hiding in Shangxi City. That group of cannibals was extremely terrifying, and their methods were cruel. But no matter whether it was the military or the local forces, no one could wipe them out. First, we can't find any trace of them. Second, we don't have the energy and conditions. Anyway, everyone is saying that there must be cannibals, but no one can find them. Cannibals are no different from ordinary people except eating people. Xinyu is more worried about cannibals. This species is actually getting stronger and stronger, and its threat is on par with the beast tide. Ordinary local forces are nothing. Not even a problem. If Zhang Yang and his men are already so famous in Shangxi City, I'm afraid they will have to fight against cannibals sooner or later. Xinyu was somewhat anxious. Qiao Fang, who was standing by, saw his worries and hurried over to hold his hand. Ayu, don't think too much. Let's continue on our journey today. This place is only about 300 kilometers away from Xiaocheng. These guys are driving 2 cars here. Okay. Xinyu gritted his teeth, stood up and said quickly, call them back using the radio. Let's go drive and take all these weapons. Then we'll set off to Xiaocheng. Yes. /n Xinyu and others set off again. Chapter 292 Social Creatures. Everyone has heard about Xinyu's friends, and everyone is happy and worried. The happy thing is that they finally know their information. The worry is that the situation in Xiaocheng is so complicated, not only involving military forces, but also the existence of mysterious cannibals. It's not peaceful. But fortunately, Xiaocheng is very large, and there are so many survivors. This is an exciting thing for everyone. Humans are always social creatures. I have been traveling for more than a month, and I rarely see other living people. Occasionally I meet a few, but they come to steal supplies, and I have to fight with them. The result of the battle is either you die or I die. After living like this for too long, people are really depressed. It is easy to get depression, even schizophrenia. So, going to Xiaocheng, maybe I can find the feeling of human society again. That's good. I'm still looking forward to it. It just so happens that there are 2 more cars, and there is still half a tank of gas in the tank. So let's drive fast. The 2 cars entered the Qinling Mountains from the highway outside the town, and rushed to Xiaocheng in the northwest along the mountain highway. Midnight. The 6 people finally arrived at Xiangcheng. Xiangcheng is located in the Qinling Mountains, southwest of Xiaocheng. The city is not big. At night, the whole city is pitch black, especially from time to time. The howling of wild beasts can be heard from the mountains on both sides, which makes people feel particularly gloomy. At this moment, the 6 people have abandoned the car and walked. The gas tanks are all empty. Qinyu opened the mental map, hoping to find the lair of the bearded group. They should have 30 or 40 people left. They are entrenched in the mall, ready to counterattack Shanxi City at any time. Anyway, it is on the way. For such a group that targets his own people, Qinyu has always adhered to the policy of killing without omission. Must be exterminated. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. After passing a gas station, Qinyu's mental map has captured the location of the group. There is a super large building on the edge of the 6-kilometer area, almost next to a square in the center of the city. It should be a place similar to Wanda Plaza. The group of people was in the mall. Qinyu stopped and looked around, and found that the central hospital was not far away. The building was still there. It was not as dilapidated as imagined. So, the 6 people turned into a fork in the road and rushed to the central hospital. When they arrived at the central hospital, they checked it out and found that there was no one here. Although the hospital building was still there, it was dilapidated inside, and there should be no medicines and supplies. Qinyu took a few people into the inpatient department and found a high-end ward with a relatively intact environment and not much damage. Take a rest tonight. After a simple meal, Qinyu left alone on the pretext of going out to search for supplies. Midnight. Xiaocheng Street, Xiangcheng, Wanda Plaza. On the rooftop, a man sat on a small stool, with a bottle of beer next to him and a few pieces of dried meat on a paper box. He held a sniper rifle in his arms. He wore camouflage clothes and a camouflage hat, and had a toothpick in his mouth. He looked around with a telescope, drank a sip of beer, picked up the dried meat, tore off a small piece, and chewed it carefully. At a certain moment, a voice came from the walkie-talkie on the ground next to him. Lao Wang. They haven't come back yet? Lao Wang picked up the walkie-talkie and replied lazily, No. I haven't seen anyone. Son of a bitch. Lao Wang smiled, Boss. Don't worry. They are just going back to their hometown. There is no chance of encountering the enemy. Besides, there are 7 of them. I guess they are resting in their hometown. Everyone is tired. Humph. Keep an eye on them. We'll deal with them when we get back. Got it. After saying that, he put down the walkie-talkie. Then he reached out to grab the beer can. He reached out and didn't find it. He reached again and still didn't find it. Lao Wang looked down. What the hell? Where's the beer? I just put it aside just now. How come it's gone? Lao Wang turned around and looked behind him, and looked around the small stool, but didn't see it. Weird. Old Wang was a little confused. He turned around with a confused look on his face, and suddenly found that the can of beer was placed on the guardrail wall at the edge of the rooftop in front. Old Wang was so scared that he trembled all over and stood up suddenly. What the hell? How did the beer get there? Did it run away by itself? He walked over carefully, raised the sniper rifle in his hand, and at the same time took out a pistol from his waist with one hand. He walked to the wall. He slowly reached out and picked up the beer. Nothing unusual. Weird. What happened just now? I must be right. How did this can of beer get to the wall? Could it be a real ghost? Lao Wang took the beer and smelled it. It tasted good. Suspicious. He turned around and prepared to go back to his seat. As a result, he turned around and was so scared that his hair stood up. He blurted out, Fuck? There was actually a person sitting on his stool. A person without clothes. He was holding a Desert Eagle with a silencer. Lao Wang froze. Is this a human or a ghost? If it's a ghost, why would it use a gun? But if it's a human, how did he appear? Why didn't he wear clothes? Lao Wang's throat was dry, and he asked with difficulty, Are you a human or a ghost? I used to be a human, the man replied coldly, scaring Lao Wang into a cold sweat. Were they human beings before? Not now. I feel so scared that I want to pee. At this time, the man asked faintly, "Are all of you here? What weapons do you have? Are there any women? Are there any supplies? Tell me clearly. I won't kill you." Lao Wang's mouth twitched twice. The eyes staring at the man suddenly became ferocious and fierce. And he suddenly raised his hand to shoot. Bang! The muzzle of the Desert Eagle with a silencer flashed with sparks. Lao Wang was shot in the head. After he fell headfirst, the man picked up his gun and walkie-talkie, looked at the dried meat on the ground again, and reached out to pick up a piece to look at it. Rat meat? Forget it. Throw it aside. Then he put on his clothes, took out a large carbine from the space, grabbed 2 magazines, and put the Desert Eagle on his waist. Forget it. No more questions. Get to work. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the stairwell. Chunyu rushed down from the roof. He didn't hide. He rushed directly. A standard breakthrough tactical posture, holding a carbine with a silencer on the gun. As soon as he came out of the maintenance passage of the mall, he met 2 people standing in the corridor smoking. They were all stunned when they saw Chunyu. As a result, Chunyu raised his gun. Bang bang. 2 shots knocked him down. He walked over to collect the weapons of the 2 people and continued to explore. In the corridor, the gunshots rang again, knocking down another person. In the stairwell, several people were carrying supplies, and suddenly heard footsteps, and looked up at the same time. Chapter 293 2 Grenades. The gunfire started again. 4 of the 6 fell. The remaining 2 fired back in fear. Thus, the fierce gunfight officially began. Chunyu used his muscle control ability to improve his body's mobility, shooting and dodging at the same time, using the terrain in the corridor to easily kill the opponent. As he jumped down to the next floor, 7 or 8 people rushed into the stairwell. Chunyu threw out 2 grenades casually. Boom! The stairwell was filled with smoke. All those who rushed in were lying down. The hall on the first floor of the mall was in complete chaos. Shouting. At least a dozen fully armed people blocked the outside of the fire escape. At this moment, Chunyu turned around and rushed to the second floor, broke the window and jumped out. A few minutes later, the people on the first floor of the mall were staring at the stairwell in panic, wondering why no one had come out yet, when the main entrance of the mall behind them was blown open with a bang. It was a rocket. The few people near the door were all blown away. The scene was horrible. The candlelight in the room was completely extinguished, and the entire first floor hall was dark. Everyone was terrified. The survivors roared wildly, holding guns and shooting at the door desperately. The bullets formed a fire net. No one knew who they were shooting. Soon, all the bullets were used up. A brief period of silence formed in the hall. Then, a figure flashed in like a ghost. He was like a ghost hidden in the dark. When others were blind, he could hit the target every time. The scene was in chaos. The machine gun was sweeping randomly, but people kept falling down with screams. At a certain moment, a burly man with a red headscarf roared wildly and quickly climbed to the back of a pickup truck in the corner. There was a Gatling machine gun behind it. Because the whole hall was dark, he couldn't see where the enemy was. But with such powerful firepower, it was estimated that many people came in, so just shoot straight away. The man with the red turban raised his Gatling machine gun, turned on the safety, and began to fire wildly at the center of the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The flames from the violent stream of bullets were visible to the naked eye, like a dragon of light in the dark, tearing the remaining people in the hall to pieces one by one. The huge gunshots lasted for more than 2 minutes. Finally, the red turban stopped. He panted heavily. The hall was dead silent. The strong smell of blood made people want to vomit. The man with the red turban swallowed his saliva and carefully turned on the lights of the pickup truck. The lights suddenly came on. The scene in front of him made him gasp. In the whole hall, almost all the dead were his men. There were no outsiders. After a careful search, no intruders were found. Most of them were blown up by his Gatling gun. What happened? Is it a ghost? Even though the red turban man had walked through a sea of blood and corpses, he was still frightened to the point of having a cold neck and weak calves. Just when he was tense, someone suddenly clapped not far away. Hearing the clapping, the red turban man shuddered all over and turned around with the Gatling gun. As a result, before he could see clearly, he saw a figure like a ghost, flashing on the ground twice and rushing onto the back of the pickup truck. A saber was pressed against his neck. The red turban man froze. Behind him, A cold voice said indifferently, "Do you know Xiaocheng?" "Yes, yes." The red turban man nodded quickly. "Where is he in Xiaocheng?" "In the suburbs. At a research institute at the foot of Daqing Mountain." "How many forces are there in Xiaocheng?" The red turban man said quickly, "I don't know the details. But there are only 4 largest ones. One is the official garrison. One is Li Huzi of Yinta. One is Station Master Yang of the North Station. And the other is Zhang Yang of Daqing Mountain." "Is the news about the cannibals true or false?" The red turban man said hoarsely, I really don't know. Anyway, I haven't seen it. But the rumors in the city are crazy. Because people often disappear in those large bases. Rumors about cannibals have gradually spread." Chen Yu behind him was silent for a moment. Then he asked again, "I ask you, why did you conflict with Zhang Yang?" Say. Chen Yu moved the saber in his hand. And blood immediately flowed from the neck of the red turban man. He hurriedly said, "Don't move. Don't move. I'll tell you. One of my men was dishonest. He kidnapped a girl and secretly brought her back, wanting to play with her." "Who did you kidnap?" The red turban man said in a daze, "Brother, I told you that you don't know her? Tell me about it." Okay, I'll tell you. They kidnapped a girl named Jiangcheng. When Chen Yu heard this, he immediately got angry. He remembered Jiangcheng. She was the youngest one, only 16 years old, and still a senior high school student. Son of a bitch. You picked the youngest one? Chen Yu was so angry that he suddenly grabbed his head with both hands and twisted it hard. With a crack, the neck was broken. The red turban man turned his head to the back, looked at Chen Yu in disbelief, and slowly fell on the semi-trailer. He thought Chen Yu also had a grudge against Zhang Yang. "So I asked around so that I could take revenge. Then the enemy of my enemy can be my friend." He also fantasized that after asking questions, they could talk and maybe turn enemies into friends. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, his head was twisted. So, why did he say so much before? The man with the red turban had no chance to regret. Chen Yu kicked his body to the ground directly, and then put all the weapons and resources on the pickup truck into the space. Then, clean up the battlefield and leave. Chen Yu swept all the supplies and rushed back to the central hospital at about 4 o'clock in the morning. No one slept, because they all heard the gunshots in the city. It was not until Chen Yu returned safely that everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Chao Fang looked at him somewhat complainingly. "Ayu, we are not people without fighting ability. Next time something like this happens, you should call us along. You go alone. What if something goes wrong?" "Yes, brother Yu." Zhang Lixia also whispered, "Call us along in the future. Mr. Chen, it's risky to go alone. Sometimes, we are not a burden, but a helper." Yes, Xiaocheng, you are our backbone. If something happens to you, what can we do?" Looking at everyone's faces full of complaints, Chen Yu smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, I get it. Everyone, next time there is such an opportunity, I will take you with me. However, sometimes one person is enough for a sneak attack." "Did you kill all that group of people?" Chao Fang asked tentatively. "Yeah." Chen Yu nodded casually. Chapter 294, A Day of Rest. "How many of them are there?" "Not many left. So it's very easy." Chen Yu put the backpack he brought with him on the ground. He brought it back for show. It contained some valuable supplies. For example, weapons and batteries. These things are very precious. In big cities, they can even be exchanged for a lot of food. Chen Yu waved at a few people. "Okay. Don't be nervous. The beast tide in the city has been attracted there, so we can rest comfortably for a day. We will set off for Shanxi City tomorrow." "Okay." Chao Fang looked at the others helplessly and said, "We can rest this time. I guess everyone is tired. Let's go to sleep. We still need to conserve our energy." So, everyone looked for a place to sleep. In the living room, everyone slept on the floor. Only Monkey Guang sat in the corner meditating. Chao Fang and Zhang Lixia automatically and consciously snuggled up to Chen Yu on both sides, not shying away at all. Although there was no blatant physical contact, it was a subconscious act of asserting sovereignty. So Linghua was a little depressed. She had no place to go. The main reason was that she didn't have any substantial contact with Chen Yu. The little girl actually wanted to do it in her heart, but she didn't have the courage. Besides, her father was still there. Daddy would always take care of her no matter what she did. Alas! Linghua laid down beside her daddy with a lot on her mind. In this way, in the early hours of the morning, everyone in the room fell into a deep sleep. Chinyu slept soundly, because he knew that he would be well protected in this environment. Whether it was Xiaocheng or Zhang Lixia, both of them had high body temperatures. So they snuggled up to him and gave him a warm feeling. Therefore, Chinyu slept the longest. His mental strength also needed this method to recover. I don't know how long it took, but in a daze, I seemed to feel a stream of air sweeping across my face. And it felt itchy. It was like someone was breathing in front of me. Chinyu slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Linghua sitting cross-legged in front of him, looking down at him. Her big eyes were sparkling. Her long eyelashes were fluttering. Her face was also rosy. When she saw Chinyu wake up, Linghua straightened up and said shyly, "Brother, you are awake. Well, what time is it?" Chinyu stretched hard. "It's already past 1 in the afternoon." "Oh, I slept for so long?" "Yeah." Linghua nodded and said seriously, "Brother, you slept so soundly. This is the first time I see someone who can sleep so soundly." "Uh-huh." Chinyu laughed, sat up, and said casually, "Maybe the 2 women lying next to me made me completely relaxed. I want to lie next to you, too." Linghua blurted out without thinking. Chinyu was stunned and looked back at her. Linghua realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. She blushed and got up and ran away. The girl's charm was in full view. Chinyu shook his head and smiled. He got up and walked to the balcony to stretch his muscles. Then he pulled open the curtains and looked outside. There were not many mutant animals outside. They were probably still lingering in the mall where the group was last night. After all, there were suddenly dozens of fresh corpses there. That was a delicacy. Chinyu asked without turning his head, "Linghua, where are they?" "Oh, I'm searching upstairs and downstairs. My elder sister said you've worked hard, so she wants to find something delicious. I'll give you some nutrition today." When Chinyu heard this, he smiled. Since she turned Xiaocheng into a little woman, she has really started to change. She's becoming more and more like a young wife. She's also nourishing herself. Okay, let them do it. Chinyu turned around and put on his clothes. "Brother, come and wash your face," Linghua called out in the bathroom. Chinyu walked over in confusion. "Do you have extra water to wash your face?" "Well, Master Guang found a huge water reservoir on the roof. It's fully sealed. We tried it, and the water is quite clean." "Oh, where's he?" Chinyu walked over and washed his face. He went to the outpatient building in front. He said he wanted to see if there were any drug resources to search for. "Where's the old man?" "My father is setting up a stove outside. They are all very busy." Linghua blushed and looked at Chinyu shyly and said, "I also want to help. But they all asked me to stay and take care of you. I'm not that precious, so I still need to be taken care of." Chinyu smiled and wiped his face. At this time, the door opened. Xiaocheng and Zhang Lixia returned together. In their hands, they actually carried 2 big fat mutant rabbits and a few mutant sparrows. Chinyu asked in confusion, "Did you 2 go hunting?" Xiaocheng couldn't help laughing and said, "Ayu, you don't know. Xiuxia's ability is so unique. With her here, you don't have to bother hunting. These things just come here by themselves." Chinyu was stunned. Then it dawned on him. Yes, in the future, with Zhang Lixia here, not to mention taming mutant animals, even hunting will be twice as effective with half the effort. Cool. Old Man Gung and Linghua are cooking, simmering rice and making pancakes. Chinyu brought back a lot of supplies from the gang of bandits, most of which were food, and even white flour, and some green vegetables. This surprised everyone. Everyone wanted to know how the gang preserved the green vegetables, which were still green and tender. Chinyu only said one sentence. "I don't know. Anyway, if you find it, take it back." In fact, he took it out of the space. So, a big pot of game was stewed at noon. A circle of big pancakes was pasted around the big pot. Then stir-fried 2 vegetables. Chinyu also brought back 2 bottles of Lao Baigan, plus a dozen beers. Old Man Gung was happy. Really greedy. So greedy that he drooled. Before the meal was ready, he couldn't help but drink 2 or 3 cups of Lao Baigan. The hot and spicy fire line went straight from the throat to the stomach, burning in the stomach. Oh my gosh! Haven't drunk white wine for a few months? When Old Man Gung was farming at home, he had to drink a few glasses every day at noon and night. Otherwise, he would not have the energy to work. Before that, when he was in the underworld in Guangdong and Shenzhen, he was always drinking. So he was very happy. Although the others were also very happy. It was good to have a few sips of beer. But they were not as excited as him. Monkey Guang was even more indifferent. He entered Buddhism since he was a child. And his 6 senses were pure. So he never drank alcohol. When he was under Zhao Jun, he ate a lot of meat. But still didn't drink alcohol. Therefore, this wine was exclusive to Old Man Gung. Soon, the food was ready. 6 people gathered at the table and ate happily like a family. No one dared to make loud noises. But the atmosphere was still very lively. Especially after more than half a year of Doomsday. Suddenly one day I can still eat white rice. Eat big pancakes. Drink alcohol. Eat meat and eat vegetables. This feeling is too good. After eating bread, dried meat, and dry food for so many days. My mouth is dry. The broth is stewed with mutant sparrows. Not so scary. Several of them are stewed together. A big pot is made. There is not much meat. But the soup is very fresh. Zhang Lixia ate for a while, and suddenly said with emotion, when I was in Xiaocheng North Prison, I ate raw meat for several days. That feeling is really hard to describe. Eating raw meat has advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 295, I also want to worship. Qin Yu explained, now the mutant animals. Eating raw meat can nourish the human body. After eating raw meat for a long time, people will become stronger. But the animal nature will gradually become stronger. Linghua asked in confusion, what about cooked meat? Will it be like this? Actually, it will be. But the effect is very small. Chen Yu sighed, after cooking, the essence in the flesh and blood of the mutant creatures disappears by half. In fact, it's not just mutant creatures, but also humans. Cannibals? Chao Fang's expression moved. Yes, cannibals are an example. Qin Yu nodded. Humans who can survive basically carry some special DNA in their genes and are successfully immune to the Doomsday virus. So when cannibals eat their own kind, they will become stronger and stronger due to a kind of genetic enhancement. Instead, human nature will slowly dilute and dissipate. Cannibals are inhuman in the end. No different from animals. But they have wisdom. So they are more terrifying than animals. Monkey Guang suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, the more time passes, the less food there will be. A few years later. Won't we also? He didn't say anything else. The implication is that these people will also be forced to eat people? When thinking about this topic, everyone's appetite is gone. Looking at a pot of delicious food, I actually felt nauseous. If we are really forced to eat people, what's the point of living? Qin Yu knew everyone's worries. Smiled and said, Master Yingguang, as long as we use our brains, we will never become beasts. The problem is that you have to use your brain. The reason why humans have been the masters of everything for so many years is because humans have learned to think and solve problems. After a few years, there will indeed be no food. Many people will slowly become cannibals. About 4 years later, cannibals will be the largest human group in the world. However, there are also very few people who still maintain humanity and reason. How did you do it? At this point, Qin Yu smiled and said, to be honest, there is a doctor who specializes in soilless cultivation technology in the team I mentioned to you before in Jiangcheng. He has successfully used water resources to cultivate tomatoes and some other vegetables. It is expected that in another 4 or 5 months, the newly cultivated rice will also be able to be mass-produced. What a pity. The unstable living environment interrupted our cultivation plan. That's why I want to go straight to Tibet in one step. That place may be the last pure land for mankind. I believe that there, we will definitely be able to take root stably. At that time, vegetable cultivation, rice cultivation, weapon making, and living tools can all be realized slowly. We will be the last people who retain humanity and rationality in 2.9. At this point, Qin Yu looked at everyone and said sincerely, for this goal, I can kill ruthlessly, or I can sincerely absorb talents. I hope that those who can follow me will keep a sincere heart. Only by working together can we build a new home. Otherwise, relying on me alone is just a fantasy. Qin Yu finished speaking. There was silence in the room. Everyone stared at Qin Yu, trembling all over, with red eyes, and excited to cry. These words made everyone excited. It felt like a beautiful future was not far away. Keep a sincere heart. It wasn't that difficult. Was it? Qin Yu successfully boosted morale. And he painted a beautiful pie for everyone. Whether it could be realized was secondary. At least several people felt that they had followed the right young man. From the moment they met him, they felt that he was different. He was different from all the other leaders. This person was charming. An incomparable and unique charm. Monkey Guang was the first to stand up, bowed respectfully to Qin, and said solemnly, Mr. Chen, this is the only dream I have in my life. Looking for a piece of pure land. Today, I saw that place. I bow to you. After saying that, he actually knelt down. Qin quickly reached out to help him. Master Yin Guang. Don't do this. Unfortunately, Master Yin Guang broke free from his hand and kowtowed to Qin 3 times in a respectful and rational manner. Qiao Fan on the side said softly, let him bow. Actually, I want to bow too. Hey. Stop it. Qin quickly waved his hand. And after Master Yin Guang stood up, he looked at everyone and said seriously, don't bow to me. I'm not a bodhisattva. On the contrary, for this goal, I would rather become an Ashura. Master Yin Guang nodded, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. Mr. Chen is comparable to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Qin was very upset. It was getting more and more outrageous. Maybe for them, their ideals were too lofty. It sounded great. But for Qin, he had already experienced a life. In that life, he had actually become a leader. It was just that his immature ideas and vision made him fall when he reached a certain peak. And he felt badly. So in this life, he was very careful. Carefully weighing everyone. But as long as he was accepted by him, it was a blessing for this person. Because Qin controlled too many secrets. This time, after arriving in Xiaocheng and joining the main force, Qin was ready to secretly build his own superpower army. Firstly, he now has a bug-level ability to defy nature. Su Yu's ability to destroy and protect is absolutely unsolvable. If he can reach the top level, Qin dare not imagine whether he can really become like the gods and demons in ancient mythology novels, with the power to destroy the world. At least, within a few years, except for the mutated animals in nature. Qin dares to claim to be invincible. This is the advantage of the reborn. Secondly, after more than half a year of tossing, Qin space has stored thousands of small crystal cores. Those crystal cores are not pure or complete. They are useless to him. They can neither activate new superpowers nor improve the level of superpowers. Therefore, this kind of crystal core can be used for experiments and to build his own superpower army. There are risks in swallowing crystal cores. There is a certain probability of becoming a monster with superpowers. Therefore, this project was not carried out at the beginning. But it can be done now. Because there is no time. Among the survivors around the world, there are people like Zhang Lixia who accidentally become superpowers. Although the number is extremely rare. But there are some. If such people are rational, it is okay. But if those irrational people have superpowers, it is dangerous. In addition, there are various other emergencies, such as people who eat the flesh and blood of mutant animals, such as cannibals, or subhumans who appear in this life. Chapter 296 Urgent. These emergencies will threaten ordinary people. Therefore, it is urgent to build a superpower army. Qin has the absolute power to control other superpowers. So he has the absolute ability to build a superpower army. The atmosphere of lunch became lively again. Everyone's appetite has recovered. They began to eat meat and drink wine. The 6 people had lunch until 3:30 in the afternoon. After lunch, everyone gathered lazily in the living room, chatting with Qin and listening to his plans for Tibet. The more they listened, the more excited they were. It was as if they really wanted to build their own kingdom in the future. In this way, a comfortable holiday passed slowly. At night, several people began to prepare for tomorrow's journey. All weapons were loaded with bullets, and the chambers and bolts were checked. Now there are more weapons. Basically everyone can carry 2 pistols and a 79 type submachine gun. Try to reduce personal belongings as much as possible. It is estimated that we can reach Xiangcheng in the morning tomorrow. After meeting up with Zhang Yang and others, at least we don't have to worry about food and clothing. So, everyone just needs to be prepared for the battle. Going to Xiangcheng, we will definitely encounter other forces, or scattered mutant animals. The danger level is no less than in the wild. It was a little after 9 o'clock in the evening. The 6 people fell asleep one after another. No words all night. The next morning, the 6 people left their residence at dawn. Under Chen Yu's guidance, they avoided the beast tide in the city, broke through the defense line very easily, left the mall from the north, and rushed to Xiaocheng. At the same time, Xiaocheng, at the foot of Daqing Mountain, there was originally a research institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After the Doomsday disaster, the institute closed its doors to resist the natural disaster. Unfortunately, the people inside did not survive for 3 months, and everyone died quietly in the institute. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote, at the southernmost end of Xiaocheng, at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. So, the entire institute's buildings survived. It was still very clean inside. So when Zhang Yang and others led a large army to Shanxi City, they didn't want to conflict with the forces in the city. They just wanted to rest quietly, replenish supplies and leave. So they occupied this place. Unexpectedly, they stayed here for more than 2 months. They couldn't leave. Why couldn't they leave? There was only one reason. Xiaoling was pregnant. Why did Xiaoling get pregnant? This matter was quite speechless. Originally, in this doomsday period where the future could not be seen, everyone was struggling to survive. So no one would consider having children. Zhang Yang and Xiaoling were the same. They didn't think about having children. So every time they did it, they took contraceptive measures. Both have TT. But what everyone did not expect was that when they entered Xiaocheng for a rest, Xiaoling suddenly found that her period had stopped. And she was listless, sleepy, and occasionally retched. Zhang Yang was nervous. He used his rest time to search around for 2 days, and finally found a pregnancy test stick that no one cared about in the pharmacy of a small clinic. After testing, she was indeed pregnant. It's been more than 2 months. Isn't this crazy? The key is that the two of them have always taken precautions. How could they get pregnant? When they went back and told each other about it, the team congratulated them, and the others showed great enthusiasm and excitement. Sometimes, in a desperate environment, the appearance of new life can also bring some joyful atmosphere, just like the saying of bringing good luck to a happy marriage in the past. So, the whole team settled down in the research institute under Daqing Mountain. A few days later, Zhang Yang finally figured out why the two of them were still infected despite taking strict measures. In fact, it was the 2 naughty kids in Dong Zhou's family who did it. The 2 little guys didn't have many toys on weekdays. One time, they were bored and took out Zhang Yang's treasure TT to play with it, and pierced it with a needle. As a result, this little life came unexpectedly. Zhang Yang was helpless. But there was nothing he could do. As time went on, Xiaoling's pregnancy reactions began to become more severe. Originally, they planned to rest for 2 weeks to replenish supplies and resources. But they kept delaying it, and finally couldn't leave. First, Xiaoling had to survive the dangerous period of the first 3 months before she could leave. Second, Zhang Yang and his group were too strong. When they went out to replenish supplies, they unexpectedly encountered several local forces in Shanxi City who tried to rob people and supplies, and were forced to fight back. As a result, they wiped out the opponents every time. They got a lot of supplies. It was okay once or twice, but after 3 or 5 times, this team gradually became famous in Shanxi City. They were famous for being tough. So, some survivors came to seek dependence. At first, Zhang Yang refused. They strictly abided by the rules set by Chen Yu, and never took people in easily. But embarrassing things happened. Many people found that although Zhang Yang and his gang were ruthless in fighting, they were easy to talk to when you went to them. Even if they didn't take you in, they wouldn't kill you. Although those who came to seek dependence didn't stay. They didn't want to leave. So they stayed in Xiaowang village around the institute. Seek help from time to time. As long as there are materials to exchange, you can still get their help. As people come and go, more and more survivors are left in Xiaowang village. In more than a month, the number of people in the village has soared to more than 10,000, forming a large group. They claim to be Zhang Yang's people. They also fought with other forces. But no matter how powerful the force was, once they reached the foot of Daqing Mountain, they basically dared not go any further. Because once they entered the warning range of the institute, they would be annihilated? So, Zhang Yang and his gang became famous. They were famous in Shanxi City. Before the disaster, the population of Shanxi City was more than 10 million. After the disaster, Shanxi City did not suffer from the disaster of seawater backflow due to its geographical location. Nor did it form a large-scale beast tide impact. Except for the ancient virus that spread throughout the region with the rain, there were no other disasters. So, there are really many survivors here. At least 1/10 of the population survived. In addition, after the disaster, 6 armies were stationed here, with a total force of 600,000. After the baptism of the virus, the remaining garrison numbered tens of thousands. Some were scattered around the entrances to the city of Xiaocheng, and the rest were stationed around the official buildings in the city. They are the most powerful force. In addition, there are 2 groups in Xiaocheng that are very terrifying, with at least several or even more than a dozen people. They have large living communities. One of them is Jiangcheng from Xiaocheng North Station, nicknamed Station Master Yang. He occupied the largest railway hub in Xiaocheng, the North Station, and spread it to a radius of hundreds of miles. The most exaggerated thing is that he has 2 steam locomotives. They are still usable. Jiangcheng even organized a group to use steam locomotives to slowly drive out of Xiaocheng City and search for survival supplies in nearby cities and counties. So he is very rich. There is also a super large force, a local from Emptied district, namely Jiangcheng, nicknamed Li Dehuzi. Chapter 297 Locals. He is a surgeon. He is an expert at the Emptied district hospital of traditional Chinese medicine. He was born with a long beard, usually wears a tang suit and glasses, and looks like a Taoist priest. It is said that he has excellent medical skills. This man is very charismatic. All those who follow him for a living are natives of Xiaocheng City, born and raised in the city. In addition to these 3 forces, the huge Xiaocheng City is full of lone rangers and small survival forces. For Xiaocheng City, which has not suffered much damage from natural disasters, the city's resources are relatively rich. Even after more than half a year, there are still many resources to search for in the city. After all, in a super large city with a population of more than 10 million, the population has dropped to less than 1/10, which has led to most of the city being empty. There are plenty of things to search in those empty rooms. Therefore, in the past 6 months, the battle for supplies in Xiaocheng City has never stopped. It happens every day. People die every day in the fight for supplies. This is human nature. No one cares that there are fewer and fewer humans left. People only care whether they can survive. Very realistic. After Zhang Yang and his team stayed in Xiaocheng City for more than a month, and after they gradually made a name for themselves, Zhang Yang's name also spread because more and more people came to visit him. They have become the 4th power in Xiaocheng City. Being famous, Zhang Yang is also very troubled. Originally, he just wanted to hide quietly for 3 months, and then continue to go north after the dangerous period. Who would have thought that more and more people gathered in Xiaocheng village outside, and the number of people has exceeded 10,000. Once a person becomes famous, there will be more trouble. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. His identity as a major and the reputation of the elite of the Army Special Forces have also spread. In addition, there is a former deputy commander in the team, so this matter is a big deal. Not long after, the official office building sent someone to contact him. The regular group army is stationed in Xiaocheng City. 6 group armies. Even after the baptism of the virus, there are still 2 full army commanders, 1 deputy army commander, 1 political commissar, 5 chiefs of staff, and more than 20 other leaders of all sizes. The remaining army group has 70,000 to 80,000 people. That is an unshakable national force. Logically speaking, Zhang Yang and Liu Yuanzhao should return to the army without hesitation after receiving the order. Although they are not from the same unit, there is a leader there after all, and the military order is as firm as a mountain. But what is the result? Zhang Yang refused. His reason is that he is 883 who came out with a secret mission. The mission has not been completed, and the leaders of the imperial capital have not been contacted. So it is not convenient for him to return to the army or stay. But the real reason was that he didn't want to go to the garrison troops in Xiaocheng, because there was some chaos there. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. After the 6 armies suffered heavy losses from the Doomsday virus, the remaining troops were all mixed and merged together. This is troublesome. The remaining 2 army commanders are not submissive to each other. A political commissar can't suppress them. In addition, the deputies and chiefs of staff below are not his subordinates. So it is difficult to strictly follow orders. This is why the official power is extremely strong. The number of people is large, and the weapons are powerful. But it has never been able to unify the entire Xiaocheng. It has been fragmented and scattered. Zhang Yang didn't want to get involved in the muddy water here, Xiaoling is pregnant now. And Chen Yu will arrive in Xiangcheng sooner or later. Zhang Yang wanted to follow Chen Yu to Tibet, to the last pure land to create a home. Therefore, he has been resisting. Today, another person was sent over by the official building. A young male secretary wearing glasses, named Gong Chong. He is the only remaining leader of the Xiaocheng municipal leadership team, and the secretary of Lu Ximing, the former deputy mayor of Xiaocheng who was in charge of investment promotion. And Lu Ximing is the man of the relatively weaker commander Shen Jiangwo among the two commanders of the Xiaocheng garrison. Shen Jiangwo has taken a fancy to Zhang Yang. He hopes to pull him to his side. After all, Zhang Yang is from the Imperial Army, and he is a young major, which shows that he is very capable and a rare talent. Moreover, Zhang Yang has a deputy regiment commander. At least it is a small force to win him over. So, Gong Chan came with a mission. Zhang Yang was a little overwhelmed. He didn't want to see him, but he didn't want to completely break up with the official garrison, which would be of no benefit. In the room, Zhang Yang walked around with a frown, thinking about how to get rid of Gong Chang. On the bed, Xiaoling was lying down to take care of the baby. Due to the shortage of supplies before, her body was relatively weak. So although the child was pregnant, the fetus was somewhat unstable. Among those who came to Xiaowang village for the hospital's reputation, there was an obstetrician. So after a simple judgment by the doctor, he found her some pregnancy-maintaining medicine as much as possible, and asked her to stay in bed to maintain the pregnancy. Watching her husband walking around, Xiaoling sighed, sat up and asked softly, "Old Zhang, are you upset about Shen Jiangwo's invitation?" "Lingzi, it's okay." Zhang Yang quickly turned around and walked to the bed, asked her to lie down, and said casually, "It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Just rest assured to take care of the baby. Seeing you so worried, how can I be at ease?" Xiaoling lay down again, with a worried look on her face, and said, "If I hadn't gotten pregnant, we would have left here long ago." "Don't say that." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Brother Chen hasn't arrived yet. Has he? It's okay. It's just a matter of a few more months. Anyway, I won't go to Shen Jiangwo's place. Even if he says something, I won't go. Can he still force me with a gun? What if he really forces you with a gun?" Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, "I am a member of the Imperial Army Special Forces after all. I have a mission to accomplish. He can't break the rules. Alas, at this time, who still cares about the rules? Humph. If there is no rules, it would be better, and I wouldn't have to go there. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Just lie down. I'll go out and take a look." Xiaoling nodded. "Then don't lose your temper." "Got it." Zhang Yang kissed Xiaoling on the forehead, turned around and hurried out. Leaving the dormitory, Zhang Yang walked slowly towards the door of the compound. This was originally a research institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the research was all about cutting-edge technology. Although the conditions in the institute are old, it is very comfortable. This is far away from the city center. Strictly speaking, it is a place with very good natural scenery. All the people in the team were scattered and lived in various key locations in the institute. When something happened, they would directly contact each other by radio. At this moment, Gong Chang was at the gate. The gate of the institute was guarded by someone. If you want to find Zhang Yang and the others, you have to inform the guard at the gate. Otherwise, you will be shot if you dare to enter here. Now, Zhang Yang has become the leader of the fourth largest force. Opposite the institute is Xiaowang village. There are tens of thousands of people gathered in Xiaowang village, all of whom come here for the institute's reputation. So those people spontaneously organize the first line of defense to protect the institute. It's still quite safe. Zhang Yang hurriedly walked to the reception room at the gate. Inside, the guard was called Chu Xuedong. There were two people standing at the window. Chapter 298 First Level. One is the representative of the people gathered in Xiaowang village opposite, the former big boss of a high-end health club in Shanxi City, named Zhu Jiolong. The other is Gong Chang. He is dressed in a suit, well-mannered, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and greeted him. As soon as Zhang Yang walked over, Zhu Jiolong came over with a smile on his face. "Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, is my sister-in-law in good health? Secretary Gong is here, but we didn't let his guards come over, and they are blocked at the entrance of the village." "Thank you." Zhang Yang nodded at him without a smile. The main reason is that he doesn't like this person very much. This guy stood out among the people in Xiaocheng village with his versatile personality and became the representative of those people. He did a good job. Every time someone came to see Zhang Yang, he would lead people to block the road at the entrance of the village and guard the first checkpoint. He was not afraid of conflicts. He was very courageous. However, this guy always wanted to integrate into Zhang Yang's team. Once, he brought a beautiful girl of 16 or 17 years old to see Zhang Yang in private, and wanted to give her to him in private. As a result, he was scolded by Zhang Yang. From then on, Zhang Yang gradually became disgusted with him. At what time? He still used the method he used as the owner of the club to make friends? This is a stubborn habit. Zhang Yang went straight to Jiangcheng and stretched out his hand. Secretary Gong. We meet again. Haha. Zhang Yang. It's getting harder and harder to see you now. Gong Chang didn't extend his hand. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yang and said sarcastically, I've been waiting for you here for more than 20 minutes. You are more arrogant than the chief. Zhang Yang blinked. He slowly withdrew his hand. Then he said indifferently, sorry. My wife has abnormal fetal movement, and I have to take care of her. Secretary Gong. Please tell me if you have anything to say. I will go back if you don't have anything to say. Do I need to tell you? Gong Chang put his hands behind his back, turned around and looked outside, and said indifferently, Zhang Yang. The chief wants you because he thinks highly of you. I'll also say it bluntly. This is the last time I will come to see you. I hope you can give me a reply. Otherwise, what if you don't? Zhang Yang frowned. Otherwise, you guys might be judged as foreign refugees and violent criminals. To be honest, the chief still attaches great importance to the safety of Shaanxi City. No outsider can become a threat. Once it becomes a threat, it will be eliminated. You are threatening me. Zhang Yang looked at him coldly. I have explained that I went out with a mission. I can't settle down without finding my mission target. If the chief has any doubts, he can check my mission code. My leader has a name and surname, and the chief cannot fail to know him. Gong Chang turned around suddenly and said angrily, Zhang Yang, are you talking like a human? The capital was engulfed by the tsunami. Why are we still looking for the code? Your leader is nowhere to be found. Who do you want us to ask? That's your business. Zhang Yang shrugged. You are just a secretary. I don't blame you for not understanding the military orders. Go ask the chief. If I give up the mission and change my position, how will the chief deal with me according to military law? Gong Chang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. How could he know the rules of the army? Military orders are like mountains. Normal speaking, soldiers must strictly follow military orders and complete their tasks. But now, the leader can't be found. The capital is under the sea. Is this still a military order? Anyway, it's not his turn to make the decision. Gong Chang saw that Zhang Yang was unmoved and couldn't argue with him. So he pointed at Zhang Yang in anger and left. Zhang Yang looked solemn. This meeting was a complete break. There was no room for easing. Gong Chang was narrow-minded and intolerant. And Lu Shiming, who used him as a secretary, should not be a good person. Be careful of these people. At this time, Zhu Jiolong suddenly came over and took out 2 boxes of medicine. Brother Zhang, this is for you. What is it? Zhang Yang looked at it in confusion. Progesterone capsules? Zhu Jiolong laughed softly. I specially asked someone to search for it. This thing was the most commonly used pregnancy-preserving medicine for clinical medical students in the past. It should be faster and safer than the Chinese patent medicine you are taking now. Obstetrics uses this stuff. Zhang Yang blinked, reached out to take the medicine, and asked casually, do you have something to ask me? Hee hee. Brother Zhang, you really deserve to be. Just get to the point. Zhang Yang frowned. Okay, then I'll tell you. Zhu Jiolong scratched his head awkwardly. You also know that since we settled down in Xiaocheng village, basically the southern part of Shaanxi City and the foot of Daqing Mountain are all ours. But now, that bald Lu from Chang'an Park always brings people here, sneaking around. Which bald Lu? Zhang Yang asked in confusion. It's Lu Jindong. He had a conflict with Sister Ding, who was out last month. Zhang Yang looked at Zhu Jiolong with a strange expression. Who is your sister Ding? Ahem. Ding Kaiyun. Ding Kaiyun. Humph. Zhang Yang snorted coldly. Ding Kaiyun is one of the 3 elder sisters in the 13 hairpins. A 30-year-old auxiliary police officer. And the first one to touch a gun. Now, the team members go out regularly. 3 people in a group. Ding Kaiyan encountered Lu Jindong during one of her outings and was teased by him, resulting in a gunfight. Afterwards, Zhang Yang also heard about it. But firstly, there was no damage. And secondly, Ding Kaiyan didn't want to pursue it, and didn't want to cause other troubles because of these trivial matters. So the matter was left unresolved. Zhang Yang frowned and asked, "What is Lu Tuzi doing here?" He said that it's time for spring plowing. Right? There are a lot of lands to be cultivated outside Xiaocheng village under Daqing Mountain. And he wants to share some. Cultivated land? Zhang Yang scolded angrily. He still wants to farm. Does he have seeds? Does he have fertilizers? Does he have farm machinery? That's right. Xu Jiolong slapped his thigh. Brother Zhang. This guy has bad intentions at first glance. I am now responsible for the safety of tens of thousands of people in Xiaocheng village. How can I let him take advantage of me? So, there is a conflict. So what? Hey, Brother Zhang. We can't scare him. Mainly because we don't have too many weapons. So you see, you can help to deter him. Baldy Lu is getting more and more arrogant now. Zhang Yang was silent for a while. He lowered his head and looked at the medicine in his hand. Then nodded. Let me think about it. In addition, thank you for the medicine. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Zhang Yang turned around and left directly. When Zhang Yang returned to his residence, he unexpectedly found Fang Jing. Brother Zhang, how is it? Fang Jing asked casually. It's okay. Zhang Yang went into the room and put the medicine on the table. This was sent by Xu Jiolong. He said that obstetrics use this to protect the fetus. Xu Jiolong? Fang Jing came over, picked up the medicine on the table and took a look. That cunning guy. I can't trust him. Do you believe it? I'll ask someone later. Chapter 299. No experience at all. Zhang Yang walked to the bedside, looked at Xiaoling and said, it's hard to find medicine now. What if it's true? Put it aside for now. Fang Jing put it aside casually. She didn't understand this stuff either. Although she was not a virgin, she had never been pregnant before, and had no experience in this matter. Brother Zhang, what's the situation? Tell me. It's just that. Zhang Yang said helplessly. Shinjangwo still wants me to go over. Gong Chang came here to give an ultimatum, and I didn't agree anyway. Then, what was Gong Chang's reaction? He seemed very unhappy. Fang Jing rubbed her temples. These people are really strange. Why do they have to force us to join? We have clearly stated that we will leave for the north soon. Is that not enough? There are some situations that you don't understand. Zhang Yang sighed and said, in the army, military orders are as heavy as a mountain. That is to say, it is very important to follow orders. Generally speaking, a powerful general likes his own subordinates. They can be ordered around like an arm and fight with ease. But now in Shangxi City, there are 2 army commanders on par, and neither of them is willing to obey the other. The most troublesome thing is that there are no instructions from the country now. No one is pressing on us, and no one is giving orders. We can only be deadlocked here. The remaining political commissar is not the political commissar of their 2 armies, and he can't control these 2 commanders. No way. Now there is a conflict. So, anything that can make them stronger, they will spare no effort to do. Just want to increase some chips in the game. Shinjangwo is weak now, and he doesn't want to give up his soldiers. So he can only find ways to strengthen his own prestige. Fang Jing said helplessly, what should we do now? Zhang Yang looked at Xiaoling, and then said, wait a few more days. It's just right to wait and see if Brother Chen can catch up. Besides, I have something to deal with. What's the matter? Xu Jiolong said that Lu Jindong from Chang'an Park has been sneaking here recently, saying that he wants to get some land for spring plowing. Fang Jing was stunned. Psycho? Spring plowing? This excuse is so rotten. Isn't he afraid that the mutant animals in the wild will take people away? So, he must have a purpose for coming here. Zhang Yang said thoughtfully, before, because of Ding Xian's matter. I asked someone to contact him and checked. He seems to be very close to Xiaocheng. And the other commander Xiao? Fang Jing frowned. Yes. So Lu Jindong probably didn't come here with any good ideas. I have to solve this big problem of him. Fang Jing asked in a low voice. Aren't you afraid of offending Xiaocheng? Haha. Shinjangwo came to me so loudly. Xiaocheng has long been dissatisfied with me. Why do I care whether I offend him or not. Let's protect our people first. Okay. What do we need to do? Zhang Yang shook his head. I will figure out this matter myself. If it involves the military, you should not come forward. I can only solve it myself. The military is still protecting the power of the people in Shanxi City. And try not to cause conflicts. Okay. Fang Jing turned around and walked to the bed. Looked at Xiaoling and smiled. Then I don't care. I will talk to my godson every day and give you some prenatal education. Xiaoling smiled. You know it must be a son? Definitely. Nonsense. The baby in my belly is not even as big as a fist. Who knows what it is? Fang Jing smiled. Your face is almost flushed. It is most likely a son. Old people say that if it is a son, the mother's skin will get worse. If it is a girl, the mother will become more and more beautiful. Oh, you know so much? That's right. When you get pregnant, I want to see what you can give birth to. Oh, don't mention me. I don't dare to think about it. When it stabilizes, we can talk about it then. That's true. I'm so angry. No, don't get angry. It's here. So it's good news. An unexpected surprise. Isn't it? Little soldier? Fang Jing lay on the bed, lifted up Xiaoling's clothes, and began to talk to her belly. From her appearance, she really likes him. Zhang Yang was in a very calm mood. He looked at Xiaoling. They exchanged glances and knew what the other was thinking. In fact, Fang Jing likes children, but her heart is all on Qinyu. But what about Qinyu? Everyone knows that he will not marry any woman and start a family. Qinyu is a mysterious person. He seems to have a very lofty ideal, and he wants to take everyone to Tibet to create a new home. However, in this process, the difficulties and obstacles are beyond imagination. Every day is like a knife licking blood. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. So Qinyu has always been easygoing in dealing with emotional issues, which has led to him having many confidants, like Fang Jing, Dong Qiule, Li Xiaoyun. These girls don't say it, but they are all waiting for him silently. None of these girls will accept other men. Even Fanya, who has never had a relationship, or Qin Yao who joined later, or even the fierce women gang of the 13 hairpins. They all seem to be waiting for Qinyu at the same time. Maybe they all hope that they will be the ones standing by Qinyu in the end? So, Fang Jing can't see the future. Zhang Yang shook his head. It's not his turn to take care of this kind of thing. Anyway, in this life, he can still meet Xiaoling and even have a baby. So his life is complete. Therefore, whoever dares to threaten this team, Zhang Yang must eliminate this threat. Now he will once again become the king of special forces to solve all obstacles for his children and wife. There is a celebrity in Channing Garden, Shanxi City. His name is Lu Jindong. He has a big bald head and a scorpion tattooed on his bald head. He is nicknamed Lu Baldy. He is a relatively powerful group among the large and small forces in Shanxi City. Before, he had been jumping around under the nose of Li Dehuzi and Yinta, and brought a group of desperate men to make trouble, stealing supplies and women. Very difficult. Li Dehuzi had a large number of people, but he never wiped them out, because someone observed that Lu Tuzi had contact with a big boss in the military garrison. Moreover, the guns under Lu Tuzi were all used by the troops. This made people suspect that he was backed by the military. Who dared to care? Of course, these were all rumors in Shanxi City. Although the communication in Shanxi City was interrupted, each force had a large number of radio communicators. Even those Lone Rangers had them, so information was easily circulated. Once there is a rumor, it will spread all over the city. Zhang Yang has no scruples about Lu Tuzi, because he has made up his mind to leave Xiaocheng sooner or later. He also does not want to get involved in the open and secret struggles between the two military leaders. When Xiaoling's fetus is 3 months old and reaches a stable period, he will leave immediately. As for now, if someone threatens the safety of the team, he must be killed. Lu Tuzi? Chapter 300 Observing the Terrain. He came to Xiaowang village for no reason. Obviously to observe the terrain. The number of desperate criminals gathered by this guy exceeded 1,000. It was a threat. So, after Zhang Yang gave Xiaoling a few instructions, he said a few words to Fang Jing, and then turned and hurriedly left the room. He called Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiule. These two people were like his favorite students. After half a year of blood baptism, these two young people followed Zhang Yang in the rain of bullets and grew up in the process of going north to Tibet. Especially Dong Qiule. This little girl was enthusiastically learning all the skills of the agent, and was tirelessly absorbing Zhang Yang's experience. She has changed a lot. Now, Dong Qiule, wearing a camouflage uniform and with short hair, looks like a tomboy. Her eyes are sharp and her body is agile. She is proficient in at least 2/3 of the 108 special skills that special forces have. The rest are considered to be initially mastered. This is already very scary. You know, Dong Qiule is only 19 years old this year. She not only learns from Zhang Yang, but also from Xiaocheng. So her progress in the whole team is very fast, and she is one of the strongest members. Jiangcheng is not bad either. The quality of a soldier is beginning to emerge. Although he is not as perceptive as Dong Qiule, he has also experienced a lot of actual combat, and his personal ability ranks at least in the top 10 in the whole team. When Zhang Yang and Xiaocheng slaughtered dozens of red turban bandits with less than 10 people, they took Dong Qiule and Jiangcheng with them. This time, they brought 2 more people. The 3 of them were fully armed and hurriedly left the station and rushed to the outside of Xiaocheng village. On the way, Dong Qiule asked in confusion, "Master, is Lu Baldi so brave? He actually came to our side to make a fuss?" "Humph. He has someone backing him up." "Are you talking about the big guys in the military?" "No matter who backs him up, as long as he threatens our team, he will be killed without mercy." Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Jiangcheng on the other side patted the light sniper behind him. "Master, don't worry. Give me a signal. I promise to kill him in seconds." "Yes." The 3 of them passed through Xiaocheng village at the fastest speed and arrived in front of the Outer Ring Expressway. There was a checkpoint of Xiaocheng village there. It was set up by Zhu Jiolong. More than 10,000 people have gathered in Xiaocheng village, all of whom came here because they wanted to be attached to Zhang Yang. But because Zhang Yang never officially gave in, these people could only live in Xiaocheng village and accept Zhu Jiolong's command. Gradually, a group was formed. It was considered to be an outer defense line for the institute. Although Zhu Jiolong was a little weak, he was also a celebrity in the past peacetime and ran some shady businesses. Undoubtedly, these people have some tricks. When Zhang Yang arrived at the checkpoint, the guard inside immediately ran over and stood at attention to Zhang Yang. "Brother Zhang. Good afternoon." "Hello." Zhang Yang nodded. "Let me ask. Have you found Lutuzi and his men today?" "They are already here." The sentry suddenly lowered his voice and pointed to the west. Dozens of them went south from Qiaoliangshai in the west, and seemed to go to the Qinling Wildlife Park. "Huh?" Zhang Yang was stunned, then quickly turned around and looked at Dong Qiule. "Map." "Here, Master." Dong Qiule carries a map of Shanxi City with her. The main reason is that these people are not locals, so they are not familiar with the environment of Shanxi City. So every time she goes out, she will bring a map. Zhang Yang admired this attentiveness. Zhang Yang took the map and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, his face changed. "Not good. Qinling Wildlife Park is only 1 ridge away from the institute. You can overlook the zoo over the ridge. Master, you don't doubt that they dare to attack the institute directly, right?" Jiangcheng was stunned. "Even if Lutuzi is Zhao Chongjiang's man, they should not have the intention to kill you. They just want to recruit you. I'm not afraid of the military. But Lutuzi, this person is two-faced and has a lot of friends. I don't believe he is only in collusion with the military." Zhang Yang looked solemn. After confirming the map again, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Jiangcheng, set off immediately. Go to Qinling Wildlife Park. Occupy the high ground, and try to find Lutuzi's group. I want to know how many people they have dispatched." "Yes, Master." Jiangcheng got the order and turned around and ran. 067. He moved quickly, like a cheetah out of a cage, and ran quickly to the West Zoo. "Qiule, go to the east." Dong Qiule was stunned. "Go to the east?" "Yes. If Lu Baldi really wants to attack the institute today, do you think they can succeed?" "No." Dong Qiule shook her head and said, "Our people are watching them every day. How can they succeed? What if they really do it? Are they looking for death?" Dong Qiule blinked and said suddenly, "If they really do it, they will be cannon fodder. Are they covering for others?" "Yes." Zhang Yang looked to the east and murmured, "I have a feeling that someone else might want to destroy us. Moreover, they should have been ambushed there." "Master, I'll go over there." Xiaocheng, please stay calm. Jiangcheng put his hands on Dong Xiaocheng's shoulders, looked at her seriously and said, don't be a hero. You must put the overall situation first. No matter what you find, notify me first. I know. Master. Don't worry. Dong Xiaocheng's pretty face showed a smile, and then turned around and left quickly. After she left, Jiangcheng looked back at the sentry and said solemnly, notify Zhu Jiolong and everyone in Xiaocheng village to be alert. There may be a tough battle to fight. Yes, Brother Zhang. Jiangcheng turned around and picked up the intercom. The atmosphere in the institute became tense. But from the outside, there was no clue at all. On the contrary, Xiaocheng village was in chaos. Many people ran around in panic, carrying various supplies, and hurried to the underground air raid shelter dug temporarily in the village. There were tens of thousands of people, and the scene was so chaotic. Zhu Jiolong was anxious. Does anyone really dare to attack here? During this period of time, Jiangcheng has proved with iron-blooded means that their combat strength is absolutely first class. Although there are few people, everyone is a soldier. Who else dares to take action except the military? Does the military want to destroy Jiangcheng? Not really. Zhu Jiolong couldn't figure it out. It was a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiangcheng, who rushed to Chang'an Garden alone, received a message from Jiangcheng. In the wildlife park, there were about 20 people hiding. Not many, but Lu Tuzi was not among them. The leader of these people was Lu Tuzi's most capable assistant, named Hu Erlong. Jiangcheng was very familiar with this person, because he almost killed him some time ago. That time, it happened that Jiangcheng went out with Ding Kaiyuan and a soldier under Lu Yuanzhao to search for supplies. Chapter 301 Auxiliary Police. As a result, they ran into Lu Tuzi's men. Ding Kaiyuan is one of the 3 big sisters in the 13 Hairpins women's gang. She used to be an auxiliary police. She was also born with a heroic and beautiful appearance. Lu Tuzi fell in love with her. He was obsessed with her. He started to talk dirty on the spot. Ding Kaiyuan was originally a cautious woman. She didn't want to cause more trouble, so she let Lu Tuzi talk nonsense and was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Tuzi's subordinate, this one named Hu Erlong, thought that Jiangcheng and his men were cowardly, but he led people to stop them. He even went over to pull Ding Kaiyuan. How could this be? Before Ding Kaiyuan could make a move, Jiangcheng's temper could not be controlled. He knocked Hu Erlong down on the spot. With a set of fighting and grappling techniques, he easily pinned Hu Erlong to the ground. So both sides fired their guns and aimed at each other. At that time, Lu Tuzi also had a gun pointed at his head. So he waited again and found that although Jiangcheng and the other 3 were few in number, they seemed to be difficult to deal with. In the end, he retreated. So when he saw Hu Erlong today, Jiangcheng's light sniper was aimed directly at his head. While aiming, he reported to Jiangcheng. Finally, he asked softly, Master, just give me a signal, and I will blow his head off immediately. Xiaocheng, wait a moment. I have already arrived at Chang'an Garden. I have to find Lu Tuzi's people first. Make sure he has no other tricks before you start. Otherwise, be sure not to alert the enemy. Jiangcheng was silent for a moment, then whispered, got it, Master. After that, his finger slowly moved away from the trigger. At this moment, Jiangcheng has been sneaking towards Lu Tuzi's lair. This group of people is entrenched in the normal college near Chang'an Garden. There are quite a few of them, and they are well armed. Jiangcheng has to confirm how many teams Lu Tuzi has arranged. If there is only one, then they must be cannon fodder to attract firepower. But if there are other teams, or even Lu Tuzi himself leads the team, then it will be a big trouble. That means the attack on the institute was definitely a precise destruction operation. Then we have to adjust our strategy. Just as Jiangcheng climbed over the wall to enter the academy, Dong Qiuli's message came. Her voice was unusually soft in the intercom. Master, you guessed it right. There are people in the east, but I dare not get too close. There are small drones everywhere in the woods. They don't look like military ones. Jiangcheng stopped suddenly. Not military ones? There are so many drones? Could it be them? In Shanxi City, there is a group of very terrifying forces hidden. Cannibals. Everyone is spreading, but no one has ever discovered them, including the military. It is because cannibals are special. They eat their own kind and their physique is far superior to that of ordinary people. But on weekdays, as long as they deliberately conceal it, They are actually no different from ordinary people, so it is difficult to find them. But Zhang Yang knows that cannibals definitely exist. Not only do they exist, but the power and equipment level of this group of people are far superior to ordinary forces, even reaching the level of the military. And Zhang Yang has heard a legend. It is said that one of the leaders of this group of cannibals is a woman of breathtaking beauty. This reminds Zhang Yang of someone. Su Qing. Zhang Yang heard about her from Qinyu, because Su Qing's cannibal team also went north. It was not surprising to encounter them in Xiaocheng. In Jiangcheng, Su Qing gave up the confrontation with Qinyu, and finally retained the Jiangbei Hotel and left with the team. Could it be that those people hiding now are cannibals? Why did they suddenly want to kill Zhang Yang? Su Qing should know that Zhang Yang and Qinyu have a very important relationship. In the intercom, Dong Qiulei's voice came again. Master, what should I do? Do you need me to get closer to confirm their identity? Wait a minute. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and said softly, Qiulei, the group of people you saw are 60% to 70% likely to be cannibals. Ah? Dong Qiulei was shocked. Cannibals? No way. How could they suddenly come to us? And they can cooperate with Lu Tuzi? Qiulei, don't underestimate the cannibals. Their threat is greater than all other forces, even greater than the military. So, don't act rashly. Observe the situation first. I believe there will be flaws sooner or later. Remember, don't fight alone. You may be facing cannibals, whose combat power far exceeds that of ordinary people. I know. Master, don't worry. I won't kill myself. Okay. Wait for my news. Zhang Yang put away the walkie-talkie, feeling a lot of pressure. He was not worried about Jiangcheng. After all, Jiangcheng was using sniper equipment and could fight at a distance. But Dong Qiulei had learned his close combat skills, and even his courage and impulsiveness. So Zhang Yang was afraid that she would get angry. No. He had to find Lu Tuzi first. He did not appear in the Qingling Wildlife Park, so there was a certain probability that he stayed in his old nest. I hope he is a coward. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and rushed towards the dormitory building in the school. From now on, race against time. The situation was tense, and Zhang Yang also risked his life. On the one hand, he reminded the people in the institute to prepare for defense as soon as possible. And on the other hand, he sneaked into the old nest of Lu Tuzi's group. They have been lingering in the normal college. The school has plenty of living facilities. Zhang Yang spotted a sentry in the woods, and with the lurking skills of a special forces soldier, he got behind him and knocked him down with a neck lock. He knelt on one knee and pressed on his back. Tell me, where is Lu Baldi? I don't know. I'm just a sentry. Don't kill me. The sentry screamed in panic. Zhang Yang would never believe him. It's the end of the world now. Except for the military. All other forces are united based on the need for survival. There is no loyalty at all. Zhang Yang casually took out a military knife and pressed it against the man's temple, for the last time. Where is Lu Baldi? On the 4th floor. In the dormitory. 403 on the 4th floor. The man blurted out in fear. Zhang Yang snorted coldly, grabbed his head, and slammed it to the ground. With a dull thud, the man fainted. Zhang Yang untied his shoelaces, tied his hands and feet tightly, stuffed his mouth with smelly socks, and dragged him to the woods to hide. Then, he hurried to the downstairs of the dormitory. There were guards at the door downstairs, but they were rather loose. Going around the back of the building, there was no one behind. The dormitory building has anti-theft window bars. For special forces, climbing this thing is like playing. Zhang Yang put away his weapon, looked around, rushed to the downstairs of the dormitory, jumped up, grabbed the bulge above with his hook hand, and climbed up quietly. It is relatively easy to deal with people like Lu Tuzi, because they are all ordinary people. Even if there are defensive spies, they have no professional knowledge, so there are loopholes everywhere. Zhang Yang quickly climbed to the 4th floor and began to move slowly towards the position of 403 along the raised part of the edge of the building. Soon, he arrived outside the window of 403. Chapter 302. A sigh of relief. Zhang Yang carefully glanced inside and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Bald was indeed there. He was messing with a woman. He didn't go out, so their group only ambushed a group of people in the wildlife park, and they should be cooperating with the ambushers on the east side of the institute to attack. And they were cannon fodder. Lu Bald should also know it well. So he didn't appear on the front line. Zhang Yang quietly observed for a while. And the battle was going on inside. He reached out and pushed the bed. It was not locked. Zhang Yang quickly reached out and slowly pulled open the window. As a result, when the window was halfway opened, it made a creaking sound because the bearings were rusted due to years of disrepair. The noise in the room stopped instantly. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, suddenly opened the window, and jumped in. Baldy Lu on the bed also reacted quickly, rolled to the ground, and reached out to grab the weapon on the table. At the same time, the woman on the bed screamed. Zhang Yang casually threw out a saber and pierced the woman's throat directly. Then he jumped over and kicked the weapon on the table away. Baldy Lu missed the opportunity to grab it, and saw clearly that it was Zhang Yang who sneaked into the room. He was so scared that his soul flew away. And he roared, "Fuck! Zhang Yang is here." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yang rushed over and kicked him with a whip kick. Bang! Baldy Lu was swept away. His huge body, nearly 2 meters long, was kicked and rolled to the ground, hitting the bedside hard. Zhang Yang looked fierce, went over and grabbed Lu Tuzi's hair, and pointed a gun at his head. "Tell me, who did you cooperate with?" "Ahem. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. We can talk it out?" Lu Tuzi was scared and smiled again and again. "Brother Zhang. I don't know what you are talking about." "You? I'll ask you again. Who did you cooperate with?" Zhang Yang fired the hammer. Lu Tuzi was so scared that his face turned pale. But at this time, a shout was heard outside. "Brother Dong? Brother Dong? Did you just shout? What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" Lu Tuzi's eyes rolled around. Zhang Yang simply thrust the muzzle of the gun into his mouth. "Who did you cooperate with? Tell me." "MMM. As soon as Zhang Yang pulled out his gun, Baldy Lu suddenly yelled, "Zhang Yang is in my room. Come in and kill him." Bang! Zhang Yang shot him in the head. At the same time, the door of the room was knocked open with a bang. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, turned sideways, and fired his pistol repeatedly. Bang! The person at the door fell down. But the footsteps outside continued. At least thousands of people gathered under Baldy Lu to eat. So there were actually quite a lot of people here. But since he couldn't get the key information, Zhang Yang could only kill them. Now, the hardest part is coming. Zhang Yang casually took out a grenade, pulled out the ring and threw it out, turned around and rushed to the window, flipped out of the window, and took out the intercom. Boom! The room exploded. At the same time, Zhang Yang shouted loudly in the intercom, "Jiangcheng. Do it. Get the leader first." Far away, on the easternmost ridge of Qinling Wildlife Park, in a hidden highland, Jiangcheng heard the explosion from the intercom. He was startled. Zhang Yang must have been attacked. Jiangcheng was anxious. But he was not around, and he could not do anything. So he could only complete the task assigned by Zhang Yang. Kill the leader first. Let this group of people be completely paralyzed. Jiangcheng gathered his mind, and tried not to think about Zhang Yang's situation. He directly set up a light sniper, and found Hu Erlong in the scope. This light sniper has an effective range of 800 meters. At this moment, Jiangcheng was only more than 300 meters away from Hu Erlong, which was more than enough to kill him with a snipe. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the jungle. Hu Erlong, who was sitting on a wooden stake in the distance and talking, had a puff of blood mist on his head and fell to the ground. Then, the group of people was boiling. Jiangcheng continued to aim, and soon found the second-level leader in the group. He aimed again and shot. Bang! Another shot in the head. So, those desperate people found his position. The jungle was also bustling. Jiangcheng rolled to avoid the stray bullets, picked up the sniper rifle, and began to run quickly in the jungle. Kill! This time, I will rely on myself. The direction of the wildlife park is very close to the research institute. So when the gunshots rang out, the people in the research institute heard it. Fang Jing knew that Jiangcheng must have taken action, which means that the crisis of the research institute being attacked has been resolved. However, it is too dangerous for Zhang Yang and his men to face the enemy alone. Fang Jing immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. "Captain Lu, Lao Zhang went to Lu Tuzi's territory. You take a few people to meet him. The crisis at the institute should be resolved. Su Jian, take people to the Qinling Wildlife Park, which is probably in the east. Jiangcheng will be in danger alone. Liu Yin. Take your sister group to the dense forest east of Xiaocheng village, and find a way to contact Dong Qiulei to prevent her from getting into trouble. Others continue to be on guard. I'm at Sister Xiao's residence. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. On the east side of Xiaocheng village, there is a dense forest that stretches for hundreds of miles. Dong Qiulei was hiding in the woods when she heard gunshots in the distance. She knew it was from the direction of the wildlife park, and Jiangcheng must have taken the lead. In other words, the enemy's sneak attack failed this time. Unfortunately, the mysterious people he was facing had not shown up yet. He had no idea which group of forces they were, and they had so many drones. Dong Qiulei hid behind the bushes, waiting silently, but he never received any news from Zhang Yang. Strange, since he had asked Jiangcheng to do it. Why didn't he give him instructions? Could it be? Damn! Something happened to him? Dong Qiulei was shocked. Then, he suddenly turned over and looked around. No. He couldn't wait any longer. If something really happened to Zhang Yang, he had to find out the background of this mysterious group of people who cooperated with Lu Tuzi. With such powerful technological power, could they be military personnel? If the military can use such despicable means, it would be too sensational. That means the garrison in Shanxi City is no longer safe. Dong Qiulei checked the weapon in her hand, and was about to sneak over when she suddenly found in horror that a flying vehicle had been hovering above her head. There was a camera on it, and it was always working. Damn! It turned out that she had been monitored by the other party for a long time. Run! Dong Qiulei learned from Zhang Yang to act decisively, and immediately raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The flying vehicle in the sky was shot down by her. At the same time, a dense sound of footsteps came from the dense forest opposite. Obviously, the sound of his gunfire was the fuse. They started. Dong Qiulei turned around and ran, running wildly in the jungle. A chase officially began. Dong Qiulei's physical fitness has been very strong due to Zhang Yang's crazy training in the past few months, and she has reached the level of the special forces of the escort party. Chapter 303 Shock. So she ran wildly in the jungle without any restraint. However, those who were chasing her were also very fast, and their footsteps were even getting closer and closer. Dong Qiulei was a little shocked. She ran for a while, and found that she couldn't get rid of the people behind her. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and run away from the institute. Lead them away. At the same time, she looked back while running. Not long after, she saw the first 5 people chasing her. Oh my god! These 5 people were wearing strange black tights, and their running speed in the jungle was faster than her. No less than the speed of a flatland car. Are they cannibals? Dong Qiulei was chilled. How can ordinary people hide from cannibals? Seeing those people catching up, Dong Qiulei could no longer care about anything else and turned around and ran while shooting. For a while, there were constant gunshots in the forest. However, the 5 people were very agile, and it was difficult to hit them with mobile attacks. Dong Qiulei tried her best to calm herself down and started running along the mountain road to the ridge. If she couldn't get rid of them in the end, she would have to commit suicide. She couldn't fall into the hands of cannibals even if she died. Otherwise, the end might be more painful than death. Dong Qiulei fought and fled, and the bullets in her gun were soon used up. She also hit 2 of them, but those people seemed to have no feeling of pain at all. As long as they were not fatally injured, they would not stop at all. Moreover, the number of people chasing has increased to 12. These people seemed to want to capture Dong Qiulei alive, so they never fired a shot. They just chased her madly. Slowly, Dong Qiulei began to climb up the ridge, climbing higher and higher. 20 minutes later, her physical strength began to decline rapidly, and her toughness and endurance began to decline to varying degrees. She had already climbed halfway up the mountain. Dong Qiulei's eyes gradually turned red, but she still climbed without stopping. She knew that she might not be able to escape today. When Dong Qiulei climbed over a beam, she suddenly turned around and quietly stuffed a grenade into the crevice of the mountain, and then quickly climbed away. The last trick. A few seconds later, there was a loud bang behind him. The grenade in the crevice exploded, causing a huge ridge to collapse. After a loud rumble, the dozen people who were chasing behind were all buried in the dirt and dust. Dong Qiulei was almost knocked down by the shock wave of the explosion. After finally stabilizing her body, she scratched her ears that were ringing from the shock. She looked back and breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but cry. She was scared to death. If this trick doesn't work, then she can only commit suicide today. Dong Qiulei wiped her tears excitedly, sat on a protruding stone, looked at the bare ridges around her, and muttered to herself, "Woo, brother you. I almost couldn't see you again. Woohoo. I'd rather fall to my death than be." Bang! A gunshot. Blood burst out from Dong Qiulei's shoulder, and she fell to the ground. Cough. 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 The huge pain made her whole body spasm, and she kept coughing up blood. The shot hit her below the collarbone, damaging her internal organs, and blood had choked into her esophagus. Dong Qiulei kept coughing, trying to get up from the ground and looking back. This look made her gasp. Completely desperate, 30 or 40 people climbed up on both sides. All of them were cannibals. These people climbed the ridge as if they were walking on flat ground. Dong Qiulei smiled bitterly, shook her head, and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. I didn't expect that I was so important. The cannibals sent dozens of people to capture me? Do they have to eat me? I don't have more than 2 tails of meat on my body, so I'm really not tasty. Dong Qiulei threw away the gun in her hand, looked at the cliff behind her helplessly, tears streaming down her eyes, and sobbed softly, "Brother you. I miss you so much." Then, she turned around and was about to jump. At this critical moment, a tail of fire came through the air from the bottom of the mountain. Boom! The huge explosion directly blew a big hole in the mountain wall. More than a dozen cannibals who were climbing were blown down screaming. Is it a rocket? Dong Qiulei was suddenly stunned. Her heart was pounding. Dong Qiulei was stunned. There was chaos at the foot of the mountain. A figure was climbing up the ridge like an old ape in the mountains, holding a desert eagle in his hand. And he was invincible. He even changed the magazine with one hand. Is it him? He actually came? Was he dreaming? Dong Qiulei suddenly coughed violently, spitting blood foam from her mouth. Her wound was too close to her lungs and heart, so the blood had choked into her trachea, and breathing became more and more difficult. But she still held up her body tightly, looking up at the figure rushing up madly below. It was Qinyu. Did he hear her prayers? Why in such a desperate situation? He could still appear in front of her like a god descending from the sky. This man. Woo! Why is he so touching? Damn this man. I will never rest in peace if I die like this. Dong Qiulei's strength slowly drained away, and it became more and more difficult to breathe. Her body could not help but lie on the ridge. She looked at the figure with tears in her eyes. With a roar, the speed increased again, and she actually ran on the ridge with both legs. Oh my god! He is really a god? Dong Qiulei's eyes went dark, and her head could not hold up. She knocked straight down on the stone in front of her. In a flash, a gust of wind swept over. She was lifted up, and her head was protected in a warm embrace. Dong Qiulei smelled a familiar smell. It was the smell of the man she had been thinking about day and night. He was really back. She opened her eyes reluctantly. She saw the face full of shock and anger. You? Brother you. Qiulei. Qinyu's face was very scary. An invisible, ferocious, murderous aura emanated from his body. There were dozens of men in black approaching from all directions. At the same time, there were drones approaching in the sky. But at a certain moment, the drone paused for a moment, and then slowly rose into the air again. Then, the men in black wearing special uniforms retreated quickly as if they had received some kind of order, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only a corpse was left on the ground. Qinyu ignored those people at all, but anxiously checked Dong Qiulei's wound, and whispered to comfort her, "Qiulei, don't talk." Dong Qiulei couldn't speak anymore. Her hand slowly grabbed Qinyu's clothes, and she held them tightly with her last strength, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. Soon, Qinyu checked the wound, but his heart sank. The wound was under the left clavicle, close to the heart. The bullet pierced the body. Although the bullet did not stay in the body, it pierced the lungs, and blood choked into the trachea. Dong Qiulei couldn't breathe anymore. In this state, even the great Luo immortal could not save her. Qinyu's hand slowly clenched. The veins on his forehead jumped violently. Suddenly, he had an idea. No! There is another way. Chapter 304, A Short Opportunity. At this time, a shout came from below, "Mr. Chen." It was Monk Guang who caught up. He had the best physical strength and barely caught up. Qinyu turned his head and said coldly, "Master Guang, tell them to stay downstairs. No one should come up. Don't let anyone disturb me." Monk Guang. who was panting, was startled. It was the first time he saw Qinyu's eyes full of such hostility and madness. It was as if he was going to turn into Shura, who was the girl lying in his arms. Monkey Guang didn't say much, just nodded, turned around and went down again. Down below, Chao Feng and the others were about to come up. We have to stop them. Xinyu is now a powder keg, and whoever touches him will explode. So, Monkey Guang hurriedly climbed down. Xinyu gently picked up Dong Qiulei and whispered in her ear, "Qiulei, try one last time. Just for me. Cheer up. Brother, you will save you." At this moment, Dong Qiulei has gradually lost herself. Her soul seemed to drift into an extremely dark abyss, getting darker and darker, and slowly losing herself. Suddenly, a voice floated into the depths of her soul. It was Qinyu's voice. When Dong Qiulei heard this voice, she trembled all over as if she had a last burst of light, coughed violently twice, and even spit out a large mouthful of blood. Her chest relaxed, and she slowly opened her eyes. Xinyu was delighted. This was the chance for a last-ditch effort. Dong Qiulei's lungs were already congested, and this time she coughed up blood, which was a short opportunity. If she missed it, the blood would clog up again, and she would be finished. There was only one way to save Dong Qiulei. Let her swallow the crystal core. This was a desperate method. There were many risks. It might fail. It might turn Dong Qiulei into a monster, or it might have no effect at all. There was only a small chance that she would activate her special powers and have the ability to heal herself. But this was already the last straw. With Dong Qiulei's injuries, there is no way she can survive to get back to the city. So, give it a try. Xinyu grabbed a handful of tiny crystal cores from the space, all of which were carefully selected and relatively mature. These crystal cores are of different colors and categories. Xinyu didn't know which superpower Dong Qiulei could activate, nor did he know which crystal core her DNA would be more receptive to. So he could only get one of each category. It's a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Qiulei, try hard to swallow these things. Brother, you can save you. You must believe, brother, you. I can save you. Quick. Try to swallow it. Xinyu stuffed the crystal core into Dong Qiulei's mouth. When Dong Qiulei heard that Xinyu could save her, she seemed to have activated the last bit of potential in her body. Taking advantage of the last breath, she tried to swallow the crystal cores into her stomach. Seeing her throat moving and the crystal cores entering her stomach, Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. The first step was completed. Fooled Dong Qiulei into swallowing the crystal cores herself. This was actually the most critical step. Next, it was up to God. Will it work? Xinyu looked at Dong Qiulei nervously. With unprecedented concentration, Xinyu looked at Dong Qiulei nervously. Because the probability of humans opening superpowers is very, very low. So low that it is outrageous. Most of them had no reaction. There are also a small number of people who have mutated into irrational monsters due to DNA defects, and only know how to kill crazily. Only a very small number of people can successfully activate their superpowers. So how is Dong Qiulei's luck? At this moment, in Dong Qiulei's body, the dozen or so crystal cores of various types have successfully entered the stomach. Most of the crystal cores were quickly dissolved by stomach acid. There was no reaction. Time passed by second. At a certain moment, a bright light suddenly flashed in the stomach acid solution. Then, a blue light similar to bioelectricity instantly spread out and began to extend in all directions along the stomach wall. Arcs of electricity that looked like bioelectricity spread rapidly in blood vessels and nerves. The speed is getting faster and faster. Wherever it goes, all the cells are activated, and even become more and more intense. A few seconds later, Dong Qiulei, who was already on the verge of death, suddenly shook violently, groaned in pain, and her eyes suddenly widened. Xinyu was shocked. There is a reaction. But why is the reaction so painful? Will she mutate? If she really mutates into a monster, I can only end her life with my own hands. Xinyu clenched his teeth. How long has it been since I was so nervous? Even the decisive battle with the undead didn't make him so nervous. Qiulei, you must give me strength. Xinyu slowly put Dong Qiulei on the ground. Then he stood up and stood aside, took out the Desert Eagle in his hand, silently opened the safety, loaded the bullet, and aimed at Dong Qiulei. On the ground, Dong Qiulei's body seemed to be stiff. Her eyes were wide open. It was as if countless biological arcs were flashing in her pupils. Her metabolism began to accelerate at a terrifying speed. and the various biological genetic information in her cells increased exponentially. She began to tremble. She began to moan uncontrollably. Her whole body was getting tighter and tighter, and the blue veins on her neck were bulging. Qinyu's hand holding the gun was getting tighter and tighter. His finger was already on the trigger. Once he found that Dong Qiulei was out of control, he would definitely shoot. The whole process lasted for nearly 3 minutes. At a certain moment, Dong Qiulei's tense body suddenly relaxed, and she coughed violently twice in her throat, and spurted out a large mouthful of black blood again. Then, the chest cavity miraculously resumed breathing, no longer blocked. Qinyu was immediately ecstatic, and the breath he had held was subconsciously released. He quickly put away the gun, quickly squatted beside Dong Qiulei, and took a closer look at the wound on her body. Good guy. It started to heal itself. But it was different from the self-healing method of the undead that he had seen before. The phenomenon of Dong Qiulei's wound healing itself is somewhat similar to the process of natural self-healing and scabbing after the human body is injured. It's just that her process seemed to be accelerated hundreds of times. It scabbed under the naked eye. Then, the scab fell off. The bright red flesh was exposed. Then, in a few seconds, the bright red flesh slowly became exactly the same as the other parts, as if it had never been injured. What kind of ability is this? Is it just self-healing? Qinyu carefully felt Dong Qiulei's spiritual power, and it didn't seem to increase much. So, her ability is not a spiritual one. It's definitely not a space one. Then it can only be a physical one. Only physical abilities have many types of physical self-healing. Dong Qiulei's breathing was completely stable, but she was still in a coma. Qinyu carefully checked her and found that her eyeballs seemed to move violently under her eyelids. Just like the feeling of a person dreaming. It should be okay. Right? At least her life was saved. Qinyu bent down and picked her up, turned around and controlled his supernatural power, and quickly rushed down the ridge. At the same time, Chapter 305 Cannibals. At the edge of the woods at the bottom of the mountain, Xiaocheng and a few others were waiting anxiously. They had already checked the bodies left on the ground, and they were basically all cannibals. It was just that these cannibals looked like they had just changed. The simplest sign was that the fangs in their mouths had just deformed. Although cannibals of this level were not too threatening, the number was a bit scary. There were dozens of bodies scattered around. Xiaocheng was extremely anxious. I didn't know what happened to Qinyu up there. While waiting anxiously, my ears suddenly moved slightly, and I seemed to hear the sound of someone running in the jungle. Someone is coming again, Xiaocheng shouted. And Monkey Guang, Old Man Gung, Zhang Lixia and others immediately hid. Soon, a group of people rushed out of the forest. They were all wearing tight black uniforms, outlining their exquisite and protruding figures. They were actually women, and every woman was wearing a black mask on her face. These women all had MP5 submachine guns in their hands. Xiaocheng's forehead was sweating, although the tight uniforms of these women were different from those of the cannibals. They were all black after all, and they came here at such a critical moment. Even the firepower was strong. It was a big trouble. Let's capture the leader first. Xiaocheng stared at the tall woman who was rushing in the front in the dark. Seeing that she was approaching, he suddenly dodged and was about to raise the gun in his hand. Whoosh! The woman on the opposite side reacted quickly and ducked to avoid her gun. Xiaocheng was startled. So agile? She also reacted quickly, kicking the ground and picking up a bunch of rotten leaves, trying to disrupt the enemy's sight. Then, the two women dodged and raised their guns at the same time. Don't move. Don't move. The two guns pointed at each other's heads. Then, more than a dozen women on the opposite side raised more than a dozen submachine guns. Monkey Guang and Old Man Gung also showed their weapons. The scene froze in an instant, and the two sides were in a tense confrontation. The reason why they didn't shoot was that both sides realized that the other side was not a cannibal without reason and humanity. So they all kept a point. Xiaocheng and the woman opposite looked at each other. Their eyes were cold. Finally, the woman in black and mask asked, "Are you not cannibals?" "No." Xiaocheng shook his head cautiously. "We are just waiting for friends." "So, you should not be companions of cannibals." "Right?" The masked woman shook her head. "No. We are here to rescue people." "Rescue people?" Xiaocheng was stunned. "Yes. One of our friends was forced here by cannibals." Xiaocheng blinked and said, "We have a friend who went up to rescue people." As he said that, he pointed to the ridge with one hand. The masked woman was obviously a little surprised. But she didn't put away her gun. She was still very cautious. The two women were in a stalemate for a moment. And at this moment, footsteps finally came from the ridge. And a figure ran and jumped from it, as if walking on flat ground. Everyone turned their heads to look over. When they saw who was coming down, the dozen women on the opposite side suddenly screamed. Is it Brother Yu? Sister Luo. It's Brother Yu. Yeah. It's Brother Yu. Brother Yu. Is it really you? Oh my god. It's Brother Yu. He saved Dong Qiulei. He is really back. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. I am Lu Shuyun. The scene was in chaos. 13 women tore off the black masks on their faces, revealing their true faces. Qiao Fang was stunned. Wow. 13 beauties? None of them are bad. All of them are very good looking. Especially the one who confronted her. Charming and cold. Sexy and charming. To be honest, beauties are generally very proud. Qiao Fang is very confident about her looks. But when she saw the woman in front of her, she couldn't help but nod. Not worse than herself. And a woman with a temperament very similar to hers. Do you all know Chen Yu? Is Chen Yu related to so many women? Chen Yu, who was walking from a distance, was actually a little confused. He recognized that this group of women were the 13 women he had rescued in Jiangcheng. Later, he heard that they really had the nickname 13 hairpins. But why are they so affectionate? They look as if their men have returned. But in my memory, when I separated from them, it seems that our relationship was not that good. Right? I am just a lifesaver. Chen Yu strode over. In any case, seeing these 13 women standing here intact is something worth celebrating. It has been several months, and none of them have fallen behind. It means they are doing well. Come closer. Chen Yu nodded to Qiao Fang and Luo Yin. Fang. Put down your gun. We are all family. Miss Luo. And everyone. Long time no see. Qiao Fang was completely relieved. The women on the opposite side also swarmed to Chen Yu's side, chattering and asking questions. They were too excited. Several of them pulled Chen Yu's arms. For a while, the scene was very chaotic. On the contrary, Qiao Fang and the others were squeezed to the periphery. Several people looked at each other, and they were a little bit amused. Chen Yu's popularity with women is a bit ridiculous. Soon, Chen Yu was also fainted by the excited shouting of these women, and hurriedly shouted, Okay. Okay. Everyone. Don't be too excited. As soon as she shouted, all the women quieted down. Chen Yu looked at Luo Yin, whose face was red and whose eyes were obviously excited, and said, Qiulei was injured. We have to take her back to rest. It's not safe here. Let's go back and talk about it. Okay. Mr. Chen. Luo Yin nodded seriously, and then waved to the women. Okay. Sisters. Mr. Chen is back. Let's go back and talk about it. Xiao Li. Tell Sister Fang first. Let her be happy too. Our mission is over. Retreat. Okay. Zhou Li quickly picked up the intercom to inform. Others evacuated quickly. With someone leading the way, Chen Yu felt much more at ease. He held Dong Qiulei in his arms, and nodded to Qiao Fang and the others. No one said anything more, and they retreated first. When everyone left the dense forest, an unmanned aerial vehicle was hovering about 1,000 meters above the forest. The camera on it kept adjusting the focus on Chen Yu. A few minutes later, the aircraft flew away in a hurry. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Xiaocheng village, Zhu Jiolong was confused, because he suddenly found that everyone in the institute had come out. They were all waiting at the entrance of the village. Their faces were full of anxiety, as if they were looking forward to it. Even when he went to talk to Fang Jing acted as if she didn't see him and dealt with him absent-mindedly. The most outrageous thing was that Xiao Ling, who was staying at the police station to protect her pregnancy, came out. What was she doing? Welcoming someone. Who was so awesome? Who could make these fierce guys stand here and wait like they were waiting for the emperor's favor? Chapter 306 Young People. So, Zhu Jiolong also led people to guard. There are almost 10,000 survivors living in Xiaocheng village. It is impossible for all of them to come out. But there are also hundreds of people standing densely behind Zhu Jiolong. All of them are looking eagerly. No one knows what to look at. Time passed by second by second. At a certain moment, a group of people walked out from the edge of the dense forest in the distance. The leader blew a whistle towards the entrance of the village. Fang Jing was shocked, and her eyes turned red instantly. The crowd became excited. Slowly, more and more people came out from afar. Finally, everyone saw a tall figure behind the 13 sturdy women, holding a woman in his arms. He was walking towards her with big strides. It was him. He was finally back. Fang Jing couldn't help crying. Zhu Jiolong looked at her in astonishment. Damn! It turns out that this woman can cry. At the entrance of Xiaocheng village, there was thunderous cheers. Fang Jing and everyone else excitedly surrounded Chenyu. The women shouted. The men laughed. Zhu Jiolong and others looked at Chenyu in confusion. Who is he? So cool. Isn't the leader of Fang Jing and others Zhang Yang? Why do they all seem to respect this young man? There's nothing special about this young man. Apart from being handsome. He is at most a college student. Mysterious. I don't understand it. After a long time, Fang Jing and the others finally calmed down. Chenyu still held Dongqiule, looked at everyone and smiled. Okay. Everyone. Find me a place quickly. We can talk when we get back. Let's go back to the station. Fang Jing wiped away her tears, her face flushed with excitement, and turned back to say hello, everyone. Don't block us. Let's talk when we get back to the station. Hey. 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 Zhu Jiolong finally squeezed in, nodded and smiled at Fang Jing. Sister Fang. Sister Fang. Can you introduce me to him? This is... Fang Jing glanced at him, then turned back and whispered to Chenyu. Ayu. His name is Zhu Jiolong. There are more than 460 survivors living in Xiaocheng village, and he is the representative for the time being. Those people came here because of our reputation, and we didn't accept them, so they lived outside. Yes. Chenyu nodded. Then, Fang Jing looked at Zhu Jiolong and said solemnly, Mr. Zhu, this is our real Fang Jing. Chenyu suddenly interrupted Fang Jing, looked at Zhu Jiolong calmly and said, My name is Chenyu, and I am friends with them. Sorry. One of my friends is injured and needs to rest as soon as possible. After that, he turned around and left directly. Fang Jing hurriedly followed. Everyone followed closely. Soon, these people entered the institute. Zhu Jiolong and his men stood in the village, watching these people leave. Each of them was puzzled. Is it necessary to be so grand for a friend? Even pregnant women came out? Zhu Jiolong's mind echoed with Fang Jing's unfinished words. She said Chenyu was their real. What? Shit! Zhu Jiolong was shocked. Such a grand reception ceremony. Could it be that the young man was the real leader of this group? Yes. It must be so. Otherwise, why would he do that? You know, among Fang Jing's group, there is also a major-level special forces soldier, and even a deputy commander of the army. These people regard that young man as a leader? Is he so awesome? What kind of person is he? Zhu Jiolong thought he understood, but he was even more confused. He couldn't figure out how a college-looking person could lead a major of the special army? In the research institute, everyone is back, except Zhang Yang. Everyone is laughing and talking. After Chenyu settled Dongqiule, he began to hug everyone one by one, regardless of gender. Everyone wanted to hug him, including the soldiers under Lu Yuanchao. Chenyu has become the soul of this group of people. If it weren't for Chenyu, none of these people would be able to leave Jiangcheng alive. So, Chenyu is their spiritual pillar. Now, this extremely powerful young man is finally back. Everyone's anxious hearts finally calmed down miraculously. After more than half an hour of tossing and turning, the jubilant atmosphere finally slowly calmed down. Chenyu then introduced Xiao Fang and the others to everyone. They were also partners, he had acknowledged. Let's get to know each other. Xiao Fang and the others were a little surprised. In this team, everyone seemed to be alive and well. It was really different from the survivor teams he had met before. Here, you can really feel the warmth and tranquility of the peaceful times. At the same time, Fang Jing and the others were also a little surprised by the new partners. Because there was a monk here. It was new. Doesn't this monk kill? How can he survive without killing? If he kills, how can he be so dignified? The atmosphere in the conference room was hot. After checking Dongqiule, Chenyu found that she had basically no major problems. But she had been in a coma, which made him feel relieved. This kind of coma is acceptable, because everyone who activates their superpowers for the first time will be in a coma for a long time. After all, the human body has begun to evolve and mutate beyond the human level at the DNA level, which is very exhausting. So, it's not a big problem. After everyone exchanged greetings for a while, Qin Yu was eager to know the current situation. So he asked everyone to go to the conference room and asked Fang Jing to explain the current situation in detail. So, the first plenary meeting of the institute was held. The various responsible persons held a meeting. A meeting lasted from the afternoon until the moon was at its highest point in the sky. No one felt hungry. Everyone was very excited to report the current situation to Qin Yu, including the current status of people, resources, the intersection with various forces in Shaanxi City, and the current embarrassing situation. Of course, there was also the matter of Xiaoling's pregnancy. After listening to it, Qin Yu felt quite relieved, because from the time they left Jiangcheng until now, only 2 people have been sacrificed. One is a soldier under Lu Yuanchao, and the other is Lu Guqin, the chief expert of the original Virus Institute. Only these 2 people are gone. The rest are all fine, including the 2 naughty children of Dong Zhou's family. This record is already very good. All the way from Jiangcheng to Shancheng, we have experienced so many mountains and rivers. The combat effectiveness of this team is invincible. It should be thanks to Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao, 2 real warriors. As for the current situation, it is not a problem. The military wants to win over Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao, but they have to be willing. If they really want to leave, the military should not use despicable means to retain them. Wouldn't that cause trouble for themselves? So, the current situation is still good. Finally, Qin Yu suddenly asked, "Where is Lao Zhang?" Everyone was stunned. "Yes. Why hasn't Zhang Yang come back yet?" Fang Jing said puzzledly. "He went to Chang'an Garden to find Lu Tuzi by himself. After I got the news, I asked Captain Lu to take people to support him. Contact him." Qin Yu frowned slightly, feeling a little bad. Fang Jing quickly picked up the walkie-talkie to contact Zhang Yang. But there was no news. Everyone's face changed. Contact Lu Yuanchao again. Chapter 307 Weapons Found. Soon, Lu Yuanchao's voice came from the intercom. "Is Qin Yu back? I have some bad news. We rushed to Chang'an Garden and searched the normal college. The people there were slaughtered, and no one was left alive. But Zhang Yang was not found. No one was found alive or dead. In addition, his weapon was found." Hearing this, Qin Yu in Xiaoling's hand was about to speak, but suddenly raised his eyebrows, stood up abruptly, turned his head, and looked out the window. An extremely familiar feeling came to his heart. It was Su Qing. It must be her. Ever since Qin Yu swallowed Su Ya's crystal core, it turned out that the telepathy of the 2 sisters Su Ya and Su Qing was transferred to Qin Yu. It was a very strange feeling. It was hard to explain, and could not be explained from a scientific perspective. But Qin Yu knew that Su Qing must be staring at her from somewhere in the distance. "What's wrong?" "Ayu?" Fang Jing asked in confusion. "Su Qing is here," Qin Yu said slowly. "What?" Fang Jing was startled. "Instructor? She's here? She's outside? How do you know?" "No, she's not outside." Qin Yu shook his head and suddenly turned around and walked out, saying as he walked, "Everyone get ready and leave Xiaocheng at any time. I'll go out for a while and come back soon." "Ah?" Fang Jing was stunned. "Are you leaving Xiaocheng now?" But before she could ask, Qin Yu had already walked away. In the conference room, everyone looked at Fang Jing. Fang Jing glanced at Xiaoling. "What should I do?" Qin Yu was leaving, but Zhang Yang was missing, and Xiaoling hadn't been alive for 3 months yet, and there were still more than 10 days left. Qin Yu hurriedly left the institute. He rushed toward Su Qing at a very fast speed. Now it is basically certain that there are cannibals in Shancheng, and they are Su Qing's team. They are very dangerous. Qin Yu had a hunch that Su Qing's team might become the biggest enemy in the future. If possible, this hidden danger should be eliminated now. Although Su Qing had had very sweet memories with him, the person he had to face now was not the instructor of the guard team, Su Qing, but the leader of the cannibal tribe, Su Qing. Those were 2 different things. Qin Yu had always been very clear about this kind of thing. In the city, from time to time, you can see lone travelers. The remaining population of Shaanxi City is very large, at least millions. This is the advantage of a megacity. Almost all lone travelers had an urge to try when they saw Qin Yu. However, when they found that Qin Yu didn't even have a backpack, they gave up one by one. It was boring. What's the point of robbing him without even a bag of supplies? In this way, Qin Yu had no obstacles along the way. Heading north from Ziwu Avenue, and slowly arrived under a skyscraper. Xiaocheng was on it. Very strangely, she seemed to be waiting here on purpose. Moreover, the telepathy between the two of them might have been deliberately released by Xiaocheng. Want to lure me over? Chen Yu's mental map was always open. There was no ambush here. There were 2 or 3 people in the building. But they were all lone walkers. Not the spiritual body color unique to cannibals. So, what was Xiaocheng doing? Want to see me? Chen Yu looked up at the rooftop. Soon, a figure appeared on the rooftop. A man in black. He was wrapped in black clothes all over his body. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. Chen Yu knew it was her at a glance. The two looked at each other, and Chen Yu strode into the skyscraper. As soon as he entered, there was a lone walker in the lobby on the first floor, carrying a large backpack, counting his personal belongings in the corner. Suddenly seeing Chen Yu coming in, he was so scared that he quickly blocked his belongings and quickly pulled out a machete from his waist. He stared at Chen Yu fiercely. Don't come over. Don't come over. I'll chop you to death. I'll chop. Hey! The lone walker was a little confused, because the person who came in didn't even glance at him, and strode away directly to the fire escape. He quickly disappeared into the stairwell. What's going on? Are you blind? The lone traveler looked at the supplies in front of him. There's also a bottle of Happy Fat House water. Don't you want to grab this? In the stairwell, Chen Yu completely activated his supernatural power, controlling his muscle tissue. And the whole person rushed like an arrow at high speed, rushing to the top of the 26-story building in less than 2 minutes. When he kicked open the door of the rooftop and walked out, the figure in the distance slowly turned around. Chen Yu strode over. The distance was getting shorter and shorter. The figure in the distance was dressed in black, with a black mask on his face, and his hair wrapped in a black headscarf. The whole person looked very mysterious. When the distance between Chen Yu and her was less than 5 meters, the figure suddenly moved. He drew his gun and fired in one go. Bang! Chen Yu's figure just shook slightly, and his position moved half a meter away in an instant. Avoided. The man in black took a look, put away his gun, and then rushed up. Very fast. When he rushed to her, his speed suddenly increased. He dodged to the side, raised his leg and kicked. Chen Yu didn't even dodge. His superpowers were activated to the 2nd level, and he raised his arms to block beside him. Bang! A dull sound. Chen Yu didn't move at all. The man in black was shaken, and he took several steps back to avoid 10 meters away. The two of them stopped moving. They faced each other. For a long time, the man in black slowly opened the black scarf on his head, revealing a face that was extremely stunning, cold and beautiful, enough to turn everyone upside down. It was indeed her, Xiaocheng. But what shocked Chen Yu secretly was that the Xiaocheng in front of him seemed to have changed, became more beautiful. The beauty was breathtaking, and Chen Yu looked at Xiaocheng and was secretly surprised. Is this still the Xiaocheng I knew at the beginning? Similar, but not exactly the same. The Xiaocheng in front of him had a slightly changed face shape, becoming more delicate and beautiful, with flawless facial features. This was the first time Chen Yu wanted to use the word beautiful to describe a woman. Xiaocheng's temperament has completely changed. She is like a queen now. Her domineering aura contains a hint of charm that can turn people upside down. Her coldness hides a little bit of morbidity, perversion, or madness. This gives her a very unique temperament. She is very different from ordinary cannibals. Strange. How could this happen? Why is she so special? Did she also activate some kind of supernatural power? 057, but in the mental map, her mental state does not look like she has activated supernatural powers. She is just a pure cannibal's mental body. Chen Yu was puzzled. As a cannibal, is this race also going to start rolling inward? Is there also a divergence in the direction of evolution and mutation? Other cannibals are becoming more and more ferocious, more and more brutal, more and more inhumane, and more ugly. Xiaocheng, however, is becoming more and more beautiful. Her beauty is so frightening. The two stared at each other for a long time, and Xiaocheng finally spoke. Long time no see. Not too long. Chen Yu looked carefully into her eyes, and found that her rationality had not disappeared, and there was still a familiar feeling in her eyes. My sister. Chapter 308. Old friends reunited. The ashes are scattered in the river below the Jiangcheng Hotel. If nothing goes wrong, they will flow into the sea in the future. Thank you. Xiaocheng nodded. If you don't know, you might think it's a reunion of old friends. Xiaocheng was silent for a moment. Then asked, "You have superpowers, right?" "What superpowers?" Chunyu said calmly. "You don't have to deny it." Xiaocheng said softly, "It's impossible for ordinary people to climb a building more than 30 stories high in 5 minutes. Nor can they dodge bullets and block my full-strength attack." "What do you want to say?" Chunyu looked at her coldly. "Chunyu, leave Xiaocheng." "Why?" Xiaocheng slowly turned around, walked to the edge of the rooftop, and looked at the world below. "Our people don't want to be displaced anymore. Want to take root in Xiaocheng?" Chunyu looked at her back and shook his head helplessly. Xiaocheng seemed to still have some rationality towards him. She dared to turn her back to him. She knew that Chunyu would not take this opportunity to attack, because the Xiaocheng in front of him, the hidden deep in her eyes, was actually her feelings for Chunyu. Chunyu saw it at the first glance when the two looked at each other. So he sighed in his heart. "I'm afraid I can't do it today." Xiaocheng didn't look back, but looked down and said softly, "Xiaocheng has a vast territory, and the Qinling Mountains are a guarantee. It is not afraid of natural disasters and beast tides. It is an ideal city to live in." Chunyu slowly walked to her side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. "Do cannibals also want to reproduce? Do you have humanity? Will you still have family life?" Xiaocheng turned her head and glanced at Chunyu. She could hear the sarcasm in Chunyu's tone. After a moment of silence, Xiaocheng nodded. "You are right. We also want to reproduce. In addition, cannibals are just your evaluation of us. People are always full of fear and negative evaluation of things they don't understand. Chunyu, if you can jump out of your own limitations and look at yourself from a god's perspective, you will discover a secret. In fact, there is no essential difference between us and humans. We just changed our living habits. What do you think human nature is? It is just a means of ruling after class antagonism appeared in ancient times. What is the essence of human beings? It is also a kind of creature on this planet. Have you seen other species on this planet that do not eat their own kind? Almost none. We eat our own kind. You can regard us as animals. But from our point of view, you are also an animal. You are a species that we can eat. As time goes by, we will become two different species. We will stand at the top of the food chain. The future world is our world. And ordinary humans will be gradually eliminated and fall to the bottom of the food chain. 39. Not only us, but all mutant creatures will regard humans as food. Chunyu. 1,000 years later. 10,000 years later. 100,000 years later. When we dominate the earth, textbooks will rewrite ordinary humans as the highest source of food. If you can live to that time, tell me, what are we? Are we cannibals? Xiaocheng looked back at Chunyu, his eyes full of dark light. That light was very bright. Chunyu was silent, because the name of cannibals is indeed said from the perspective of ordinary humans. But from the perspective of genetic evolution, they eat their own kind. But they become stronger and stronger, and their physical bodies begin to evolve. You know, humans have stopped evolving for thousands of years. As a result, the emergence of cannibals has started the evolution of humans again. But the direction of evolution has changed. To say that they have lost their humanity. But what is humanity? You are a human. So you talk about humanity. They are not human at all. They are already a new species. What do they need humanity for? For them, humanity may be a kind of bondage. A deadly cancer. They will do everything they can to eliminate humanity. If there is no crystal nucleus in the body of the mutant animal, if humans have not, there is no way to activate superpowers and take the path of 3.1 to genetic superevolution. Maybe after tens of millions of years, cannibals will really dominate the earth and rule the planet. At that time, in the textbooks of the new century, they will never be called cannibals. Maybe they will be called new humans. And the ancient ordinary humans may be defined as carnivorous humans. This is not impossible. Chunyu did not reject what Xiaocheng said. This is the Doomsday world. The world is reshuffled. The rules are rewritten. No one knows what species will control the earth in the future. Now, just what Chunyu knows. Many species have been born. For example, subhumans, mutant creatures, cannibals, or superhumans with superpowers. Whoever laughs last will be the master of the earth. No one stipulates that people cannot be cannibals. Chunyu does not want to argue with Xiaocheng about race, because there is no solution. Now, Xiaocheng is a cannibal through and through. From a human perspective, it is unacceptable that she eats her own kind. However, their race also needs to reproduce. That is for sure. Chen Yu was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, why do you send people to do tricks when you know that the people in the institute are my people? Alas. Su Qing sighed, Chen Yu. Our people just have different living habits from humans. But memory and thinking consciousness are still at the level of humans for the time being. We also have conflicts and struggles within us. And we also have struggles for power. Chen Yu turned his head and looked at her. Didn't you and your father develop your tribe? Although my father and I developed it. Now that the tribe is getting bigger, there will be more and more different voices within it. Su Qing sighed and said, if I hadn't blocked it again and again, your people might have been wiped out when they just arrived in Shanxi City and hadn't established their foothold yet. You should know that if they were wiped out, I would kill everyone in your cannibal tribe, and not a single one would be left alive. Chen Yu said lightly. Then he let out a long breath and said, you should. Fortunately, Dong Qiolei is fine and was rescued. Otherwise, you would have died today. Su Qing didn't say anything, because she suddenly felt a biting cold and shudder. Just for a moment. The oppressive feeling emanating from Chen Yu was simply horrifying. So scary. Su Qing's face slowly turned pale. She originally thought that the cannibals also had the ability to compete with superpowers. Now it seems that they are far from it. Chen Yu let out a long breath and asked casually, Zhang Yang is missing. Did you do it? No. Can you guarantee it? I don't need to guarantee it. Because I know where Zhang Yang went. Chen Yu looked at her again. You know? My people saw it. Su Qing said softly. Zhang Yang slaughtered Lu Tuzi's territory. But when he left, 5 military vehicles stopped him. Military vehicles? Yes. The vehicles of the Shanxi City garrison. So, Zhang Yang was taken to the garrison headquarters. Chen Yu frowned. Chapter 309 Watching his back. This belt is probably mandatory. Otherwise, Zhang Yang's radio communicator would not have failed to respond. Chen Yu didn't want to waste any more time. Turned around and waved, thank you for your message. Su Qing. We will leave Xiaocheng soon. So stop staring at us. If I find that any cannibals have touched our people, I swear, I will definitely kill all of you. Including you. After saying that, he strode out. Su Qing slowly turned around and looked at his back silently. Seeing that Chen Yu was about to enter the fire escape, he suddenly smiled faintly. Chen Yu. You won't kill me. Why? Chen Yu glanced back. Because I'm carrying your child in my belly. Chen Yu's whole body suddenly froze. Su Qing continued to laugh. Do you believe it? Chen Yu didn't look back. Nor did he speak. But just waved his hand. Then walked into the fire escape without looking back. And disappeared at the end of the corridor. Su Qing still had a smile on her face. But tears couldn't help but flow down. One hand gently touched her lower abdomen. And her heart was dead. From then on, she and him became strangers. Two species. There is no way to be compatible. Moreover, although the child in her belly is more than 4 months old, it is still pitifully smaller than an ordinary human fetus. No one knows what the reason is. After all, Su Qing might be the first cannibal to give birth to a child. That's why her tribe decided to take root in Xiaocheng. Su Qing slowly lowered her head and looked at her belly. What exactly is this child? Is it a human? Or a cannibal? It's still like a bean sprout after 4 months. Maybe it's impossible to raise a baby in 10 months? Alas! Su Qing sighed. Chen Yu, who was going downstairs, also had a buzzing in his head. Although he resisted the urge to go back, he couldn't help thinking about it. Through telepathy, he knew that what Su Qing said was true, including the attack on the Institute and Dong Qiolei. She didn't do it. She has always tried her best to avoid conflict with Chen Yu's power. But sometimes she can't control the overall situation. This is easy to understand. So, when Su Qing said she was pregnant, Chen Yu's mind was buzzing. She was pregnant with his child. Cannibal? What would the baby be? The key is, how should he face them? Chen Yu was instantly overwhelmed. So he didn't look back. He didn't ask. Chen Yu didn't want to make a hasty decision. I have to think about this. Let's go back first. Zhang Yang was invited back by the military. And I don't know what the purpose is. It's not appropriate to be distracted now. We have to find a way to solve the trouble in front of us. After getting Zhang Yang back to 097, we immediately evacuated Shanxi City and headed northwest to Tibet. That is the final paradise. The sky is high and the clouds are light, creating a home. So, Chen Yu left. Back to the institute. LD Yuancha just happened to bring people back. The old soldier hugged Yu with joy and patted his arm hard. Xiaocheng, you are finally here. We are waiting for you anxiously. Thank you. Lao Lu. Yu smiled gently. Alas, we have been exhausted and cautious along the way. But 2 people still left. LV Yuanchao sat on the chair, looking tired. Lao Lu. This result is already very good. In fact, the first thought of each of us should be that we must survive. The second thing is to protect others. If someone loses the first thought and only thinks about the second thought, he won't live long. No one is your responsibility. And no one must be protected. LV Yuanchao smiled. Stinky boy. I like to listen to you. Just listen to me. Okay. Now we are in big trouble. Xiaocheng is missing. No. He is not missing. But he was invited by the military. Yu said lightly. Let's wait a day. Let's see what happens first. /n that night. Everyone in the institute gathered together. Although Zhang Yang was gone, everyone felt a big stone in their hearts. But fortunately Yu was back. Except for Xiaoling, who was lying in the room with a miscarriage due to worry. Everyone else appeared in the restaurant. Dinner. To celebrate Yu's return. He is the soul of this team. Without him, everyone always feels that something is missing. Along the way, no matter how well Zhang Yang and Fang Jing led, they always felt that they were not confident. Only when Yu came back, everyone felt at ease. Yu was like a god of war who could never be defeated. His figure always stood in everyone's heart, encouraging them to go on. There was laughter in the restaurant. Yu was also very relieved, because Zhang Yang and Fang Jing acted strictly according to his rules. For so long, no strangers have been recruited. All the personnel were recruited by Yu at the beginning. This is very good, because Yu trusts these people. During the dinner, Yu talked to several key figures separately, such as Dong Zhou and the old director Zhong Xiangnan. People like this must pay attention to their physical and mental health. He also took the time to play with a general, who looked like a buffalo for a while, and personally fed it a lot of raw meat bones. The general is not as playful as before, because it is getting more and more mature. The body is mutated like a hellhound in a fairy tale. Quite ferocious. Fortunately, even after being separated for several months, this mutant Tibetan Mastiff still remembers the taste of its owner. It is said that the general made great contributions along the way. He had outstanding military exploits. He led the way in repelling the mutant beasts that followed him countless times. When facing those ordinary mutant animals, the general only needed to stand in front and roar, and those animals would be scared silly. Yu was really satisfied. Who would have thought that the little guy who was rescued from Suya's car would grow up to this point today? Now it may be more ferocious than the Beast King Gorilla in Jiangcheng in the previous life. The dinner lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Too many people wanted to talk to Yu. There were also too many people who wanted to knock him down. So, after the dinner, no one left, and all stayed in the restaurant and were reluctant to leave. Yu knew it well. He knew how many pairs of eyes were staring at him like wolves. Not to mention Li Xiaoyun and Fang Jing. Even Luo Yin and the other dozen or so were eager to try. As if they didn't care about other people's opinions. In the Doomsday world, there are no rules. Nothing. Including moral etiquette. What's the point of being reserved? If you like it, try it. No one thought of letting Yu settle down and start a family, and be tied to him, because everyone knew that it was impossible. Even Fang Jing, who had the deepest feelings for Yu, never dared to have that idea, not to mention others. So, the women were all wondering who would win the prize tonight. But the men wanted to keep Yu and drink to their heart's content at night. Chapter 3:10 Something to do. There are still a few bottles of bulk old wine in the base. Finally, all eyes were focused on Yu. Just when he was about to speak, Su Jian suddenly squeezed next to him and whispered a few words in his ear. It's over. The women's faces changed. It's bad. Su Jian, the old man, knows Yu best. He must have been holding back. Sure enough, when Su Jian said okay, Yu's eyes lit up immediately, turned around and looked at him and smiled. Are you sure? Of course. Su Jian nodded proudly. Okay. Yu immediately stood up and looked at everyone and smiled. Okay. Let's stop here tonight. Old Su and I have something to do, so we have to go out. Captain Lu, arrange the guards. The others go back to rest. After saying that, he took Su Jian and ran away. Behind him, there was a clamor. The loudest voice was scolding Su Jian. The general followed behind him, but was also called back by Chinyu. Even the general was not taken with him. It must be bad for these two to go out. So Su Jian felt a chill on the back of his neck when he ran out of the restaurant. He ran while laughing and crying, "Damn! When tomorrow morning comes, will I be tortured to death? Haha. Whoever dares to touch my brother, I will kill his entire clan." Chinyu laughed. His tone was extremely domineering. But Su Jian didn't buy it, and said with a pout, "If your women cause me trouble, remember, I will kill all of their clans." Haha. Old Su. How could my women dare to cause you trouble? Of course there are. For example, Fanya, who has a hot temper. Hee hee. Fanya is not my woman. You are crazy. Su Jian spat with a look of disgust. Ah. Not your woman. You pretend to be confused when you know the truth. Except for her body. What else is not yours? Chinyu is at a loss for words. You know all this? Damn. It's not a secret. There is a soldier under old Lu named Lu Rui who openly expressed his love to her. The result was a terrible rejection. She said that she would never think of anyone else except Chinyu in this life. Chinyu was very upset. Fanya? It seems that he has never had a deep communication with her. Su Jian ran and said, "Don't pretend with me. Anyway, I can see that in this team. Except for those who are already taken. The rest of the women are eyeing you. Especially the 13 women who helped. They are really like wolves and tigers. Just wait." Chinyu shook his head and said nothing. Women's admiration is their business. No matter how romantic Chinyu is, he can't let himself fall into a pile of women. For him, survival is the first priority. The woman can only be regarded as a transfer for the time being. The two ran out of the institute at a very fast speed and ran all the way to the north of the city. Su Jian actually revealed a place. The Lily Winery. A large winery in Shaanxi City. On the surface, it has been swept clean. But when Su Jian was on a field trip before, he actually got some secret and uncertain news by accident. It is said that there is a very secret wine cellar in the winery. There are countless wines hidden there. Unfortunately, no one can find it. Su Jian has been keeping an eye on this information. So every time he goes out, he will deliberately search for clues in this regard. Now, he has some clues in his hands. But he never had time to look for it. Because there was no confirmed news. He did not tell Zhang Yang, Lu Yuanchao and others. Tonight, he also saw Chinyu's dilemma. After all, he had been brothers with him for more than 2 years. So he leaked this uncertain news. And he estimated that Chinyu would definitely be tempted. As a result, they hit it off. Chinyu ran away. Su Jian also felt a sense of brothers for a lifetime. He knew him too well. More than an hour later, Su Jian brought Chinyu to the door of a winery in the south of Xiaocheng. The night was deep. The spring was chilly. When the cold wind blew, it was still chilly. Su Jian, who was observing the situation, suddenly put his arm around Chinyu's shoulders and sighed softly. "Ayu, it's great that you're back. In Jiangcheng, you knocked me out and left me in the team. I was actually very unhappy." "I know." Chinyu smiled. "But thanks to you keeping me in the team, I made so many new friends. And I have been able to survive until now. Brother Zhang and Uncle Lu are both real warriors. They have protected me many times." "I know." Su Jian hugged him tightly, let out a long breath and said, "This sneaky feeling brings back the scene of secretly climbing over the wall in the middle of the night when I was in school. Now you don't have to sneak around. Just walk in openly." Chinyu has finished searching with the mental map. There is no one inside. Not even a mouse. Moreover, there is indeed a huge space under the winery. You can't see what's inside. But it's very big. Maybe it's really a wine cellar. Then it's very rich. Although there are a lot of wines in Chinyu's space. It's definitely not a lot. So he rarely drinks on weekdays. Now it's only been more than half a year since the peaceful time. After 2 or 3 years, there may be no wine in the world at that time. And then it will be really greedy. It's still bearable now. Chinyu always likes to make plans for the future. After Su Jianfa sighed, he was excited and said, "Let's go and see how lucky we are. We are so lucky. Follow me." Chinyu took the lead. He rushed out directly. "Damn. Wait for me. You get excited when you mention wine. You are a real drunkard." Su Jian hurriedly chased after him. The two ran to the gate of the winery. And the gate here had long been broken. Although this winery is not the largest, it is not small. So ordinary survivors will definitely patronize here when searching for supplies. I don't know how many people have swept it. Therefore, there must be no supplies on the surface. After entering the yard, Su Jian looked around, muttering about the scattered information he got, hoping to piece together the door to the wine cellar. Chinyu said nothing. He opened the mental map and began to move quickly along the underground space, hoping to find the door. In this way, the two walked for more than 10 minutes, finally stopped at the door of the raw material warehouse. Su Jian looked back at the distance and murmured, "No. We should have chosen the wrong direction. The most likely place should be the processing workshop." You? Looking back, Chinyu had already walked into the raw material warehouse. He was carefully observing the surroundings. Su Jian followed in with a suspicious look. You? What are you looking at?" "Looking for the door." "Looking here? The information clues I got should point to the processing workshop. Trust me." Chinyu ignored him and just searched carefully. A few minutes later, he dug up a piece of rubble and kicked the ground inside. "Dong-dong sound," Su Jian exclaimed. "Oh my god. It's empty? It must be below." Chinyu smiled. Su Jian approached with an incredible look on his face, helped to move the rubble above, and asked casually, "Ayu, you are good. How did you find it? Do you know how to divide gold and determine the location of the tomb?" Chapter 311. Calm and relaxed. Bullshit about dividing gold and determining the location of the tomb. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. The two men worked hard. A few minutes later, the ruins on the ground were dug up. Su Jianlei was panting. Chinyu was calm and relaxed. Afterwards, the two found the door leading to the underground without much effort. Chinyu took out the Desert Eagle, screwed on the silencer, and fired a few shots at the door lock, breaking the door lock directly. Then, the two worked together to force the door open. Huh? A stream of air hit my face. The smell of wine. The rich smell of wine filled my nose. Su Jian clapped his hands excitedly. "It's correct. Let's go down." Chinyu was also happy, and pulled Su Jian into the wine cellar, then left the door ajar. The two walked down the steps to the bottom, then walked through an L-shaped corridor, and finally entered an empty and huge space. It was really a wine cellar. It was filled with wine cabinets. Various precious wines were displayed, including collections of other brands and homemade rice wine brewed by this winery. Looking around, there were at least 100,000 bottles. There were also huge sealed wine jars at the innermost. Su Jian stared blankly at everything in front of him, muttering, "What a pity. So much? How can I get it? These wines are enough for several years." Greedy snake swallows elephant. "Come. First satisfy your craving." Chenyu patted him casually, then walked to the wine cabinet next to him, and took out a bottle of Shifeng wine from his collection. "When you arrive in Shanxi City, you have to drink Shifeng wine. Dry it?" Su Jian followed him. "Take a couple of sips." "Okay." The ancients also drink dry wine. "Let's try to drink a few bottles tonight." Chinyu laughed and said, "You're crazy." The ancients drank rice wine, which was shallowly fermented and low in alcohol. Can it be compared with this? If you let the ancients drink this kind of wine, they would be knocked down after drinking one bottle. Haha. That's true. The two sat on the ground. LT10 plus hashtag. Unscrew a bottle of Shifeng liquor and blow directly into the bottle. One sip each. No matter if it is dirty or not. This liquor is really spicy. It is hard to swallow without food. But both of them resisted. Just want to enjoy the burning feeling in the esophagus and stomach. After a while of silence, Chinyu suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Jian. "Old third. Can I trust you?" Su Jian was stunned. There seemed to be a different kind of brilliance in his eyes when he looked at Chinyu, because Chinyu hadn't asked him such a formal question for a long time. And it was such a sharp question right at the beginning. Chinyu looked very calm, but his eyes were very sharp. Su Jian's scalp was numb. He scratched his head and then said carefully, "Ayu, if you are asking about combat strength, then I have to advise you not to trust me. I am not as combat capable as Dong Qiule now. The main reason is that no one teaches me. Zhang Yang's energy is occupied by Dong Qiule and Jiangcheng. Old Lu has to take care of the team's security and command his soldiers. Sister Jing is even more so. She is simply the head of the family and has to solve everyone's problems. She is so busy all day long that her feet hit her head back. So, I rely on self-study. There is no improvement in combat ability. But if you want to ask me about our friendship, don't worry about that. Speaking of this, Su Jian looked at Xinyu seriously and said, from the moment you brought me back to the team again, I, Su Jian, have recognized you as my brother. You can give up your life, but you can't betray your brother. I can die, but I won't betray you. Xinyu blinked, slowly put down the bottle. Old third. Are you sure you can give up your life? Sure. Su Jian nodded seriously. Okay. Now there is something for you to do, which may cost you your life, or it may turn you into an irrational lunatic. Are you willing to do it? Su Jian was stunned for a moment. What? You? Are you serious or are you kidding me? Seriously? Xinyu nodded. Su Jian carefully judged and found that Xinyu was not joking. So he sat up straight, nodded and said, tell me. What do you want me to do? Eat this. Xinyu casually took out 5 crystal cores. The colors are different. The shapes are irregular. But the properties of these 5 crystal cores are different. There are physical and mental types. But there are no space types. In nature, space-type crystal cores are extremely rare. Su Jian looked at the crystal core with a confused face and said bitterly, Hey, what are you going to do? Are you playing a joke on me? Let me eat glass shards for no reason. What did I do wrong? You don't trust me? Xinyu looked at him with a half-smile. I do. The key is, why did you suddenly ask me to eat glass shards? Are you going to torture me to extract a confession? Who reported me behind my back? Are you going to eat it or not? Xinyu frowned. Are you scared? Or do you not believe me at all? Damn. Su Jian raised his eyebrows. Am I a coward? I said I believe you. And I will definitely believe you. You want to kill me? Do you need this fancy stuff? Just eat it. It's no big deal. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed the 5 crystal cores. He threw them into his mouth without hesitation. He swallowed them in one gulp. After moving his throat, he looked at Xinyu and said, after eating, what else do you want to do? Nothing. Just waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for your changes. To see if you will die, turn into a monster, or activate your superpowers. Su Jian blinked. What are you talking about? Be patient. Xinyu's face slowly lost its expression. He was also worried. Eating the crystal core has certain risks. If it is not an extraordinary period, Xinyu really does not want his brothers to take risks. But the current situation is not optimistic. Su Qing's cannibals can sweep the entire Shanxi city, and even confront the military head-on without losing. What about the others? Are there any hidden subhumans in Shanxi city? Are there any mutated insect kings, or beast kings, or something similar to the most beautiful corpse king? Or will there be other superpowers? No one can say for sure. If we don't improve the strength of our brothers, we will die the next time we encounter those supernatural beings mentioned above. I can't protect them all the time. If you want to be strong, you have to take risks. Xinyu looked at Su Jian nervously. At the same time, he took out the Desert Eagle, turned on the safety, and put it aside. Looking at this scene, Su Jian was confused. He felt a little numb. He looked at Xinyu cautiously and said tentatively, Ayu, what are you going to do? Do you really want to kill me? What did I do wrong? Oh, third. I'm more worried than you are now. So stop talking nonsense. Do I look like I'm going to kill you? Feel the changes in your body carefully, and I'll explain everything to you when you're completely stable. Now, be quiet. Xinyu's eyes were extremely sharp. He stared at Su Jian's eyes nervously. And Su Jian didn't dare to speak. It was creepy. What on earth was he feeding himself? What changes could there be? Just when Su Jian was suspicious, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Chapter 312. It hurts so much. Fuck. My stomach hurts. Su Jian groaned in pain, supporting himself on the ground with one hand and grabbing Xinyu with the other. Ah, you. What did you give me to eat? Give me the antidote. I'm dying. Sorry. I don't have the antidote. Xinyu quickly supported him and whispered, Oh, third. Hold on. While speaking, he actually picked up the Desert Eagle on the ground and directly pressed it against Su Jian's forehead. Su Jian was stunned. Coughing continuously, he asked with difficulty, cough, cough, cough. Fuck. You, if you want to kill me, just do it. What are you doing? Ah. It hurts so much. Xinyu didn't say anything. His eyes became more fierce. At the same time, the muscles on the arm that supported Su Jian began to wriggle like a little snake. Su Jian finally discovered this phenomenon. He gritted his teeth and endured it, while hissing, "Ah, it hurts. You, what are you doing? Why are your arm muscles still moving? Ugh, I can't stand it. You uncle, just shoot me. Hold it for a while," Chinyu shouted. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead. Can the superpower be activated? Damn it! Don't let anything happen. Su Jian looked more and more painful. He was too weak to speak, and couldn't even hold up his body, so he had to rely on Chinyu to support him. He curled up as much as he could. He kept shaking. The sweat on his body evaporated quickly, forming a circle of mist around his body. Chinyu was not surprised but happy. He slowly put down the gun in his hand. It didn't seem to be a malignant mutation. Suddenly, Su Jian was shocked and screamed in horror. "Ah, damn. You, help me. My nose is dripping." Chinyu was stunned. What the hell? What does nose dripping mean? He quickly helped Su Jian, who was lying face down, up. As a result, it didn't matter that he helped him up, but Su Jian's body twisted and bent like soft plasticine. "Oh my god!" Chinyu exclaimed. He was shocked. What happened? Su Jian's body seemed to be melted. The muscles on his face were flowing down, and his nose had been stretched into a long strip like a thin noodle, and it had already flowed to the ground. His face was also collapsing. The skin and muscles of his body seemed to be melted, slowly limp in an extremely disgusting state, and drooped to the ground. Chinyu blinked and suddenly laughed. And Su Jian, who was completely collapsed, could still make sounds with his mouth that had long turned into a soft meat paste. He made an inhuman scream and shouted in fear, "Ah! Hack you! Chinyu! What have you done to me? What the hell have I become? Have I turned into meat paste?" Chinyu was completely relieved, because he could tell that Su Jian's voice had recovered. This meant that he had begun to recover. So, this experiment was successful. Su Jian successfully activated a superpower. It should be a physical one, but this ability was a bit strange. It turned him into a pile of mud. Chinyu was also a little amused. Was this mocking him for being a pile of mud that couldn't be helped? Not really. Right? It should be able to recover. Right? Otherwise, how could it be called a superpower? If it can't recover, Su Jian might commit suicide. Right? This kind of character. Chinyu. Your uncle. What are you doing? You? Okay. Stop yelling. Chinyu was completely relieved. Sat down beside him, patted the mud on the ground, and then took his hand back with a look of disgust. Fuck. This feels really disgusting. Chinyu. Su Jian yelled hysterically. Hee. Don't worry. Let me explain it to you. I'll explain it to you. You change it back to its original state first. Chinyu shook his head helplessly. I'm not a god. How can I change you back to your original state? What? Then you kill me. Come on. Chinyu. You kill me. Shoot me in the head. One shot in the head. I can't live. I'm going to live like this. Chinyu turned his head to look at him, and said with a forced smile, I can't find your head. You are so stubborn. Chinyu. Okay. No more jokes. Chinyu smiled and patted the puddle on the ground. Then said seriously, Oh 3. Listen carefully to what I say next. Don't worry. You should be able to recover. It just takes a little time. As for what I gave you to eat, it's not a poison, nor a magic potion. It's a kind of energy crystal. After eating this thing, some people can activate some kind of supernatural power. Like me. After saying that, Chinyu stretched out his arm and suddenly activated his level 2 ability. His arm muscles began to wriggle wildly. At the same time, his arm bones turned outward. A dark blue periosteum wrapped around his arm and palm, and even a white bone spur slowly extended from the center of his palm. Su Jian was stunned. His eyes, which looked like flattened poached eggs, stared at Chinyu's arm in horror. After a long time, he murmured, Are you Kimamaro's bloodline limit? Kim, your sister, Chinyu said unhappily, then withdrew his ability and said calmly, This is the ability. It is a special ability based on the combination of energy crystal core and our ancient DNA. Have you always had this ability? I only got it later. Su Jian suddenly realized, So, you often fight without risking your life. It turns out you have this ability. 33. Yes, Yu nodded. With this ability, I dare to give it a try under any circumstances. However, when this ability is first acquired, there will be certain risks. What risks? Like me? Yu shook his head and said, no. You should have succeeded. In the failed cases, some died, some mutated into monsters, and some did not change at all. Therefore, you need to take certain risks. And the activated superpowers are uncontrollable. It is closely related to your own DNA. Ayu. Su Jian stared at Yu and asked in confusion, how do you know these things? You will know naturally after experiencing it. Okay. Besides me, has anyone else swallowed the crystal core? Brother Zhang? Sister Jing? Or Lao Lu? No. Yu shook his head. The risk was too great before. I didn't dare to try. But now I have to try. Xiaocheng was the first one. I saved her from dying and used the crystal core. You are the second one. Huh. Okay. Su Jian said helplessly. It's a bit disgusting to say that the current appearance is a bit disgusting. But I am still very relieved. Because I am the first among men. This shows that you really treat me as a brother. Yes. I do treat you as a brother. So I hope you will try it first. Just now. For a moment, I was really worried that you would mutate into a monster. And then I would have to kill you myself. Fortunately, you succeeded. But why do you say you have to try it now? Chapter 313, I want to scold you. Yu looked at Su Jian and said softly, outside. Someone has accidentally opened up supernatural powers. As time goes by, there will be more and more such people. At the same time, the cannibals are getting stronger and stronger. And their physique is not something ordinary people can resist. This is the reason. I understand. Su Jian also took a long breath. And then sighed, I have completely figured it out. But the key is, when can I recover? Yu was silent for a moment. Then he said faintly, to be honest, I don't know. Damn. I still want to scold you. Your uncle, Yu. If I keep being this arrogant, you'll have to get a big basin and carry me on your back every day. Puff. Ha ha ha. /n Su Jian lay on the ground for more than 2 hours. In the late night, just as Yu was telling him about the current predicament, Su Jian suddenly exclaimed, oh my god. I seem to be recovering. Yu hurriedly looked down. Sure enough, Su Jian, who was lying on the ground, began to recover slowly. The speed was very slow. Yu hurriedly whispered, oh 3. Try to find a way to control your body. The activated superpowers are all under your control. You have to learn to use this power. I'll try. Su Jian closed his eyes. After a moment, his body recovered faster. Soon, his head recovered. Then the upper body, limbs, and lower body. When he recovered completely, his clothes were all twisted and distorted. So he quickly tidied them up. After tidying up, he said in surprise, Ayu, this feels so awesome. Take a look. He walked to the side, stretched out his hand to grab an iron frame, and then started walking in the opposite direction. His arms stretched longer and longer, just like a gummy candy. When it stretched to more than 5 meters, Su Jian stopped and looked at Yu in surprise and said, did I eat the gummy fruit? It's probably about the same. Yu also smiled and nodded. Preliminary judgment shows that the activated ability 22 is a physical ability, which is also the ability to control the body. You still need to practice more to explore the specific ability. Haha. I have successfully become a superpower? Yes. Yu nodded. The current superpower is at the elementary level. It may not be so useful. But in the future, if you swallow the same type of crystal core, there is a chance to increase the level of superpower. The higher the level, the greater the power. Fuck. You make me excited. Su Jian looked at the arm that had returned to its original state and returned to Yu. Ayu, where did you get the crystal core? How do you do it? 99% of the crystal cores should be in the heads of mutant animals. But there are very few special exceptions. Su Jian blinked. So, the general also has a crystal core in his head? Yes. Yu smiled, but don't think about it. Its current attack power can definitely kill you in seconds. Except for me. It does not allow anyone to be hostile to it. Nonsense. Am I stupid? I'm thinking about it. It and I are almost sworn brothers. And I'm still thinking about it. Su Jian sat on the ground, let out a long breath and said, I feel quite comfortable now. It was really uncomfortable before. As if my whole body was burned. Luckily you survived. Qin Yu sighed softly. Many people died because of the failure of swallowing the crystal core, or went crazy and mutated into monsters. Okay. Su Jian pondered for a while, then asked, besides me and Dong Qiulei, who else do you plan to let try? I haven't thought about it yet. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. Whoever wants to try must first pass the psychological barrier. He must be prepared to die, because the failure rate is very high. Our people are not afraid of death, like Brother Zhang, Sister Jing, Lao Lu, or the soldiers under his command. Qin Yu shook his head. If Xiaoling was not pregnant, Zhang Yang might try. But now? It's hard to say. Fang Jing is in greater danger. She almost didn't survive the virus, so her genes may have some defects. The chance of failure is higher. Lao Lu may try, but the soldiers under him are not good enough. At this point, Qin Yu turned his head and looked at Su Jian. I will only tell this secret to people I agree with. I just accept those people as companions, but I haven't agreed with them yet. Why? Su Jian was stunned. It's hard to agree with someone. Lao San, you have to know that activating superpowers is a double-edged sword. Some people will rebel when they become powerful. I don't want to cultivate a powerful enemy myself. I understand. Su Jian nodded. You should think about this matter yourself. Anyway, I don't have any tricks. I just need to take care of myself. Well, no rush. Qin Yu smiled. You can't rush this matter. In the short term, you and Dong Qiulei are my two trump cards. So you two must master your abilities as soon as possible. What is Qiulei's ability? It can be regarded as a physical ability. It is probably related to speed, because her metabolism is very fast. Amazingly fast. Su Jian nodded. Go ask her alone later. After that, he picked up the bottle of wine on the ground and said, do you still want to drink? Let's drink more. Also, I want to talk to you. Let's talk about the current problems, the future changes, and the situation after going to Tibet. Okay. Su Jian was excited. He knew that Qin Yu had regarded him as a real core member. He was the real core. He was someone who could know the core secrets. This was the feeling of brothers. So, the two began to chat again. Time passed slowly. It was past 4 in the morning. The two finally finished chatting. When they were about to leave, Qin Yu suddenly grabbed Su Jian and shushed him. Not long after, shouts came from outside. Found it. Found it. Here. The door is here. Come quickly. I can smell the aroma of alcohol. Su Jian heard it and blurted out, damn! Someone is here. Qin Yu looked around. Su Jian took out his gun. Ayu. This place is found by us. No one can rob it. Hee hee. You can't move all the things without robbing them. Su Jian was stunned and said helplessly, that's right. But, oh 3. Go. Leave those people outside away. I'll blow this place up. Fuck? Su Jian looked at Qin Yu with an exaggerated face. You are darker than me. Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly. They will come down soon. Okay. Third brother. Remember, you are now a person with superpowers. Learning to use your abilities in battle is the most basic requirement. Su Jian nodded. Don't worry. I will learn to use them. After saying that, he turned around and hurried to the entrance of the wine cellar. When his figure disappeared at the entrance, gunshots were heard outside. Listening carefully, there was actually the sound of an assault rifle. The firepower was strong enough. But Qin Yu didn't care at all. Chapter 3:14 Mixture. The treasures in this wine cellar cannot be wasted. So he activated his superpowers and began to run wildly in the wine cellar. After a few rounds, the inside was emptied. Only the 2 huge fermentation barrels at the innermost part were left, which contained some mixture. Qin Yu directly installed a time bomb below, and then turned around and rushed out of the wine cellar. A few seconds later, there was a loud bang in the wine cellar. The huge explosion overturned the ground and even arched the surface outside. A smell of alcohol vented out. The flame shot out more than 5 meters high. Everyone outside stopped attacking. When Qin Yu secretly met up with Su Jian, the two of them immediately disappeared. At the same time, someone seemed to be heard shouting in the distance, Su, you must remember me. I know you. I remember you. You son of a bitch. You can't destroy the wine cellar even if you can't move it. I will definitely make you pay the price. Qin Yu ran out of the factory and looked back. Who is it? I know you. Alas. Su Jian looked miserable. This time we are in trouble. That idiot is the younger brother of Yang. the station master of Chongbei Station, named Yang Biao. He will cause trouble for us sooner or later. Station Master Yang? Qin Yu suddenly laughed. I heard that they still have a working steam locomotive? Yes. That's great. What's good? I want to take a train to Tibet. You are so dark. /n/n when Qin Yu and Su Jian rushed back to the institute. Zhang Yang unexpectedly came back. Unharmed. It seems that the people in the garrison still stick to principles. After all, Zhang Yang is also a major. After discovering Qin Yu's return, Zhang Yang immediately dragged him to a meeting room with only 2 people. Closed the door. Zhang Yang came to Qin Yu and gave him a big hug. Didn't say anything. Just hugged hard. Qin Yu could feel his excitement. So he reached out and patted his back. Old Zhang. You hug too tight. I don't have the habit of gay sleeves. Go away. Zhang Yang smiled and pushed Qin Yu away. Letting out a sigh, Brother Qin. It's great that you're back. What's good? Now I can have someone to discuss countermeasures with. Qin Yu asked in confusion. Can't Lao Lu discuss countermeasures with me? He can't. Zhang Yang shook his head and said softly, Lao Lu is old. He is good at maintaining the status quo, but not at making progress. Many risky ideas cannot be discussed with him. He is always seeking stability, which may delay the opportunity to fight. Qin Yu said nothing. He also began to be secretly alert in his heart. In a team, there must be someone who can really make decisions. Otherwise, it will be like Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanqiu. Both of them are very capable. But due to their age, one is more defensive and the other is more combat-oriented. The starting points for considering problems are different, which easily leads to disagreements and confrontations. Over time, it is not conducive to the development of the team. In the future, I really can't leave for too long casually. In this team, I have to make decisions by myself. Otherwise, it is easy to go wrong. At this time, Zhang Yang lowered his voice and said, let's not talk about this for now. I have to tell you something. You tell me. Let me tell you about my situation first. I wiped out Lu Tuzi's people yesterday. When I was leaving, I was ambushed and my gun was taken away. Do you know who it was? Qin Yu blinked. Xiaocheng? Huh? Zhang Yang was stunned. How did you guess it? Or did you hear some news? Just a random guess. Qin Yu smiled. Only your gun was taken. But there were no casualties. I guess the person who took you away is from the military. The 2 military commanders, Shunhe, have always wanted to win you over. He will not use such means. So, it can only be Xiaocheng. Good guy. Zhang Yang was surprised. You just came back and figured out the situation here? I talked with Su Jian for most of the night last night. And basically I know everything I need to know. So, what does Xiaocheng want to do when he sees you? Zhang Yang's expression became serious. And he whispered, he hopes that we will join forces with him to secretly arrange an operation to uproot the cannibals from Shanxi City. Cannibals? Qin Yu was stunned. Xiaocheng wants to deal with cannibals? Yes. Why? Zhang Yang looked surprised. Do you need to ask this? Cannibals. Who knows and doesn't want to deal with them? They are the public enemy of mankind. In order to protect Shanxi City, the military will never allow the existence of cannibals. Qin Yu frowned and shook his head. It's not that simple. First, the matter of cannibals is still a figment of the imagination, and no one has the ability to control their whereabouts. Second, why did you find us? Our manpower is far less than that of Yang, the station master of the North Station, and Li Dehuzi of Yinta. Why do you want us to cooperate? Third, why did Xiaocheng find you? Instead of Xinjiangwo? What is Xinjiangwo doing? Hasn't he always admired you? Also, Xiaocheng found you alone and asked us to cooperate in encircling the cannibals. So, does he have the ability to mobilize the military alone? Will Xinjiangwo agree? Hearing Qin Yu's question, Zhang Yang frowned and thought for a while. Muttering, hearing you say that, it seems that there is indeed a problem. I have always been wondering why Xiaocheng had to take me away to see him privately. It seems that there is really something wrong within the military. Old Zhang, there must be a big problem. Qin Yu said firmly, we will ignore Xiaocheng's proposal. The military wants to protect Xiaocheng because it is their home. But this is not our home. We are outsiders. So, let's withdraw? Leave now? Yes. But Lingzi, Qinyu reached out and patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Old Zhang, don't worry. I won't let your son die young. Don't trust me? Haha. What a joke." Zhang Yang looked at Qinyu seriously. "Brother, don't say that I trust you more than I trust myself. Even if my son really died young, I would admit it. Because his arrival was a mistake in itself." "Old Zhang, don't say that." Qinyu let out a long sigh and murmured, "Now that the child is here, you have to take responsibility. Don't think he is a mistake. He is a disaster baby. Which is pitiful in itself." Alas. Zhang Yang sat down on the chair and wiped his face hard. "Before, I always felt that I had unlimited energy. I could go to heaven and earth. And I was not afraid of life and death. But now, every time I go out, I feel a lot of pressure. And I am no longer as comfortable as before." As expected, Qinyu also sat next to him. "So, I thought of a safer way to evacuate." "What method?" "Let's take the train to leave here." "What the hell?" Zhang Yang was confused. "Take the train?" The next second, he realized Qinyu's intention and smiled. "Okay. You set your sights on Jiangcheng?" "That's right." Chapter 315 Strategic Plan. Qinyu nodded. Jiangcheng is not easy to mess with. The most troublesome thing is that his sphere of influence is in the northernmost part of Shanxi City. If we go to attack him, we have to cross the entire Shanxi City. This, no, needs a plan. Make a good strategic plan and implement it step by step. In short, I want his steam locomotive. At least one locomotive. Qinyu smiled and looked at Zhang Yang. It should be no problem for sister-in-law to evacuate by train. As long as we enter the Tibetan area, there is no one living there for thousands of miles. And we will be completely liberated. Zhang Yang didn't say anything. He had already agreed with this idea in his heart. Because the convoy has not been able to resupply gasoline since it arrived in Xiaocheng. The huge convoy should be stopped. The road ahead is very difficult. Without a car, we can only walk. It is very dangerous for a baby who is not even 3 months old. But it is different with a train. It is more stable than a car. Zhang Yang looked at Qinyu and sighed in his heart. If we talk about whimsical and daring, it has to be Qinyu. I am still too disciplined. There is a meeting in the institute. It is limited to a few people. For example, Fang Jing, Zhang Yang, Lu Yuanchao, Su Jian, Chao Fang, Liu Yin and Lu Shuyun. The plan to evacuate Xiaocheng in the short term has basically been determined. The means of evacuation is the train resources in Jiangcheng's hands at the North Station. 2 steam locomotives. Jiangcheng also has some reserve coal resources. No matter how far it can go. At least leaving Xiaocheng is not a problem. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Qinyu didn't say some things because they were too sensitive and too scary. One was what Su Qing told him. The cannibals want to completely occupy Xiaocheng. According to Qinyu's understanding of Su Qing, if she is not 100% sure, she will hardly face Qinyu alone. Therefore, the situation in Xiaocheng must have changed a long time ago. It's just that no one noticed it. After all, Qinyu and his group came late. Maybe the cannibals have been quietly working in Xiaocheng for a long time. Another is the internal fighting in the military. The 2 army commanders are in internal conflict with each other, which makes it easy for cannibals to take advantage of the situation. Especially when cannibals are not eating people. They are no different from ordinary people. Who can guarantee that there are no cannibals around? Only Qinyu dares to make this guarantee. But it is limited to the group of people in the research institute. In the Xiaowang village outside, Qinyu even suspected that there were already many cannibals lurking. This is their usual method. Therefore, it is necessary to evacuate as soon as possible. Before building a powerful psychic army, Qinyu did not want to confront the cannibals head-on, which would only increase the fearless casualties. First hide and develop. When I rise in Tibet and have a huge army of superpowers, I will sweep across the world and wipe out the cannibals. An evacuation plan was formulated at the meeting. Everyone began to collect resources nervously. The convoy is no longer needed. Of course, I only said this to others. Qinyu must recycle those convoys into space. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Isn't it just a lack of oil? Tibet is vast. When the frozen land is frozen in the future, when conditions permit, we will have to go to the original Taklamakan desert area to explore for oil. I want to build my own home. And these tasks are all long-term plans. So we can collect the current vehicles if we can. Don't wait until there is oil in the future. But you can't find a car to drive. then you will be depressed. The evacuation plan was completed. And the next issue was the train. How to do it? This was a problem. Xiaocheng of the North Station was one of the first forces to gather. Now there are at least 70,000 to 80,000 people following him for food. More than the people in a small town. Those people were scattered within 100 miles of the North Station. Although they did not have many weapons, they had many resources. From time to time, they could exchange some weapons with the military. The military did not have too many supplies for daily life. They were all brought when the troops were stationed. And there would always be a time when they were used up. But there were a lot of weapons. At that time, 6 army groups were stationed outside the city. The temporary arsenals were endless. Therefore, Xiaocheng used his free time to help people drive a train to nearby towns to search for a large amount of daily necessities and bring them back. Then use these resources to exchange for some weapons. Even if it is not possible to equip tens of thousands of people with weapons, there is still no shortage of thousands of guns. The strength is very strong. The most troublesome thing is that the train can only run on the rails. You can't steal it. Even if you steal it, you can't drive far. If someone finds out, you will be defeated by a rocket. So it is a bit difficult. Several core personnel are discussing how to deal with the problem of steam locomotives. And the discussion is in full swing. Only Chenyu has been silent. He lowered his head to study the map. After the others discussed for a long time, Zhang Yang suddenly patted Chenyu. Brother Chen. What are you doing? Give me some advice. Me? Chenyu looked up at everyone and suddenly smiled. I have more important things to do. I'll leave the matter of getting the train to you. Is there anything more important? Fang Jing asked in confusion. Is there anything more important than the train? Of course there is. It's not convenient to tell you now. I'll tell you when I have the result. After that, Chenyu stood up and waved at the others. I believe in your ability. The train can definitely be done. The time limit is 5 days. After 5 days, you must evacuate Shanxi City. I'm leaving now. Hey! Zhang Yang rushed up to catch him. But Chenyu dodged and ran out of the meeting room. Everyone looked at each other. What's going on? This guy proposed to steal someone's train. But he didn't come up with any plan and ran away. A few people looked at each other. Suddenly, Fang Jing chuckled. Chao Fang and the other women couldn't help laughing. Zhang Yang looked at them in astonishment. What are you laughing at? Chao Fang quickly covered her mouth and laughed softly. Nothing. It's just, this is in line with his style. Zhang Yang was speechless. Turning to Fang Jing, do you think this is normal? Yeah. Normal. Fang Jing also tried to hold back her laughter and nodded. Alas, Zhang Yang sat down with a headache. Rubbing his temples hard, this bastard has thrown another hot potato to us. Actually, it's not that hot. Suddenly, Su Jian slammed the table. Strategies can never keep up with the speed of change. Let's just not use strategies this time. Let's do something direct. How to do it directly? Zhang Yang asked in confusion. We take everyone, including the more than 10,000 people in Xiaocheng village, and surrender to Xiaocheng. What? Everyone was stunned at the same time. Su Jian continued, whether he believes it or not. We can just go to him with a letter of surrender. Zhang Yang's mind moved. What is the Pledge of Allegiance? One is me. You? Zhang Yang was a little confused. Yes, me. Because Xiaocheng's brother Yang Biao hates me so much. So I must be qualified to be a Pledge of Allegiance. But I need 2 other things. Su Jian's words have successfully attracted everyone in the conference room. Everyone has a strange feeling in their hearts. This kid seems to have changed. Not only is his mind more flexible, but he is also bolder. Chapter 316 Proposal. At this time, Su Jian continued, Xiaocheng wants 2 more things. One is a doctor, and the other is a woman. Therefore, we have to add 2 more things to our Pledge of Allegiance. One is Li Dehuzi from Yinta district. The other is a member of our 13 hairpins. Everyone. Su Jian's proposal is very bold, especially using himself as a Pledge of Allegiance. This is too risky. If someone directly uses him as a target, he will die. However, this proposal is very tempting. Now, which force in Shanxi City does not want to annex Zhang Yang and his group? Although this group of people is small in number, their combat effectiveness is super strong. Everyone is a warrior. The most attractive thing is that there are many women. There are a lot of women in this team. More than men. Moreover, they are all beautiful women. What Fan Jing? What Li Xiuyun? What Fanya? What Dongqiule? What 13 hairpins? Which one is not a vixen? Much more valuable than ordinary women. Every man wants to conquer this team. If we can really get the fighting power of all Zhongyang and others, there is no doubt that the strength in Shanxi City will skyrocket. However, Jiangcheng is not a fool, so he must send a letter of surrender. Giving up Su Jian represents determination. Taking down Li Dehuzi represents ability. Sending one of the 13 hairpins represents giving them what they like. Among them, taking down Li Dehuzi is the most classic idea. Li Dehuzi is the leader of the power in Yintao district. He is also a senior traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and is very well known in Yintao district, Shanxi City. And Jiangcheng and his team are in need of doctors. There are really few such professional talents who can survive. If Li Dehuzi can be obtained, there will be more or less security around. At the same time, the power of Shanxi City will be disintegrated, killing several birds with one stone. Jiangcheng will definitely not refuse. The best thing now is that Su Jian revealed the bad thing he and Xunhe did last night, which was to blow up the wine cellar of the Shanxi City winery. He even killed several of Yang Biao's men. Yang Biao is Jiangcheng's younger brother. He hated Su Jian so much that he would bring people to cause trouble sooner or later. Then, wouldn't the opportunity come? After analyzing the pros and cons and thinking through everything, everyone in the conference room was silent. They all looked at Zhang Yang, because when Xunhe left, he let them make the decision. And Zhang Yang was obviously the one who made the decision. After a long silence, Zhang Yang looked at Su Jian. Su Jian, do you know what kind of danger your proposal will put you in? Yes. Su Jian shrugged. I know. Instead of worrying about me, it's better to plan how to take down Li Dehuzi, and who to use as a female bait. Zhang Yang frowned. He always felt that Su Jian had changed. He became extremely confident. Although he had always maintained the habit of being a lone ranger and his personal ability was decent, he was not Xunhe. Did he have the ability to save himself? Alas, this decision was really difficult to make. Moreover, he had to find a woman to act as a lure. Who should he find? Who dares to go deep into the tiger's den? At this moment, Su Jian suddenly smiled again. I have a suitable candidate who can act as a lure. Who? Zhang Yang looked at him in surprise. Dongqiule. Su Jian had a devilish smile on his face. Qiule? Zhang Yang's face darkened immediately. No. She has just recovered from a serious injury. How can she take risks again? Although she has learned some skills. But, before she finished speaking, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Dongqiule was standing at the door, waving to everyone inside with a charming smile. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I didn't eavesdrop on purpose. I just heard someone calling my name when I walked to the door. Everyone looked strange. Is it such a coincidence? Only Su Jian was smiling proudly. Zhang Yang was not a fool. He could see that these two people must be hiding something, and couldn't help asking, what are you two doing? No. Su Jian waved his hand quickly. Dongqiule also shook her head and said, nothing. Master, I heard what old Su said just now. I also think that it is appropriate for me to go. What? Zhang Yang was stunned. You, think it through. This plan is very dangerous. That is equivalent to sending you into a wolf's den. Don't worry. It's okay. Dongqiule walked in openly, walked behind Su Jian, and patted his shoulder hard. Old Su has a good eye. I believe he must have a reason for choosing me. Ouch. Su Jian grinned. He quickly covered his shoulder with his hand. Wow. This girl is so strong? She slapped her shoulder, and it collapsed. Although this is also related to the fact that she has become a soft-bodied animal now. It shouldn't be broken by a slap. Right? Awesome. Awesome. Such an amazing expert. It would be a waste if we don't use him. When everyone saw that Dongqiule and Su Jian were singing the same tune, it was obvious that they didn't care at all. Everyone was confused. After weighing it for a moment, Zhang Yang simply nodded. Okay. Let's decide this for now. Let's study how to take down Big Beardly. If there is a definite plan, then implement it. Okay. Su Jian stood up and said with a smile, I don't care about Big Beardly. I'm going to chat with Qiule first. Bye. After that, he pulled Dongqiule, and the two quickly left the meeting room. After the two left, Chao Feng suddenly leaned close to Feng Jing's ear and whispered, Didn't Dongqiule have a relationship with a you? Yeah. Feng Jing nodded. So what are they doing? To be honest, I don't know what's going on. Fang Jing smiled bitterly. She was also thinking in her heart. What's going on? It seems that there is something ambiguous between the two of them. However, Dong Qiulei doesn't look like someone who would betray Qinyu. What's more, Su Jian is Qinyu's brother. Is it a dog-blooded story? No. Fang Jing immediately denied her thoughts. Based on the months she spent with these two people, they definitely didn't do that kind of thing. Although Dong Qiulei is young, she is also a love-struck seed. It is absolutely impossible for her to betray Qinyu. Su Jian is a closer brother than Zhang Yang, and was brought back by Qinyu himself. So, these two must have something else to hide from everyone. Fang Jing pondered silently. No matter what, they must find out the secrets between the two. Su Jian dragged Dong Qiulei out of the conference room and went downstairs to an empty corner of the institute. Dong Qiulei looked suspicious. What do you want to do? Show me yours. Su Jian looked excited. What to see? Dong Qiulei blushed. Her eyebrows stood up. Staring at Su Jian angrily, Old Su. What do you want to do? Do you want to tease me? Puff. Su Jian chuckled. I tease you. Please. I like girls above D cup. Okay. With your poor body? Su Jian. You dead man. Dong Qiulei suddenly flashed under her feet and appeared in front of Su Jian almost like teleportation, and slapped him on the head. Chapter 317 intact. As a result, both of them were stunned. Su Jian's head was slapped with a huge dent. His entire forehead was sunken. Ah! Dong Qiulei was so scared that she screamed suddenly. 270 quickly stepped back, covered her mouth with her hands, and looked at Su Jian in horror. With red eyes, woo-woo. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Woo-woo. Lao Su. Lao Su. Are you dead? Ah. If you die, Lao Su won't die. Su Jian cursed angrily. Then he rubbed his head hard twice with his hands. His head bounced back immediately like a deflated ball. Intact? Dong Qiulei was stunned. After a long while, she pointed at Su Jian and said, Oh! Oh! You too. Yes. Yes. I am the same as you. Su Jian nodded quickly. Oh my god. Dong Qiulei finally relaxed her whole body, walked over with lingering fear, and touched Su Jian's head. Have you turned into a rubber ball? Go. Don't touch me randomly. Su Jian quickly slapped Dong Qiulei's hand away, and looked back nervously. Why are you nervous? Dong Qiulei looked puzzled. Damn. Avoid suspicion. Do you know? Avoid suspicion? Su Jian said angrily. You are a used woman, and I am his brother. Shouldn't we avoid suspicion? Oh, that's true. Dong Qiulei quickly took 2 steps back, then chuckled. Can you tell me how you became like this? You did it. Su Jian scratched his head helplessly. I was dragged out by him last night and swallowed that crystal core. And then I became like this. Yeah. The same as me. Dong Qiulei nodded. I ate it when I was dying. Brother, you let me eat it to save me. I know everything. Su Jian said seriously. Ayu told me before he left that no matter what dangerous actions there are, they will be borne by the two of us for the time being. Although having superpowers does not mean that you are immortal, it at least provides an extra layer of insurance compared to ordinary people. I understand. So, what exactly is your ability? Is it just great strength? No. Dong Qiulei shook her head. In fact, my basic strength has not increased. The reason why you feel that I am stronger is because I added vibrations to the process of hitting. Just like this. As she said this, she pressed her hand on the wall next to her. Then, there was a buzzing sound. Her palm suddenly crushed the soil layer on the wall. Su Jian was stunned. This is at least 10 times more powerful than an ordinary person's punch. Right? Otherwise, how could a palm crush a wall? Dong Qiulei took back her hand and whispered, My metabolism has become very fast, and the vibration of the motor cells in my body has intensified. In general, my speed has increased. Now I can almost teleport in a short distance. Just like this. As soon as the voice fell, Dong Qiulei's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Su Jian. Su Jian said hack. He looked back quickly. This is too buggy. Is it so fast in a short distance? What about long distance? Dong Qiulei shook her head. It's not good for long distances. My speed will drop if it exceeds 10 meters. Brother, you said that this is only a level 1 ability, and it can be improved if there is a chance in the future. Oh, I see. What about yours? Dong Qiulei looked at Su Jian with interest and said, what's your condition now? Has your whole body become like this? Yes. Su Jian grabbed the skin casually and pulled it hard. The skin was pulled more than 1 meter away in an instant. Dong Qiulei laughed again. Su Jian's old face turned red. And he took back the skin, saying helplessly, for the time being, my whole body has become like rubber. And it has a certain degree of resistance to blows. At least the skin can't be cut by a knife. However, the crossbow arrows, like the hard crossbow, can't be blocked. The bullets are also terrible. Ayu said that the level can be upgraded later. Your thing looks like a rubber fruit. By the way, will you not drown if you fall into the water? Almost. It's fun. Su Jian said unhappily. Fun at all? Is this for fun? Just this. It almost cost me my life. Hee hee. Anyway, I see you are still alive and kicking now. Dong Qiulei laughed innocently, looking at her pretty face. Su Jian sighed in his heart. These beautiful girls like to worship strong men. So they are all devoted to Qingyu. What about me? It seems that I have run out of luck with women. Alas. Will I end up alone in the future? A hint of sadness flashed through Su Jian's mind. And then he said seriously, okay. No more nonsense. Qiulei. Ayu has decided to evacuate in 5 days. So he must evacuate. So in these 5 days, we must take over the North Station. Yes. Dong Qiulei nodded. I will fully cooperate. Okay. Although my idea is a bit bad. It can avoid interference from other forces. For example, people from the military. So, I will go to die, and you will sacrifice your body. Of course, it is not a real sacrifice. You can judge for yourself. I know. Su Jian continued, as long as Zhang Yang and the others can deal with Li Dehuzi, our plan will be half successful. As long as all of us can successfully enter the North Station, their trains and all supplies will basically be in our pockets. Yes. Dong Qiulei nodded, and then smiled. Old Su, you are worthy of being Brother Yu's brother. Sometimes, I think you are also quite mean. Su Jian was very upset. I am in charge of the overall situation. And you, a little kid, actually said that I am mean. Forget it. Just bear it. Who let her be Ayu's woman? Although she is a little younger, she is still the eldest sister-in-law. Su Jian let out a long breath, looked up at the sky, and said lightly, Ayu doesn't care about our actions this time, which shows that he trusts us very much. So, Qiulei, we have to do a good job this time. Got it. Old Su. Dong Qiulei suddenly reached out. Su Jian blinked. What? Cheer up. What oil? I'm not a motorcycle. Su Jian rolled his eyes, turned around and waved. Let's go. Let's avoid suspicion. After that, he slowly walked away, looking at his back. Dong Qiulei smiled. This old Su is really a brother. Very considerate. Huh? Okay. Dong Qiulei, do a good job this time. You can't always let Brother Yu save you. /in 5 days to take down the North Station. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is almost an impossible task. To date, the North Station has as many as 100,000 members. Although most of them are ordinary people, living in the surroundings, they can only provide living supplies to the core layer from time to time. But the population base is large. Its combat members are at least tens of thousands. Except for the large military forces. Other forces can't compare at all. Even Li Dehuzi's men in Yenta district don't have so many members who can actually participate in the battle. Chapter 318 Old Chinese Medicine Practitioner. This is mainly related to the leader's characteristics. Xiaocheng is a brave and aggressive person. He used to be the head of security at the North Station. So the people he gathered at the beginning were all fierce characters. Unlike Li Dehuzi, who is an old Chinese medicine practitioner. He was able to gather so many people because of his popularity accumulated from practicing medicine in Yenta district for many years. The people around him also gathered slowly. It is a spontaneously formed group. Finally, he was elected as the leader. Although this group has more people, most of them are content with the status quo. They just want to survive by gathering together. If we really talk about combat effectiveness, they are far behind. However, sometimes a large number of people can also be intimidating. After the power of Yenta district gradually took shape, no matter how much combat power he had, with a large number of people, other small forces and lone rangers still dared not provoke him. So Li Dehuzi became one of the 4 major forces. After weighing it for a long time, Zhang Yang felt that Su Jian's idea was indeed feasible. For him, it was not difficult to rob Li Dehuzi from Yinta district, with Lu Yuanchao as support, and 2 or 3 masters acting at night. There was about an 80% chance of success. At the same time, Su Jian recommended Dong Qiulei. One of them acted as Huang Gai and the other acted as Xiaocheng, and took them to Jiangcheng as a token of his loyalty. Jiangcheng would probably be overjoyed. He had reason to believe it, because although Zhang Yang and his gang had become famous in a short period of time, it was intimidating to hear that the elite of the special forces was the leader. But there were so few people. How many people were there in the real combat? 20 at most. What about the people in Shaowang village? What kind of trouble can they cause under the leadership of Zhu Jiolong? Jiangcheng had tens of thousands of fierce men under his command, and it was too easy to kill them. If you want to survive in Shanxi City, the smartest thing to do is to find a backer. Then, the military will not accept refugees. And Li Dehuzi's fighting power is obviously not as good as Jiangcheng. So there is no choice for this backer. It must be him. Jiangcheng. Well, the plan is feasible. Then, the next step is to design a plan to kidnap Li Dehuzi. Zhang Yang left Lu Yuanchao behind. This plan can only be decided by the 2 of them. At the same time, Qin Yu has left the city at the fastest speed. He is going to Pucheng, a small county town in the northeast of Xiaocheng. There is the nearest coal mine in Xiaocheng, Qinjiapo coal mine. Although it is not big, at least the coal mine was still in operation before the disaster. Qin Yu has decided that he must take down the steam locomotive at the North Station, pull a few carriages, and take the train to Tibet. The train has good defense performance and is more stable. This way, everyone doesn't have to work so hard. In the past, the old steam locomotives burned coal, in order to prevent the North Station from not having enough coal, and to have an additional energy source when going to Tibet in the future. Qin Yu decided to make a hard trip himself. Go to the coal mine in person. If there is still coal in the coal bunker there, take as much as you can. Make energy reserves. As for the affairs of Shanxi City, he didn't want to care about it. Now Su Jian and Dong Qiulei have officially become superpowers. And they have also privately told them how to improve their combat effectiveness. The rest can only rely on actual combat. Only in actual combat can combat ability be truly improved. Before leaving, Qin Yu also secretly reminded Zhang Lixia, reminding her not to mention her ability to anyone, including Su Jian and Dong Qiulei. Zhang Lixia's ability is very special. She is a trump card. As her ability becomes stronger, Zhang Lixia can even distinguish people's loyalty. This is a very rare spiritual ability. So, she must hide. She can secretly assist Su Jian and Dong Qiulei, but she must never let others know her own secrets. With these 3 people to toss, plus Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao's fighting ability, Qin Yu believes that it is not a problem to deal with Jiangcheng within 5 days. Besides, it's just to deal with Jiangcheng and a train. It's not to wipe out the North Station forces. There are many ways to think of. Let them toss themselves. If it really fails, I will go out on my own in 5 days and completely paralyze the North Station. Pucheng is northeast of Xiaocheng, a little far, hundreds of kilometers away. But Qin Yu doesn't care. He has a car. When he arrived at the exit of Intercity Highway 127 at the exit of Xiaocheng, Qin Yu saw the checkpoint set up by the military. Very tight. Roadblocks all over the road. There are at least 40 or 50 soldiers with live ammunition. The garrison in Xiaocheng is very powerful. There are many people. It should be able to hold out for a long time. Unfortunately, this is not the best living area. Mainly because Xiaocheng lacks water. The longer the time, the poorer it becomes. Unlike Tibet, Qin Yu chose a place. It is called the Swan Lake, called Yamdruk Lake, and is the largest freshwater lake in Tibet. It is one of the 3 sacred lakes in Tibet, along with Namtso Lake and Manasarovar Lake. Qin Yu has carefully investigated the place, and it is very beautiful. It is a place that people yearn for. So, it may be the final destination. Therefore, Qin Yu is not nostalgic for Xiaocheng at all. Even if there are garrisons here, the more time passes, the more surviving humans in the southeastern coastal cities will run to the northwest, and Xiaocheng will inevitably become a chaotic place. What's more, there is now one more Su Qing. The cannibals want to occupy this place, and it can be foreseen that in the near future, this place will be caught in a war. Before that, It's better to get out of here. The secret to survival is to resolutely not engage in meaningless disputes. Xinyu left the checkpoint. The military garrison guarding the city was suspicious. Is this young man crazy? At what time? He is still running out of the city? Want to die? The guards at the checkpoint ignored him. Let him go. He is unknown. Why bother with him? So, about 1 kilometer away from the checkpoint, Xinyu found a deserted place and released a black supercar. A black Cadillac coupe. It was also taken from the parking lot in the rich area. Now we have to hurry. So we have to be quick. Especially since Xinyu's mental map has expanded to a range of 6 kilometers. He is not afraid of someone shooting and ambushing. Therefore, let's experience a wild racing. It's rare to have a quiet and smooth highway with no speed limit. So, Xinyu got in the car. After starting the car, he shifted gears, stepped on the clutch, and stepped on the accelerator. The sports car roared. Then it rushed out like an arrow from a string. The terrifying pushback made Xinyu's adrenaline surge instantly. Cool. He concentrated on controlling the car, increased the speed to the highest, drove the sports car to a speed of more than 200 miles, and rushed all the way to the northeast. A few hours later, Xinyu drove the supercar along the highway into Yanliang district. Along the way, he encountered several gangs of robbers. As a result, before those people had arranged themselves, Xinyu had already rushed over in a car. Those people were confused, staring blankly at the rear of the car. No one could understand that it had been more than half a year, and someone actually drove a supercar out of the city. Chapter 319 Big Explosion. Who is this guy? So cool. Where did the oil come from? Where did the sports car come from? Don't you know how expensive gasoline is now? 1 liter of gasoline is more than enough to exchange for 10 women. Xinyu drove through Yanliang district with a relaxed and happy mood. When he passed an ecological park, he felt hungry, so he found a place to get off, parked the car on the side of the road, and ate some fast food leisurely in the car. While eating, there was a loud bang several hundred meters away. The huge explosion sounded from a long distance. Xinyu was stunned. He turned around and looked in the direction where the sound came from. That was the direction of Fucheng. Xinyu was surprised. A mushroom cloud actually rose over there. Although the scale was not large, it was enough to prove that a powerful explosion had occurred there. Strange. How could such a small place have such a strong explosion? Xinyu was curious for a moment. After thinking about it, he turned around, put away the sports car, got in a black Hummer, turned off the highway, and drove towards Fucheng. More than half an hour later, Xinyu drove to the county town. There were people in the town. Some scattered survivors. They were all around the center of the explosion. Xinyu drove slowly towards the explosion point, and soon saw the scene of flames rising to the sky in the distance. Oh! That's a gas station on the West Ring Road. It's an oil tank that exploded. Xinyu suddenly felt a pity. It was a waste. I didn't expect that there was still oil in the oil tank in such a place. It seems that I also overlooked it. Along the way, Xinyu rarely searched for supplies in small towns like this, let alone gas stations in such places. Xinyu thought that the oil tanks in such places must have been emptied long ago. But this idea is obviously not rigorous. It seems that I have to be more diligent in the future, when passing by a small town. As long as the city does not look too damaged, I have to go in and search the gas station. In the Doomsday, oil is the most precious material. So Xinyu also planned that after he had completely taken root in Tibet, when the temperature of the sun slowly dropped and the desert was not so hot, he must go to the desert to look for oil, in order to survive in the future. Xinyu looked at the fire in the distance, shook his head, and prepared to drive back. As a result, before he could start the ignition, he suddenly heard a deafening hissing sound coming from the flames. Xinyu got goosebumps all over his body. What the hell? He turned his head and took a look. Damn! I saw a huge dragon-like snake coiled up from the flames, with smoke and fire all over its body. But it was obviously not burning. It was as if it was emanating from it. Xinyu was stunned. Such a terrifying mutant snake? Is it immune to fire? Xinyu's heart was beating wildly. A possessive desire arose spontaneously. Such a huge mutant snake. Its crystal core must be mature. This guy is just like the Beast King Gorilla and the Insect King Red Fire Ant Queen in the previous life. It has completely matured and should be the king here. The explosion of the oil tank was probably caused by it. It is absorbing the flame. Wait! Why does it seem to be looking at me? Xiaocheng blinked. An ominous premonition arose spontaneously. The giant snake was slowly coiling up in the flames, with its huge snake head raised high. This is the posture of attack. Moreover, the snake seems to be staring at him all the time. The key is that the distance between him and it is at least 200 or 300 meters. It should be out of reach. Just when Xiaocheng was suspicious, he saw that the upper half of the body of the giant snake seemed to swell rapidly. Several bulges appeared from its abdomen. It seemed to be vomiting. Suddenly, Xiaocheng shouted that it was not good. The next second, the giant snake really vomited. However, it seemed to be vomiting oil. It opened its bloody mouth and sprayed a stream of transparent liquid directly from its mouth. After the liquid was contaminated with the flames outside, it exploded with a bang and turned directly into a pillar of fire and rushed over. Xiaocheng subconsciously activated his special ability and directly entered the level 2 state. He struggled hard in the car, broke the glass directly from the window and jumped out. His figure flashed several times. Behind him, there was a loud bang. The Jiangcheng Hummer, which had just been driven for a short time, exploded into a ball of fire. After Xiaocheng landed and stopped, he looked back with lingering fear. As a result, the giant snake opened its mouth to spit out oil, and the oil sprayed from its mouth completely exploded, even igniting the oil in its mouth and body. The giant snake suddenly twisted and struggled, screaming to the sky. Flames kept spurting out of its mouth, and the flames on its body became more and more vigorous. Xiaocheng was stunned. Not only did he not feel safe, instead, he became more and more frightened. The giant snake in the flames was not burned to death at all, but after being burned in the fire, it slowly adapted to the temperature of the flames and slowly began to transform. Scales appeared on its body. Its head also became more prominent. Xiaocheng was shocked. What is this? Is it going to turn into a dragon? Could it be that the dragon in ancient legends is real? Now, this ancient gene is going to show up? The mutant snake evolved. It kept swallowing the flames, and kept growing scales and tentacles. It looked quite terrifying, and the dark golden animal eyes kept staring at Xiaocheng. It seemed to know that Xiaocheng had a power that was enough to kill it. Xiaocheng squatted in the distance. His heart was beating hard. Since ancient times, output and courage are directly proportional. No venture, no gain. I accidentally encountered such a big guy, and I would be sorry for not getting it. Moreover, the crystal core of this big snake must be extraordinary. If it is fully evolved, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with it. Get it? Xiaocheng gritted his teeth, and a crazy look appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, someone shouted from a distance behind him, "Brother, why don't you run away quickly? Are you waiting to be burned to death? Run away quickly. We can't stay here anymore." Xiaocheng didn't look back either. He can be seen in the mental map. He is a local survivor who was hiding in the distance before. Probably he has always lived in this town. He has a good heart. He also reminded himself to run fast. What a pity! Xiaocheng took a deep breath, then suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. In the distance behind him, the middle-aged man who had just shouted was startled and blurted out, "Fuck! Is your brain filled with water?" At the same time, the giant snake was furious. It had noticed Xiaocheng a long time ago. Based on an innate instinct of animals, it could sense that Xiaocheng was an extremely dangerous creature. It even posed a fatal threat to it. That's why the giant snake launched an attack when Xiaocheng just arrived. In the end, it failed. It didn't hurt him at all. Seeing Xiaocheng rushing towards it, the giant snake became even more frantic, hissing and spitting out a flame-shaped tongue from its mouth. Then the huge snake tail swung over suddenly. Its tail was already covered with cyan gold scales, and it looked indestructible. Boom! The snake tail swept past, but Xiaocheng in front of him suddenly increased his speed and rushed into the sea of fire in a flash. The ground cracked where the snake tail hit. A huge deep pit was directly smashed on the surface. Chapter 3:20 Sense a Threat. The man in the distance was so scared that he hugged his head and turned around and ran away. The giant snake seemed extremely manic. It lowered its head and tried to find Xiaocheng, because the fatal sense of threat had not disappeared. As a result, a figure flashed at the end of his eye. Xiaocheng flashed out from the other side. Although his clothes were burned by the flames, there was not a single spark on his body. In particular, his skin was wrapped in a layer of white periosteum. It blocked the flames from his body. The giant snake was furious. It hissed and roared at Xiaocheng. Looking at Xiaocheng again, After rushing out of the flames, he turned around and raised his middle finger to the giant snake, and shouted at the same time, "Eat shit." The giant snake was stunned for a moment. It seemed something was wrong. Then, it suddenly looked down at the center of the flame. Boom, boom, boom. A series of huge explosions shook the sky and the earth. The ground within 100 meters around was shaking constantly. Tens of thousands of steel nails burst out from the center of the flame, exploding in all directions like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. At the same time, dazzling white light spots appeared in the flames. Once those light spots touched the scales of the giant snake, they immediately ignited white flames and kept drilling into the skin under the scales. The giant snake was twisted violently by the explosion and screamed continuously. Not far away, Qin Yu was also blown away. When he staggered to his feet again, there were dense steel nails nailed on the periosteum behind him. Puff! Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Both ears were temporarily deafened by the shock. In order to injure the giant snake, Qin Yu just took out more than a dozen sets of C4 and several missiles from the space, and even white phosphorus bombs. A crazy act. He himself was injured. If it weren't for the level 2 superpowers protecting his body, he would have been killed by that blow just now. The giant snake was extremely angry. I have never seen such a crazy human. It's really reckless. Although the giant snake has evolved scales and has extremely strong physical defense capabilities, but it can't withstand the blast of tons of explosives, and even the burning white phosphorus drilled into its skin. It was so painful that it couldn't hold on any longer and suddenly jumped out of the flames. Its entire body was blown to pieces. Moreover, its scales grew slowly from the tail to the head. Just now, the scales on the snake's tail were blown apart, and the lower half of the body was blown to pieces. The upper half of the body was also covered with scars, especially the waist, where the scales and the non-scales were connected, was almost blown off. Blood foam flowed from the giant snake's mouth. After jumping out of the flames, it was so angry that it had no scruples and rushed over madly, directly rolling up Qin Yu, who had just straightened up. Snake coil formation. Any animal that was wrapped by the giant python would almost inevitably die in the end. The skeleton structure of the giant python is very special. Once you are wrapped up, the more you struggle, the tighter it will wrap you. Finally, it will break all the bones of its prey. So, after the giant snake wrapped Qin Yu up, it twisted its body madly and wrapped Qin Yu up completely in the blink of an eye. Then, it strangled hard, twisted hard. There was a crackling sound between the snakes. The giant snake raised its head high and hissed constantly, as if announcing its victory. But, a few minutes later, the giant snake was startled. It found that its strength was rapidly draining away, and the severe pain on the surface of its body became more and more obvious. And it was so painful that it pierced its heart. After persisting for a few more minutes, the giant snake could no longer bear it, and quickly loosened the coiled snake formation. But what shocked it was that most of its body became bald, and its flesh, blood, scales, and skin were all corroded away. Only the white bones were left. The giant snake was stunned. Its limited intelligence could not understand what happened at all. Qin Yu, who was strangled by it for half a day, not only did not die, but stood on the ground with a fierce look in his eyes, emitting a cruel and bloodthirsty wave all over his body. That was his annihilation power. The reason why he did not escape after being injured by the explosion and stood nearby was actually to lure the giant snake to attack it. It was almost impossible to kill this giant snake with ordinary means. The only chance was the power of annihilation. But as soon as he saw the giant snake's fear of him, he knew that it could sense the danger of the annihilation power, so it would basically not give him a chance to get close. Therefore, Qin Yu designed this series of tactics. First, use explosives to completely injure it, make it angry and lose its mind. Then give it a chance to let the giant snake wrap around him, and then release the annihilation power appropriately, and the attack will work. Now it seems that he succeeded. Qin Yu did succeed, although the remaining half of the giant snake's head will not die. Its lower body has been completely corroded by the annihilation energy. Only the skeleton is left. Therefore, the giant snake was finally humiliated by Qin Yu and pressed to the ground, corroding the skin and flesh of its head. When Qin Yu cut open its skull and grabbed a crystal core that was crystal clear, round and flawless, and red in color, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect! This crystal core is far better than the crystal core of the mutant golden monkey that was dealt with before. It is even more beautiful than the crystal core of the immortal. Qin always felt that this crystal core was extraordinary, and the energy contained in it might exceed his ability to bear. So, he had to seize the time to improve his strength. During this period of time, his body should have recovered almost. When he arrived in Pucheng, he had to find time to swallow the crystal core of the immortal. That crystal core is also a treasure. It can almost be foreseen that it should be a crystal core related to self-healing ability. That's what he urgently needs. Qin sat in the pool of blood and rested for a long time. After more than 2 hours, he stood up tiredly and walked to the distance to lean against the wall. Too tired. If it weren't for the exoskeleton, he would have been strangled to death by the giant snake just now. Alas, his superpowers are already very abnormal for humans. But when facing mutant animals in nature, they are often not enough. If it weren't for Suya's body, how could he have the confidence to do such a dangerous thing? Qin pulled out a set of clothes from the space and put them on himself casually, not caring about the blood stains on his body. So let it be. I'll clean it up when I get back to Pucheng. I have to keep going. After putting on my clothes, Qin walked through the explosion site filled with thick smoke and strode out. Just as he reached the intersection, 7 or 8 people suddenly rushed out from the corner next to him, looking at Qin with shocked expressions. Qin hurriedly stopped. He frowned. What? Still want to rob? But what he didn't expect was that these 7 or 8 people suddenly knelt down in unison, kowtowed to him, and shouted that the gods had descended to the earth. Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Maybe they thought they were Hou-Yi? Came to the earth to slay demons and eliminate monsters? The 7 or 8 people who knelt down kowtowed and begged, hoping that Qin could lead them out of their suffering. Qin shook his head.